On the eve of the start of his senior year, Ye Chen deliberately allowed the school beauty to collide with him on her bicycle. "My leg is broken. You must compensate me. I cannot afford it." The girl looked at Ye Chen with a pitiful gaze. "If you cannot pay, then write me an IOU, and you shall repay it with your entire life." In his previous life, Ye Chen had also been struck, yet he did not pursue accountability since it was a classmate. The following day, he heard the news that Lu Zixuan had been hit by a car. This incident became an indelible pain in Ye Chen's life. Therefore, this time, he could not allow Lu Zixuan to leave. Ye Chen compelled the school beauty to write an IOU. Observing Lu Zixuan, who could only produce 5 yuan, Ye Chen questioned, "Are you certain that is all you possess? Raise your hands high and spread your legs. I must search you. Is there hidden money concealed within your school uniform?" Chapter 1. Rebirth at 17, Saving the School Beauty. Bang! Ye Chen was forcefully knocked to the ground by the girl riding the bicycle. He paid no heed to the pain. In the instant he fell, he embraced Lu Zixuan, who had tumbled from the bike. The fragrant aroma enveloped him, and her touch was soft. This softness was... Ye Chen was taken aback and hurriedly released her. Lu Zixuan regained her composure amidst panic. She realized she was being held by Ye Chen, and her cherry lips were merely an inch away from his. Whether from shyness or alarm, her earlobes flushed crimson, and she hastily pushed Ye Chen away. "Ye Chen, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Lu Zixuan recognized Ye Chen, her face displaying a hint of surprise. "Of course I'm hurt. It seems my leg is broken, and it hurts terribly. Class beauty, you are in serious trouble." Ye Chen feigned a pained expression. He clutched his right leg, groaning in agony, and firmly grasped Lu Zixuan. This time, he absolutely could not allow Lu Zixuan to depart. Upon hearing that Ye Chen had broken his leg, Lu Zixuan's face turned pale. "What should we do?" Her disheveled hair partially obscured her delicate, fair face, which bore a tinge of panic. "You hit someone. Naturally, you must take me to the hospital." "To the hospital?" Lu Zixuan's expression was filled with despair as she absorbed Ye Chen's words. "But I have no money to pay for your medical treatment." She lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, tears welling in her eyes. Misfortune often seeks the most unfortunate souls, and now she lacked even the means for a meal, let alone funds for Ye Chen's medical expenses. Seeing Lu Zixuan's despondent expression, Ye Chen felt a pang of sympathy. "Help me up. Let me see if I can move." Lu Zixuan quickly assisted the fallen Ye Chen to his feet. As Ye Chen gazed at the girl before him, his heart swelled with excitement. He had just been reborn at the age of 17. Ye Chen had intentionally staged this incident to ensure Lu Zixuan's safety. Before his rebirth, Ye Chen had been a successful executive at a publicly listed company. Recently, during a class reunion, he uncovered a painful truth. At the end of sophomore year, class funds had been stolen. Ultimately, the funds were discovered in Ye Chen's backpack. As a struggling student, he was viewed as no different from a delinquent in the eyes of his teachers. The teacher unreservedly assumed Ye Chen was the thief, berating him in front of the entire class for being a troublemaker, a young boy who stole instead of studying. Despite Ye Chen's protests that he had not taken the money, no one believed him. His classmates regarded him with disdain. Ye Chen could never forget the feelings of being wronged by his teacher, misunderstood by his classmates, and the humiliation and anger he endured. Simply because he was a poor student, he was presumed to be a thief, deprived of any chance to defend himself. It was only later, when someone anonymously reported to the homeroom teacher that Ye Chen had been falsely accused, that his name was cleared. Ye Chen had always been grateful to the anonymous informant. Had it not been for her, this incident could have become an everlasting stain on his life. He had heard that Liyaki had left during class breaks, leading him to believe she had aided him. Ye Chen had harbored a secret crush on Liyaki, but had decided to give up after lengthy, unreciprocated attempts. Following this incident, Ye Chen became even more determined to be Liyaki's devoted admirer. However, he later discovered that the true girl who had cleared his name was Lu Zixuan, the school beauty who had always remained unnoticed in the corner of the classroom. Originally capable of gaining admission to prestigious universities, her life was tragically frozen at the age of 17 due to an unforeseen accident. What tormented Ye Chen further was the realization that he had the opportunity to save Lu Zixuan. 18 years ago, he had gone out to play and was struck by a girl on a bicycle. He discovered that the one who had collided with him was his classmate Lu Zixuan. Although his foot ached slightly, he chose not to pursue the matter, considering their camaraderie, and allowed her to leave. The next day, upon returning to school, he received the devastating news that Lu Zixuan had been killed in a car accident. The site of the accident was merely the next intersection, not far from where they parted ways. Ye Chen felt immense sorrow upon hearing this news. Had he insisted that Lu Zixuan accompany him to the hospital, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. Ye Chen never anticipated that after the class reunion, he would be reborn at the very moment Lu Zixuan had collided with him. Chapter 2. I must search you. To save Lu Zixuan, Ye Chen could not let her leave under any circumstances. As long as he could help Lu Zixuan evade this calamity, he was willing to act a bit unscrupulously. Lu Zixuan supported Ye Chen as they sat by the roadside. Does your leg still hurt? Ye Chen rubbed his left leg. It hurts, of course it does. Lu Zixuan looked at him in astonishment. But just now, you were holding your right leg. Ye Chen's face flushed. He had completely forgotten which leg it was. My left leg hurts. My right leg also hurts. Does that suffice? Lu Zixuan's expression grew increasingly anxious. She could not afford the medical expenses for one leg, let alone for two. Where does it hurt? Perhaps I can help you massage it. Lu Zixuan said through gritted teeth. All right. Ye Chen hesitated for a moment before nodding. Lu Zixuan knelt before him, gently pressing her small hands against his leg. Ye Chen was acutely aware that he could not afford to show any leniency, and thus he feigned irritation as he declared, Very well. Even if a hospital visit is unnecessary, you must compensate me in some manner. Compensate. Lu Zixuan lowered her head, her face etched with despair. Biting her lip, she timidly inquired, How much do I need to pay? How much do you possess? Ye Chen deliberately attempted to adopt a more menacing demeanor. Lu Zixuan retrieved a few banknotes from her pocket, all denominations of 1 yuan. I have only 5 yuan, which constitutes my entire savings. Within her class, Lu Zixuan was the aloof goddess, exuding an icy elegance that rendered her seemingly unapproachable. However, at this moment, Lu Zixuan presented a pitiable sight before Ye Chen, akin to a helpless little lamb ensnared by a ravenous wolf. Ye Chen continued to play the role of the villain, snatching the money from her grasp with a fierce expression and growling. A mere 5 yuan? How could that be? Perhaps you have hidden more in another pocket? Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan hastily shook her head. I have nothing left, truly nothing. If you don't believe me, search me. Her words were uttered in jest, yet they sparked a glimmer of interest in Ye Chen's eyes. Very well, place your hand upon your head and spread your legs. I shall conduct a search. Lu Zixuan was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Ye Chen would indeed proceed with the search. Her gaze conveyed a hint of panic, and she even instinctively took a step back. Ye Chen looked at Lu Zixuan and remarked, Surely you do not intend to flee? Should you dare to run, you would be deemed a hit-and-run suspect, and the police would surely incarcerate you. Lu Zixuan felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, nearly moved to tears. Ye Chen felt a twinge of guilt, harboring within him the soul of a man over 30. Yet, it was indeed somewhat bullying to reduce a young girl to tears. Glancing at the time, he noted that only 5 minutes had elapsed. Uncertain whether the vehicle had arrived, or if Lu Zixuan could evade danger, he deemed it unwise to release her just yet. Ye Chen's eyes gleamed with mischief as he focused on Lu Zixuan. I shall search you, to ascertain if any money is concealed elsewhere. Lu Zixuan instinctively recoiled, declaring, No, there is truly nothing left. However, Ye Chen assertively commanded, Come here. Though feeling somewhat wronged, Lu Zixuan complied and stepped forward to stand before him. The two were positioned closely, allowing Ye Chen to perceive her slightly hurried breaths. Lu Zixuan was undeniably beautiful. In school, he had only ever seen her icy demeanor, but her bashful appearance now was undeniably charming. It is not sufficient to simply declare that you possess nothing. One must search to ascertain the truth. Mimicking the actions of police officers in television dramas, Ye Chen pretended to conduct a search. During the charade, he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. Lu Zixuan's natural scent was utterly enchanting, far surpassing the so-called elite beauties he had encountered in his past life, who relied on cosmetics and surgery. Ye Chen feigned an extensive search of Lu Zixuan's person. To his surprise, a young girl would so readily acquiesce to a boy's handling during such an intimate search. As Lu Zixuan turned around, he discerned that her eyes reflected only feelings of grievance and shyness, devoid of any disgust or anger. This left but one possibility. Lu Zixuan harbored no aversion towards him. In fact, during the search, he could perceive her body quivering slightly. Could it be that Lu Zixuan had feelings for him? This would explain why she had reported Sun Chao to clear her name. In Ye Chen's recollection, although they were classmates, they had never exchanged words. Surely, their paths had not intertwined. Could it be that Lu Zixuan had a secret infatuation with him, and in his youthful ignorance, he had been blissfully unaware? Chapter 3. The IOU. Ye Chen, during his high school years, was utterly captivated by Liyaki. He transformed into an ardent admirer, with every subtle gesture of hers tugging at his heartstrings. Consequently, he paid little attention to Lu Zixuan. In retrospect, he realizes how foolish he was in his previous life, neglecting such a radiant figure while fervently pursuing a superficial girl. He truly was blind in his past existence. Ye Chen rummaged through his pockets, discovering, to his dismay, that he had not a single cent to his name. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The significant point is that 10 minutes had finally elapsed. He glanced over the nearby KFC. How about this? I feel much better now. Let us head to KFC for a brief respite. All right, Lu Zixuan replied, assisting Ye Chen as they made their way toward the fast food establishment. With Lu Zixuan's arm linked with his, Ye Chen could catch a whiff of the lavender scent wafting from her hair. They found a seat and settled down. I truly have no money left. That was all I had. 5 yuan is all you have? Ye Chen remarked incredulously. I usually spend 5 yuan for just an hour of internet at an internet cafe. Do you have any money in your backpack? His gaze shifted toward Lu Zixuan's bag. No. Seeing her clutching her backpack tightly piqued Ye Chen's curiosity. With a swift motion, he snatched it from her grasp and upended its contents onto the table. Scattered across the surface were several books and a small pouch. When Ye Chen picked up the pouch, he was taken aback. It contained feminine sanitary products, albeit seemingly past their expiration date. Lu Zixuan, blushing, hastily reclaimed the pouch and stuffed it back into her bag. Ye Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment, recognizing that such items were private possessions for girls. He then noticed a plastic bag containing 2 steamed buns. He lifted it, noting the bite marks on one of the buns. Is this what you eat every day? Ye Chen felt a pang of sympathy. It's none of your business. Lu Zixuan retorted, snatching the buns back and quickly returning everything to her backpack. Lu Zixuan then produced paper and a pen, solemnly drafting an I.O. On August 30th, 2010. Lu Zixuan collided with Ye Chen while riding a bicycle and agrees to cover all medical expenses. Below it was her signature. Do you think this suffices? Ye Chen gazed at the IOU with dissatisfaction. Lu Zixuan looked at him, a hint of grievance in her expression. What more do you want? This only covers medical costs. What about compensation for emotional distress and lost wages? Lu Zixuan, vexed, tore up the IOU and rewrote it. On August 30th, 2010. Lu Zixuan collided with Ye Chen while riding a bicycle and agrees to cover medical expenses, emotional distress, and all other costs, totaling. She glanced at Ye Chen. You can fill in the amount yourself, but let me be clear, I have no money to give you right now. Once I earn some, I promise to repay you. With that, Lu Zixuan stood to leave. Ye Chen was at a loss for words. Was she really this naive? Leaving the amount blank for him to fill in? Did she not fear being taken advantage of? Wait a moment. Ye Chen pulled out 30 yuan from his pocket. Order me a burger combo. Lu Zixuan looked at the 30 yuan in his hand, her heart aching. 30 yuan could cover her meals for an entire month. Yet this guy was spending it all on one meal. How extravagant. She accepted the money and ordered a burger combo, placing it on the table. Now, can I leave? Finish the burger first. Ye Chen pushed the burger toward Lu Zixuan. She stared at him in surprise. If you don't eat, I want to let you go. If you dare to leave, I'll report you for hit and run. Lu Zixuan gazed at the delectable food on the table, unable to resist swallowing hard. She had always wanted to experience the taste of KFC. Don't worry, I want to let you take advantage of me. The cost will be noted, and you'll repay me later. Of course, if you don't repay, there are other ways you could settle this. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Lu Zixuan's cheeks flushed. What other ways? She met his teasing gaze, but quickly diverted her eyes, though her crimson cheeks betrayed her. Ye Chen, captivated by her apple-red face, felt an overwhelming urge to take a bite. She must be incredibly sweet. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zixuan thought, since she was already in debt, what difference would it make? She began to devour the food voraciously. Watching her enjoy the meal so heartily, Ye Chen felt a wave of sympathy. Were it not for his financial constraints, he would have loved to treat Lu Zixuan to a grand feast. To his relief, by 2:30, it seemed Lu Zixuan would be safe. A sense of inexplicable joy washed over Ye Chen, even prompting him to hum a little tune. While munching her burger, Lu Zixuan cast a puzzled glance at him, unsure of why he was so cheerful. After finishing her burger and devouring the fries, Ye Chen noticed tears glistening in Lu Zixuan's eyes. She wiped away the corners of her eyes, shyly looking at him. I'm all done. Lu Zixuan took out paper and pen again, writing a line. On August 31st, 2010, Lu Zixuan owes Ye Chen a burger worth 30 yuan. Ye Chen stared at the IOU, memories of his past pursuit of Li Yaqi flooding back. Chapter 4. Who will you choose? Ye Chen had invited Li Yaqi out for a meal, and she always acted as if it were her due right. Not only did she refuse to write any IOUs, but she also frequently brought her friends along. How could there be such a disparity among girls of the same age? Well, you may leave now, but remember to keep your head up while cycling and watch the road. And don't speed through traffic lights. Remember, I am your creditor now. Despite Ye Chen's stern tone, for some reason, Lu Zixuan felt a warmth in her heart. In his previous life, Ye Chen had always believed that the incident of theft restored his dignity, and whenever he brought it up, Li Yaqi would merely smile without confirming or denying anything. His gratitude only deepened his servitude. In the end, after all he had given, he had never even held Li Yaqi's hand. A true fool. Ye Chen glanced at the IOU presented by Lu Zixuan and promptly tore off the burger section, tossing it into the trash. The burger is on me. And keep this 10 yuan as well. He handed her the 5 yuan she had previously given him, adding an extra 5. Lu Zixuan hesitated, shaking her head. I hate you. How can I possibly accept your money? Ye Chen insisted, pressing the money into her hands. Take it, I insist. You're in your senior year. Surviving on steamed buns and pickles is unacceptable. You still owe me a debt. If you starve, I'll one-tea allow it. Lu Zixuan was momentarily taken aback, her face a mask of bitterness. Who would willingly eat steamed buns and pickles? But the truth was, she had no other options. She attempted to return the money to Ye Chen. No, I can't take advantage of you. I hate you. I can't leave without compensating you. Haven't you already written an IOU? Ye Chen pressed the money into her hand once more. If you don't comply, I'll be upset. Seeing Ye Chen's fierce expression, Lu Zixuan reluctantly clenched the money tightly in her palm. All right, ride slowly, pay attention, and don't let your mind wander while cycling. Do you understand? Lu Zixuan looked at Ye Chen, puzzled by his words. However, through today's events, she realized that Ye Chen was not a bad person. Rather, he was quite considerate. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zixuan diligently wrote another line on the paper. On August 31st, 2010, Lu Zixuan owes Ye Chen 10 yuan. After completing her task, Lu Zixuan handed the IOU to Ye Chen. Rest assured, I will repay this money without fail. Very well, Ye Chen replied with a resigned nod. In truth, that 10 yuan was of great significance to her. Without it, she would have to endure several days of hunger. As the door to KFC swung open, Ye Chen noticed 3 elegantly dressed girls entering. The girl at the forefront had an oval face with a slight upturn, her hair tied in a ponytail, and she adorned a beautiful floral sundress. With her charming visage, fair skin, and the alluring legs peeking from beneath her skirt, she instantly captivated the attention of many young men upon her arrival. Liyaki? Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that in his past life, he had come to KFC at Liyaki's invitation, under the pretense of sharing a meal. Now, Ye Chen understood. It was simply that Liyaki and her friends were exhausted from shopping and had chosen him to foot the bill. How naive he had been to feel a sense of pride, believing this was a sign that Liyaki regarded him as a boyfriend. Reflecting on it now, he found it utterly ridiculous. With both Lu Zixuan and Liyaki appearing before him, Ye Chen could not suppress a cold smirk within. In his previous life, Liyaki had consistently exploited the incident of stolen money to compel Ye Chen into providing for her unconditionally. Now that the main character had arrived, Ye Chen was determined to settle the score. Zixuan, wait a moment, don't leave just yet. Lu Zixuan had also noticed Liyaki's entrance. The naive girl remained oblivious to the fact that her previous kindness had merely served as fodder for another's exploitation. Ye Chen reminisced about his past sacrifices for Liyaki, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. In those days, he had been her devoted admirer, believing that any effort he made was justified by his gratitude. However, Liyaki had maintained an inconsistent attitude towards him, their relationship shrouded in ambiguity. She accepted all the gifts he offered and expected him to settle the bills whenever they dined together, yet she always kept him at arm's length. Liyaki even claimed to be a serious girl regarding love, insisting on thoroughly assessing Ye Chen's genuine intentions toward her. Foolishly, Ye Chen had interpreted this as a sign of deepening intimacy, thus intensifying his efforts to please her. During their senior year, Ye Chen had poured all his pocket money, even his breakfast funds, into Liyaki's whims. After graduating, while Liyaki enrolled in a local second-tier university, Ye Chen's excessive devotion led to mediocre exam results, leaving him at a vocational school. Even in college, he worked tirelessly, dedicating all his earnings to lavish gifts for Liyaki, even covering her phone bills. Each time he suggested going out, she would insist on focusing on her studies and avoiding relationships. It was only later, when he heard from Zhang Yang that Liyaki had begun dating a senior shortly after starting university, that he realized he had been played for a fool. Eventually, seizing the opportunities presented by the internet boom, Ye Chen transitioned from selling computers to establishing his own company, ultimately amassing a fortune worth billions. In contrast, Liyaki found herself discarded by her wealthy husband, returning to him with a child in tow. Out of pity for their shared past, he had helped her significantly, until one day, Zhang Yang revealed that he had been deceived by Liyaki all those years. Contemplating the years he had sacrificed for her, Ye Chen found it laughably tragic. In this second chance at life, seeing that woman again filled him with disgust. While the kind-hearted Lu Zixuan had departed this world far too soon, Liyaki continued to bask in the benefits of her sacrifices. The thought ignited a fury within Ye Chen. Thankfully, life offered the chance for a fresh start. At that moment, Lu Zixuan stood beside Ye Chen, her gaze downcast, lost in thought. However, Her expression was icy, regaining a demeanor reminiscent of frost. Ye Chen suddenly understood. Lu Zixuan's aloofness was likely a form of self-protection. Li, upon noticing Ye Chen's proximity to Lu Zixuan, furrowed her brow, a pang of jealousy coursing through her. Ye Chen, why are you with Lu Zixuan? By the way, if you had to choose, would you pick me or her as your girlfriend? Lu Zixuan's beauty surpassed Li's, which irked her greatly. This question was intended to publicly humiliate Lu Zixuan, as Li was confident that Ye Chen would choose her. However, a slight smile curled Ye Chen's lips. Since you have so willingly offered your cheek for a slap, do not blame me for being unsparing. The reason Li garnered the affection of her boyfriends was precisely because Lu Zixuan's demeanor exuded an aura of coldness, giving off an impression of unapproachability. Otherwise, how could Li have been dubbed the class beauty? Ye Chen regarded Li with a calm smile. Who do you think I would choose? Chapter 5. Bidding farewell to the life of a devoted admirer. Li was taken aback by Ye Chen's response. It was not what she had anticipated. In her mind, Ye Chen should have declared his choice in her favor. Yet, she dismissed the thought, attributing it to the presence of so many girls today, leading him to feign indifference for the sake of appearances. Please have a seat. Today, I'm treating you all, so order as you please. Li said with a smile. The two girls, well aware that Li's invitation meant someone else would cover the bill, began selecting the more expensive items. Lu Zixuan quietly stood to the side, unsure of her thoughts. She knew that Ye Chen harbored feelings for Li. Although she felt she should excuse herself, Ye Chen had insisted she stay, leaving her in a dilemma. Each of them ordered a hamburger combo. At 30 yuan each, the total reached 90. Then, Li turned to Ye Chen. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pay. Ye Chen, hands his pockets, replied, You're treating, why should I pay? Taken aback, Li exchanged glances with her two friends, both wearing expressions of surprise. In the past, Ye Chen had always been eager to pay. What was different today? Li frowned. Ye Chen, why are you being so stingy? It's just a hamburger for my friends. Ye Chen chuckled. Exactly, it's just a hamburger. Since you're treating, naturally, you should pay. Li was left speechless. Beside them, Lu Zixuan blinked in astonishment. This scenario was not what she had anticipated. In class, Ye Chen had always been Li's loyal admirer. Everyone knew it. However, today he seemed remarkably different. Yaki, what is going on? We're starving here. One of her friends complained. If not, we should just go eat somewhere else. Hearing her friend's grievances, Lu Zixuan felt a flush of embarrassment. Ye Chen, you might want to consider the boundaries of your jokes. Otherwise, I might get upset. Jokes? Why would I joke with you? My family isn't a bank. So why should I pay just because you're treating? Li was utterly stunned. Ye Chen's reaction caught her off guard. Suddenly, it seemed to dawn on her. Is it because I went to the movies with Sun Chao? I just happened to like that film, so I went with him. We're just friends. Don't overthink it. Why you and Sun Chao? What is your relationship to him? Does it concern me? Then why are you acting strange today? I haven't said anything about you being with other girls. Is there a problem with inviting classmates to dinner and paying for myself? Why should I have to cover your bill? Zixuan, don't you agree? Having just been treated to KFC by Ye Chen and now reluctant to treat Li. Lu Zixuan felt a twinge of guilt, casting a cool glance at the confrontation before turning her head away. Fine, let us not eat then. We're not that hungry anyway. Exactly, Yaki. There's no need to get upset over such a trivial matter. Seeing Li's face turn green with anger, her two friends began to console her. After all, Ye Chen's reasoning was both sound and compelling. They had no means to refute him. It was widely known that Ye Chen had pursued Li for quite some time, yet she had consistently kept him in suspense. The two had never formally established a romantic relationship, which rendered Ye Chen's request for a meal a matter of courtesy rather than obligation. Taking a deep breath, Li addressed Ye Chen. Yesterday Sun Chao confessed his feelings to me, and I turned him down. Oh, let me venture a guess. Did you tell him that since we are in our final year, we ought to focus on our studies and discuss such matters after entering university? Li was momentarily taken aback. She could not comprehend how Ye Chen had divined her conversation with Sun Chao. Ye Chen, I have always harbored feelings for you, and perhaps you did have a chance. But forget it, that opportunity is better given to someone else. I cannot bear it. What do you mean by that, Ye Chen? The two close friends noticed the brewing conflict and hurriedly attempted to pull Li away. However, she stubbornly remained rooted in place. No, this cannot be left unresolved. Ye Chen, you profess to like me, yet you are unwilling to even treat me to a meal at KFC. You have no sincerity whatsoever. Had I known, I would have accepted Sun Chao's confession. Li exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. Ye Chen nodded. It's not too late to accept now. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness and early offspring. Lu Zixuan, who had been silently observing, nearly burst into laughter at Ye Chen's words, but managed to suppress it, recognizing that this was not an opportune moment for levity. Ye Chen, you have truly disappointed me. You will surely regret this. Li Yaqi stamped her foot and turned to leave with her friends. Stop. Li Yaqi halted, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. Oomph. I thought you were more resolute. Regretting so soon? Ye Chen extended his hand. Shouldn't you return the 100 yuan you borrowed from me last week for study materials? Li Yaqi was rendered speechless, her body trembling in anger. Ye Chen, are you demanding money from me? Indeed, she had borrowed 100 yuan from him. But in her mind, it was more of a casual exchange than a loan, and she had never intended to repay him. Li Yaqi could hardly believe that Ye Chen would actually ask her for it back. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. If you refuse to return it, I shall ask you daily. As long as you are unashamed, so will I. Li Yaqi gritted her teeth. You two should lend me some money. Her friends each pulled out some cash, and together with her own, they managed to gather 100 yuan. Ye Chen, if you take this money back, we shall have no further relationship. Excellent, as you wish, Ye Chen declared, snatching the money from her grasp. Now we are even. We are no longer connected. His expression resembled that of someone who had shed a heavy burden. You. Li Yaqi stamped her foot in frustration, wiping away her tears as she stormed out. Ye Chen exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration as he watched her retreating figure. After years of resentment, it had finally been released. Lu Zixuan had always believed this matter did not concern her, yet Ye Chen still desired to let her witness it. If you have nothing else, I shall take my leave. Follow me. Ye Chen pulled Lu Zixuan towards a nearby supermarket. Why have you brought me here? Lu Zixuan halted at the entrance. I want to thank you. The last time I was wronged by the head teacher, you were the one who cleared my name. Lu Zixuan was taken aback. She had discreetly approached the class teacher about the matter. She was surprised that Ye Chen was aware of it, and her cheeks flushed. Chapter 6. The Start of School. Ye Chen unceremoniously dragged Lu Zixuan into the supermarket. Push a cart. Oh. Lu Zixuan obediently nodded, feeling that helping Ye Chen with the cart was a small price to pay for the debt she owed him. As Ye Chen walked ahead, Lu Zixuan suddenly recalled something. Does your foot still hurt? Ye Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He had completely forgotten about his foot. Of course it hurts. I've been enduring it. Oh, Lu Zixuan nodded, though her gaze was laced with skepticism. Ye Chen first arrived at the food section, picking up several packs of instant noodles, bread, ham sausages, and pickled vegetables. Lu Zixuan swallowed hard at the sight of the items in the cart. Each time she visited the supermarket, she would linger in the food section, relishing the aromas even if she could not partake. Then they moved on to the stationery section. Pencil cases, pens, correction tape, and backpacks. Lu Zixuan looked on in confusion as Ye Chen tossed a pink backpack into the cart. She wondered if it was for his younger sister, feeling a twinge of envy for the thoughtful sibling she had. Suddenly, Lu Zixuan stopped in her tracks, gazing at a figurine of a character she adored in her childhood. The character's clumsy charm brought forth her fondest memories, yet nostalgia brought her a pang of sadness. Ye Chen approached the feminine hygiene product section and picked up a pack. Examining it, Lu Zixuan was momentarily stunned. Was he doing buying such things for girls? Moreover, from Ye Chen's expression, he seemed quite intrigued. He can't possibly have some peculiar hobby, can he? Ye Chen suddenly looked up, their eyes locking, causing Lu Zixuan to hurriedly lower her gaze. What size do you usually use? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shook her head. Such matters were private for women, and there was no way she would discuss it with him. Noticing her reluctance to answer, Ye Chen turned to a nearby sales assistant. Excuse me, what size would a girl her age typically use? Lu Zixuan was flabbergasted. How could he ask someone such a question? Quickly, she blushed and grabbed a pack of sanitary pads, declaring, stop asking, I use this size. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ye Chen promptly tossed 2 packs into the cart. He recalled an incident in a previous life during gym class when Lu Zixuan had an embarrassing mishap, and many classmates had secretly discussed her. They had claimed that Lu Zixuan had been using her pads for too long without changing. Before long, the cart was filled to the brim. At the checkout, the total came to 98 yuan. Ye Chen had nearly spent the 100 yuan he had obtained from Li Yaqi. He placed the items into 2 bags. Here, all of this is for you. For me? Lu Zixuan gazed at the bags in Ye Chen's hands, bewildered. Indeed. Do not overthink it. This is my way of thanking you for proving my innocence last time. I cannot accept this. If you refuse, then you must take me to the hospital for treatment. A visit there would certainly cost several thousand yuan. Without money, one might end up in jail. Ye Chen threatened, his tone stern. Lu Zixuan bit her lip, ultimately accepting the 2 bags. Consider it a debt I owe you. She took out a pen and paper, inscribing a delicate note on the previous IOU. August 31st, 2010, Lu Zixuan owes Ye Chen 98 yuan, observing her accumulating debts. Lu Zixuan felt a bitterness in her heart. It seemed like an insurmountable burden. especially when she noted that Ye Chen had yet to fill in the amount he expected her to repay. Unable to resist, she inquired, "How much do you want me to repay you? How about you offer yourself as compensation?" Lu Zixuan's cheeks flushed. "In your dreams," she retorted, quickly grabbing the 2 bags and fleeing. "Be careful on your way back. Ride slowly," Ye Chen called out, reiterating his concerns. Upon returning home, Ye Chen was greeted by a familiar gruff voice. "Ye Chen, with the college entrance examination fast approaching, why are you still out playing? Do you not wish to attend university?" Upon seeing his father seated on the sofa, a serious expression on his face as he smoked, Ye Chen felt a pang of emotion. He rushed forward and enveloped his father in a warm embrace. In his previous life, his father had succumbed to a grave illness brought on by years of smoking, leaving him far too soon. Yiming was taken aback. "What's with you, you rascal? Why the sudden hug?" His sister, standing nearby, could not help but scoff. "Disgusting." "Disgusting? After I hug Dad, I'll hug you too." "No way." Ye Chen bantered with his sister before turning serious. "Dad, you really ought to cut down on smoking. You little brat. Since when did you start caring about me? You should be more concerned about yourself. In this day and age, how will you get by without a diploma?" Having been reborn, Ye Chen was determined to help his father quit smoking. "Dad, let us make a bet. If I get into Jin University, will you promise to quit smoking?" Yiming couldn't help but chuckle at his son's audacity. He was well aware of Ye Chen's academic standing, especially after the teacher had informed him that his son had ranked last in the recent exams. "Get into Jin University? What a joke. All right, I'll hold you to that. If you manage to get into Jin University, I'll quit smoking." A promise made. In his previous life, Yiming had endured great suffering due to his illness. The doctor had mentioned that if he had quit smoking sooner, his condition wouldn't have been so dire. In this life, Ye Chen was resolute in ensuring his father quit smoking and regularly underwent health checkups. Since he had been granted a second chance, he would strive to provide his family with the best possible life. September 1st marked the beginning of the 3rd year of high school. Ye Chen bought some crepes and arrived at school early, his heart heavy with anxiety. Upon entering the classroom, he spotted Lu Zixuan, who was on duty, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed Lu Zixuan had successfully navigated her trials. A surge of excitement bubbled within Ye Chen, yet he failed to notice the envious gaze of Liyaki from across the room. Previously, Ye Chen's first action upon arriving at school was to deliver breakfast to her. Today, however, she hadn't eaten, convinced he would bring her something. Yet, as he walked in, his focus remained on Lu Zixuan. Liyaki felt a pang of insecurity. She knew Lu Zixuan was far more attractive. The only reason she hadn't garnered attention was her habit of keeping to herself, seldom engaging with others. If Lu Zixuan ever interacted with their classmates, she'd undoubtedly steal the spotlight. Ye Chen retrieved the crepes from his bag and approached Liyaki, igniting a flicker of hope in her heart. "Huh, I knew it. A devoted admirer will always return when hungry." As she extended her hand to accept the breakfast, Ye Chen bypassed her entirely, heading towards Lu Zixuan instead. Chapter 7. Lu Zixuan's Choice. Liyaki's hand froze mid-air, enveloped in an awkward silence, compounded by the grumbling protests of her stomach. She watched helplessly as Ye Chen presented the crepes, intended for her, to Lu Zixuan. Taken aback, Lu Zixuan stared at the breakfast, unsure of how to respond. Ye Chen snatched the broom from her grasp. "I'll help you clean the classroom. You go enjoy your breakfast." "I've already eaten," Lu Zixuan replied, but her stomach betrayed her with an embarrassing growl. To save money, she never ate breakfast, a fact Ye Chen had long noted. "Do you wish for everyone to know you're a deadbeat who never pays back debts?" He waved the IOU mockingly. "I'm not refusing to repay. I'm merely saying I'll pay later." Lu Zixuan felt a sense of injustice, akin to being caught in a trap. "You either pay me back now or graciously accept my breakfast." Despite being threatened, Lu Zixuan couldn't muster any anger. Reluctantly, she accepted the crepes and began to eat. Liyaki's favorite was indeed crepes, and the aroma wafting from the breakfast only intensified her hunger. A sudden panic gripped her. Could it be that Ye Chen had truly shifted his affections? At that moment, her friend nudged her. "Yaki, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" "Xiaoli, do you think Ye Chen has found someone new?" Having witnessed the earlier scene, Xiaoli recalled the events of yesterday. "No way. Lu Zixuan hardly talks to anyone. Would Ye Chen really be attracted to such a personality? Or is he just trying to make you jealous?" Liyaki's eyes brightened as she contemplated Xiaoli's words. "If that's the case, I'll make him pay dearly for it." Forcing him to kneel and apologize. Wiping her tears, she regained her haughty demeanor. The bell rang, signaling the start of class as their homeroom teacher, Liang, entered the classroom and surveyed the students. "Classmates, this semester, we will arrange seats based on your scores from the last exams. The top 10 can choose their seats and partners, but choosing a partner means forfeiting the priority for seating." Sun Chao beamed with delight. With Lu Zixuan in first place and himself in second, he could sit next to her. Despite Lu Zixuan's modest attire, he had long admired her long legs. Just the thought of sharing a desk with her during class sent shivers of excitement through him. Li Ying's gaze fell on Lu Zixuan, her eyes brimming with affection. Zixuan, as the top student, you may select your seat first. The central front seat, regarded as a prime location, was traditionally chosen by the best students. Lu Zixuan stood, inhaling deeply, as if making a momentous decision. Teacher, I forfeit my seat choice. I choose a partner. Choose a partner? The classroom fell into stunned silence. To her classmates, Lu Zixuan was merely a bookworm, rarely engaging with others. Who would she choose as her partner? Ye Chen was taken aback by Lu Zixuan's decision. Their eyes met, and he felt a stirring in his heart. Could it be that she? Li Ying, puzzled, inquired, Lu Zixuan, who do you wish to partner with? With a slight bite of her lip, she declared, Ye Chen. A collective gasp echoed through the classroom as all eyes turned toward Ye Chen, who felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Li Yaqi's expression was laden with jealousy, while Li Ying's face registered shock. The other students, too, wore expressions of disbelief. What was happening? The top student, Lu Zixuan, willing to sit with the underperformer Ye Chen? Lu Zixuan, Ye Chen ranked at the bottom last semester. If you sit with him, you'll be relegated to the back row, Li Ying warned, anxious for her star pupil. The front row was for the top students, while the back was occupied by those struggling academically. How could she allow Lu Zixuan, a gem of class 2, to be placed at the back? Teacher, it's all right. I'll take responsibility for my choice. I disagree, Li Ying replied, her voice laced with frustration. Ye Chen was hardly a model student. If Lu Zixuan sat with him, she risked being led astray. Sun Chao, witnessing his plan crumble, chimed in anxiously. Ye Chen shot a disdainful glance at him. This guy, while appearing virtuous, was merely a facade, his thoughts often straying to the female classmates he fantasized about. Last time he was caught with adult magazines, he nearly took the fall for it. The math teacher, Gung Yin, recently graduated, was beautiful with long legs and fond of wearing black stockings. It was no surprise that he often engaged in mischievous behavior during her classes. His intention to sit next to Lu Zixuan was far from academic. It was purely a matter of coveting her long legs. In the sultry embrace of summer, girls adorned in long skirts evoke an undeniable allure. And Lu Zixuan's exquisite legs are truly captivating. Ye Chen recalls from his past life that Sun Chao was an exemplary student, ultimately gaining admission to a prestigious graduate school. Unfortunately, his downfall came when he was caught surreptitiously filming girls on the subway, leading to his disgrace and a swift police intervention. Such a loathsome individual. Ye Chen could never permit him to share a seat with Lu Zixuan. Rising to his feet, he declared, Teacher, I believe that having Lu Zixuan seated beside me would greatly aid in my academic endeavors and foster my progress. Li Ying regarded Ye Chen with evident disdain. Is there truly room for improvement in your performance? From what I observe, your potential for regression seems significant. I cannot agree to this arrangement. Determined, Li Ying resolved that Lu Zixuan must not be relegated to the realm of underachievers. The back row was a haven for those lacking ambition, students dozing off, picking their toes, snacking, or engrossed in comic books, with nary a thought for studying. In such an environment, Lu Zixuan would undoubtedly be adversely affected. Teacher, you mentioned that the top 10 students could choose their seats and partners. You should not contravene this rule, Lu Zixuan asserted with unwavering conviction. Li Ying looked at her in surprise. In her memory, Lu Zixuan had always been exceedingly obedient. What had transpired today? Had Ye Chen somehow influenced her? How daring of her to defy the teacher. Rest assured, I will not interfere with Lu Zixuan's studies. If I fail to place in the top 10 during the monthly exam, you may relocate Lu Zixuan to the front, Ye Chen stated, silencing the classroom. Almost everyone stared at him in disbelief. Ye Chen, who had ranked last in the previous semester, was now claiming he could secure a top 10 position? Li Ying, equally astonished, nodded in agreement. Very well, this is your assertion. If you do not achieve a top 10 finish in the upcoming exam, I will promptly move Lu Zixuan back to the front. When Li Yaqi learned that Lu Zixuan had relinquished her front row seat to sit with Ye Chen in the underachiever zone, her heart sank, filled with a sense of impending crisis. Was it possible that Lu Zixuan and Ye Chen were embroiled in a secret affair? Though Ye Chen was not particularly studious, he possessed a certain charm. Li Yaqi was not overtly fond of him, yet she relished the attention he had previously lavished upon her. The transition began, and all students filed into the hallway, re-entering the classroom in an orderly fashion. Eventually, only Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan remained in the corridor. Li Ying emerged, her gaze sweeping over them. What exactly is going on between you two? Chapter 8. the scholar's desk mate. Having served as a homeroom teacher for over a decade, Li Ying could easily discern the unusual dynamic between the two, particularly with Lu Zixuan, who had never before engaged with her classmates, but had today taken the initiative to sit beside Ye Chen. Stealing a glance at Ye Chen, Lu Zixuan replied, "Teacher Li, I simply wish to assist Ye Chen in improving his academic performance." Li Ying frowned, turning her attention to Ye Chen. "What is your explanation for this?" "Teacher, I hope to make the most of my final year and gain admission to a good university, which is why I wish to sit with Lu Zixuan. I believe she can help guide me in my studies." Li Ying scrutinized Ye Chen. She had always perceived him as intelligent, albeit distracted from his studies. Though it was somewhat late in his senior year to begin exerting effort with determination, he still had a chance at university. Her primary concern was that they might be involved in a romantic relationship. Early romance was a minefield for high school students, and she had witnessed many promising students suffer academically due to such distractions, ultimately missing out on prestigious institutions. Li Ying would not allow this to happen to Lu Zixuan. Staring intently at Ye Chen, she warned, "Ye Chen, I hope your intentions are genuine. However, I caution you not to interfere with Lu Zixuan's studies. Should I discover that your presence adversely affects her performance, I will immediately relocate her to the front." Lu Zixuan beamed at this, replying, "Teacher, I trust that Ye Chen will not disrupt my learning." "Humph! If he dares, I shall have him stand outside or summon his parents," Li Ying retorted, adding, "Zixuan, if Ye Chen bullies you, inform me, and I shall deal with him. This final year is crucial. Do not allow distractions. Do you understand?" "I understand," Lu Zixuan nodded. "Very well, you may proceed." With their backpacks in tow, Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan made their way to the classroom. Li Ying observed Ye Chen's retreating figure, musing to herself, "Why does Ye Chen seem so different from before?" Under the watchful eyes of their classmates, the two walked towards the last row. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. Lu Zixuan's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, following closely behind Ye Chen. Li Yaqi's gaze was filled with jealousy as she watched them. In the end, Sun Chao became her desk mate. While Sun Chao was pleased, Li Yaqi felt quite the opposite. Particularly, seeing Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan seated together filled her with discomfort. Ye Chen had previously fawned over her daily, but now, with a sudden absence, she felt an undeniable sense of awkwardness. Though Sun Chao performed well academically, his appearance did not appeal to her, as someone who valued looks. She couldn't bring herself to even glance in his direction. As soon as Lu Zixuan took her seat, a boy from the front row turned around. "Hello, Scholar Lu." The speaker, Zhang Yang, was Ye Chen's childhood friend. He was rather shy, especially around attractive girls. Noticing Zhang Yang's nervousness, Ye Chen discreetly pulled out a tissue to cover his mouth and nose. Just as Lu Zixuan opened her mouth to speak, she was interrupted by a muffled sound. In haste, she also covered her nose. "How foul!" Li Ying entered just then, taking a sudden whiff and wrinkling her nose. "What is that strange odor? Open the windows for some fresh air." The students readily agreed, with one promptly opening the window. Ye Chen whispered to Lu Zixuan, "Zhang Yang is my childhood friend, nicknamed Fart God. He has a peculiar habit of passing gas when anxious, and his flatulence is notoriously foul. Anyone who provokes him will soon find themselves regretting it, as his gas can make one feel utterly defeated." Lu Zixuan couldn't help but smile at this. Watching her laugh, Ye Chen recalled an expression, a smile that could topple a city. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "You look truly beautiful when you smile." Lu Zixuan shot him a glare, quickly reverting to her usual aloof demeanor. With the windows opened, the room began to air out, allowing the students to commence their morning reading. Lu Zixuan opened her English textbook and began to read diligently, while Ye Chen propped his head on his hand. Gazing at her, he felt as if he were in a dream. Lu Zixuan, engrossed in her studies, was a sight to behold. Bathed in the morning sun, her hair shimmered like gold in the gentle breeze. Her long lashes, flawless complexion, and luscious lips made Ye Chen realize how foolish he had been in his past life for not cherishing such a gem, instead choosing to fawn over Li Yaqi. The scheming girl. Lu Zixuan had long since noticed Ye Chen's lingering gaze. At first, she tolerated it, but as he continued to stare, she finally spoke up. "Have you finished looking? Such beauty is hard to behold in its entirety. How tiresome. Focus on your studies. Have you forgotten your promise to Teacher Li?" Ye Chen pulled his gaze away and produced a piece of chocolate. "Here, take this to stave off your low blood sugar during gym class." Lu Zixuan paused, puzzled by his knowledge of her condition. "No need," she replied coolly. "If you refuse, do you believe I will forget that I am your creditor?" Ye Chen mimicked a dramatic gesture of pulling a trigger. Reluctantly, Lu Zixuan accepted the chocolate, casting him a fierce look with her beautiful eyes. Ye Chen chuckled, "Ah, from now on, be a good student and listen well. That is what a good child does." Suddenly, Ye Chen sensed something white flying towards him. He nimbly dodged to the side. Smack! A piece of chalk struck the head of the slumbering deity, Zhang Tao, rousing him abruptly. Is class over? He exclaimed, eliciting a chorus of laughter from his classmates. Liang shot Zhang Tao a fierce glare before her gaze settled on Ye Chen. The final year of high school is your last chance to make a concerted effort. I hope you all cease to drift aimlessly through your days. If some among you only boast without diligent study and disrupt others, do not blame me for being unkind. If you aspire to rise above the ordinary, you must study hard and gain admission to a prestigious university. That is your only path forward. Upon hearing Li Ying's words, Ye Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Rise above the ordinary? Ying, do you know how many graduates from 985 and 211 universities are delivering takeout in our era? In his previous life, many of Ye Chen's classmates found respectable jobs post-graduation, earning monthly salaries in the hundreds of thousands, only to face layoffs in midlife and find themselves jobless. What were they to do, with aging parents and young children to support? In his last life, Ye Chen was a corporate executive, witnessing countless university graduates from that era being replaced by newcomers, forced to take up delivery jobs or become ride-hailing drivers. Although Ye Chen attended a less prestigious university, he later became self-taught and obtained his diploma through self-study. However, his lack of experience in a real university remained a lingering regret. In this life, he yearned to experience what true university life felt like. After the morning study session concluded, Liang departed from the classroom. At the door, she exchanged a few words with Teacher Geng, who cast a particular glance in Ye Chen's direction. Ye Chen couldn't shake the feeling that Teacher Geng's gaze held an unusual intensity. In Chapter 9, this question is not difficult. Ye Chen, do you wish to attend university? Suddenly, Lu Zixuan addressed him. Of course, he replied. In the future, I can assist you in your studies, but you must heed my guidance. Listen to you? Ye Chen grinned at Lu Zixuan. If you expect me to be your boyfriend, must I also comply? Ye Chen's playful grin widened. If you do not wish for that, then forget it. Lu Zixuan's cheeks flushed at Ye Chen's teasing. All right, I can follow your lead in matters of study, but for everything else, you must listen to me. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zixuan nodded. Fine, I agree. Let's make a promise. Their pinky fingers intertwined, and she playfully bumped her thumb against his. All right, we have sealed our pact, Lu Zixuan declared with a mischievous sparkle in her eye. As the class bell rang, Teacher Geng entered. With her graceful figure, flowing hair, and striking beauty, she wore a blue dress that accentuated her long legs. This ensemble immediately ignited excitement in Sun Chao, who draped his school uniform over his thighs and began to move his right hand rhythmically. Ye Chen found himself intrigued by how someone like Sun Chao could balance his passions with academics, consistently ranking second in the class. Was this what they called talent? As Ye Chen observed Sun Chao's animated hand movements, Lu Zixuan poked him with her pen. What are you looking at? I'm admiring the lush god, Ye Chen replied. What lush god? Lu Zixuan asked, puzzled. The lush god. Ye Chen hesitated. It's a bit complicated to explain. Pay attention in class and don't get distracted, Lu Zixuan retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Just as Ye Chen was about to engage her further, Teacher Geng called his name. Ye Chen, you seemed quite engrossed a moment ago. Surely, you can solve the final question on the test. The lesson focused on the last question from the previous semester's final exam, a question that was somewhat beyond the syllabus. Only Lu Zixuan had answered it correctly. Earlier, Teacher Li had instructed Teacher Geng to pay special attention to both Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan. Unsurprisingly, Ye Chen's presence had disrupted Lu Zixuan's concentration. Teacher Geng called on Ye Chen primarily to reprimand him. Ye Chen glanced at the question on the board. It did not appear particularly challenging. Teacher, I can indeed solve this question. May I give a try? You can? Teacher Geng looked at him in surprise, and the other students turned to face him. Teacher Geng frowned slightly. If you believe you can, come up and demonstrate. She had already resolved to reprimand Ye Chen if he faltered. As she spoke, her figure leaned casually against Sun Chao's desk, prompting an eager glint in his eyes. Ye Chen approached the board and began to write swiftly. Initially, his classmates assumed he was merely boasting. However, as he wrote, they became entranced. The formulas he inscribed were unfamiliar to many. Teacher Geng, too, was astonished as she observed Ye Chen employing advanced calculus concepts. How is this possible? Ye Chen, who had previously struggled with mathematics, how could he know these formulas? What had transpired during the summer? Teacher Geng regarded the board, her expression shifting to one of admiration. Once Ye Chen completed the question, Lu Zixuan stared at the answer in disbelief. The formulas he had used were entirely new to her. She worried Ye Chen might have fabricated them. Just as her concerns mounted, he arrived at the correct answer. Lu Zixuan realized it had taken her numerous steps to solve the problem, while Ye Chen had accomplished it in mere moments. Ye Chen, how did you come to know advanced calculus? Did you self-study over the summer? Teacher Gung's figure remained poised against the desk, accentuating her graceful curves, captivating Sun Chao, who sat at the back of the classroom. In the last semester's final exam, Ye Chen had ranked at the bottom of the class in mathematics, scoring barely over 30 points. Yet here he was, using calculus to tackle a high school question. Truly remarkable. I suddenly had an epiphany over the summer and diligently studied, completing the high school mathematics syllabus and even delving into some calculus concepts. Ye Chen casually fabricated a response. Huh. Sun Chao could no longer contain his laughter. Ye Chen, who are you trying to fool? Did you look up the answer online and memorize it? You think you can master 3 years of high school mathematics and some university-level calculus in a single summer? His words resonated with the class, prompting laughter and snickers. It made sense that he could solve the question. He had simply found the answer online. The notion of an epiphany was merely boastful exaggeration. Lu Zixuan shot Sun Chao an irate glare, though she too felt a pang of doubt. How could Ye Chen possess knowledge of calculus? Was it possible that his claim of enlightenment held some truth? Li Yaqi furrowed her brow, wishing only for Ye Chen to remain submissive to her whims and not excel academically. The more accomplished he became, the more uncomfortable she felt. Thus, she hoped Ye Chen was merely boasting. Sun Chao, playing with your toy during math class and casting accusations is a bit excessive, don't you think? Playing with my toy? Teacher Gung abruptly turned to Sun Chao. He jerked, hastily withdrawing his hand from beneath his uniform and placing it on the desk, his face reddening with embarrassment. Seeing nothing amiss, Teacher Gung turned back to Ye Chen. I'll pose another question. This was a random question from her, yet Ye Chen managed to solve it effortlessly. Teacher Gung approached Ye Chen with a smile, her body leaning slightly forward, a fragrant aroma enveloping him. Her gaze sparkled with appreciation. Ye Chen, very well done. Keep up the excellent work. I have high hopes for you. The question she had posed was beyond the syllabus, and Ye Chen's ability to solve it indicated that his mathematical prowess might even surpass that of Lu Zixuan. The class had welcomed yet another academic prodigy, and she was genuinely pleased. Ye Chen cast a triumphant glance at Sun Chao, who now dared not make any further displays. Sun Chao shot Ye Chen a resentful glare, while Ye Chen cheekily raised his middle finger in response. Such questions are indeed challenging at the high school level. Yet for Ye Chen, who has delved into advanced mathematics, they are utterly facile. As he basked in the envious glances of his peers, Ye Chen felt an exhilarating surge of satisfaction. The sensation of being an academic prodigy is indeed delightful. Li Yaqi gazed at Ye Chen, feeling as though she were observing a stranger. Since yesterday, he seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. This mathematics class was a shining display of his brilliance. Most notably, it appeared that Ye Chen no longer harbored any affections for her, which caused a pang of heartache within Li Yaqi. Once seated, Ye Chen smugly proclaimed, "So, shouldn't Teacher Lu commend me?" Lu Zixuan shot him a disapproving glance, replying, "You bully others. With such a level, you might as well be my teacher." Teacher Gung continued discussing the exam papers, and Ye Chen realized that high school mathematics was, for him, exceedingly simplistic. Perhaps due to his prolonged absence from class, he found himself increasingly drowsy as the lecture progressed, ultimately succumbing to sleep. A gentle breeze tousled Ye Chen's hair. Lu Zixuan gazed dreamily at his profile. He was undeniably handsome, with striking features. After a moment's contemplation, she placed Ye Chen's mathematics book in front of him. Just as Lu Zixuan exhaled a sigh of relief, she suddenly noticed the homeroom teacher, Li, appearing at the back window, peering into the classroom. Chapter 10. Let us reconcile. Lu Zixuan discretely pinched Ye Chen. He jolted awake, about to inquire why she had pinched him, only to discover their homeroom teacher observing from the window. In his rebirth, Ye Chen had even ascended to an executive position. However, the ingrained authority of the homeroom teacher was indelibly etched into his very being. He immediately straightened his posture. Li's gaze swiftly shifted to Zhang Tao, who was still asleep behind him. Li entered the classroom and approached Zhang Tao, who was blissfully unaware, drooling in his slumber. After exchanging pleasantries with Teacher Gung, Li seized Zhang Tao by the ear and dragged him out. Ye Chen inhaled sharply. Had it not been for Lu Zixuan's timely warning, he too would have faced a similar fate. Zhang Tao was sent outside to stand in punishment, while Ye Chen chose to lay down and continue his slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Zixuan cautiously shielded Ye Chen with her book, thoughtfully drawing the curtains to block the sunlight. Observing him asleep brought her immense joy. Previously, Ye Chen had often been dragged out by Teacher Li for his naps, and she had been too far away to assist him. Now, she relished the opportunity to do something for him. As she worked on her problems, Lu Zixuan stole glances at Ye Chen's profile. To her surprise, She noticed a plush toy of Lu Zixuan had mysteriously appeared in front of him, a toy she had long admired at the supermarket. For a moment, she was taken aback. Ye Chen, however, pushed the Lu Zixuan keychain towards her before turning back to his slumber. Looking at the keychain stirred up a wave of nostalgia within Lu Zixuan, reminiscent of her childhood. After a brief internal struggle, she finally took the Lu Zixuan and hung it on her backpack. The school bell rang, and most students rested their heads on their desks. After a long summer, many had yet to adjust to the abrupt early mornings of school. Ye Chen awoke with a yawn, feeling unusually refreshed. In his past life, he constantly worried about being awakened by teachers. Now, with Lu Zixuan by his side, he felt more at ease. He noticed that the Lu Zixuan keychain he had pushed towards her was now adorning her backpack. The first 3 periods of the morning consisted of English, mathematics, and Chinese, with the final period dedicated to physical education. The PE classes in senior year were significantly reduced. Initially, there was some leeway, but as the school year progressed, core subjects took precedence. Ye Chen even considered the PE teacher to be among the least burdened professions. High school PE classes lacked substantial content. After completing their warm-up exercises, students were free to engage in various activities. The September weather remained quite warm. Ye Chen wandered to the nearby convenience store to purchase 2 bottles of ice-cold cola. On the playground, some boys played basketball while others kicked soccer balls, and the girls congregated in the exercise area to chat. Lu Zixuan sat alone in the stands. Lost in thought, Ye Chen approached her, offering one of the colas. Lu Zixuan glanced at the cold drink and shook her head. "I'm not thirsty. If you refuse to drink, I shall be quite displeased, and the consequences of my displeasure may be severe." With that, Ye Chen playfully flicked Lu Zixuan on the forehead. "Forget it. In matters of study, I shall heed your guidance. In all else, you shall follow my lead." Rubbing her forehead, Lu Zixuan wore a look of feigned indignation. That hurt. As she observed Ye Chen's fierce expression, she reluctantly accepted the cola. Just as she was about to twist the cap off herself, Ye Chen snatched it back and unscrewed it for her. Lu Zixuan took a sip, relishing the invigorating chill. Previously, during PE classes, she had watched her classmates enjoy ice-cold cola, feeling quite envious, but she could never afford it. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a bottle had vanished down her throat. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of embarrassment at how unladylike she appeared while drinking, her cheeks flushing a bright red. She turned away from Ye Chen, taking another sip. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, carrying with it a faint fragrance. For reasons unknown, ever since he had rescued Lu Zixuan, Ye Chen felt as though he were nurturing a daughter. The cola in Lu Zixuan's hand soon approached its end. Ye Chen extended his own drink to her. "If that is not enough, you may have this one as well." Lu Zixuan shook her head. "I really don't want any more. I'm not thirsty." After finishing, she still tenderly rubbed her forehead, recalling the flick. Was that really necessary? That was merely a gentle reminder. "Should you defy me again, I shall flick harder next time." Lu Zixuan gazed at Ye Chen with a look of reproach, feeling that he was excessively domineering. "Is that how you resolve disagreements?" Ye Chen mimed the flicking gesture, exhaling a playful sigh. She recoiled, her fierce demeanor softening into a pitiful expression. Ye Chen understood that Lu Zixuan possessed a strong-willed nature, necessitating occasional firm measures. Simply speaking in gentle tones would not compel her to comply. Most importantly, Ye Chen held a blank IOU over her head, ensuring she would owe him for a lifetime. Thus, she would be compelled to listen to him unconditionally. On the basketball court, Sun Chao skillfully maneuvered past 2 opponents to execute a stunning layup, feeling quite proud of his finesse. However, upon turning around, he realized that Liyaki was not watching the game, but rather gazing toward the stands. There, Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan appeared to be engaged in conversation. He dashed into the convenience store, purchasing a bottle of cola and presenting it to Liyaki. "Yaki, it's so hot. Have some ice-cold cola." "I'm not thirsty." Liyaki didn't even glance at him, her gaze fixed on Ye Chen. Suddenly, she seemed to have an epiphany, taking the cola from Sun Chao's hands. Sun Chao beamed with joy, ready to speak. But Liyaki ignored him and walked straight toward the stands. Upon reaching Ye Chen, she requested, "Ye Chen, could you please open the cap of my cola?" Ye Chen looked up, slightly bemused. "Can't you do it yourself? You're being unreasonable. You always opened the caps for me before." Liyaki could no longer contain her frustration, her voice rising to draw the attention of several classmates. Sun Chao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that the cola he had purchased for Liyaki was now being opened by another boy. Students relished such gossip, and many subtly gravitated closer, eager to catch the latest drama. That was then. Now I'm no longer inclined to help. Do you have a problem with that? Lu Zixuan sat beside Ye Chen. Her ears already perked up, even though she did not glance at the two. Liyaki took a deep breath and said, Ye Chen, I know you're still upset with me. I admit that on that day, Sun Chao did confess to me while watching a movie, but I turned him down. I do not harbor any feelings for him. Oh, and how does that concern me? Ye Chen retorted. How could not? Haven't you always had feelings for me? She pressed. Well then, do you have feelings for me? He inquired. I have mentioned before that we are in our senior year and should prioritize our studies. If you perform well in college. Before she could finish, Lu Zixuan had already dashed over to the physical education teacher who was engrossed in a game. Teacher, the free activity time is over. Oh, the PE teacher put away his phone and blew his whistle. Gather round. Li Yaqi wanted to continue her conversation, but Ye Chen had already turned and dashed towards the playground. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and followed suit to line up. After physical education class, Li Yaqi approached Ye Chen once more. Ye Chen, join me for lunch. It's on me. Chapter 11. Vegetable soup and rice. Ye Chen looked at Li Yaqi in astonishment. In his previous life, he had pined after Li Yaqi for years, and yet this woman had never offered him anything. Today, she was inviting him to lunch. The sun must have risen from the west. Sorry, I need to head back to class to study. Ye Chen turned and walked towards the classroom. Li Yaqi stamped her foot in frustration. She had never taken the initiative to invite a boy to lunch before, and this was her first time, yet Ye Chen had declined her offer. As physical education was the last class of the day, many students rushed to the cafeteria to secure their meals. Upon returning to class, Ye Chen found Lu Zixuan seated at her desk, engrossed in practice problems. In Ye Chen's memory, he had never encountered Lu Zixuan in the cafeteria. She always arrived last. The earlier one arrived at the cafeteria, the more meat one could get in the dishes. For instance, with spicy diced chicken, arriving early meant enjoying plenty of thigh meat. Arriving late meant only getting leftover potatoes, chili, and the scraps of chicken necks. Yet, Lu Zixuan always seemed to arrive the latest. Ye Chen returned to his seat and picked up his book. After a day of classes, he felt confident about mathematics and English, but he was most troubled by Chinese. Memorizing the texts was a true challenge. Those who traversed worlds either had systems or remarkable memories. Ye Chen found that the system had merely made his body sturdier and granted him a bit more strength. Was this truly beneficial? Was being reborn meant to toil like a laborer? However, to ensure he and Lu Zixuan could attend the same university, Ye Chen had to apply himself. He took out his textbook and began to memorize a required classical text, regardless of his past or present. Memorization had always been Ye Chen's greatest headache. Nevertheless, a man who is willing to strive is never far from success. Before long, soft snores filled the air. Lu Zixuan had noticed Ye Chen's entrance and felt a sense of joy at seeing him diligently reciting his lessons. However, her amusement quickly faded as she noticed Ye Chen had succumbed to slumber, resting his head on the desk. This guy. Lu Zixuan shook her head in resignation. At times, she felt as if Ye Chen were an entirely different person. Yet, each time the sound of snoring echoed during class, Lu Zixuan was reminded that Ye Chen was still Ye Chen. Pausing her writing, Lu Zixuan gazed at Ye Chen, asleep on the desk. In truth, she had known Ye Chen since elementary school. She could not forget the handsome boy who had stood up for her when she was bullied, driving away the bad kids. However, as they grew older, both Lu Zixuan and Ye Chen had changed significantly. Though Ye Chen did not recognize Lu Zixuan, she remembered him vividly, especially the scar on his arm, a remnant from a fight he had bravely fought for her. Gently, Lu Zixuan traced the scar with her fingers, a smile blossoming on her face. Suddenly, Ye Chen stirred, causing Lu Zixuan to jump. She hurriedly grabbed her pen and resumed her practice problems, relieved that he had not awoken. After glancing at the time, she felt it was about time to leave. Quietly, she removed her outer garment and draped it over Ye Chen's shoulders before tiptoeing out of the classroom. The reason Lu Zixuan took her time to go to the cafeteria was that she could not afford vegetables. She did not want her classmates to see her eating only plain rice and vegetable soup. So she always made a point to be the last to arrive at the cafeteria. By the time she reached the cafeteria, most students had already left. The cafeteria lady smiled upon seeing Lu Zixuan. Ah, you've arrived, dear. Yes, Annie, I'd like a serving of rice and a bit of vegetable soup, please. Sure thing. You always drink vegetable soup. It's not very nutritious, you know. Lu Zixuan smiled awkwardly. A bowl of rice cost 50 cents. Glancing at her meal card, which only had 25 cents left, a hint of bitterness crossed her face. With her bowl of rice in hand, Lu Zixuan took a seat. The vegetable soup was free, and it was beef broth, which, when mixed with rice, tasted quite delightful. Lu Zixuan relished her meal. For her, this was already a feast. Just then, a figure appeared behind her. You? Eating this every day? Lu Zixuan jumped in surprise. Ye Chen had somehow taken a seat beside her, holding a bowl of plain rice and the same vegetable soup. I I came late, and there were no other dishes left. Ye Chen chose not to expose her. He finally understood why Lu Zixuan always came to the cafeteria so late. The vegetable soup was free, and a bowl of rice was all that was needed. Taking a bite, Ye Chen thought to himself, how does this girl manage to eat this every day? He stood up. Let us go. I'll take you out for a meal. I don't want to. Ye Chen directly placed his finger on Lu Zixuan's forehead. Are you going or not? No. Bang. That hurts. Lu Zixuan exclaimed. Do you not understand how to be gentle? If you don't behave, you'll get suppressed. Are you going or not? Not going. Stop arguing. If you don't go, I'll keep doing this. 10 minutes later, Ye Chen led Lu Zixuan to a bun shop beside the school. Ye Chen ordered a plate of buns filled with beef and green onions. Lu Zixuan stared at the buns in front of her. I can't eat that many. It's fine. If you can't finish, we'll pack it to go. Lu Zixuan picked up a beef and green onion bun with her chopsticks and took a bite. Instantly, her eyes sparkled. So delicious, though she had small cherry-like lips. She devoured the large bun in just 2 bites. It had been ages since she had tasted such delicious meat buns. After finishing her meal, Lu Zixuan suddenly realized her eating mannerisms had been somewhat unrefined, and she shyly glanced at Ye Chen. Ye Chen merely smiled lightly. If it's delicious, eat as much as you want. He also picked up a bun to enjoy. In truth, he wasn't particularly fond of buns, but seeing how Lu Zixuan relished hers made him a bit tempted. Lu Zixuan continued to savor her meal. Soon, only 2 buns remained on the plate, and Lu Zixuan glanced at Ye Chen. I'm full. From Lu Zixuan's gaze, Ye Chen could clearly see her lingering affection for the buns. Bang! Ye Chen flicked her forehead again. If you want to eat, just eat. No need for theatrics, just finish it. Lu Zixuan felt that Ye Chen was a tyrant, rubbing her forehead while glaring at him in irritation. Still daring to glare at me? I only used a little bit of strength just now. Seeing Ye Chen's fierce expression, Lu Zixuan picked up her chopsticks again and resumed eating. However, she took her time with each bite, savoring every morsel with her eyes slightly squinted in enjoyment. Watching her, Ye Chen felt a twinge of heartache. What has this girl been through? After finishing their meal, the two returned to the classroom. You go ahead. I'll head to the restroom. Ye Chen waved to Lu Zixuan as he made his way to the restroom. As Lu Zixuan returned to the classroom, she noticed a considerable amount of litter beneath Ye Chen's desk. A quick glance at the duty roster revealed that Sun Chao was the culprit. Clearly, the refuse did not belong to Ye Chen. It had been deliberately swept there by Sun Chao. If the homeroom teacher were to see such a mess at Ye Chen's desk, he would undoubtedly face reprimand. Silently, Lu Zixuan picked up a broom and swept the trash under Sun Chao's desk instead. Satisfied with her actions, she dusted off her hands and took out her books, preparing to preview the afternoon's lessons when a voice interrupted her from behind. Did you just go out with Ye Chen? Turning around, Lu Zixuan saw Liyaki standing there, her eyes filled with resentment, fixed intently upon her. Chapter 12. The cold-faced heroine, Lu Zixuan, merely glanced at Liyaki, offering no response, her gaze remaining steadfastly on her textbook. Liyaki was left frozen in place, her teeth clenched, fists tightly balled, yet she dared not provoke Lu Zixuan. There was a palpable wariness in Liyaki towards Lu Zixuan, fueled by a rumor circulating among the girls. At the beginning of the school year, Lu Zixuan's beauty had attracted the affections of many boys, leading to jealousy among the girls whose crushes were enamored with her. When they confronted Lu Zixuan after school, they ended up on the receiving end of a brutal beating. It was said that she dispatched them with a single kick each, leaving several with fractures. The situation escalated, prompting parents to involve the school. Ultimately, as the instigators were the girls, and given Lu Zixuan's status as an academic top performer, along with the homeroom teacher's protection, the matter was quietly swept under the rug. Lu Zixuan earned the moniker the cold-faced heroine among her peers. With her perpetually stoic demeanor, she exuded an air of aloofness that deterred boys from approaching her. In his previous life, Ye Chen had been entirely fixated on Liyaki. Otherwise, he would have lacked the audacity to tease Lu Zixuan daily. To him, she appeared as a frail girl, easy to bully. Unbeknownst to him, each time he provoked her, he was dancing perilously close to disaster. Had it been any other boy, he would have likely been incapacitated by Lu Zixuan's formidable prowess. Liyaki understood that she stood no chance against Lu Zixuan, who was not only the top student, but also akin to the teacher's own daughter, making her a formidable adversary. Thus, she could only murmur, why always that glum face? Who are you trying to impress? Such bad luck. As Ye Chen finished filling his water bottle and made his way to the classroom, Sun Chao, observing the whistling Ye Chen, wore a smug expression. Let us see how long you can keep that up. Just as Ye Chen and Sun Chao entered the classroom, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, stood at the door with a stern countenance. Sun Chao was elated, fully aware of the reason behind Mr. Li's displeasure, Ye Chen's desk was undoubtedly filthy. With an air of indifference, Sun Chao readied himself for the spectacle. Yet, Mr. Li's frosty demeanor turned towards him. Sun Chao, look at your desk. It's akin to a pigsty. Teacher, that's impossible. Ye Chen's desk is far messier than mine. Sun Chao exclaimed, glancing at Ye Chen's spot, which was pristine, devoid of even a scrap of paper. Upon inspecting his own desk, he realized that the trash he had previously swept under Ye Chen's desk had mysteriously migrated back beneath his own. Ye Chen, with a mocking glance at Sun Chao, remarked, "Are you blind? How dare you compare my desk to your so-called pigsty?" Pigsty? Mr. Li looked at Ye Chen, puzzled. Sun Chao, embarrassed, gritted his teeth and retorted, "Teacher, it's definitely Ye Chen who set me up." "Set you up?" We entered the classroom simultaneously. "How could I set you up?" Ye Chen countered it. "Now, quickly clean up the rubbish and prepare for class." Given that Sun Chao was the second best student in the class, the teacher was rather lenient with him, only offering a mild admonishment before moving on. Had it been Ye Chen, he would likely have faced a severe reprimand or even detention. Sun Chao stared at the mess on his desk, utterly bewildered. How had the trash, which he had deliberately swept under Ye Chen's desk, ended up back where it was? Ye Chen patted Sun Chao on the shoulder. "Did you think to frame me by dumping trash under my desk? Surprise, surprise. There are always those who will rise against injustice. What are you so pleased about? Consider yourself lucky." Ye Chen then locked Sun Chao in a hold. "Admit it. You truly intended to harm me. Let go of me, Ye Chen. The teacher isn't far away." Sun Chao protested as Ye Chen released him, warning, "Behave yourself and focus on being the gun god you aspire to be. If you provoke me again, don't blame me for breaking your firearm." With that, Ye Chen returned to his seat. Just as he settled down, he was met with a thunderous snoring from behind. Lu Zixuan was engrossed in her reading, her delicate brows furrowed. Ye Chen turned to see Zhang Tao, drooling and looking up. "What's your problem?" "To Ye, our class's academic prodigy is sitting right in front of you. Your snoring is bound to disrupt her studies." Zhang Tao, about to respond, fell silent under Lu Zixuan's icy gaze, which emanated an aura of frosty elegance. Zhang Tao, a tough character, had no qualms facing men, but would blush in the presence of girls. He opened his mouth, but refrained from speaking, opting instead to rise and move to a corner by the wall to continue his slumber. Lu Zixuan offered Ye Chen a slight smile. "Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. The trash you swept under Sun Chao's desk was quite clever," Ye Chen replied nonchalantly. Lu Zixuan, displaying remarkable humility, responded, "It was merely a trivial act." As the bell rang, the first class of the afternoon commenced with mathematics. Sun Chao sat upright, eagerly anticipating the entrance of the teacher. However, Mr. Li walked in a moment later, his expression dark. Sun Chao felt disheartened. He had just been dealt with by Ye Chen and was eager to vent his frustrations, only to find his opportunity snatched away. "Teacher, this class is mathematics, right?" Sun Chao couldn't help but interject. "Oh, I'll take a few minutes to discuss something important. This weekend, the school will organize a research trip. Please prepare accordingly. Bringing some snacks along, and each student will need to contribute 50 yuan, which the class leader will collect later." Upon hearing Mr. Li's announcement, the classroom erupted with excitement. For the students, anything unrelated to academics was a cause for enthusiasm. Ye Chen glanced over at Lu Zixuan, who remained absorbed in her textbook, seemingly unfazed by the commotion around her. Ye Chen recalled that Lu Zixuan had always taken leave during the annual research trips. She was the only one absent from every outing. He understood her reasons well. For most students, the 50 yuan fee was trivial. However, for Lu Zixuan, it represented a substantial sum. In truth, who among the youth does not relish the opportunity to connect with nature and explore? Ye Chen could vividly imagine Lu Zixuan joyfully frolicking on the grass. Regrettably, all of this seemed beyond her reach. Of course, Ye Chen could assist her with the transportation costs. 50 yuan was but a trifling amount for him. Yet, he knew Lu Zixuan's pride would not allow her to accept such help. Even an invitation to a meal would likely result in her insisting on IOUs. After Mr. Li concluded his announcement, he exited the classroom. The teacher, Ms. Geng, finally entered, clutching her textbooks. Sun Chao's face lit up with excitement as he once again reached beneath his desk. "Teacher, I report that someone is playing with a gun during class." "What?" Ms. Geng's gaze turned icy as she spotted Sun Chao's hand below the desk. "Sun Chao, what are you doing down there?" I'm not doing anything." Sun Chao hastily placed his hands on the desk. Ye Chen chuckled. "Teacher, I think I misinterpreted. That doesn't appear to be a gun." Ms. Geng's eyes narrowed as she caught sight of Sun Chao's thigh obscure beneath his clothing, suspiciously concealing something. "Sun Chao, what is beneath your uniform?" she inquired coldly. Chapter 13, The Home Tutor. Sun Chao stood up awkwardly, a look of grievance etched upon his face. He picked up his school uniform and said, "Teacher, There's nothing. Teacher Gung glanced at what lay beneath Sun Chao's uniform, his face flushing with embarrassment. All right, sit down. Pay attention in class and refrain from wandering thoughts. The youth of today. After sitting down, Sun Chao shot a fierce glare at Ye Chen. To strip away my joy is akin to killing my parents. I vow to take revenge. The bell rang, marking the end of class. Ye Chen yawned. Ye Chen. He lifted his head to find Li Yaqi standing before him. Is there something you need? Ye Chen regarded her with an impassive expression. Lu Zixuan, though engrossed in her book, had her ears perked up, clearly eavesdropping. Ye Chen. I've been thinking. Let us make amends and stop this foolishness, shall we? Foolishness? Ye Chen chuckled. Li Yaqi. I've made it clear that we share no relationship any longer. Ye Chen, I sincerely wish to reconcile. What more do you want? Ye Chen smiled faintly. Nothing much. Merely that you refrain from bothering me in the future, if you would be so kind. You. In the past, when Ye Chen had shown affection, Li Yaqi felt indifferent. Now, with Ye Chen suddenly gone from her side, she felt an unbearable ache. She found herself thinking of him, even during class, oblivious to the lesson. Especially when she saw Ye Chen laughing with Lu Zixuan, her heart ached with jealousy. Li Yaqi felt she could wait no longer. Hence her decision to lower her pride. However, to her dismay, Ye Chen's response was so cold. She ran back to her seat in tears. Watching his beloved girl reduced to tears by Ye Chen's indifference, Sun Chao leapt to his feet. Ye Chen, you've gone too far. Look what you've done to Yaqi. Hurry up and apologize. Before Ye Chen could respond, Li Yaqi unleashed her fury upon Sun Chao. What are you yelling about? This has nothing to do with you. Why do you defend Ye Chen? Sun Chao was taken aback. He was merely standing up for Li Yaqi, yet she was now chastising him. He quickly began to placate her. Yaqi, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you right now. Observing this scene, Ye Chen felt a peculiar sense of reflection. Indeed, a sycophant has no rights. After class, Ye Chen approached Lu Zixuan, who was diligently working on her assignments. How about we strike a deal? What kind of deal? Lu Zixuan looked at Ye Chen curiously. I'm in need of a tutor. After consideration, I believe you're the most suitable candidate. How about you tutor me, and I'll pay you for your services? Ye Chen suggested this with the intention of helping Lu Zixuan. His mother had previously mentioned hiring a tutor for him, but given Ye Chen's level, he merely needed to solidify his basics. A tutor wouldn't benefit him much. However, he could use this opportunity to help Lu Zixuan financially. I'll tutor you, but I want to accept payment. Well, that's acceptable. Consider it a debt repayment. Let us have our sessions at my house after school. Your house. Lu Zixuan hesitated. Don't worry, my parents will be home, and we can have dinner together, which will count as your tutoring fee. Upon hearing that dinner was included, Lu Zixuan's eyes lit up. All right then. The thought of visiting Ye Chen's home and meeting his parents made her a bit anxious. Nonetheless, the prospect of a guaranteed meal was enticing. During the afternoon break, Ye Chen yawned again. Sun Chao approached him. Ye Chen, I challenge you to a duel. A duel? How childish. Go away and let me sleep. Sun Chao was furious, even forgetting to erase the board during English class. Why should I be the one to get yelled at for standing up for Li Yaqi? If it weren't for Ye Chen, would she even be angry with me? The more Sun Chao thought, the angrier he became, prompting him to confront Ye Chen after class. Ye Chen, are you even a man? Do you lack the courage to accept my challenge? Sun Chao intentionally raised his voice, drawing the attention of their classmates. Ye Chen felt exasperated. He couldn't even enjoy a nap during the break. What do you want? Ye Chen asked, a hint of impatience in his tone. Sun Chao weighed the basketball in his hand. Let us settle this with a game of three-pointers. If you lose, you must apologize to Yaqi immediately. Sun Chao was a member of the school basketball team and quite skilled. In his previous life, Ye Chen would never have bet against him in basketball. However, Ye Chen was different now. During his university years, he played basketball frequently, and even after starting work, he often gathered friends for a game. His skills were more than sufficient to outmatch someone of Sun Chao's high school level. Having not played in a while, Ye Chen felt a surge of interest. All right, but if you lose, you must never bother me again. Remember that. With that, Ye Chen stood up and walked outside. Many classmates in the classroom expressed interest in the impending basketball duel. Watching from the sidelines was an ingrained virtue among the populace, and high school students were no exception. Li Yaqi felt a flicker of joy upon hearing that Sun Chao was challenging Ye Chen in basketball. She knew well that Sun Chao was of team caliber. While Ye Chen was significantly inferior, Ye Chen was bound to lose. If he did, she could step in to defend him, perhaps earning his favor. With this thought, she joined the throng heading to the basketball court. Half the class spilled out to witness the duel. Lu Zixuan would not have typically participated in such antics, but she bit her pencil tip and ultimately set her pen down and closed her book, heading outside. On the basketball court, Sun Chao dribbled the ball, a mocking grin upon his face. Ye Chen, Are you ready to meet your demise? Ye Chen regarded Sun Chao's dramatic demeanor with bemusement. He beckoned, come. Let me show you how to play basketball. The onlookers shook their heads. Is Ye Chen intentionally seeking humiliation? He cannot possibly compete with Sun Chao. Even during physical education class, Ye Chen struggled against those who were far beneath Sun Chao's level. Challenging him was a farce. All this trouble is because of women, undoubtedly driven by jealousy over Liyaki, losing his senses in the process. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Liyaki felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Indeed, Ye Chen still harbored feelings for her. Two men were dueling for her sake, and she couldn't help but lift her proud head high. Ye Chen must still have feelings for me. Otherwise, why would he challenge Sun Chao knowing he is outmatched? Thinking this will earn my forgiveness? Not a chance. This time, he will pay dearly. In the crowd, Lu Zixuan felt inexplicably anxious. Ye Chen, please do not lose. Sun Chao initiated the attack, while Ye Chen took a defensive stance. On the court, Sun Chao bounced the ball, searching for an opening in Ye Chen's defense. Suddenly, he pivoted, executing a flawless feint that left Ye Chen behind, charging toward the basket. Ye Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had yet to acclimate to his new physique, causing him to react slower. As he saw Sun Chao preparing to shoot, he sprang into action. Suddenly, his expression changed. How can I jump so high? Chapter 14, The Free Hot Pot. Sun Chao executed a stunning three-step layup, and as the ball neared the hoop, a triumphant grin spread across his face. A novice is merely a novice. Sun Chao, lost in thoughts of how to mock Ye Chen once the ball went through the net, found himself stunned the next moment as a large hand appeared before him. Bam! The ball was swatted from his grasp. How is this possible? Sun Chao was dumbfounded. How could Ye Chen jump so high? Even after landing, Sun Chao remained in a daze. Ye Chen was equally bewildered. In truth, he had realized that his strength had significantly increased during this time. To everyone's astonishment, his leaping ability had noticeably improved. Could this be a perk of his rebirth? Ye Chen's spectacular dunk elicited gasps of amazement from the crowd. Wow, Ye Chen is incredibly impressive. He jumped so high, that could practically be a dunk, exclaimed the onlookers. That dunk was absolutely thrilling. Liyaki gazed at the figure on the basketball court, her cheeks slightly flushed. She had initially thought that Ye Chen would be utterly outmatched. Yet that dunk was undeniably captivating. Ye Chen retrieved the basketball, dribbling it with confidence as he declared, "It's my turn. Go for it, Ye Chen." Liyaki suddenly called out from the sidelines. Her encouraging shout drew the attention of everyone present. Sun Chao's face turned green with envy. He had only challenged Ye Chen because of Liyaki's interest. Now, with her cheering for Ye Chen, what did that make him? A mere fool? Though Ye Chen heard the cheers, he didn't spare a glance at Liyaki. Instead, his gaze shifted to another direction. Lu Zixuan stood among the crowd, and at the moment their eyes met, she immediately lowered her head, revealing a hint of blush on her cheeks. Ye Chen recalled that Lu Zixuan typically shunned the limelight, preferring to immerse herself in her studies. Her presence today was unexpected. Was she here to cheer for him? A surge of excitement coursed through Ye Chen. With determination, he propelled himself forward. Sun Chao was still unprepared when Ye Chen dashed past him. In the next instant, gasps erupted once more. Sun Chao turned just in time to witness a moment he would never forget. Ye Chen soared high and forcefully slammed the basketball through the hoop, prompting a cacophony of astonished cries. The boys looked on with admiration, while the girls' eyes sparkled with awe. In the realm of school sports, a dunk held unparalleled allure, and any boy capable of such a feat would undoubtedly become a girl-less idol. Ye Chen coolly stated, "You've lost," before turning to leave. However, he had only taken a couple of steps when a figure blocked his path. "I didn't expect you to be this talented. That dunk was so cool," Liyaki remarked, standing in front of him. Ye Chen's expression remained indifferent. "Oh," he replied, and without further ado, he brushed past her, continuing towards a girl at the other end of the playground. Liyaki stood frozen, believing her compliment would elicit joy from Ye Chen, perhaps prompting him to engage her in conversation. Yet, his mere acknowledgement had dismissed her. Turning around, she noticed Ye Chen had already approached Lu Zixuan. "Was my dunk impressive?" he asked. Lu Zixuan shot him a glance, rolling her eyes slightly. "It was all right," she replied, tossing her backpack to him. "Actually, I came to give you your backpack. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered with this tedious basketball game." As she prepared to leave, Ye Chen suddenly smiled and said, "How about I treat you to hot pot?" "No thanks," Lu Zixuan firmly declined. She felt indebted to Ye Chen and certainly wouldn't let him treat her again. "Don't worry, it won't cost you a dime." Ye Chen replied cheerfully. "Not cost me?" Lu Zixuan paused, surprised. "Order whatever you want. I assure you, you won't spend a single cent." With confidence, Ye Chen led Lu Zixuan to the hot pot restaurant across from the school. "You're not planning to skip out on the bill, are you?" Lu Zixuan asked with concern. How could I do such a thing? Ye Chen responded as they selected a table. They ordered an extravagant feast, complete with 2 bottles of drinks. Lu Zixuan was taken aback. This spread must cost at least 300 to 400 yuan. Ye Chen, this is too much. We can't eat all of this. Nonsense. Eat as much as you want. It's free, so why not indulge? Free? Lu Zixuan remained skeptical. But with the order already placed, she had no choice but to partake. Ye Chen placed a slice of lamb into her bowl. Eat up. And if it's not enough, we'll order more. His demeanor suggested he was indeed serious about not spending any money. After taking a bite of the hot pot, Lu Zixuan was enchanted. It had been so long since she had enjoyed such a meal. As they chatted and dined for an hour, they finally finished. Ye Chen summoned the waiter and had 2 bags of biscuits and 2 bottles of drinks packed. Lu Zixuan followed him to the cash register, preparing herself as if for a sprint. Ye Chen looked at her, puzzled. What are you doing? Aren't I supposed to skip out on the bill? She replied. What are you thinking? Ye Chen playfully tapped her forehead. You're being ridiculous. At the register, Ye Chen announced time to settle the bill. Oh, your total is 358 yuan, the cashier informed him. Lu Zixuan cringed at the amount. It was nearly her entire annual living expenses. Ye Chen nodded, but did not reach for his wallet. By the way, don't you have a long jump promotion here? He pointed to the ground. The waiter nodded. Yes, indeed. Would you like to give it a try? Sure, I'll take a shot. Lu Zixuan then noticed a sign at the entrance. A large diagram illustrated the long jump challenge, detailing the discounts based on distance jumped. Anything less than 1 meter received no discount, while jumps over 1 meter qualified for various reductions. For example, a jump of 2 meters would earn a 1 yuan discount. Jumps between 3 and 4 meters would earn a free meal. The ultimate prize? Jumping 5 meters would mean the owner would belong to the jumper. Ye Chen glanced at the owner, a woman in her 30s with a decent figure and a captivating presence. 5 meters? He figured with some effort, he could manage it. Lu Zixuan quickly sensed Ye Chen's intentions. Remembering his impressive dunk, she finally understood his earlier claim of a free meal. Ye Chen positioned himself at the red line, ready to leap when Lu Zixuan called out, Wait a moment. Ye Chen looked at her in confusion. Is there something wrong? Blushing, Lu Zixuan insisted. You must not jump over 5 meters. The female owner, overhearing Lu Zixuan's words, couldn't help but chuckle. What a joke. Preventing someone from jumping over 5 meters? This event was merely a gimmick. It was rare for anyone to jump beyond 2 meters, let alone 3. As for 5 meters, it was simply a jest otherwise. Why would the owner offer herself so freely? Ye Chen assessed the distance and the owner once more. 5 meters? In truth, she had an appealing physique, and her charm was undeniable. With that thought, Ye Chen decided to take this seriously. Gathering his strength, he propelled himself into the air, soaring in a graceful arc. He landed at 3 meters 7 centimeters, just over 2 centimeters past the minimum. Letting out a sigh of relief, he realized that while the owner was attractive, a free meal was far more enticing. Despite Ye Chen clearing 3 meters 7 centimeters, the owner was visibly astonished. The promotion had been running for over a month, and no one had surpassed 2 meters 5. Most astonishing was Ye Chen's undeniable charm. After he landed, he smiled at the owner. So, can I have my meal for free now? Of course, young man. If you'd like, I can modify the rules. Jump over 3 meters, and the owner is yours. Ye Chen replied, Madam, do you really think I'm that kind of person? He responded with feigned righteousness, glancing at Lu Zixuan beside him. As they left the restaurant, Lu Zixuan shot Ye Chen a disapproving look. Didn't you just consider that offer? Are you jealous? He teased. Not at all. What you decide has nothing to do with me, she retorted, but stumbled slightly, nearly falling. Ye Chen quickly steadied her. What's wrong? I'm fine. I'm heading home now. Ye Chen had previously sensed that something was amiss with Lu Zixuan, but he did not pay it much mind. He hastily placed his hand on her forehead. You're burning up. Do you have a fever? I'm fine, just a bit tired, Lu Zixuan replied, pushing Ye Chen's hand away. All right, I need to go home. With that, she turned to leave. However, she swayed slightly and nearly stumbled again. Ye Chen quickly steadied her. I'll take you to the hospital. No need. Then let me escort you home. Ye Chen crouched down. Lu Zixuan, observing Ye Chen half squatting on the ground, felt the tinge of shyness. Really, it's unnecessary. If you keep talking back, I'll get angry. Lu Zixuan bit her lip, but ultimately leaned against Ye Chen. He felt a soft weight settle against his back, a sensation that words could scarcely capture. He had encountered such feelings before, only to later discover they were mere simulations. But he knew that this girl was undeniably genuine. Whoever was fortunate enough to marry her would truly be blessed. With Lu Zixuan on his back, Ye Chen walked for about half an hour. I feel much better now. Let me down so I can walk. No way, just behave. Eventually, Ye Chen followed Lu Zixuan's directions and arrived at a dilapidated little building. This structure must be at least 30 or 40 years old, in a state of disrepair, with an unpleasant odor wafting through the hallway. Ye Chen found it hard to believe that such a beautiful and delicate girl could reside in such a place. Lu Zixuan opened the door, and Ye Chen stepped inside. The apartment was minuscule, comprising a single room that contained only a bed and a desk. "Is this your home?" Ye Chen asked, astonishment evident in his gaze. Lu Zixuan nodded, self-deprecatingly remarking, "Isn't it rather shabby?" "Not all. Where are your family members?" Ye Chen inquired, confused. "I live here alone." Lu Zixuan's eyes revealed a flicker of sadness, and her countenance darkened, as if she had touched upon a painful subject. Ye Chen chose not to press further, and gently guided Lu Zixuan to the bed. Perhaps feeling too unwell, Lu Zixuan was exceedingly docile. She lay down on the bed, and Ye Chen covered her with a blanket. She had been holding on for too long and could no longer bear it. "Do you have any fever-reducing medicine at home?" "No." "What did you do in the past when you had fever?" "Oh, I would just lie in bed, drink some hot water, and sleep it off." Ye Chen was at a loss for words, looking at the girl before him with a sense of inexplicable pity. "Thank you for bringing me home. I'll be fine after sleep. You should head back, otherwise your parents will worry. What if a nap doesn't suffice? Then I'll sleep a little longer." Lu Zixuan gazed at Ye Chen with a frail voice. "Given your condition, how can I feel secure leaving? Hand me the key, and I'll go downstairs to fetch you some medicine. If it gets worse, I'll take you to the hospital." Lu Zixuan lay on the bed, her hair cascading like a waterfall across the pillow. "My key is in my pocket." "In your pocket?" Lu Zixuan lay there, looking utterly weak, seemingly reluctant to move at all. "Don't stir. I'll get it for you." Ye Chen reached under the blanket, but as he did, he encountered something soft. Not there. In the pocket below. Oh. Ye Chen finally found the key in her pants pocket and turned to leave. "Ye Chen." Upon hearing Lu Zixuan call his name, he paused. "Is there something else?" "Come back soon." "Yes, I will return shortly." Ye Chen went downstairs, located a pharmacy, and purchased a thermometer and fever-reducing medication. This girl must have been feeling unwell at school, yet had endured it all this time. Ye Chen felt a wave of regret. He had been too careless to notice Lu Zixuan's fever. Upon returning to the room, he found Lu Zixuan curled up under the covers like a ball, her eyes pitifully gazing up at him. "Are you feeling cold?" Lu Zixuan nodded. Ye Chen promptly warmed a hot water bottle and placed it beneath the covers with her. Lu Zixuan had always given him the impression of being incredibly strong. Yet today, she appeared almost fragile, speaking in a soft and delicate tone, reminiscent of a demure maiden. At that moment, her gaze remained fixed on Ye Chen, leaving him to wonder what was on her mind. He took out the thermometer, shook it, and placed it under Lu Zixuan's arm. She shivered slightly at the touch of his hand against her skin. Ye Chen then administered the fever-reducing medicine to her, filled a basin with water, and wrung out a dry towel. "Extend your arm." "What for?" Lu Zixuan shyly looked at him. "To help you cool down. If your temperature doesn't drop, we'll have to go to the hospital." "Oh." Lu Zixuan obediently extended her delicate arm. Ye Chen began to rub the warm towel across her small hands and arms. After a while, he lifted the blanket covering her. A pair of delicate feet appeared before him. Ye Chen seated himself by the window, prompting Lu Zixuan to tighten her legs and watch him warily. "What are you doing?" "The feet are the foundation of a person. They must be cooled down too." Lu Zixuan's cheeks flushed crimson. "Is that true?" "Certainly. Do you think I want to take advantage of your feet?" Ye Chen insisted, his eyes fixed on her beautiful feet, speaking with righteous conviction. Chapter 16. I was only joking. Ye Chen gazed at Lu Zixuan's exquisite feet before removing her clean white socks. Lu Zixuan's ears turned a deeper shade of red, and she squeezed her legs together even tighter. Ye Chen grasped her delicate foot, which felt like soft jade. Smooth and tender, though slightly warm to the touch. Lu Zixuan realized that Ye Chen had picked up her foot, but was not immediately helping her cool down. Instead, he seemed to be admiring it. To her surprise, he even leaned in closer to take a whiff. There was no foul odor, only a hint of fragrance. "What are you doing?" Lu Zixuan couldn't help but want to retract her foot. "Be still and don't squirm." Ye Chen held onto her foot, leaving her no escape. He began to wipe her foot surface with the damp cloth. "How's that feel?" "A bit ticklish," the girl shyly replied. "Oh, bear with it. If your temperature drops, you want to need to go to the hospital for an injection." As he spoke, he continued to dab the wet cloth across her foot, extending the motion up to her ankle and further along her calf. Lu Zixuan clutched the blanket tightly, overwhelmed by the sensation. She even began to wonder if Ye Chen was genuinely trying to cool her down, or if he was merely taking advantage of her. "I feel much better." "You don't need to wipe anymore," Lu Zixuan finally admitted, unable to contain herself. "Is that so?" "Not nearly enough. Your temperature must still be above 38 degrees. As he spoke, he kneaded her small foot gently. "Don't look at me like that. I'm just helping you cool down, not trying to do anything inappropriate." Lu Zixuan couldn't help but retort, if you're trying to cool me down, why not use a towel instead of your hands? Doi, don't you? She challenged. Noticing where his hands were, Ye Chen realized that his hands were indeed on her small foot. I'm just giving you a massage. It's called removing excess heat in traditional Chinese medicine, you know? He fabricated an excuse. Her foot was so tender that he couldn't resist. Eventually, Lu Zixuan could no longer tolerate it and withdrew her foot, wrapping the blanket tightly around herself. Ye Chen noticed the disdain in Lu Zixuan's eyes, as if he were an odious foot fetishist. He offered an awkward smile. That was an accident. I couldn't help it. My true intention was just to give you a massage. Lu Zixuan shot him a skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced. All right, sit up. I'll feed you medicine. Lu Zixuan lay in bed, likely feeling too unwell to want to rise. Nevertheless, Ye Chen gently helped her sit up. Ye Chen placed a quilt under him using a pillow. Then, he poured a glass of warm water. Open your mouth. I will feed you. Lu Zixuan's delicate face flushed slightly as she obediently parted her lips. After administering the medicine, Lu Zixuan flopped onto the bed. Ye Chen retrieved a thermometer, only to discover her temperature had soared to 39 degrees. Could it be that the physical cooling method had proven ineffective? That shouldn't be the case. Ye Chen shook his head and placed the thermometer back under her arm. Since Lu Zixuan had just taken the fever-reducing medication, her temperature should drop soon. You should take a nap. I'll step out for a moment. When you open your eyes, you'll see me. Just as Ye Chen rose, Lu Zixuan grasped the hem of his shirt. Noticing her reluctant gaze, Ye Chen smiled and reassured her, don't worry. With such a high fever, how could I leave you here alone? I'll be back quickly with some fruit. You mustn't lie. My mother used to say that I'd see her again after a nap, yet she left me forever. Lu Zixuan's appearance was so pitiful. It stirred a sense of compassion. Rest assured, I will definitely return. Lu Zixuan nodded and then closed her eyes, seemingly more at ease. I'll be waiting for you. She appeared to drift off to sleep, mumbling, as long as you're by my side, I feel secure. It was true when I was small, and it remains so now. When I was small, Ye Chen pondered, slightly bewildered. Do we know each other back then? This girl must be babbling nonsense. Lu Zixuan fell into a deep slumber, while Ye Chen took his keys and went downstairs to buy some fruit. Ye Chen was aware that with Lu Zixuan's fever so high, it would be impossible for her to recover today. Thus, he made a phone call to his mother from the phone booth in the supermarket downstairs. Naturally, he couldn't disclose that he was at a girl's house. Instead, he mentioned that he was studying with Zhang Yang and wouldn't be returning home. Ye Chen had often stayed at Zhang Yang's house before, but the two of them were not studying, they were gaming all night. After hanging up, Ye Chen returned to Lu Zixuan's home with the fruit. Lu Zixuan had already awakened, and upon seeing Ye Chen, she visibly felt more at ease. You're back. Did you wake up so soon? Lu Zixuan nodded, then drowsily seemed to doze off again. Ye Chen sat at the edge of the bed. Suddenly, he felt his hand being grasped by Lu Zixuan. She curled up, appearing to be in great discomfort. Her small hand was warm, a stark contrast to its usual icy demeanor, making her seem utterly pitiable. Ye Chen held her warm little hand. Before long, Lu Zixuan was holding Ye Chen's hand, sinking into a deep sleep. The medication soon took effect, causing Lu Zixuan to sweat profusely, but she began to speak in her sleep. Mommy, please don't leave me. Then she called out for her father. I miss you so much. Ye Chen grew increasingly curious about what Lu Zixuan had been through. Ye Chen, do you know? I've liked you since childhood. Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback. He could understand Lu Zixuan's affection for him, but to say she had liked him since childhood was bewildering. Lu Zixuan continued to murmur incoherently in her slumber. After an undetermined amount of time, Lu Zixuan finally awoke. Ye Chen had been engrossed in his phone. Upon waking, Lu Zixuan realized she had been holding Ye Chen's hand the entire time, and her cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly withdrew her hand beneath the covers. How do we end up holding hands? Do you think I wanted to? You held onto my hand while you were asleep, and I couldn't break free. Lu Zixuan's face turned even redder. I didn't do it on purpose. This is my first time. First time? That metaphor was a bit alarming. How did holding hands equate to taking away her innocence? Lu Zixuan lifted the covers. I'll just go to the bathroom for a moment. Do you need me to help you? No, I feel fine on my own. Lu Zixuan reached the bathroom door, but suddenly poked her head out. You mustn't peek. After a short while, Ye Chen heard a sound from the bathroom. So this is how loud a girl's bathroom sounds. When Lu Zixuan emerged, Ye Chen handed her a peeled apple. By the way, did I talk in my sleep? Yes, quite a bit. What did I say? You mentioned that you've liked me since childhood. By the way, did we know each other back then? Lu Zixuan's face turned crimson. I was just rambling. Chapter 17, wanted to be closer to him. After using the restroom, Lu Zixuan lay back down and quickly fell asleep again. She had sweated a lot, and her temperature had dropped. Ye Chen let out a sigh of relief and walked into the bathroom. The bathroom was small, but impeccably tidy. Most notably, Lu Zixuan's freshly washed undergarments hung on the rack. Ye Chen glanced at them. Lu Zixuan was still asleep. He picked up the undergarments. They smelled of lavender, a rather pleasant fragrance. After taking a shower, Ye Chen lay down beside Lu Zixuan. As soon as he reclined, he felt her small, smooth hand reach out and grasp his. So soft and tender. Ye Chen turned to look at the slumbering Lu Zixuan. Her long eyelashes and delicate features truly embodied the essence of a sleeping beauty. The following morning, Lu Zixuan awoke to find Ye Chen sleeping soundly beside her. She recalled the previous day, realizing they had slept on the same bed, causing her cheeks to flush. She had said quite a few silly things during her fever. She wondered if Ye Chen had discovered her secret. At that moment, Ye Chen also woke up. He turned his head and saw Lu Zixuan peering at him shyly from the side. "How are you feeling?" Ye Chen reached out to touch her forehead. Lu Zixuan recalled how she had been acting coy with Ye Chen the day before, and her face grew even warmer. "Thank you for yesterday." Lu Zixuan recalled the events of the previous day, her expression tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Ye Chen felt relieved. They had held hands while sleeping last night. Due to the medication, Lu Zixuan had perspired, and Ye Chen had only withdrawn his hand in the early hours. "Let's take a break today. I'll ask for leave for you." "I'm fine now," Lu Zixuan replied as she pulled a thermometer from her pocket. "I just checked. It's 36.2, which is normal." "Really? You're sure you're okay?" "Yes, I'm ready for school." "All right then, go wash up, and we'll head to school." The two of them left the room together, and Ye Chen rode his bicycle, taking Lu Zixuan to school. Along the way, Lu Zixuan kept her head down, reflecting on how she had acted coyly with Ye Chen the previous day. She hoped that Ye Chen would forget everything that happened yesterday. Upon reaching the school gate, Ye Chen went to park his bike. "You go ahead. I'll park and then buy breakfast." "Okay." Lu Zixuan nodded and walked into the school. Meanwhile, a girl at the entrance watched the two part ways, her brow furrowing. Why did she get a ride on Ye Chen's bike? "I've never had that chance." Li Yaqi stomped her feet in frustration. However, it was she who had previously refused to ride on Ye Chen's bicycle. Could it be that they were really dating? Ye Chen arrived at the school entrance, initially intending to buy meat buns. However, considering Lu Zixuan had just recovered from her fever, he opted for a lighter 8 treasure porridge instead. Upon entering the classroom, he found Lu Zixuan sweeping the floor. "Hey, you still haven't fully recovered from your fever. You need to rest. Let me help you with your chores." After saying this, Ye Chen suddenly realized something was amiss. Lu Zixuan had just finished her chores yesterday. He glanced at the duty roster on the blackboard, where his name was clearly listed. Ye Chen's face turned red. "Have you been doing my chores all along?" "No." Lu Zixuan replied, looking down. Ye Chen recalled that he had previously helped Li Yaqi with her chores, but he had never done his own. Yet no one had called him out, and the teacher had never said anything. It turned out this girl had silently taken on his responsibilities. Ye Chen gently touched his forehead, noting the absence of fever, before handing the 8 treasure porridge to Lu Zixuan. "Have your breakfast while you can." "I'm not hungry." "Not hungry? Are you seeking another bump on the head? Your illness has yet to fully recover. Be a good girl and eat your breakfast. I'll feed you your medicine shortly." Lu Zixuan accepted the porridge and returned to her seat, beginning to eat. Li Yaqi entered the classroom and immediately noticed the 8 treasure porridge, now in Lu Zixuan's hands, which had originally belonged to her. Ever since Ye Chen had vanished from her life, Li Yaqi found herself increasingly nostalgic for the days when he was by her side, his presence haunting her thoughts. She was determined to reclaim Ye Chen. After sweeping the floor and wiping the blackboard, Ye Chen saw that Lu Zixuan had finished her porridge and nodded in satisfaction. "Now that's more like it." The bell rang, signaling the start of a new day. At the front of the classroom, students listened attentively, while the back was a different realm altogether. Some slept, others picked their feet, and a few were engrossed in drawing. What brought Lu Zixuan comfort was that Ye Chen was diligently focused on the blackboard, occasionally jotting down notes. During the third period in the afternoon, physical education class commenced. Typically, these sessions allowed for free activity, but today, due to an inspection, the teacher had arranged for sit-up exercises. Pairing up for the sit-ups, one person would hold the legs while the other counted and performed the exercise. Everyone found their partners, but Lu Zixuan, known for her reclusive nature, was left without one. Li Yaqi approached Ye Chen. "Ye Chen, let us partner up." "Sorry, I already have a partner," he replied, not even glancing back as he walked over to Lu Zixuan. "Let us do it together." Feeling awkward due to her lack of a partner, Lu Zixuan nodded vigorously at Ye Chen's suggestion. As she prepared to start, Ye Chen quietly murmured, "You're still not fully recovered. We'll take it easy." "Okay," Lu Zixuan replied, then lay down on the mat, while Ye Chen held her legs. As the coach's whistle blew, Lu Zixuan sat up, realizing that each time she rose, she was drawing closer to Ye Chen. almost within a fist's distance. The sensation was utterly delightful, prompting her to increase her pace, yearning to be nearer to him. Ye Chen sighed in disbelief. Hadn't he told her to take it slow? Among the girls, Lu Zixuan ranked first in performance. Yet, he playfully flicked her forehead. Weren't you told to pace yourself? I couldn't help it, Lu Zixuan replied, covering her forehead with a hint of grievance. Ye Chen mistook her determination for mere competitiveness, unaware of the deeper meaning behind her actions. Next, they switched places, and it was Ye Chen's turn. Not far away. Although Li Yaqi was pressing someone else's legs, her gaze remained fixed on Ye Chen. Each time he sat up, it seemed almost intentional, their faces nearly touching. How shameless, Li Yaqi thought, wishing fervently to swap places with Lu Zixuan. In previous PE classes, whenever Ye Chen had requested her to press his legs, she had always declined. But now, she yearned to be the girl holding Ye Chen's legs down. During the break, Ye Chen thoughtfully took out some medication. Here, open your mouth. No, I'll take it myself. Feeling a bit shy about being fed medicine in class, Lu Zixuan hesitated. Be obedient. Otherwise, I'll flick you again. With no choice, Lu Zixuan reluctantly opened her mouth. Just as Ye Chen finished administering the medicine, Li Yaqi's voice rang out from behind. Ye Chen, come outside. I need to talk to you. Chapter 18, Father. Ye Chen picked up the textbook from the desk and replied coolly, I'm studying. I don't have time. You. Ye Chen, you're being unreasonable. Li Yaqi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Previously, whenever she called Ye Chen out, he had never dared to refuse. I've told you, we have no relationship anymore. Please do not disturb my studies. Li Yaqi scoffed. Haven't you simply fallen for Lu Zixuan? Do you even know who her father is? Ye Chen slammed his hand on the desk. Li Yaqi, if you continue to disrupt my studies here, do you believe I won't throw you out? You. Seeing Ye Chen's fierce expression, Li Yaqi felt the urge to cry. Her friend approached and pulled her away. Yaqi, let it go. Why bother with someone like him? Li Yaqi shot Ye Chen a furious glare before departing. Lu Zixuan had been pretending to read, but when Li Yaqi mentioned her father, a shiver ran through her heart. That evening, after school, Ye Chen went to the parking lot to retrieve his bike. Lu Zixuan was just emerging from school with her backpack. Ye Chen patted the back seat. Come on, I'll give you a ride home. No need, I can go back myself. Ye Chen's expression hardened. You're still not fully recovered. I'm taking you home. Ultimately, Lu Zixuan could not resist Ye Chen's insistence and climbed on his bike. The setting sun cast a golden hue across the horizon, while the autumn breeze swept away the fallen leaves. As Ye Chen pedaled, he sang cheerfully, his spirits lifted. Unbeknownst to her, Ye Chen rode faster than usual. At first, Lu Zixuan clutched the seat, but soon she had to wrap her arms around his waist, resting her head against him. For years, Lu Zixuan felt like a solitary leaf drifting on the ocean, lost, lonely, and helpless. She had even contemplated leaving this world to reunite with her mother in heaven. Yet, she knew she could not, as she still had responsibilities. Her father needed her care. Before long, they arrived at her doorstep. Don't forget to take your medicine, Ye Chen reminded her. Rest assured, Lu Zixuan waved goodbye to him. As she ascended the stairs, Ye Chen was about to leave when a car pulled up at the entrance. 3 individuals emerged, 2 men and a woman. One of the men, dressed in a suit, was aided out of the car by another man before sitting down on the roadside, his hands trembling and his behavior peculiar. Ye Chen felt a sense of familiarity wash over him as he observed the man sitting there. In middle school, there had been a well-dressed fool at the school gate. Though mentally unstable, he was kind-hearted, smiling at everyone and posing no threat. Yet, he was often bullied by students returning from school who would throw stones at him. Ye Chen could not stand by and would always chase away those tormentors. To his surprise, he had encountered him here. Could it be? A middle-aged woman shouted angrily. How much longer are you going to support your foolish brother? We're drowning in debt. Where will we find the money for his hospital fees? The man stood before the car, sighing. But Xiaoxian is in her final year of high school. It's a critical time. What will happen to her if I send him away? What will happen to us? Don't you think about our family? We have creditors knocking at our door every day, and you still expect to cover his hospital fees every month. The man wore a troubled expression. But my brother has suffered enough. He lost a wonderful family in that car accident, and now he is a fool. Xiaoxian is still so young. The middle-aged woman retorted. Isn't it pitiful for me and your son too? Ru Cheng, if you don't bring your brother back, I'll divorce you immediately. This time, we need a resolution. You can give her a meager living allowance, but that's the absolute limit. Ye Chen frowned at the conversation. Xiaoxian must refer to Lu Zixuan. Remembering her background, everything fell into place. Lu Zixuan's mother had passed away in a car accident, but Ye Chen had previously been unaware of her father's circumstances. Let us do this. We've already brought your brother here. I'll speak with her shortly. Footsteps approached from upstairs, prompting Ye Chen to quickly hide to avoid being seen. After Lu Zixuan descended the stairs, she threw herself into the arms of the man sitting by the roadside. Dad! The man's face lit up with a joyful smile upon seeing Lu Zixuan. Xian, it's all Dad's fault for being away on business and not taking good care of you. I miss you so much. Dad, I miss you too. A middle-aged man beside them sighed. The middle-aged woman next to him said, Xian, your uncle has no choice. The fees for the mental hospital are exorbitant. And my business has not been doing well this year, so we had to bring him back. Please do not blame your uncle. Uncle knows you were busy with high school. If it weren't for necessity, Uncle, there's no need to explain. I understand. For the past 2 years, you've been shouldering my father's medical expenses, and I am truly grateful. With that, Lu Zixuan bowed respectfully to her uncle and aunt. From now on, I will take care of my father. Her eyes were filled with determination. Ye Chen watched quietly from the side, feeling an inexplicable pang of sorrow. He finally understood why Lu Zixuan lived alone in such a cramped room, without parents. He had heard that her mother had tragically passed away in a car accident when she was very young. Lu Zixuan's father must have been affected by some trauma, leading him to reside in a mental institution. Lu Zixuan's uncle and aunt followed her into the building. Ye Chen took a deep breath, aware that he should not disturb Lu Zixuan at this moment. Returning home, Ye Chen felt a tumult of emotions. Typically, Lu Zixuan emanated an air of carefree joy. Yet she bore such a heavy burden. He made a silent resolution. He must help Lu Zixuan. Besides studying diligently, he needed to earn money. Only with financial resources could he truly assist Lu Zixuan, perhaps even hire a caregiver to look after her father. Earning money? Initially, Ye Chen had intended to focus on getting into university first, then utilize his past life as memories to make money. However, now he needed to expedite his plans. The following morning, Ye Chen arrived at school. Lu Zixuan was still quietly seated at her desk, engrossed in her studies, showing no signs of concern. Ye Chen approached her and handed her 2 large buns. Eat this. Finish it before studying. I'm not hungry. Are you thinking of skipping breakfast again? Lu Zixuan pouted as she accepted the buns, taking a bite and relishing the flavor. However, after finishing one, she declined to eat any more. Why not eat more? I'm not hungry right now. I'll eat the rest later. Ye Chen noticed Lu Zixuan carefully hiding the bun in her desk. Without needing to ask, he knew she intended to bring it to her father. Understanding her need for dignity, he chose not to expose her intentions. At that moment, the class monitor, Su Wei, suddenly exclaimed, Our class funds have been stolen. Chapter 19, The Thief. The entire class erupted in chaos. What happened? Su Wei et lai. I had placed the class funds in the inner pocket of my backpack, but just now when I opened it, they were gone. How could that be? Did it fall out? That's impossible. It was definitely in my bag before I went for breakfast, Su Wei asserted confidently. Liyaki gaim ding. Could it be that someone stole it while you were eating breakfast? Ye Chen noticed that while Liyaki spoke, her gaze furtively darted toward Lu Zixuan. Who could be so unscrupulous as to steal class funds? We must catch this thief. Sun Chao shouted loudly. I saw Lu Zixuan near the monitor's seat. Sun Li stood up and declared. Ye Chen, upon hearing this, became furious and slammed his hand on the desk. Sun Li, what do you mean by that? All eyes immediately turned to Lu Zixuan. She looked aggrieved and protested. I didn't do it. Liyaki scoffed, whether you did or not. We won't know until we search her bag. Ye Chen felt a sinking sensation in his heart. While others may not see through the charade, with a soul over 30 years old, could easily discern the underlying issues. From the moment the class funds went missing to Liyaki's deliberate insinuation about the timing, it was clear to him that this was a setup, especially since everyone knew Lu Zixuan didn't eat breakfast. Lu Zixuan, feeling the weight of everyone's accusatory stares, had tears welling up in her eyes. I didn't do it. If you don't believe me, search me. She pulled out her backpack. Ye Chen immediately spotted a pink wallet inside. Damn it. The very scenario he had dreaded had come to pass. Liyaki and her friends approached, and she reached in the backpack to retrieve the pink wallet. Monitor, is this the wallet you use for the class funds? Yes, it is. Suwayet Galim. Snatching the wallet and counting the money inside. Thankfully, nothing is missing. Lu Zixuan, you've gone too far by stealing our class funds. Sun Li accused her. Exactly. You seem so honest, yet you were a thief. If you're short on money, you could have asked us. We could have helped you instead of resorting to theft. The classmates began to murmur among themselves, casting judgment on Lu Zixuan. I truly didn't. Lu Zixuan protested. You have gone too far. Apologize to the monitor immediately, Liyaki said smugly. Enough. Ye Chen intajistet koldi. Do you have any evidence that Lu Zixuan stole the wallet? The wallet was found in her backpack. What more is there to discuss? Liyaki retorted, visibly annoyed that Ye Chen was defending Lu Zixuan. So if I steal a wallet and put it in your backpack, Does that mean you stole it? What do you mean by that? At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, walked in. What's going on? Teacher, our class funds were stolen, and we found them in Lu Zixuan's backpack. Mr. Li looked at Lu Zixuan with astonishment. Teacher, I didn't do it. I don't even know how the wallet ended up in my backpack. Mr. Li's expression turned serious. All right, the wallet has been found, hasn't it? This matter ends here. I will investigate. True to form, Mr. Li, being Lu Zixuan's father, chose to diffuse the situation rather than escalate it, which would have led to severe consequences for anyone else. Though the incident passed, Ye Chen sensed a shift in how the classmates regarded Lu Zixuan. Many were now whispering about her being a thief. While Lu Zixuan maintained a facade of her usual demeanor, her expression had grown colder. Yet, Ye Chen could see the hurt in her heart. He vowed to restore her honor. After class, Ye Chen stood up, not waiting for Lu Zixuan, and headed to the cafeteria alone. Watching him leave, Lu Zixuan felt a twinge of loneliness. Did he think of her as a thief too? She let out a bitter smile. Yet, none of this mattered to her anymore. As Ye Chen walked down the corridor, Li approached him. Ye Chen, let us eat together. Seeing that Ye Chen wasn't with Lu Zixuan, Li felt a surge of excitement, believing her opportunity had arrived. Ye Chen's gaze turned icy. Step aside. I have no desire to fight. Ye Chen, don't go too far. You saw it. The girl you like, Lu Zixuan, is nothing but a thief. Bang! Ye Chen punched the wall behind Li. I warned you not to push me. The impact startled Li, leaving her pale with fear, though he hadn't struck her. Ye Chen turned to leave, while Li stomped her foot in frustration. Ye Chen, you jerk! How can you like a thief? Ye Chen grabbed a chicken leg, braised pork, and sweet and sour ribs. He did not rush to eat. Instead, he asked the aunt to warm his meal. It was only after everyone had departed that Lu Zixuan slowly made her entrance. In the now empty cafeteria, only Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan remained. Lu Zixuan, as per usual, served herself a bowl of plain rice and vegetable soup, then chose an unoccupied seat. As she bowed her head to eat, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Ye Chen walked over, carrying his tray. Do you take me for air? Why don't you sit at my table? He teased. I didn't want to disturb you, she replied. Ye Chen was nearly amused to the point of frustration. Disturb me? How so? They all call me a thief. I'm afraid. Are you? She asked. Of course not. Ye Chen retorted. Pitifully hervorgebracht. Lu Zixuan winced, cradling her head. That hurts. What do you think about all day? How could I ever doubt you? I know you were framed. I will clear your name. As he spoke, Ye Chen pushed over a plate of braised chicken legs, red braised pork, and ribs. I arrived early to ensure there was food left. Hurry and eat. Lu Zixuan paused for a moment, her eyes welling with tears. Just a moment ago, she had thought Ye Chen was like the others, believing her to be a thief and ignoring her. She had even secretly cried in the classroom. Little did she know, Ye Chen had come early to prepare food for her. She felt an overwhelming urge to punch Ye Chen for being such a rogue. She thought he might no longer want to be her good friend. Hurry up and eat before the food gets cold, he urged. Lu Zixuan nodded and began to eat. Ye Chen noticed that she was only consuming the vegetable soup, with the food he had brought remaining largely untouched. Why aren't you eating the meat? I want to take it home for dinner. Is that all right? She explained. Ye Chen suddenly realized that she was saving it for her father. He promptly offered her the chicken leg from his bowl. Here, take it. I'm on a diet. If I don't eat, I might get upset. Lu Zixuan looked at the chicken leg and devoured it eagerly. However, the remaining piece of red braised pork was still carefully placed in her lunchbox. Chapter 20. The truth revealed during the afternoon break. Ye Chen lay on his desk, preparing to doze off. The last class had been on moral education, which he found as tedious as listening to a chant. If not for Lu Zixuan poking him occasionally, he would have succumbed to sleep long ago. Suddenly, he noticed Li and her friend whispering to each other before they both slipped out. Ye Chen knew Li all too well. Their sudden exit must signal trouble. Grabbing his portable English listening device, he followed them outside. Li and Sun Li arrived at a patch of grass. I heard Ye Chen is investigating who stole the class funds. Do you think he'll uncover our scheme against Lu Zixuan? Sun Li asked anxiously. What is there to panic about? No one saw us that day, and the wallet was found in Lu Zixuan's bag. She can't escape blame, Li reassured her. But I heard Ye Chen is offering a reward of 500 yuan for clues. I'm worried, Sun Li fretted. Enough. Let us not speak of this again. Lu Zixuan is already disgraced. I believe it won't be long before Ye Chen distances himself from her, Li asserted. Yaki, didn't you say you didn't like Ye Chen? Why take this risk for him? Sun Li queried. Who said that? I just wanted to test him. But I never expected him to be so fickle. I must win him back, Li responded heatedly. As they were conversing, a clapping sound erupted from behind them. Li, what a skillful act of framing. Ye Chen interjected. Seeing him, Li immediately panicked. Ye Chen waved the portable device in his hand. I recorded your conversation. You can either go to the teacher and confess, or I will report you. Ye Chen, please don't tell the teacher. I will be your girlfriend, Liyaki blurted, her eyes wide with fear at the sight of the recorder. If he had shown any softness in the past, perhaps he would have been swayed by her charm. However, if the tape fell into the teacher's hands, they would at least face disciplinary action. Unfortunately for her, Ye Chen was no longer the submissive boy he once was. Do you think that is a possibility? He replied coldly. Ye Chen, considering our past, can't you show a little mercy? Liyaki said, her tone shifting to desperation. Mercy? Did you ever consider the harm you inflicted on Lu Zixuan when you framed her? He retorted. I'm giving you until the end of the afternoon to confess to the homeroom teacher. Don't blame me for being unkind if you don't. With that, Ye Chen turned and walked away, his patience with Liyaki at its end. After all, confessing to the teacher and being reported were two different outcomes. Suddenly began to cry. Yaki, what should we do? If he gives the tape to the teacher, will they call our parents? Liyaki Siga. What else can we do? We must admit our mistakes to the teacher. During the afternoon class meeting, Teacher Li stood at the podium, scanning the students before his gaze settled on Lu Zixuan. Class, this morning an incident occurred. The class funds went missing, and the wallet was found in Lu Zixuan's bag. Many students have labeled her a thief. Just now, 2 students admitted to me that they took the wallet and framed Lu Zixuan. I want to disclose their names. But I hope this serves as a first and last warning. I expect those 2 students to admit their mistakes to Lu Zixuan. Though Teacher Li often mentioned Liyaki and Sun Li, the students' eyes turned towards them. They were not foolish. It was clear that those who had accused Lu Zixuan were indeed the culprits. Lu Zixuan sat in her seat, her expression cool and unreadable. Though she was puzzled as to why Liyaki and Sun Li would suddenly confess to the teacher. It was inconceivable that they were experiencing a change of heart. Then she recalled Ye Chen's words. He had promised to clear her name. Could it be him? After school that evening, Liyaki and Sun Li approached Lu Zixuan. We're sorry, we shouldn't have framed you, they said, their faces pale. Lu Zixuan regarded them with a still expression, nodding silently without uttering a word. Liyaki and Sun Li, sensing the futility of their apology, turned and left disheartened. Watching them go, Lu Zixuan said, Thank you, Ye Chen. What do I deserve thanks for? He asked. Lu Zixuan glanced at the departing figures of Liyaki and Sun Li. I believe they wouldn't confess to the teacher without some evidence against them. Someone must have something on them. Ye Chen couldn't help but admired Lu Zixuan's intelligence. He chuckled, perhaps. Seeing Ye Chen smile, Lu Zixuan understood that he was involved in this matter. A hint of bitterness crossed her face. Her debt to him was growing, and she was uncertain if she could ever repay it. Zhang Yang rushed up to Ye Chen. Let us hit the internet cafe for a few rounds of CS. Lu Zixuan joined them. Ye Chen, where do you live? I'll head home first and then come over to tutor you. They had agreed that she would give him supplementary lessons today. Lu Zixuan felt she owed Ye Chen too much, so she was determined to fulfill her role as a diligent tutor. Zhang Yang widened his eyes in surprise. Wow, you're meeting the parents already. Ye Chen is impressive. Ye Chen observed that although Lu Zixuan uttered not a single word, the delicate lobes of her ears were instantly graced with a blush of crimson. Shall I accompany you home? He inquired. No, it's quite all right. I can manage on my own, she replied. Understanding her sentiments, Ye Chen smiled and suggested. How about this? I want to send the stairs, but rather wait for you downstairs. All right. Lu Zixuan acquiesced, casting a glance at Ye Chen, as though she sensed that he was privy to something unspoken. Upon reaching the ground floor, Ye Chen assured her, You go ahead. I shall await your return. Lu Zixuan entered her home, where her father, resembling a child, sat on a small stool, clutching a plush toy. Upon seeing her, he stood up, exclaiming, Xian, you're back. I've been obediently waiting for you to return. He lamented, It's my fault. I've been so busy with work that I should have picked you up from school. Lu Zixuan's heart ached at her father's words. I've grown up now, father. I don't need you to pick me up anymore, she reassured him with a smile. Retrieving the chicken leg and braised pork she had brought from lunch. Father, I brought you plenty of delicious food. The man's face lit up with excitement at the sight of the chicken leg. Wow, what a big chicken leg, he exclaimed, picking it up, but instead of eating it himself, he offered it to Lu Zixuan. Xian, eat. If you eat well, you'll grow tall and won't fear any bad people. You should eat too, father. Eating the chicken leg will give you strength to protect me, she replied. Then I shall eat more, so I can protect you, he said, taking a big bite of the chicken leg, fully aware that the more he consumed, the stronger he would be to fend off any threats to his beloved daughter. Chapter 21. Bringing my girlfriend home. Half an hour later, Ye Chen escorted Lu Zixuan to his residential community. Ye Chen's parents were employees of a chemical factory, and their home was situated in an older residential complex associated with the factory, predominantly inhabited by longtime factory workers. Ye Chen, having played in the courtyard since childhood, was well acquainted with many of the longtime neighbors. As Lu Zixuan walked alongside Ye Chen, she sensed an unusual atmosphere. She noticed that nearly everyone on the street was casting glances in her direction, and she could faintly overhear the murmurs of the adults around them. Isn't that the child of the Ye family? Who is that girl? It's the Ye family's child. He is so young, yet already bringing a girlfriend home? What? Ye Chen has a girlfriend now? I must inform his mother immediately. Before long, Ye's mother received an explosive piece of news. What? My son is bringing a girlfriend home? She exclaimed, her heart racing with surprise. She was utterly unprepared for this. Ye's father, seated on the sofa, puffing on a cigarette while reading the newspaper, maintained a calm demeanor. Why are you so flustered? Chenzi has reached the age of romance. Bringing a girl home is quite normal, isn't it? Normal? Do you really think so? He asked in his senior year of high school. Ye's mother fretted, aware that dating during this critical year was considered a major taboo among high school students. It's all right. I dated in high school too and still managed to get into college, Ye's father replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, he felt a wave of tension as he looked up to find Ye's mother glaring at him. Oh, I had no idea you had such a romantic history in high school. I guess I'll have to settle the score with you later. Now, hurry and change your clothes. Ye Chen opened the door to find both his parents seated on the sofa, staring intently at Lu Zixuan. Ye's mother frowned slightly at the sight of Lu Zixuan. Why is that girl so untidy? She thought, noticing how Lu Zixuan kept her head bowed, her hair obscuring her face, giving an impression of shyness rather than poise. Ye's mother felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but masked it well. Chenzi, who is this? She inquired. She's my classmate. I mentioned I had found a tutor, didn't I? A tutor? Ye's mother questioned, perplexed. Ye's father lifted his gaze, scrutinizing his son intently. This kid. He is more adventurous than I was. How'd I not realize this sooner? Setting aside academics, he has truly outdone me in matters of the heart. You could have told us you were hiring a tutor. We could have assisted you, Ye's mother remarked, supportive of her son's aspirations. But I've managed to find one myself. He replied, sensing her skepticism. I don't have to pay my tutor. I just need to provide dinner, which is cheaper than hiring someone else. As Ye Chen spoke, he pulled Lu Zixuan, who had been hiding behind him, to the dining table. Let's eat first. After dinner, you can help me with my studies. At the dining table, Ye's mother continued to probe into Lu Zixuan's background while they dined. Child, what do your parents do? Lu Zixuan took small bites of her food, avoiding the vegetables, and paused at the question. My mother passed away when I was in elementary school, and my father. She hesitated as she spoke of her father. Ye Chen gently tapped his bowl. Mom, what are you doing taking census? Little Xian, just ignore my mother and enjoy your meal. Upon hearing that Lu Zixuan's mother had passed away, Ye's mother felt a pang of sympathy as she glanced at her worn school uniform. Ye Chen intergested. Zixuan has always been the top student in our class. Otherwise, why would I invite her to tutor me? His words instantly dispelled any lingering prejudice in Ye's mother's heart. This child, with no one to oversee her studies, still manages to excel, she thought, her heart swelling with compassion as she saw Lu Zixuan eating plain rice. Dear, consider this your home. Please enjoy some chicken legs, she encouraged warmly. Typically, there would be 2 chicken legs at home, one for him and one for his sister. He watched in disbelief as his mother placed his chicken leg into Lu Zixuan's bowl. Not only Ye's mother, but even his younger sister, Yilin, was serving Lu Zixuan. Sister, eat this. It's delicious, they urged, filling her bowl with food. With each bite, Lu Zixuan's bowl overflowed with dishes, igniting a twinge of jealousy in Ye Chen. He had never been treated this way before. If Lu Zixuan were to become his daughter-in-law in the future, surely the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law would flourish. No, he reminded himself. He and Lu Zixuan shared a purely platonic financial relationship, and he mustn't allow love to taint it. Are you dating my brother? His sister innocently asked, causing Lu Zixuan's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Ye Chen swiftly rapped his sister's head. What do you know? Just eat your food. Ye's parents exchanged bemused glances at the exchange. Ye Chen declared, Mom, we are not dating. We share a very innocent friendship. Ha. His parents chuckled, their amusement evident. Lu Zixuan was an astutely sensitive girl, acutely aware of others' emotions, whether they liked or disliked her. For instance, she could sense that despite Ye Chen's teasing, he bore no ill will and had always been kind to her. Likewise, Ye's mother radiated pure concern and kindness, particularly when she encouraged her to feel at home, which sent a tremor through Lu Zixuan's heart. The feeling of home had vanished with her mother's departure, never to be felt again. After dinner, Ye Chen led Lu Zixuan into his bedroom. His sister, eager to follow, was thwarted as he swiftly closed the door. This was Lu Zixuan's inaugural visit to a boy's room, and she had expected it to be a disarray of chaos. To her astonishment, Ye Chen's room was impeccably tidy. She had not anticipated that a boy's bedroom could be so well kept. Since his rebirth, Ye Chen had taken great care to organize his space, having developed a mild obsession with cleanliness from living alone in his past life. The two then convened to discuss their study plan. Noticing Lu Zixuan's discomfort, Ye Chen couldn't help but inquire, "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Blushing, Lu Zixuan confessed, "I just ate too much. I had so much meat. Ye's mother and Ye Lin were simply too generous, and I didn't want to waste any food, so now my stomach feels quite full. Allow me to fetch you some water. Drinking should help alleviate your discomfort," he offered. "I know where the water dispenser is. You focus on your homework, and I could go by myself." Lu Zixuan took her cup and stepped outside. Ye Lin also retreated to the study to work on her assignments. As Lu Zixuan made her way to the living room, she noticed that Ye Dad and Ye Mom had already returned to their bedroom. Just as she reached the door of the bedroom, she overheard a conversation between Ye Dad and Ye Mom. Although Lu Zixuan typically did not eavesdrop, their discussion revolved around her. Chapter 22, An Unexpected Lesson. The sounds of Ye Dad and Ye Mom chatting filled the room. "Weren't you initially opposed to this girl?" Ye Dad inquired, who claimed I disliked her. "I simply didn't know her well yet," Ye Mom replied. "Sigh, I feel for the child. Losing her mother at such a young age, managing a sick father while still being the top of her class. Just look at her thin little face. One can only imagine the hardships she has endured. However, I think you've been a bit overly enthusiastic today. Isn't it all for our son's benefit? Can't you see it? Our son likes this girl. I was wondering why he tidied up his room so meticulously. It turns out a girl was coming over, and he claims he's not dating anyone. Who does he think he's fooling?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan felt compelled to stop eavesdropping. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and even after taking a sip of water, she could not quell the rosy hue on her face. "So, Ye Chen had tidied his room for me." A sense of delight fluttered within her, realizing that since she had enjoyed their hospitality, she ought to fulfill the role of a tutor with dedication. Though it was her first experience as a tutor, Lu Zixuan quickly found her rhythm. Ye Chen needed to solidify his foundational knowledge. Although he excelled in advanced mathematics, he struggled tremendously with physics and chemistry, needing to start from the basics. Gradually, Lu Zixuan sensed something was amiss. "You say you've learned it already?" "Yes, I have." "Then, could you solve this problem for me?" Lu Zixuan was skeptical, as just moments ago, Ye Chen had been unable to grasp this concept. After she explained it once, to her astonishment, Ye Chen could solve even the most challenging problems. As he picked up the pen and swiftly wrote the answer on the scratch paper, Lu Zixuan was taken aback. Moreover, she realized that his problem-solving approach seemed even more straightforward than her own. Noticing Lu Zixuan staring blankly at the answer, Ye Chen could not help but ask, "Did I solve it correctly?" Lu Zixuan looked up at him, her expression a mix of confusion and grievance. "Are you deliberately teasing me?" "How am I teasing you? You clearly know how to do it, but still let me be the tutor." Seeing her on the verge of tears, Ye Chen quickly clarified, "I had genuinely forgotten these basics. You taught me." Wiping her tears, Lu Zixuan hesitantly asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Previously, Ye Chen's demeanor had indeed suggested he was struggling. "Yes, it's mainly because you are such an excellent teacher," Ye Chen affirmed. "You are truly a genius tutor." Lu Zixuan felt a nagging sense of unease, but could not articulate it. Despite being somewhat bewildered by Ye Chen's flattery, she acknowledged that his learning speed surpassed her expectations. Initially, Ye Chen's performance had indeed been that of a struggling student. Many fundamental concepts were unfamiliar to him. Yet, no matter the subject, Ye Chen could make connections effortlessly. After an hour of teaching, Lu Zixuan found herself at a loss for words. Ye Chen had made astonishing progress. A sense of disappointment crept into her heart, as she realized that her only point of pride before him had been her academic achievements. Yet now, Ye Chen's mathematics skills had even eclipsed hers. She did not envy Ye Chen. Rather, she pondered how she could maintain an equal friendship with him if he excelled in everything. Lu Zixuan cherished her friendship with Ye Chen. However, it seemed unreasonable for her to be inferior in every regard. Deep down, Lu Zixuan had always been a proud girl. Ye Chen appeared to sense her inner turmoil and gently ruffled her hair. "Actually, my speed in learning is determined by my environment." Lu Zixuan paused, pondering what he meant by that. Did Ye Chen possess some secret to studying? She wished to try it herself. If she could learn as quickly, that would be wonderful. "As long as a beautiful girl is nearby, my memory sharpens and my learning accelerates," Ye Chen stated earnestly. Instantly, Lu Zixuan's cheeks flushed crimson. "A beautiful girl? He must be talking about her. Am I pretty?" she asked shyly, lowering her head. "Class flower, do you have some misunderstanding about your looks?" Ye Chen remarked, realizing Lu Zixuan's most significant flaw was her lack of confidence. Despite her stunning appearance, she often hid her face behind unkempt hair and preferred to keep her head down. Lu Zixuan gazed into Ye Chen's clear eyes, which revealed his sincerity. In that moment, her earlier despondency vanished without a trace. Initially, Lu Zixuan taught Ye Chen. However, she soon found herself lacking in knowledge to impart. Ultimately, she began asking Ye Chen questions from her textbooks. Many queries that had previously baffled her were answered simply by Ye Chen. Lu Zixuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, as she found herself inching closer to Ye Chen. When she finally regained her composure, she realized that she had nearly leaned against him. She could even feel Ye Chen's warm breath. Startled, she leaped back like a frightened deer. Yet, in her hasty retreat, she collided with a nearby desk and stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Ye Chen snapped back to reality and reached out to catch her. Just moments before, Lu Zixuan had been so close to him. The scent of her youthful fragrance and the warmth of her presence had left him momentarily dazed. As he noticed her about to fall, he finally reacted, but it was too late. Lu Zixuan fell, and Ye Chen was inadvertently pulled down with her. At that moment, the door swung open with a loud bang. Yilin's small head peeked in. "Brother, I heard some commotion in here. You too." Seeing the two sprawled on the floor, with Ye Chen's body atop Lu Zixuan's and her clothes appearing somewhat disheveled, Yilin slammed the door shut and shouted from the living room, "Mom, something's happened. My brother is about to have a baby with sister Xianxian." Ye Chen. The two scrambled to their feet in a flurry. At that moment, Yimam arrived at the door. "What you just said is true. Yes, I saw my brother on top of sister Xianxian. It was utterly inappropriate." Ye Chen flung open the door, exasperation evident on his face. "Yilin, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm not lying. Just now it clearly." "All right, Xiaolin. Stop talking nonsense. Your brother and sister were just playing around." She believed her daughter wouldn't lie, but since Lu Zixuan was still present, they had to show her some consideration. Then, bending closer to Ye Chen, Yimam whispered, "You two may fool around, but be careful." She cast Ye Chen a worried glance before urging him to be cautious. Back in the bedroom, Yimam turned to Ye Dad, who was lying on the bed, and said, "Old Yi, it's unbelievable. Today's youth are far wilder than we ever were." Chapter 23. Let me help you make money. Yimam closed the door, and both fell into silence. After all, their previous positioning could easily lead to misunderstandings, especially with that mischievous girl fanning the flames. Ye Chen wished he could give Yilin a good thrashing. "I need to head back. It'll be too late, and Dad will be upset." Lu Zixuan sensed the strange atmosphere and felt the urge to flee. "I'll walk you home." "No, I can manage on my own." "Of course not. It's far too late. How could a young lady return home alone?" Lu Zixuan had saved herself, yet Ye Chen couldn't shake the feeling of being a guardian. How could he possibly allow Lu Zixuan to return home alone at night? They arrived at the doorstep. Ye Chen pushed the bicycle and patted the back seat. "Please, have a seat." Lu Zixuan stood there, her gaze fixated on the window, shaking her head. Ye Chen glanced towards the window, where his parents and Yilin were peering out. Lu Zixuan quietly lowered her head and stepped forward, her delicate face still tinged with shyness. Ye Chen felt a bit awkward, realizing he hadn't considered everything thoroughly. After all, Lu Zixuan was a girl, and it was indeed inappropriate for their parents to witness such intimacy. As they walked side by side, the warm glow of the streetlights elongated their shadows. After passing the intersection, Ye Chen remarked, "It's safe now. They can't see us." Lu Zixuan glanced back towards Ye Chen's home, nodded, and grasped the collar of his jacket, settling into the back seat of the bicycle. With a push from Ye Chen, Lu Zixuan lost her balance and instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. Feeling her soft hands clutching him, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile mischievously. That had been intentional. He relished the sensation of Lu Zixuan holding onto him. Meanwhile, she felt a wave of embarrassment, her head lowered and her ears flushed. Ye Chen pedaled swiftly, and Lu Zixuan clung to him tightly. She had never imagined she would one day ride the bicycle of the boy she secretly admired, let alone be able to embrace his waist so intimately. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, a blissful smile gracing her lips. Lu Zixuan thoroughly enjoyed this feeling, finding profound security in holding Ye Chen. If only this moment could last forever. Yet, she understood that such happiness was fleeting. She often felt like a cursed individual. Those who cared for her seemed to encounter misfortune, like her parents. "Do you wish to earn some money?" Ye Chen suddenly posed the question while riding. "Earn money?" Lu Zixuan was taken aback. Of course, she wanted to earn money, especially with her father back, increasing her pressure. In the past, she could get by easily. After all, her father was a patient in need of nourishment. "I plan to start a business. Would you work for me?" "What kind of business?" Lu Zixuan was intrigued. "Right across from our school is a power plant. The employees there are well off. We could sell breakfast at the entrance in the mornings before heading to school." though it would require us to rise early. Is it really possible to make money? Absolutely. Who knows, you might even earn enough to cover your college tuition. Ye Chen asserted confidently. Lu Zixuan bit her lip. All right then. She truly needed the money, and though she found it somewhat unreliable, she agreed. Thus, their decision was made with enthusiasm. After his rebirth, Ye Chen initially intended to focus on studying and think about earning money later. However, he realized that Lu Zixuan needed financial support immediately, prompting him to take swift action. To earn money, one requires capital, so he set his sights on selling breakfast. He understood that once Lu Zixuan attended university, her father would need someone to care for him. It would be unthinkable to leave him alone at home. Sending him to a care facility was the best option, yet such places were not affordable for ordinary folks. Consequently, Ye Chen needed to devise ways for Lu Zixuan to earn more. Lu Zixuan, I intend to make a great deal of money. I want to make you the happiest princess, he declared as they crossed the zebra crossing, drawing astonished glances from passersby. Lu Zixuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head. All right, I understand. The light has turned green. We can go. Under the gaze of the crowd, she felt utterly embarrassed. How mortifying. This guy, despite his many admirable qualities, could never shake off his occasionally childish antics. Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan lived not far apart. It took just over 10 minutes to cycle to her home. Here, take this. There is so much leftover food. It would be a shame to waste it, Ye Chen said, retrieving a bag of leftover food from the bicycle basket and handing it to Lu Zixuan. Thank you, she replied gratefully, accepting the bag. She felt it would be a pity to throw away such food, especially since Ye Chen had already invited her to dine at his home. She couldn't bear the thought of taking leftovers. She hadn't anticipated that Ye Chen would consider packing it for her. Watching her ascend the stairs, Ye Chen finally felt at ease and departed. The following morning, Ye Chen rode his bicycle to school. Ahead, a girl was crouched on the ground, her bicycle bag sagging, clearly indicating a flat tire. He recognized her instantly as Liyaki. She usually didn't take this route to school, and now her bicycle was broken down. Ye Chen saw right through her little ploy. He didn't even pause as he rode past her. Ye Chen, Liyaki called out, her voice tinged with irritation. He halted. What's the matter? Ye Chen, you clearly saw my bike was broken. Why didn't you help me? Why would I help you? He retorted. Come on, we're classmates. You don't have to be so heartless, Liyaki said, her eyes welling with tears. Liyaki, I've already stated that we are merely strangers now. Besides, considering how you once schemed against Lu Zixuan, I spared you this time for your mother's sake. Don't expect me to be so lenient next time, he declared before cycling away. Liyaki watched his retreating figure, fuming with frustration. Ye Chen, you big jerk. If I can't have you, no one else will. She realized that Ye Chen not only excelled academically, but could also dunk a basketball. Many girls in the class had developed crushes on him, which only fueled her desire for him. The more unattainable he seemed, the more she craved his affection. This was the nature of women like Liyaki. Ye Chen, I won't give up, she said, pulling out her phone angrily. Sun Chao, where are you? My bike is broken. Hurry and come pick me up. Yaki, don't worry. I'm on my way, came Sun Chao's eager voice on the line. Arriving at the school's breakfast stall, Ye Chen approached the owner. Andy, didn't you say you were no longer selling breakfast buns? Yes, I'm getting too old for this. I can't keep up. Young man, you won't be able to enjoy my buns anymore. Andy, are you selling this equipment? Ye Chen asked, pointing at the setup. The owner paused, of course. But no one wants it. I can only sell it for scrap. How about I buy it for 30 yuan? 30 yuan? The owner pondered. If sold as scrap, it would fetch only 20-some yuan. Selling it to Ye Chen would yield a better profit. In this day and age, 10 extra yuan was substantial. All right. Do you really want it? Yes, I'll take this stall, Ye Chen replied, handing over the money to purchase the breakfast equipment. Chapter 24. The girl more beautiful than Chang'e. Lu Zixuan observed Ye Chen buying the breakfast stall and quietly asked, is that really feasible? Trust me, it will work perfectly. The method for making breakfast buns was straightforward. A bun filled with chicken breast, seaweed, and a dab of spicy sauce. The cost was around 2 yuan, and they could be sold for 5 yuan each. That meant a profit of 3 yuan per bun, 30 yuan for 10, and 300 for 100. In his previous life, there was a popular breakfast bun shop near his home. It was only after becoming acquainted with the owner that he learned the secret recipe. With this recipe, Ye Chen felt confident about making a profit. He parked the breakfast cart in the courtyard of Zhang Yang's restaurant before heading off to school. The following day, apart from attending classes, Ye Chen spent his time in the classroom engrossed in his studies. He had an overwhelming amount of material to cover and felt compelled to seize every fleeting moment. Lu Zixuan's whereabouts were unknown, and Ye Chen found himself stumped by a particular problem. He approached Zhang Tingting, the physics class representative, clutching his physics exam paper. Zhang Tingting appeared utterly bewildered. Are you asking me to help you with a question? Ye Chen replied earnestly, class representative, I implore you, enlighten me, and I shall reward you with 2 bags of chips. The question could be resolved using Newton's third law. Ye Chen listened intently, occasionally jotting down notes on a scrap of paper. Zhang Tingting inquired, do you understand? Would you like me to explain again? Given that Ye Chen had consistently been at the bottom of the class, she had little expectation that he, the perennial underachiever, would grasp the concept immediately. After all, the problem posed a certain level of difficulty, and even she had pondered it for a considerable time. To her surprise, Ye Chen shook his head. I comprehend it. Zhang Tingting was taken aback. You truly understand it? If not, I can explain it again. There is no need to feel embarrassed. Ye Chen firmly declined. No need. He presented his calculations to Zhang Tingting, stating, you have sparked my thought process. In fact, I have another method of solving it. Observe. Zhang Tingting was utterly astounded. She suspected Ye Chen was jesting. If anyone else had said such a thing, she might have believed them. However, coming from Ye Chen, a student notorious for his poor performance in physics, it seemed utterly implausible. Taking the scrap paper from him, she initially regarded it with disdain. But her expression transformed as she scrutinized the content. To her astonishment, she discovered that Ye Chen's reasoning was remarkably insightful. The solution was correct, though he had omitted numerous steps in his derivation, rendering it more succinct. Did you solve this on your own? Zhang Tingting asked in disbelief. Ye Chen nodded, yes. She queried, if you're this clever, why have you never passed physics before? Today, Ye Chen had completely reshaped her perception of him. She regarded him as though he were a stranger. Ye Chen scratched his head. People can change. I'll head to the convenience store shortly to buy you those chips. Zhang Tingting waved her hands dismissively. No, you should be thanking me. Your method has opened my mind. No, I promised you I must return to my exam. She insisted, visibly shaken. Zhang Tingting had been keenly aware of Ye Chen's progress in recent times. He had transformed from a struggling student in English and mathematics to an academic powerhouse. She anticipated that he would excel in physics as well. It turned out that a man, when he applied himself, could be extraordinarily impressive. The last class of the day was evening self-study. Yet Ye Chen noticed that Lu Zixuan had not yet returned. Her textbooks and backpack remained behind. Under normal circumstances, Lu Zixuan would not skip class. What could be the matter? Ye Chen called out to Zhang Yang. Have you seen Lu Zixuan? No, Zhang Yang replied. She is on duty today and seemed to have gone to return the equipment. Returning the equipment? Ye Chen's heart raced. He hurriedly dashed outside. The school's equipment room was located in the basement. Upon entering, he heard a faint, tearful voice. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Lu Zixuan. Ye Chen rushed to the iron door of the equipment room, only to find it locked from the inside, with a broom wedged against it. Clearly a deliberate act. Damn it. Who did this? Ye Chen exclaimed, rushing forward. Zixuan, are you all right? Hearing his voice, Lu Zixuan exclaimed with relief. Ye Chen, is that you? It's me. Don't worry. I'm here to rescue you. I'm so scared. I feel suffocated and can't breathe. What? Ye Chen was alarmed. While an ordinary person might cope in such an environment, someone with claustrophobia would react differently, facing difficulties in breathing. Ye Chen quickly moved the broom aside, but the door remained locked. Damn it. Zixuan, wait for me. I'll find a teacher. Ye Chen, don't leave. I'm scared. Ye Chen's heart tightened. If something were to happen to Lu Zixuan while he sought help, he would never forgive himself. He noticed a small window in the equipment room. Without a second thought, Ye Chen climbed up and jumped through the window. He found Lu Zixuan huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Zixuan, are you okay? He rushed to her side. Upon seeing Ye Chen, Lu Zixuan leaped into his arms, as if he were her lifeline. Ye Chen noticed her lips were pale, and her body was shaking violently. Damn it! At that moment, Ye Chen was filled with rage. Who had done this? If he found out, they would not escape his wrath. Lu Zixuan was someone he had fought hard to rescue. If anything were to happen to her, he would never forgive himself. He held Lu Zixuan tightly. Though his hands brushed against something soft, he was too distressed to take pleasure in it. He grasped her slightly cold palm firmly. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Lu Zixuan curled up in Ye Chen's embrace like a frightened kitten, recalling a terrifying night when she had been trapped in a car. The darkness enveloped her, and her mother lay nearby. She cried out for her mother, but received no response. In that moment, despair consumed her. Since that day, she had harbored a profound fear of dark environments, even leaving a light on while sleeping. Ye Chen lifted Lu Zixuan and approached the window. A sliver of moonlight streamed into the equipment room. In the past, my grandmother told me stories about Chong living on the moon, so beautiful. I always hoped to visit the moon one day to see how lovely she was, but now I no longer wish to go. Ye Chen gently patted Lu Zixuan's shoulder as if soothing a baby. Why don't you want to go? Is it because you've grown up and realized that Chong isn't real? with Ye Chen by her side and the dim moonlight illuminating the space. Lu Zixuan felt her fear begin to dissipate. Of course not. It's because I've seen a girl more beautiful than Chang'e. Chapter 25, The Confession. Lu Zixuan looked at Ye Chen in confusion. Who is this girl more beautiful than Chang'e? Yet, Ye Chen's gaze was fixed upon her. It's you. Of course. Lu Zixuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head. Under the moonlight, the atmosphere in the equipment room became somewhat ambiguous. Just as Ye Chen was preparing to seize the moment and take a step further, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Ye Chen, Lu Zixuan, are you in there? It turned out that the evening study teacher had noticed their absence and had sent classmates to search for them. Zhang Yang recalled that Ye Chen had headed to the equipment room and came to check. Sure enough, upon reaching the door, he heard voices from inside. Ye Chen felt an overwhelming urge to punch Zhang Yang for arriving so promptly. What are you doing here so quickly? Ye Chen had no choice but to stand up and respond. We're in here. Hurry and get a teacher to open the door. Before long, the physical education teacher unlocked the door to the equipment room. Ye Chen emerged, hand in hand with Lu Zixuan. Zhang Yang looked at the pair. What's going on here? Ye Chen scowled. Zixuan was locked in the equipment room. What? Zhang Yang's face contorted with anger. Who could be so despicable? Ye Chen took Lu Zixuan to their homeroom teacher, Mr. Li. Upon hearing the story, Mr. Li was equally furious and immediately reviewed the surveillance footage. Unfortunately, the basement cameras were malfunctioning, and the culprit remained elusive. Ye Chen's expression turned cold. Lu Zixuan's life was something he had fought hard to protect, and he vowed to ensure her safety. Whoever dared to harm Lu Zixuan would face his wrath, without exception. After returning, the evening study session concluded. Ye Chen noticed that Lu Zixuan had not left. He lingered a bit longer and solved a few more problems, surrounded by the clamorous chatter of their classmates. Lu Zixuan and Ye Chen swiftly completed their tasks. Together, they made their way toward the school gate. The throng of students pouring out after school resembled a flock of birds released from their cage, each eager to escape. In stark contrast, Lu Zixuan and Ye Chen ambled along, unfazed by the chaos surrounding them. The warm yellow glow of the street lamps bathed them in light, casting elongated shadows on the pavement. As they traversed the stretch of the path, the density of fellow students began to wane. Though autumn had arrived, the air retained a lingering warmth, and the occasional sound of cicadas could still be heard from the trees. Suddenly, Lu Zixuan halted. A crowd had gathered by the riverbank, not far away. It appeared someone was confessing their feelings. Let's go take a look. Upon arriving at the scene, they found a considerable audience already present. The act of confession was beautifully simple. The ground was adorned with roses and heart-shaped candles. The girl, holding a bouquet, wore a white wedding dress that, while not particularly stunning, was undeniably exquisite. The boy, on the other hand, was tall and strikingly handsome. The girl clutched her flowers, visibly excited. Do you truly agree to be with me? She asked. The boy nodded. Of course. How could I refuse you after such a heartfelt confession? Joy radiated from the girl as she declared, Luo Tao, I like you. The boy responded earnestly, weighing, I like you too. The gathered friends and onlookers erupted into applause, encouraging the couple to kiss. Kiss, kiss. They cheered. The bashful pair leaned in and shared a sweet kiss. Ye Chen, however, promptly covered Lu Zixuan's eyes, exclaiming, not suitable for children. Lu Zixuan pushed his hand away, retorting, aren't you still a child as well? At that moment, a girl nearby suddenly crouched down, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Zixuan and Ye Chen exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why she was upset during such a joyful occasion. The girl muttered through her tears, Luo Tao, you scoundrel, why did you agree to another girl's confession? It's my fault. If I had confessed sooner, I would have lost a weighing. Realization dawned on Lu Zixuan and Ye Chen. The girl harbored feelings for the same boy, but had lacked the courage to express them, only to be outpaced by another. After witnessing the confession, the two resumed their journey homeward. Lu Zixuan's head hung low, as if she were lost in thought. The evening breeze gently tousled her hair. Ye Chen, do you have someone you like? She inquired suddenly, stopping in her tracks and turning to him. Of course, he replied without hesitation. Who is she? Lu Zixuan tightened her grip on her clothes, visibly anxious. It's you, Ye Chen stated plainly. Taken aback by his forthrightness, Lu Zixuan's fair complexion flushed a delicate pink, reminiscent of a ripe peach, radiating charm. Do you like me? Ye Chen countered. Lu Zixuan lowered her gaze, her delicate fingers entwined nervously. Ye Chen watched her with a smile, awaiting her response. Suddenly recalling the heartbroken girl, she mustered her courage and softly uttered, I like you. The words escaped her lips so lightly, as if they might be whisked away by the wind at any moment. Upon saying this, her cheeks burned like bright crimson. And then what? Ye Chen asked eagerly. What do you mean and then? Lu Zixuan stared at him blankly. Ye Chen gently coaxed. Since we both like each other, what should happen next? At last, Lu Zixuan grasped his implication. Are you suggesting we start dating? Absolutely. If you become my girlfriend, I can better protect you. Ye Chen repeated. Lu Zixuan's cheeks still bore a rosy hue as she responded. I agree, but we must establish some ground rules. Ye Chen instinctively remarked, go ahead. Lu Zixuan stated, first, at school during class hours, we mustn't be too obvious about it. Otherwise, the teachers will find out. Ye Chen nodded in agreement. Second, if we want to go on a date, it must be after school or on holidays. He nodded again, acknowledging the importance of prioritizing their studies, especially in their final year. Seeing Ye Chen's compliance brought a smile to Lu Zixuan's face. Then it settled. Curiosity sparked in Ye Chen as he asked, what made you think of confessing today? This way, no other girl can confess to you before I do. Lu Zixuan replied playfully. Now please walk me home. With her hands clasped behind her back, she skipped ahead, leaving Ye Chen momentarily bewildered as he mechanically followed her. The late-night study sessions in their final year mint school let out quite late. Having lingered to witness the romantic spectacle, the streets were nearly deserted. Lu Zixuan's steps were light and jubilant, her joy akin to that of a child. The streetlights elongated her shadow, intertwining with Ye Chen's as their hands found each other, fingers intertwined, a picture of intimacy. As they approached her home, Lu Zixuan felt for the first time that the distance from school was too short. All right, I'm home, she announced, halting in her tracks. Well, I should head off. Ye Chen replied. Yes, she nodded, her voice sweet. See you tomorrow. With lingering reluctance, she gazed at Ye Chen's retreating figure before turning toward her home. On his way back, Ye Chen remained in a daze, marveling at how swiftly things had progressed with Lu Zixuan. It seemed their relationship was blossoming smoothly. Yet, the memory of the individual who had trapped Lu Zixuan in the equipment room cast a shadow over his thoughts. Who was it that wished to harm her? He vowed to uncover this person's identity and ensure that Lu Zixuan remained safe. Chapter 26. Accusation. As dawn broke, students began to flow toward the teaching building. Liyaki navigated through the crowd, wearing an ultra-short skirt that showcased her long, fair legs as she strolled down the school corridor. Liyaki, came Ye Chen's voice from behind her. A thrill of delight surged within her. Had he finally succumbed to his feelings? She paused, feigning indifference. Oh, what brings you to me today? Is it that your beloved Lu Zixuan is ignoring you? Ye Chen's expression darkened as he cut to the chase. Did you lock Lu Zixuan in the equipment room yesterday? Liyaki's initial joy evaporated upon realizing Ye Chen's intentions were accusatory. I don't know what you're talking about, she replied, her face falling. Ye Chen's eyes turned icy as he warned, if you dare to harm Lu Zixuan, I will not let you off easily. Liyaki felt a pang of distress at his cold demeanor. She had hoped Ye Chen sought to mend their relationship, only to find herself on the receiving end of his ire. You are such a jerk, she exclaimed, stomping her foot before dashing away to the classroom. Tears brimming in her eyes. Ye Chen frowned. Initially, he had suspected Liyaki, but her reaction now made him doubt his assumptions. Zhang Yang approached him. Ye Chen, you might have wrongfully accused Liyaki. Yesterday, Zixuan was in the equipment room, and she was in class the entire time. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Ye Chen's frown deepened it. If it wasn't Liyaki, then who could it be? The senior year passed swiftly, and before long, the weekend arrived. Ye Chen enlisted Zhang Yang's assistance. Early in the morning, at around 4, Ye Chen, Lu Zixuan, and Zhang Yang ventured to the market to procure chicken breast, sesame cakes, lettuce, bean sprouts, and seaweed. The three of them loaded their ingredients onto a tricycle and made their way to the steel factory entrance. Ye Chen had chosen the state-owned steel factory for its good wages and willingness to spend on quality. At the entrance of the factory, numerous food vendors set up shop. There were vendors selling buns and soy milk with fruit. Upon noticing Ye Chen and his companions approaching with their tricycle, curiosity piqued among them. When they read the sign proclaiming that the poor pancakes were 3 yuan each, their amusement grew. Although the workers of the steel factory earned relatively high wages, their monthly income barely exceeded 1,000 yuan, and a box meal cost only 1.5 yuan. The concept of a 3 yuan pork pancake was utterly foreign to them. Who would be foolish enough to purchase such an extravagant item? Not far from Ye Chen, the owner of a bun stall, a man with a sharp face and a sarcastic demeanor, derided, you little ones, instead of focusing on your studies, dare to venture into business? Who would buy your overpriced pancakes? Prepare to incur losses. Yet, Ye Chen paid him no mind. The bun vendor, seeing his indifference, muttered a string of foul words under his breath. Before long, the factory workers began their shifts. Some of them, having risen late, had not eaten breakfast and were accustomed to purchasing food at the entrance to the factory. A few workers approached the bun stall while casting glances at Ye Chen's stand. Pork pancake? It looks quite appetizing, they mused. Ye Chen, catching their eye, promptly opened the lid of his pot. The enticing aroma of his pork pancake sauce, a recipe learned from an elderly vendor, wafted through the air, instantly captivating the workers. Many passers-by were drawn in, intrigued by the delectable scent. The workers who had been buying buns soon found themselves gravitating towards Ye Chen's stall. Try the pork pancake. It's a local delicacy worth tasting, Ye Chen invited, showcasing a piece of perfectly pan-fried chicken breast nestled within the pancake, smeared with sauce and garnished with bean sprouts and seaweed. He offered it to the foremost worker, saying, "Brother, give it a taste, if you will." "Is it free?" the worker asked, momentarily taken aback. "Of course," Ye Chen replied with a smile. "Consider it a friendly gesture for your first visit. Come back if you enjoy it." The worker, enticed by the aroma, wasted no time and took a hearty bite. The chicken, crispy and succulent, combined with the flavorful sauce and fresh vegetables, created an explosion of taste. "Delicious. I've never had anything like this before. Your skills are impressive," the worker exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with delight. "Come, brothers, you must try this as well," Ye Chen encouraged, slicing more for the workers behind him. "How can we refuse?" Though they protested, their mouths watered at the enticing aroma, and they eagerly accepted the offering. "Brothers, if you find it delicious, please spread the word." Ye Chen would get. "Absolutely, young man. Not only do you craft a marvelous pancake, but you also possess a sweet tongue. Clearly, you are well educated," one worker remarked. The taste of the pork pancake was indeed delightful. In no time, the pork pancakes were devoured, and the first worker, still craving more, fished out 10 yuan. "Young man, I'll take 2 more for my girlfriend to try." Though slightly pricier than other snacks, the flavor was undeniable. "Old Chun, is this pork pancake truly that good?" "Without a doubt. I just tasted it. Why not buy a couple for yourself?" "Indeed, this pork pancake is quite delectable. I'm weary of buns every day. This flavor is refreshing, and the young man is quite amiable. If it's not good, it's on me," another worker chimed in. Realizing the allure of Ye Chen's pork pancake, several patrons energetically began to promote it. Although not everyone indulged in such a lavish breakfast, many workers were drawn to the bustling scene around Ye Chen's stall, quickly forming a crowd. Ye Chen's pork pancakes swiftly garnered considerable sales. Lu Zixuan and Zhang Yang, assisting nearby, wore expressions of sheer joy at the booming business. In stark contrast, the usually thriving bun stall experienced a significant downturn, with barely a soul in attendance. The crowd was wholly captivated by Ye Chen's offerings. The bun vendor, feeling disgruntled, observed the situation with displeasure. These young upstarts had encroached upon his territory. With a crafty glint in his eye, he began to hurl insinuations from the sidelines. Some people simply relish taking advantage, unaware that cheap goods come at a cost. One worker in line, perplexed by the vendor's words, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" The bun vendor scoffed. "I've heard that a lot of chickens infected with avian flu have come at a bargain. Some unscrupulous vendors, too cowardly to sell it themselves, have these young ones peddling what they call pork pancakes. Do you know about avian flu? Consuming such could lead to illness. I've heard many have ended up hospitalized. Have you considered why that chicken smells so good? It's just the sauce masking the stench of disease. Who knows what else it's mixed with?" Though the bun vendor did not explicitly name Ye Chen's pork pancakes, his every word targeted him. The common folk, known for their gullibility, paid no heed to the truth, nor sought verification. Upon hearing the vendor's remarks, many were incensed, particularly those who had recently purchased or were currently enjoying the pork pancakes. Without a second thought, they discarded the pancakes at the vendor's stall, clamoring for refunds. Ye Chen, taken aback by the vendor's jealousy-fueled slander, rushed to defend himself. "My chicken is sourced from reputable vendors, all with health permits. It's definitely not avian flu. Don't believe him. You're simply envious of other success, casting aspersions without shame." Seeing the impact of his deceitful words, the vendor grew increasingly smug. "Who is spreading rumors? I personally witnessed you settling accounts with the vendor of infected chicken this morning. It's a fact. Think carefully. One bad breakfast could cost you dearly." The vendor's cunning was evident. He shifted from hearsay to claiming first-hand knowledge, which solidified the workers' trust in his words. The onlookers began to voice their outrage, and a few hot-headed individuals overturned Ye Chen's stall in a fit of anger. Ye Chen's face turned pale with fury, realizing the difficulty of running a business, compounded by the unscrupulous tactics of rival vendors. The workers disregarded his explanations, and even those who had previously savored his pork pancakes began to gag, convinced they had ingested tainted meat. So that's why we were offered free food. It was avian flu chicken, one exclaimed, regretting their prior endorsement. Witnessing the fruits of their labor strewn across the ground, and the earnings they had hoped for slipping away, Lu Zixuan's eyes brimmed with tears. Zhang Yang, incensed, was ready to confront the crowd, but was restrained by Ye Chen. Fortunately, The factory security arrived in time to disperse the agitated workers, preventing any physical altercation. However, upon learning of the alleged avian flu meat, the security personnel regarded Ye Chen and his companions with disdain. "You little rascals, selling avian flu meat? You'd best clear out and don't return," they admonished, their words laced with contempt. Ye Chen clenched his fists in frustration. He had hoped to earn his first profits today, but the bun vendor's meddling had rendered their efforts futile. The bun vendor, humming a tune, observed the chaos with glee, taunting Ye Chen with provocative gestures. Zhang Yang was ready to retaliate, but Ye Chen intervened, with the surrounding workers now viewing them as villains. Any brawl would undoubtedly end poorly for them. As Ye Chen and his companions retreated, tricycle in tow, the bun vendor called out with arrogance, "3 young rascals, daring to compete with me for business, clearly unaware of their own folly. Come, everyone, purchase my meat buns. I assure you of their freshness and delectable flavor, sourced from a reputable meat processing plant. We conduct our business with integrity and will not engage in unscrupulous practices." Listening to the vendor's boisterous shouts, Ye Chen clenched his fists in frustration, suppressing the urge to confront him. However, he recognized that patience was essential at this juncture. The 3 young men were merely high school students. If matters escalated to the police station, their academic pursuits would suffer, rendering it all futile. Of course, the slanderous vendor would not escape Ye Chen's retribution. As he observed the bun shop surrounded by workers, a cold glint flickered across his face. "So, they prefer to play dirty, do they? We shall see." The 3 of them pushed their cart homeward. Zhang Yang sighed. "Perhaps we should let it go. Earning money is exceedingly difficult." Lu Zixuan also urged Ye Chen, "Let's focus on our studies. In time, we can secure good jobs and earn money." Ye Chen shook his head. "We shall return tomorrow." Return? Both Lu Zixuan and Zhang Yang were taken aback by his words. They had just had their stall destroyed today. Wouldn't he returning only invite more trouble? "Rest assured, I shall not suffer in vain. That bun shop owner will receive a lesson he won't soon forget." Ye Chen escorted Lu Zixuan home. With a look of guilt, she said, "Ye Chen, if it weren't for helping me earn money, you wouldn't have to endure the bullying of those adults." Ye Chen smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. The ones who dare to bully me have yet to be born. Tomorrow, a spectacle awaits. By the way, aren't you going to join the spring outing?" Lu Zixuan shook her head. "I want to be going. I should stay home and study." Ye Chen understood her thoughts well. It wasn't that she didn't want to go. Rather, she lacked the funds. If he earned money tomorrow, perhaps she could sign up, but youth once lost would never return. Lu Zixuan remained silent, lost in thought. Watching her ascend the stairs, Ye Chen made his way home. Passing by Jiangzhou No. 1 High School, Ye Chen spotted a middle-aged man sitting at the school gate. Recognizing him instantly, he thought, "Isn't that Lu Zixuan's father? What brings him here?" It had been quite some time since Ye Chen last saw this uncle after graduation. He approached, tapping the man on the shoulder. The middle-aged man recognized Ye Chen, exclaiming, "Pig hero, is that you?" Ye Chen was speechless, perplexed as to why this uncle persistently referred to him as Pig Hero. He managed an awkward smile. "Yes, it's me. What are you doing here?" "I'm waiting for my daughter to get out of school." Ye Chen glanced at the quiet school. "You should hurry home. School is out today." The man smacked his forehead. "It's my fault. I've been so busy with work that I didn't even know my daughter was in school." Ye Chen Sigit, discerning from a man's demeanor that Lu Zixuan's father must have once been a respectable individual. How had he fallen to this state? On several occasions, Ye Chen wanted to inquire, but refrained, fearing it might touch on Lu Zixuan's painful memories. "Shall I escort you home?" "No need, I can manage on my own." "Thank you, Pig Hero." Lu's father stood, heading in the direction of home. Ye Chen intended to follow, but noticed a figure darting behind a wall. So, Lu Zixuan had been hiding there, eavesdropping. Ye Chen smiled faintly before turning to leave. Lu Zixuan waited until Ye Chen turned the corner before running after him. "Dad, why did you come out again?" Lu's father appeared flustered upon seeing his daughter. "It's all my fault for not picking up Xinxian." "You're not angry with your father, are you?" "Of course not. I'm just happy to be with you, Dad. By the way, I just saw Pig Hero. If any bad guys bully me, Pig Hero will chase them away." "Really? Is he the Pig Hero you mentioned?" Lu Zixuan asked, somewhat surprised. "Yes, indeed. The one who specializes in chasing away bad guys." Chapter 28. Using a Knife to Kill. Lu Zixuan recalled her middle school days when her father often needed her care. There were always some unruly children who bullied him after school. She frequently saw a boy driving those miscreants away. At that time, Lu Zixuan's favorite cartoon was Pig Hero, which is why her father referred to the boy who helped him as Pig Hero. Little did she know, Ye Chen was her father's Pig Hero. The next day, Ye Chen, accompanied by Zhang Yang and Lu Zixuan, arrived at Dazhuang Meat Shop. Upon seeing Ye Chen, the owner cheerfully remarked, "Young man, back again for chicken? How is my chicken treating you?" True to his name, Dazhuang was indeed a robust man, with a fierce appearance yet a relatively amiable demeanor. No. Today I'm here to demand a refund, Ye Chen said with a stern expression. Refund? Why would I refund? Is there something wrong with my chicken? Dazhuang asked, puzzled. Certainly. Yesterday, while I was selling buns with pork tenderloin, a bun vendor claimed your chicken was infected with avian flu and even witnessed you settling accounts with the avian flu dealer, resulting in my stall being vandalized. So, how do you intend to compensate me? Dazhuang's face flushed with anger, his flesh quivering. He brandished a large butcher's knife, fuming. Who dares to slander me, Dazhuang? I will confront him directly, and if he fails to provide an explanation, I'll chop him up. Ye Chen intercepted the furious Dazhuang. What good will it do to chop him up? Now, even the workers at the steel mill are aware that your chicken is questionable. With so many people, it won't be long before everyone knows you are selling infected chicken. If you are innocent, bring your chicken with me to the steel mill, and we shall verify together that your chicken is not infected. Otherwise, everyone will know you are selling infected poultry, and your business will suffer. Though Dazhuang was a rough man, he found Ye Chen's reasoning compelling. After all, in a society governed by law, if he harmed that scoundrel, he would end up in prison. Just wait. Shortly thereafter, Dazhuang returned with a few men, pushing a cart filled with cages of live chickens. What is this? Ye Chen was taken aback. Dazhuang replied, You make a good point. I'll bring live chickens with me. I have a sanitary permit. I'll slaughter and sell them on the spot, and let us see who dares to claim my chickens are infected. Ye Chen chuckled at the turn of events. Initially, he had planned to coax some chicken meat back to sell after his stall was vandalized, but unexpectedly, Dazhuang's fiery temperament led him to bring a cart of live chickens. Thus, the group set off toward the steel mill in grand fashion. Lu Zixuan and Zhang Yang were left dumbfounded. They had little hope, but were astonished that Ye Chen had managed to outsmart the chicken vendor. It was evident that when Dazhuang confronted the bun shop owner, the latter would face dire consequences. Upon seeing Ye Chen and his companions arrive once more, the bun shop owner scoffed, Oh, look who it is. The little fraud selling avian flu chicken is back to swindle again. Ye Chen gazed coldly at the bun shop owner. Do not forget, the heavens are watching. Be wary of retribution for your misdeeds. Huh, you little brat, selling avian flu chicken and trying to intimidate me? Do you think I'm scared of you? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. The bun shop owner was brazen, dismissing Ye Chen as nothing more than child. After all, he was a middle-aged man, while Ye Chen was merely a boy. Furthermore, he had spread rumors with no means of verification, even if there were bystanders. The rationale lay with him. If a confrontation ensued, he was confident he could overpower these young ones. Most importantly, if the public learned that Ye Chen was selling infected chicken, they would likely side with him. Ye Chen glanced over, noticing Dazhuang and his crew arriving with a cart full of live chickens. He deliberately raised his voice and declared, Who are you accusing of selling diseased chicken? I went to inquire today, and the vendor said you were spouting nonsense. Their chicken is certified with a health permit. Am I the one spouting nonsense? Although the bun stall owner noticed Dazhuang and his companions, he did not presume they were together. He continued to boast arrogantly. I saw with my own eyes that you purchased chicken from the seller of diseased poultry. You people are truly heartless, selling meat from sick chickens. You deserve to be struck down by thunder. Both you and that seller of tainted chicken should face dire consequences. His insults grew increasingly outrageous. And before Ye Chen could respond, a loud crash echoed from behind. Dazhuang slammed his car onto the ground and charged at the bun stall owner with several companions. You are the one who deserves to face dire consequences. How dare you slander me by claiming I sell diseased chicken? I'll make you pay for your lies. Dazhuang, a towering figure, lifted the bun stall owner as if he were a mere chick and hurled him onto the stall. The owner, resembling a monkey, was left dazed from the impact. What are you doing? Why are you hitting me? He protested. I am the one selling this chicken. Why would I strike you? Don't you know the truth? As he spoke, several burly men rushed over, mercilessly pummeling the bun stall owner. The owner never expected that Ye Chen would bring the chicken seller along. Now, he could only weep and plead for mercy, claiming he had not falsely accused the other of selling diseased chicken. Dazhuang had just heard the stall owner's slander, and since he refused to acknowledge it, he deserved to be punished. Concerned that the bun stall owner might be severely harmed, Ye Chen hurried over to pull them apart. Stop. If you kill him, you'll be in trouble too. Ye Chen had come to clarify his chicken's quality with the steel mill workers. He had no desire to cause a fatal incident. Dazhuang nodded in agreement. All right, I'll listen to you. It was peak working hours, and a crowd of workers had gathered around. Dazhuang lifted the owner from the ground and growled. You scoundrel, tell everyone the truth. Did you slander that young man out of jealousy for his thriving business? If you continue to spread lies, I swear I'll end you. The bun stall owner, now thoroughly intimidated, dared not utter a word. After all, he was the one who had made the false accusations. Even if law enforcement arrived, he had no justification. The bun stall owner was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing Ye Chen and his friends as students, he thought them easy to intimidate. But upon witnessing the imposing De Zhuang, he was suddenly fearful. Meanwhile, Ye Chen had set up his stall. Many workers ready to buy buns were taken aback by the chaos at the bun stall. The owner was trembling in fear, held aloft by a muscular man. While the very vendor they had overturned yesterday for selling diseased chicken was now grilling chicken breasts. What on earth is happening? The workers gathered around, eager for an explanation. Chapter 29. Today, I'll treat you all. De Zhuang, still gripping the bun stall owner, exclaimed, "This bastard spread rumors yesterday, claiming I sold diseased chicken. Today, I brought my chickens along, complete with health permits. Everyone can see for themselves whether or not my chickens are sick. Now, you'd better explain to everyone how you fabricated those lies." As De Zhuang glared at him, the bun stall owner trembled uncontrollably and recounted how he had slandered Ye Chen out of envy for his successful business. However, despite his confession, some workers remained skeptical, suspecting that the bun stall owner was coerced by De Zhuang. De Zhuang proceeded to slaughter a live chicken on site, and with the health permit in hand, the workers began to believe that the bun stall owner had lied. The aroma of Ye Chen's sautéed chicken breast wafted through the air, and he called out, "This bun stall owner has acted unethically, spreading rumors to snatch business. Although he has learned his lesson, he has also delayed everyone's breakfast. So today, breakfast is on me. I'll treat you all to a pork bun and a bowl of millet porridge." With that, Ye Chen signaled Zhang Yang and Lu Zixuan to help serve the pork buns and porridge. The crowd fell silent in surprise. Free breakfast? Even De Zhuang looked bewildered. "Little brother, how can you treat everyone to a meal? I'm the one who dealt with him. It has nothing to do with you." Ye Chen smiled and replied, "Brother De Zhuang, I intend to do business here regularly. I can't let everyone go hungry because of me. If I hadn't inquired about the diseased chicken, you wouldn't have confronted the bun stall owner. This incident stemmed from my actions, so I must take responsibility. But what about the financial loss?" The chicken seller asked, puzzled. Business involves both gains and losses. Money can be earned again, but one must not act against their conscience. The uncles and aunts at the steel mill do physical labor. If they don't eat a proper breakfast, it will hinder their work. Anyone who hasn't had breakfast can come to my stall for a pork bun made with fresh chicken. Today, it's on me. After hearing Ye Chen's words, the chicken seller gave him a thumbs up. "This young man is generous. How could I let you bear the loss alone?" De Zhuang then shouted, "For everyone who takes a pork bun, I'll add 2 ounces of chicken breast as a token of goodwill. Though it's little, it shows that our chicken is sound." Initially, some workers felt shy, but upon hearing there would be free pork buns and chicken breast, excitement spread throughout the crowd. They rushed forward, quickly consuming everything. The workers now understood that Ye Chen had been wronged, and they began to scorn the bun stall owner. "Look at that young man. How benevolent. Is it easy to earn money? How could you resort to such despicable tactics to slander him? I used to buy buns from you often." Some remarked, "Some people have black hearts. Who knows if the meat in his buns is even safe? I want to buy from him again." The bun stall owner was being berated mercilessly, regretting his actions deeply. He had underestimated Ye Chen, thinking him merely a high school student, unaware of the formidable means he possessed. Had he known, he would never have dared to provoke Ye Chen. Even the steel mill security came forward, accepting pork buns and apologizing to Ye Chen. "Young man, I didn't clarify the situation yesterday. I'm sorry." Ye Chen smiled. "Sir, the human heart is treacherous. You were deceived by him, and it's not your fault. If you're ever hungry, come to my stall for pork buns. I'll make sure you have enough." The security guard's eyes lit up. The pork buns were delicious, and who wouldn't love free food? "Young man, rest assured, if anyone dares to trouble you while you're here, I want to let them off easily. And you all should be ashamed of eating this young man's food for free. Each of you should pay for 1 bun. Don't tarnish our steel mill's reputation." The security guard, who had decades of experience in the factory, had some authority. His shout made the workers feel guilty about taking free food. They all began to pay for their pork buns, promising to support Ye Chen's business in the future. "Young man, keep up the good work. I believe in you," the security guard said, patting Ye Chen on the shoulder, cheerfully leaving with his pork bun. As the workers returned to their shifts, the area grew quieter. De Zhuang prepared to pack up and leave when Ye Chen suddenly called out to him, "Brother De Zhuang, you should set up a stall here too." "Huh? Here? Look. The steel mill is a state-owned enterprise. The employees earn good wages. There are at least a few hundred workers here. If you sell some chicken and pork alongside my offerings, your business will surely thrive. Earning 10 to 18,000 a year should be no problem." De Zhuang was intrigued by Ye Chen's words. This young man was right. Earning over 1,000 a month would amount to more than 10,000 a year. This was not even less than what he made at the market. Plus, he could sell at both locations. Wouldn't he make at least 20,000 a year? Upon reaching this juncture, De Zhuang felt a surge of excitement. Today, you are slaughtering chickens on site, and you have even showcased your health permit. Everyone is aware of the quality of your poultry. It would be a shame if you allowed this stall to be seized by others. De Zhuang instinctively retorted. Who dares to snatch my stall? I shall annihilate them. Realizing he had overstepped, he glanced at Ye Chen with an awkward smile and said, You are absolutely right. Little brother, it is indeed a mark of intelligence. How would I not consider this? In the future, when you purchase meat from me, I won't give it to you for free, but I shall offer you the lowest possible discount, surely cheaper than anyone else. All right then, thank you, brother De Zhuang. Ye Chen replied, Thank you for what? It is thanks to you, little brother. Suddenly, De Zhuang recalled the owner of the bun stall, his eyes narrowing with intensity. And you, from now on, you're not allowed to set up your stall here. If I see you again, I will teach you a lesson, understand? By midday, Ye Chen and his companions calculated their earnings and were astonished to find they had made over 150 yuan, especially considering that half of Ye Chen's pancakes had been given away for free. Ye Chen handed 10 yuan each to Lu Zixuan and Zhang Yang. As they gazed at the money, Lu Zixuan and Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with delight. They had never anticipated that selling breakfast could yield such substantial profits. As Ye Chen escorted Lu Zixuan home, he noticed her father sitting at the entrance. Upon seeing the bruised visage of Lu Zixuan's father, Ye Chen's gaze hardened. What has happened to your face, Dad? Lu Zixuan rushed over. Her father wore a look of sheer terror, shaking his head repeatedly. They are deceivers. They are wicked people. Ye Chen furrowed his brow, observing several elderly men seated nearby on the roadside. He approached them. Gentlemen, do you know what just transpired with that man? One of the elderly men sighed. Ah, that is the owner of Hongtai's supermarket, truly unscrupulous, bullying even the simple-minded. What happened? Ye Chen inquired hastily. It turned out that Lu Zixuan's father had passed by the supermarket and noticed a Piggy Hero lollipop. He stood at the entrance, and the supermarket owner asked if he wanted one. Lu Zixuan's father nodded in affirmation. To his astonishment, the owner demanded he slap himself 4 times before handing over the lollipop. Lu Zixuan's father, in a state of confusion, complied. Afterward, he insisted on the Piggy Hero lollipop, but the owner callously shoved him out with a broom. Fury surged within Ye Chen as he strode purposefully toward the supermarket. At the entrance, the owner was smoking, and laughter from inside mingled with that of a woman. That fool actually slapped himself. I heard he used to drive a car. Now he has fallen so low. He must have done something wicked to deserve this. Ye Chen inhaled deeply, despite Lu Zixuan's father's mental challenges. He never harmed anyone and always greeted others with kindness. This scoundrel was utterly devoid of humanity, even insulting such a pitiful soul. Moreover, he was Lu Zixuan's father, and Ye Chen could not stand idly by. He picked up a brick from the ground and concealed it within his clothing, walking into the supermarket. He placed 50 cents on the counter. Startled, the owner looked at him. This is the money for the lollipop that man just purchased, Ye Chen stated coldly. The owner and his wife ceased their laughter, gazing at Ye Chen in astonishment. What do you mean, young man? I just heard you made him slap himself 4 times and gave him a lollipop worth 50 cents, Ye Chen replied. The owner, realizing the implication, wore a sardonic expression. He did it willingly. What? Do you want to offend that fool? I advise you to mind your own business. I only came to return the money for the lollipop. Ye Chen said, Consider yourself fortunate that I'm being civil. The owner snatched the 50 cents, but before he could react, Ye Chen struck him with 4 swift slaps. Dazed, the owner wondered why Ye Chen was resorting to violence when he had merely come to return money. The owner quickly grasped the situation. Ye Chen had come seeking trouble. Anger flared within him, and he grabbed a nearby stool, preparing to hurl it at Ye Chen. His wife also cursed and prepared to strike. In response, Ye Chen produced the brick from his clothing. Go ahead, let us see who bleeds first today. In his past life, during middle school, Ye Chen had often associated with ruffians and was far more formidable than the supermarket owner. In his eyes, the supermarket owner and his wife were no match for him. Indeed, both were taken aback. As small business operators, they were accustomed to bullying the weak but feared the strong. The sight of Ye Chen wielding the brick unnerved them. Kid, that fool slapped himself willingly. What are you trying to achieve? The owner snarled. I've returned the money for the lollipop. Slapping you 4 times means we're square. When did I ever cross you? If you wish to reason with me, I am open to discussion. But if you want to resort to violence, know that I will not hesitate to destroy your shop. Just then, Lu Zixuan burst into the supermarket, brandishing a knife. No one is allowed to harm my friend. Trembling, she wielded a fruit knife like an enraged little tiger. The owner was momentarily stunned. He recognized Lu Zixuan, who often visited their store. This previously demure girl was now prepared to fight. By now, a crowd of neighbors had gathered. This owner is truly despicable, even bullying the mentally challenged. Indeed, this father-daughter pair has it hard enough without being mistreated. Let us avoid this supermarket. Their morals are too low. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, the owner's face grew increasingly grim. After all, running a supermarket relied on public goodwill. If this incident led to a backlash, it would spell disaster for his business. It was this kid who came in and slapped me first, he stammered in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Utter nonsense. You were the one who bullied my father. Lu Zixuan's face flushed crimson with anger. Ye Chen had not anticipated Lu Zixuan would follow him. Observing her trembling form with the knife, he felt a mix of amusement and concern. Fearing she might inadvertently do something foolish, he swiftly took the knife from her grasp. He then fixed his cold gaze upon the owner. So what will it be? Are we square, or will you retaliate? Either way, I am well acquainted with the gang in this area, and if you dare to provoke them again, I assure you, your supermarket will not survive. Upon hearing the mention of the gang, the owner's heart sank. He had indeed contemplated retaliating against Lu Zixuan and her father, viewing them as easy targets. However, Ye Chen's reference to the gang extinguished that notion. The gang was notorious in the area. Offending them would spell doom for his business. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the owner forced a smile. Little girl, it's all just a misunderstanding. I was merely joking with your father. I didn't expect him to take it seriously. I apologize for my part in this. Lu Zixuan was well known in the community, a kind-hearted and beautiful girl. Everyone recognized the struggles she faced. Seeing the owner backtrack, Ye Chen coldly interjected, "You may think they are easy prey, but from this day forward, anyone who dares to bully them will face my wrath." Zixuan, let us go, Ye Chen said, sensing the moment was right to withdraw. After all, he had already avenged Lu Zixuan's father, and lingering any longer seemed unnecessary. Before departing, Ye Chen tossed 2 yuan to the store owner and claimed a Piggy Hero lollipop. The supermarket owner and his wife stood at the entrance, their faces tinged with anger as they watched the 2 figures recede into the distance. His wife, visibly discontent, exclaimed, "Old Zhang, are we just going to let this slide? Perhaps I should call my second brother to teach them a lesson." Teach them a lesson? Have you not heard that they are acquainted with Huang Mao? If they come here causing trouble daily, will our supermarket remain open? The owner, equally furious, contemplated revenge against the father and daughter. Yet he feared Ye Chen might retaliate through Huang Mao. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He glared malevolently at Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan's departing silhouettes, vowing, "Dare to act brazenly in my supermarket? Just wait, you shall pay the price." Chapter 31. Ye Chen's Special Gift. Ye Chen, you must not be so impulsive in the future. Do you understand the consequences that could have ensued had a conflict erupted? Lu Zixuan halted, her expression grave. Who was it that brandished a knife and charged out just now? Ye Chen retorted, gazing at Lu Zixuan in disbelief. Her cheeks flushed. Lu Zixuan replied, "I was merely afraid you would get hurt." Ye Chen couldn't help but ruffle her hair. "Rest assured, I know my limits. As for you, such behavior must cease." At that moment, when Lu Zixuan bravely stood before him like a little lion, Ye Chen felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Lu Zixuan did not shy away, squinting her eyes as if relishing the gentle caress. "Thank you for always supporting me. Of course, I am your creditor, and you shall owe me for a lifetime." Lu Zixuan blushed slightly at his words. "For a lifetime? Now go upstairs and comfort your uncle." As he spoke, Ye Chen handed her the Piggy Hero lollipop. Gazing at the lollipop, Lu Zixuan could no longer hold back her tears. "Thank you, Piggy Hero." Ye Chen scratched his head. "Why call me Piggy Hero when I am so dashing? Iron Man or Spider-Man would suffice, don't you think?" "Iron Man? Spider-Man? What are those?" Lu Zixuan asked in astonishment. Ye Chen realized she probably had never seen the League of Heroes film. They are great heroes who specifically fight against villains. Lu Zixuan playfully declared, "No, I shall call you Piggy Hero. By the way, remember to come to my house this afternoon for tutoring." "All right, my father is asleep, so I will go." At noon, Lu Zixuan knocked on Ye Chen's door. "Who is it?" Yima opened the door from the living room. "It's Xian, here to tutor Ye Chen." Today, Lu Zixuan's attire was markedly different from yesterday. She wore a t-shirt and a short skirt, although the t-shirt appeared worn and faded. It looked exceptionally charming on her. The outfit accentuated her flawless figure, which she rarely showcased. Lu Zixuan had tidied her hair, with loose strands elegantly pinned up. "Who has come?" Yiba emerged from the room. Upon seeing Lu Zixuan, he couldn't help but pause for a moment. "Oh, it's Xian. Come in. I truly appreciate you tutoring Ye Chen." With a blush, Lu Zixuan replied, "Uncle and Annie, it is my duty." Yima looked at Lu Zixuan with great fondness. From their last meeting, Lu Zixuan's personality had already endeared her to Yima. Now, witnessing Lu Zixuan's impeccable appearance only solidified that affection. Yilin rushed over. "Sister, you look so beautiful today." "Hello, little sister." Lu Zixuan smiled, crouching down to greet her. "Ye Chen is in his room. You can go in without hesitation." Just treat this place as your own home. As she spoke, Yima warmly led Lu Zixuan to Ye Chen's door. Upon arrival, Yima added, "Today, I told Xiaolin not to disturb you, so you can rest assured." Her words caused Lu Zixuan's face to turn crimson, prompting her to hurriedly enter Ye Chen's bedroom. Once Lu Zixuan had entered, Yima could not help but exclaim to Yiba, "Our son truly has good taste. Xian is simply stunning." Yiba nodded in agreement. "Indeed, our son's judgment surpasses mine." Yima nodded, suddenly realizing something was amiss. With a stern expression, she inquired, "Do you think you made a mistake in your choice?" Yiba, danger. Ye Chen noticed Lu Zixuan entering, clutching a small fabric bag. "What do you have there?" Lu Zixuan, blushing, responded, "Since you bought me so many gifts, I wanted to prepare something for you as well." "A gift?" Ye Chen looked at the small bag in her hand. "It's nothing much, just some cookies I made." Lu Zixuan opened the bag to reveal animal-shaped cookies crafted with molds. Ye Chen touched one, feeling its warmth. "Did you make these cookies yourself?" Lu Zixuan nodded, a smile gracing her face. "Yes, I used the leftover dough from this morning when we made pancakes." Ye Chen picked up a cookie and took a bite. The flavor was quite ordinary, yet seeing Lu Zixuan's expectant gaze, he wore a satisfied smile. "Delicious. Really?" Lu Zixuan's face lit up with joy. "If you like them, I'll bring them to you often." Feeling somewhat shy, Lu Zixuan added, "You're so kind to me, and now I have nothing else to offer but these cookies." Ye Chen sighed gently, realizing that she had likely refrained from eating any herself, bringing them all for him. Perhaps, for Lu Zixuan, this was the finest gift she could offer. Ye Chen took another cookie, and this time, he truly found it to be sweet. "So good." Hearing Ye Chen's affirmation, Lu Zixuan sighed in relief, her smile radiant. Ye Chen then noticed one cookie that was somewhat different. He held it up, examining it closely. It was shaped like a person, with a round face and a hairstyle resembling his own. "This can't be me, can it?" "No." Lu Zixuan blushed deeply, attempting to snatch the cookie from him. Feeling a pang of regret, she realized that while making the cookies, her thoughts had been entirely occupied with Ye Chen, resulting in the cookie resembling him. Ye Chen concealed the cookie behind his back, declaring, "I want to eat this one. I'll keep it. Actually, I have prepared a gift for you as well." Noticing Lu Zixuan's persistence in retrieving the cookie, Ye Chen quickly shifted the topic. He retrieved a bag from beneath the table and handed it to Lu Zixuan. Upon receiving the bag, Lu Zixuan's face flushed crimson as she peered inside. "Why are you giving me this?" Inside the bag was a piece of girl-esque lingerie. Ye Chen explained, "Other clothes might suffice, but you need several pieces of lingerie. Otherwise, how will you change?" The reason he bought lingerie was that he overheard several girls gossiping, claiming Lu Zixuan wore the same one every day without changing. Thus, he had specifically gone to the lingerie shop after school to buy her one. As Lu Zixuan held the lingerie, her ears turned bright red. After all, it was indeed quite embarrassing for a boy to gift such an item to a girl. "How did you know my size?" Lu Zixuan suddenly posed a question. Ye Chen cleared his throat. "I guessed. In his previous life, Ye Chen had been quite the expert in romantic matters, able to discern a girl's measurements with just a glance." Lu Zixuan received the bag, her hands awkwardly unsure where to rest. "Why don't you try it on? They say if it doesn't fit, it can be exchanged." Ye Chen suggested tentatively. "Try it on? Where?" Lu Zixuan's face flushed. After all, this was Ye Chen's bedroom. "How can I try it on here?" Chapter 32. Trying on clothes. Lu Zixuan found herself in a dilemma holding the lingerie. There was no way she could try it on outside. If Ye Chen's parents found out, how would they perceive her? However, one cannot simply refrain from trying. For if today is missed, there shall be no opportunity for exchange. Lu Zixuan's greatest fear was the squandering of money. Upon noticing Ye Chen's blanket, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "I shall try it under your blanket, but do not let your thoughts wander." Lu Zixuan glared at Ye Chen, her expression fierce. If it weren't for the blush adorning her cheeks, Ye Chen might have almost believed her. "Rest assured, I harbor no such intentions," Lu Zixuan declared, shaking her small fist at Ye Chen before burrowing beneath the covers. As soon as she nestled in, Lu Zixuan peeked out cautiously to assess Ye Chen's demeanor, then cocooned herself tightly within the blanket. She first shed her outer garments, hesitating momentarily. With a delicate touch, she unfastened her shirt. Her cheeks flushed at the thought of Ye Chen waiting just outside. Biting her lip, Lu Zixuan placed her shirt outside the blanket, revealing her fair hand. Ye Chen, unable to resist the allure of the scene, swallowed hard. Any ordinary man would surely entertain improper thoughts in such a moment. Inside the blanket, Lu Zixuan removed her clothing but dared not expose it, hiding everything within the warmth of the covers. Just as she prepared to try on her new undergarments, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. "Chun-Chin, Mom has sliced apples for you and Xiaoxian. Would you like some?" In the cocoon of the blanket, Lu Zixuan felt tears welling up. She was undressed in Ye Chen's bed. What was she to do? Ye's mother stood outside, puzzled, holding 2 apples. Inside the bedroom, both Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan exchanged bewildered glances. What are you staring at? We absolutely cannot let any come in, Lu Zixuan whispered urgently. Ahem, Mom. Xiaoxian and I are in class, Ye Chen stammered. Oh, is it inconvenient for me to come in? Not really convenient, Ye Chen responded awkwardly, glancing at the panicked Lu Zixuan. As Ye's mother's footsteps retreated, Lu Zixuan released a sigh of relief. Her head emerged from the blanket as she huffed indignantly. You naughty boy, you nearly got me into trouble. Ye Chen remained silent, staring at Lu Zixuan in a daze. Following his gaze, Lu Zixuan realized that, in her excitement, much of her shoulder was exposed, even hinting at a delicate curve. Whoosh! Lu Zixuan's face flushed, and she dove back under the covers. You peeped, came her playful accusation from beneath the blanket. I saw nothing, Ye Chen insisted earnestly. Inside the blanket, Lu Zixuan fell silent, unconvinced. Just as Ye Chen pondered how to alleviate the mounting awkwardness, another knock resounded. Outside, Ye's mother's voice carried a weighty tone. Ahem, dear, it's not that I'm being old-fashioned. But you both are still young. Please be cautious, especially you, Xiaoxian. You must hold some responsibility. With that, Ye Chen observed a small, reassuring pouch with serrated edges being slipped under the door. Ye Chen, glancing at Lu Zixuan, who was on the verge of tears, felt speechless. Truly, she was his own mother. After Lu Zixuan finally dressed and was willing to speak with Ye Chen, over 2 hours had passed. It was time for her to return. Yet, as she reached the door, Lu Zixuan hesitated. Ye Chen, how am I supposed to face your parents in the future? Lu Zixuan could not fathom what image she held in the hearts of Ye Chen's parents. What is there to face? My mom already treats you like a daughter-in-law, even better than she treats me. But she must think I'm a bad girl, Lu Zixuan lamented, her gaze falling upon the small pouch on the floor, tears threatening to spill again. It's all right. It's all a misunderstanding. We can simply clarify things going forward. But how can we prevent their misunderstandings? That is simple. We just need to make the rice in a kanji. Oh no, I mean we should make a genuine act of our farce. Ye Chen, are you trying to get us both killed? Lu Zixuan waved her small fist at him. Ye Chen looked shocked. I was suggesting we start dating. What were you thinking? Lu Zixuan's cheeks turned crimson. Fearing that if he continued to tease her, she might genuinely cry. Ye Chen asked, are your clothes fitting well? Quite well, Lu Zixuan nodded. Then shot him a glare. You could determine the size with just a glance? You must have quite the experience. Ahem, everyone has a talent. This just happens to be mine. Do you believe me? Oomph. From now on, that talent should only be used on me. Ye Chen bid farewell to Lu Zixuan, feeling helpless as he approached his mother. Mom, you are truly my mother. What is this about sending us a safety pouch when there is nothing between me and Lu Zixuan? Ye's mother, lounging on the sofa watching television, barely lifted her eyelids. Keep it. You'll find it useful sooner or later. Even for Ye Chen, who had been reborn, this statement left him speechless. After pondering, he reluctantly tucked the pouch into his pocket. Well, Mom does have a point. It will likely come in handy eventually. Ye Chen sighed inwardly. What was once a pure monetary relationship with Lu Zixuan has now been sullied. It was truly overwhelming. He could hardly resist her charm. During this time, Lu Zixuan and her friends set up a stall every morning at the steel factory's entrance, selling pancakes filled with pork. Lu Zixuan joined Ye Chen at the stall daily, both studying together. Yes, it was of the purest academic nature. Between them, they deliberately avoided the previous awkwardness. On this particular day, during the class meeting, Teacher Li announced a spring outing for the weekend. The students erupted in cheers, for anything unrelated to studying was a cause for celebration. Each class would select a pretty girl to hold the sign, typically a representative of the class's appearance. Liyaki sat up straight, as she was always the one to hold the sign. Teacher Li declared, this time, our class's sign holder is Lu Zixuan. Liyaki's expression soured instantly. Why? It should be a collective vote. She protested. Teacher Li furrowed her brow. I decided this. There is no need for a vote. Though furious, Liyaki could only sulk back in her seat. Additionally, after the spring outing, we will have our monthly exam. Everyone must take it seriously. Understood? Understood. The students chorused in unison. Only Ye Chen lay slumped on his desk, battling drowsiness, with studying at night and manning the stall in the morning. Fatigue had settled heavily upon him. Ye Chen, Teacher Li rapped on the desk. Ye Chen shot upright. Yes, teacher, I understand. What do you understand? Remember your promise to me. If you rank at the bottom again, I will move Zixuan to the front. She had heard some rumors about Ye Chen during this time. Don't worry, teacher. I won't let you down, Ye Chen assured earnestly. Teacher Li snorted dismissively. Just let your results speak for themselves. Don't let your father come home and find you with a sore backside again. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. After the previous semester's final exam, Ye Chen had limped back to school, and only after inquiries did the teachers learn he had received a beating at home. Ye Chen confidently replied, "That one T happened again. After this monthly exam, old Yi will be treating me like royalty." After class, Zhang Yang suddenly approached Ye Chen. "Ye Chen, I have a lead on who locked Lu Zixuan in the equipment room that day." Chapter 33, A Shopping Spree. A cold glint flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. "Who is it?" Zhang Yang shook his head. "I don't know who it is yet, but a friend from class 5 saw a girl rush out of the equipment room that day. They didn't see her face, but there was a red birthmark on the back of her neck." A red birthmark? Ye Chen recalled that Li Yaqi had no such mark on her neck, leading him to realize he had indeed misjudged her. Who could it possibly be? With over 1,000 students in the school, identifying a girl with a birthmark on her neck would be no easy feat, especially since girls often conceal such marks for aesthetic reasons. "Thanks." After Ye Chen received the news, during this period, every time he passed by a girl, he would glance at the nape of her neck. This made many girls feel that Ye Chen was somewhat suspicious. Although he had yet to determine which girl it was, he had at least obtained a clue. Returning to his seat, Ye Chen noticed Lu Zixuan tossing an envelope into the trash can. "What is that? Some trash written by someone? A love letter? Aren't you going to open it?" "No need. I've discarded many already," Lu Zixuan replied coolly as she picked up her book. The next morning, the three of them arrived at the steel mill pushing a cart. Ye Chen's pork buns were selling remarkably quickly, often selling out within just over 2 hours. "Hey, boss, I'll take 2 pork buns and a bowl of millet porridge." Ye Chen placed the money in the basket with tongs and then accepted the neatly prepared pork buns from Zhang Yang. Lu Zixuan served him the millet porridge. "Wow, everything's sold out before 7 again today," Lu Zixuan exclaimed joyfully. As Ye Chen turned around with a basin of sauce, he accidentally bumped into Lu Zixuan, spilling sauce all over her. "I'm so sorry," Ye Chen hurriedly said. Lu Zixuan looked at the sauce on her clothes, nearly in tears. This was one of her few casual outfits, and the sauce would be difficult to wash out. Ye Chen quickly took out a tissue, wanted to help wipe it off, but halted midair as the sauce was situated right on Lu Zixuan's bosom. Lu Zixuan snatched the tissue from Ye Chen and began to wipe, but the sauce only seemed to spread more. "All right, stop wiping. Let me take you to buy a new one," Ye Chen suggested. "No need. I can wash it and still wear it," she replied. "How could you wash this much sauce off? Trust me, it's the weekend. I'll compensate you with a new outfit." He turned to Zhang Yang and said, "Old Zhang, take the cart back. I'll accompany Lu Zixuan to buy a new piece of clothing." Zhang Yang looked at Ye Chen with disdain, fully aware that Ye Chen had intentionally bumped into Lu Zixuan. What a guy who prioritizes romance over friendship. Previously, while Ye Chen was pursuing Li Yaqi, he often accompanied Zhang Yang to play games at the internet cafe. Now he was entirely focused on Lu Zixuan and no longer joined Zhang Yang at the cafe, citing studying as the reason, a claim Zhang Yang had never believed. Lu Zixuan was initially reluctant to go, but Ye Chen insisted that since he had made a mess of her clothes, he would repay her. If it had just been a little sauce, it could have been washed off, but this was an entire mess. Ye Chen then pulled out a clean outer garment from his backpack. "Change in the restroom over there, and then we'll head to the mall." Lu Zixuan looked at him puzzled. Who goes out carrying an outer garment? Ultimately unable to refuse Ye Chen, Lu Zixuan changed her clothes and was then led to the mall. Over these past few days of selling at the steel mill, Ye Chen had been earning over 300 yuan daily, and now he had accumulated more than 1,000. As they arrived at the mall, it was bustling due to the weekend crowd. Lu Zixuan clung to Ye Chen's hand, resembling a small beast frightened of abandonment, staying close by his side. Ye Chen brought her to the entrance of a branded sports store where Lu Zixuan hesitated, gazing at the large floor-to-ceiling windows displaying expensive-looking clothing. "Leaf Chen, these clothes must be quite pricey, right?" she timidly asked. "Don't worry, just write me an IOU, and you can pay me back once you start working." With money in hand, he was eager to provide the best for Lu Zixuan. Having just spilled sauce on her, Ye Chen had done it deliberately. He noticed that Lu Zixuan's t-shirt was worn and faded, with visible patches. Each glance at her made his heart ache. Previously, he had been unable to help due to lack of funds, but now that he could, he was determined to buy her beautiful clothes. "Do you have any suitable sports t-shirts for her?" Ye Chen inquired of the sales assistant. "Yes, these styles have just been released. Let's take a look." Lu Zixuan was unwittingly pulled into the fitting room. Ye Chen waited outside, but after a long while, she still had not emerged. "Lu Zixuan," he called, unable to contain his curiosity. Just then, Lu Zixuan opened the fitting room door, and Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback. She had changed into a white t-shirt, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, looking like a leading lady straight out of a romantic drama, standing gracefully. The sales assistant beside them stared in awe. "This outfit looks stunning. Why doesn't it look the same on me? That's because she's beautiful. This shirt truly suits her. A middle-aged woman nearby, captivated by Lu Zixuan's appearance, remarked to the sales assistant, "What brand is this girl's shirt? I'd like to buy one for my daughter as well." Seemingly unaccustomed to the praise, Lu Zixuan lowered her delicate neck, one hand covering her front. Ye Chen immediately understood. The t-shirt was pure white and slightly sheer, revealing a hint of what lay beneath. Feeling Ye Chen's gaze, Lu Zixuan blushed deeper. "What are you looking at?" "Of course, I'm admiring the beauty." Hearing Ye Chen's words caused Lu Zixuan to lower her head, her cheeks flushed. "Please wrap this shirt up," Ye Chen instructed the sales assistant with a smile. Aren't you going to look at anything else?" Lu Zixuan, momentarily forgetting her shyness, lifted her head. "That LLB 398. The sales assistant cheerfully handed over the packaged shirt. Lu Zixuan didn't even have the chance to refuse, as Ye Chen had already swiped his card. Gradually, Lu Zixuan began to feel that accompanying Ye Chen to buy clothes had been a mistake. She had originally thought they would only be purchasing a t-shirt, but how much are these sports pants? 198. So cheap? I'll take them. What about these shoes? How much are they? 298. Ye Chen, my shoes are still wearable. These shoes have worn soles. How can you wear them? Before Lu Zixuan could react, Ye Chen swiped his card again. Lu Zixuan pulled out a notebook from her bag, frowning as she began to jot down expenses. Seeing Ye Chen so eagerly continue to shop, Lu Zixuan grasped his arm. "That's enough. We've bought too much." Ye Chen noticed the anxious look on her face and realized he needed to temper his enthusiasm. After all, if he went overboard, Lu Zixuan might not want to go shopping with him again. With a pile of bags in hand, Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan made their way outside. Just as they exited, a figure appeared behind them, astonished at the sight of the two. Chapter 34. The ugly duckling turns into a swan. Li Yaqi's friend, Xiao Li, stared in disbelief at the seemingly couple-like Ye Chen and Zhang Runin. In the QQ group chat, Chi-Chi, Ye Chen will definitely come to his senses. How can Lu Zixuan compare to me? Meng, exactly. Ye Chen is surely just pretending to be with Lu Zixuan to get on your nerves. Chi-Chi, during this study abroad trip, I'll make sure Ye Chen becomes my devoted admirer once again. Chi-Chi, Xiao Li, why are you so quiet? Xiao Li typed a message, but ultimately deleted it. Had Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan truly reached the point of shopping together? She sighed, unsure whether to inform Li Yaqi. After some thought, she decided against it. What might happen if Li Yaqi found out? After leaving them all, Lu Zixuan finally let out a sigh of relief, only for Ye Chen to pull her towards a beauty salon. The salon was elegantly decorated, indicative of its high standards. The decor seemed timeless, likely to remain stylish for years to come. Ye Chen, what are you bringing me here for? Well, of course, to make you even more beautiful. Before Lu Zixuan could react, Ye Chen had already dragged her into the beauty salon. How much for the full beauty treatment? Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, a staff member remarked, "Here, we offer a complimentary examination to determine what care you may require." Ye Chen, perhaps it's best to skip this, Lu Zixuan suggested, wishing to escape. However, since it was free, a brief check would incur no loss. Ye Chen, unwilling to let Lu Zixuan depart, entrusted her to the young lady from the beauty salon. Lu Zixuan was guided into the examination room and reclined on a bed. A nurse, clad in scrubs, wielded an instrument, gently tapping it across her face. As the examination concluded, the nurse smiled and declared, "This lady's skin is in excellent condition. However, it appears she has not received adequate nourishment for many years, resulting in dehydration. Her hair may also lack proper care, leading to some dryness. But a simple treatment will suffice." "How much will it cost?" Lu Zixuan inquired. "For a hair treatment and facial care session, it will be approximately 400 yuan. I truly don't need it," Lu Zixuan protested. "Swipe the card." Ye Chen interjected, leaving her no opportunity to react as he proceeded to pay. With the transaction completed, Lu Zixuan felt she had no choice but to follow the nurse upstairs. Outside, Ye Chen engaged in conversation with the examining staff, finding the time quite pleasant. After more than 2 hours had passed, Lu Zixuan's voice echoed from the staircase. "Ye Chen?" He looked up to behold a sight that would forever be etched in his memory. Lu Zixuan's previously thick bangs had been thinned and transformed into trendy wispy bangs. Her once dry hair now cascaded smoothly over her shoulders. Ye Chen found himself momentarily entranced, unable to shake the awe he felt. He had always known Lu Zixuan was beautiful, yet he had never anticipated that at 17, she would radiate such stunning allure. This version of Lu Zixuan was one he had never encountered in his past life. In his previous existence, at 17, she had been burdened by the hardships of life, lacking the energy to adorn herself like other girls, thus missing the most beautiful years of her youth. Yet all of this had changed because of Ye Chen. He was witnessing Lu Zixuan at her most exquisite. "Felt it good?" Lu Zixuan asked, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. "Lu Zixuan, let me tell you. The greatest fortune in my life is having seen you at your most beautiful." The following day marked a class trip for all students. On the playground, many classmates had already gathered. Liyaki appeared exceptionally lovely, adorned in a white blouse and a remarkably short skirt, her fair thighs extending gracefully, accentuating her curves. Engaged in conversation with her friend, she declared, "I have made up my mind. I will pursue Ye Chen." "You intend to chase after Ye Chen?" Her friend was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, I shall not relent. I am determined to reclaim my Ye Chen." But Xiaoli recalled witnessing Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan holding hands at the mall just the day before. How can Lu Zixuan, that ugly duckling, possibly compare to me? The swan? If Ye Chen weren't blind, I am certain he would choose me. By the way, isn't there a saying? A devoted admirer, once starved, will always return. At that moment, Ye Chen approached, and Liyaki deliberately tossed her hair, yet he passed by without sparing her a glance. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and hurried after him. "Ye Chen, during the trip today, you can sit beside me." Last year, Ye Chen had implored Liyaki for a chance to sit together, only to be rejected. Now, she watched with satisfaction, believing that this time her initiative would elicit a positive response from him. "Sorry, I prefer not to sit next to you," Ye Chen replied, not even looking back as he joined the boys' line. To other boys, Liyaki might have seemed beautiful, but after witnessing Lu Zixuan, Ye Chen felt she was merely a superficial beauty. He had encountered far too many of such ordinary beauties in his previous life. "You," Liyaki fumed, stamping her foot in anger. Classmates began to notice Ye Chen's change in demeanor. Hadn't he once shown affection for Liyaki? Why was he now indifferent? "I'm not sure. It appears he gets along quite well with Lu Zixuan." Lu Zixuan, that quiet girl? Would Ye Chen really be interested in her? Students thrived on such gossip. Liyaki gazed despondently at Ye Chen's back, her eyes brimming with tears. "It seems he truly no longer cares for me." "Yaki, don't be so disheartened. You still have a chance. He liked you once, didn't he? But he's with Lu Zixuan every day now." "That's impossible. Consider Lu Zixuan's figure, appearance, and poise. How could any of those compare to yours?" Upon hearing this, Liyaki's eyes brightened. "Are you suggesting I still have a chance?" "Absolutely. Yes, I cannot give up. There is still hope." Liyaki encouraged herself. Beside her, Xiaoli sighed, pondering whether Liyaki truly had any chance left. Liyaki turned her gaze back to Ye Chen, who was clearly watching someone in the distance, a smile gracing his face as if he were anticipating someone's arrival. She turned to see a graceful figure approaching, a girl clad in a vibrant athletic shirt, her hair tied back simply in a ponytail. The moment she appeared, she captured the attention of every boy present. The girl was stunning, embodying the ideal of every boy's dream girl at that age. Upon her arrival, Liyaki immediately felt a wave of defeat wash over her. She clearly noticed Ye Chen's radiant smile upon seeing the girl. Who was she? Not only Liyaki, but everyone in Class 2 of the senior year was eager to know the answer. Transformed by Ye Chen's efforts, Lu Zixuan now radiated a breathtaking beauty. Many classmates who had only seen her hide her face behind her hair had little recollection of her. Zixuan. They heard Ye Chen call out her name. Lu Zixuan? No way. Everyone was taken aback. This stunning beauty was once the quiet girl who used to hide in the corner. The ugly duckling had truly transformed into a swan. From that moment, all who had once considered themselves the prettiest in class felt overshadowed. They realized that the title of the most beautiful girl of their youth had found new owner. Liyaki's mouth fell agape. Is this really Lu Zixuan? In terms of figure, appearance, and grace, she utterly eclipsed Liyaki. With reddened eyes, she turned to her friend and asked, "Do you see? Is there still a chance for me?" Chapter 35, The Blooming Youth. Her friend awkwardly assessed Liyaki. "Well, the chances don't seem very high now." Just then, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, approached, noticing the sudden silence among the students on the playground. "Why are you all so quiet? You've never been this subdued in class. You're supposed to be lively while playing." His gaze fell upon Lu Zixuan, and he too was momentarily taken aback. "Student, are you certain you're in the right class?" His words plunged the class into an eerie quietude. "Teacher, she is indeed one of us," a student whispered. "Mister," he shot her a glare. "Do you think I'm blind? I can tell whether she belongs to our class." "Teacher, this is Lu Zixuan," Ye Chen interjected, clearing his throat. "Mr. Li, am I really that blind?" He stared in astonishment at Lu Zixuan. Although her transformation was remarkable, he could still recognize a student he had taught for 3 years. Clearing his throat, Mr. Li announced, "All right, everyone, line up and prepare to board the bus." He handed the class sign to Lu Zixuan. "Zixuan, you're the face of our class today. Standing at the front of the line, Lu Zixuan held the sign, feeling a touch of nervousness. Don't be anxious. You'll do great. Ye Chen encouraged from behind her. Lu Zixuan nodded gently. Indeed. You are more beautiful with your hair down, Ye Chen murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan raised her hand and released the hairband that confined her tresses. Like a cascading waterfall, her long hair instantly unfurled, and with a gentle flick, her locks danced with the breeze. The once boisterous playground fell into a profound silence. Lu Zixuan had already been strikingly beautiful, but now, with her hair cascading over her shoulders, she radiated an even more dazzling allure. To her classmates, Lu Zixuan had always been somewhat invisible, a mere shadow in the background. However, today, she blossomed like a lily in full bloom, unveiling her inherent beauty. Standing tall, holding the class placard, she exuded an aura of icy elegance. Thank you, Ye Chen, for allowing me to see the most beautiful version of myself. Lu Zixuan whispered into Ye Chen's ear. Had it not been for him, she might still have been the same as before, with lackluster hair. Yesterday, after returning home, Lu Zixuan caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror and was taken aback by her own beauty. It was as if she were gazing at her younger self, the cherished little princess who had been adored. As the classes began to line up for the bus, Lu Zixuan became the most captivating sight. Not only from class 2, but students from other classes were also drawn to the stunning Lu Zixuan standing at the front, holding the placard, her beauty almost surreal. Lu Zixuan is so beautiful, Su Chao remarked, almost drooling. Li Yaqi stared blankly, while Zhang Yang and the other boys were utterly mesmerized. They had shared 3 years with Lu Zixuan. They knew she was a hidden gem. Yet, she had always tucked herself away in the corner, clad in the same school uniform, her hair obscuring her face. Over time, they had all but forgotten her beauty. But today, Lu Zixuan seemed transformed, shedding her disguise to reveal the true Lu Zixuan, breathtakingly beautiful. Like the heroine of a romantic drama, Lu Zixuan appeared to sense the attention, her heart racing as she noticed that nearly everyone was looking at her. However, a glance over her shoulder at Ye Chen, who stood reassuringly behind her, settled her nerves significantly. Once on the bus, she placed the class placard aside. As her classmates took their seats, only Lu Zixuan's remained empty. Following Ye Chen onto the bus, amidst the envious gazes of the boys, he settled beside her. Are you feeling a bit nervous? Ye Chen asked with a smile. Lu Zixuan nodded obediently. Typically, she was quite understated, but today she had shed all pretenses, emerging like a butterfly from its cocoon, becoming the focal point of everyone's attention. Lu Zixuan often existed in her own world, her social anxiety and low self-esteem having become habitual. Now, suddenly thrust into the spotlight, she felt somewhat out of her depth. Be a bit more confident. Remember, you are wearing the armor I gifted you. Do you still care about the judgment of the mundane? Armor? Lu Zixuan paused. Ah, yes, your t-shirt, sweatpants, and shoes. They were all gifts from you, she realized, nodding in understanding. Youth is unique and beautiful. It should be embraced, or you will surely regret it. Lu Zixuan lifted her gaze to meet Ye Chen's. His words carried a profound wisdom, as if he had already traversed the journey of youth. During our journey, let us engage in an interactive activity. Pair up, and each duo must present a performance, be it singing or reciting poetry, announced Teacher Li, turning around in the bus. The moment the words left his lips, the atmosphere in the bus buzzed with excitement. Lu Zixuan felt a bit shy. Her social anxiety left her momentarily at a loss for what to perform. Ye Chen gently patted her hand, reassuring her, don't worry, I'm here. Classmates began to showcase their talents. Some sang, others told jokes, and a few recited poetry. When it was time for Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan, Li Yaqi scoffed. In her memory, Ye Chen had no notable talents. Teacher Li smiled at them. Lu Zixuan, how about you sing us a song? A boy cheered from the back. Previously, Lu Zixuan had been a mere shadow in class, unnoticed by most. But things had changed. Her beauty had transformed her into the goddess of the boys' hearts. I can't, Lu Zixuan stammered, a hint of panic in her voice. Let me take the lead, Ye Chen offered. Su Chao frowned. Ye Chen, can you even sing? I recall you being tone-deaf. His derision drew laughter from the others. Li Yaqi scoffed as well. She had heard Ye Chen sing at a gathering and found him sorely out of tune. Ye Chen ignored Su Chao's taunts and turned to Yang Mo at the back. Can I borrow your guitar? The revelation that Ye Chen could play guitar surprised many. In his previous life, Ye Chen had struggled with singing during his high school days. But singing was an acquired skill that could be honed. In his later years, he frequented karaoke and refined his abilities. As for the guitar, he occasionally strummed it during moments of frustration. Seated, Ye Chen gently caressed the guitar Yang Mo passed him. Then, casting a tender glance at Lu Zixuan, he softly declared, This song is dedicated to my most beloved girl. The guitar began to strum, and as the melodies intertwined, his voice filled the bus. You walk with me into the cicada summer, beyond the city's clamor. Lu Zixuan leaned against Ye Chen, her gaze fixed on him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I truly miss you in every rainy season. The one I chose to forget is the one I long for the most. With a background of familiar melodies, Ye Chen's voice was now smooth and resonant. The bus fell into a hushed reverie. Under the morning sun, his enchanting voice echoed, and Lu Zixuan quietly nestled beside him, her eyes reflecting only him. It seemed their world could no longer accommodate a third. As the song reached its climax, Ye Chen's voice soared higher. How could I fall in love with her and decide to take her home, forsaking everything I once held dear? He gazed at Lu Zixuan's exquisite face, softly singing the final lines. The paper is short, yet feelings are long, unable to convey the youthful years. My story is still about you. The last notes of the guitar faded, leaving a profound silence in the bus. Lu Zixuan felt Ye Chen's soft whisper by her ear. Lu Zixuan, will you come home with me? His voice was a mere breath, heard only by them. She instinctively nodded. Before long, someone began to clap, and soon the bus erupted in applause. This song would resonate across the land for many years to come, and Ye Chen's performance had left everyone in awe. Although Teacher Li had reservations about the song's content, he couldn't deny its captivating beauty. As Ye Chen concluded, Lu Zixuan's eyes shimmered with excitement. Unable to contain herself, she asked, Ye Chen, what is the name of this song? It's called The Paper is Short, Yet Feelings Are Long. Lu Zixuan silently committed the title to memory. Ye Chen, I had no idea you could play the guitar. I never heard this song before. You didn't write it, did you? Wow, Ye Chen, you're so talented. Her classmates showered him with compliments, the girl's eyes sparkling with admiration. Just moments ago, Ye Chen strumming the guitar had been nothing short of mesmerizing. Meanwhile, Li stood at a distance, stunned by the performance. Ye Chen had truly embodied the role of a leading man from a romantic drama. Li found herself increasingly remorseful. How could I have lost such a treasure of a boy? The car arrived at the foot of Shangshan. Students disembarked in small groups. Lining up, the armor I gifted you is your confidence. Go for it. Lu Zixuan nodded, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a newfound self-assurance. This time, she did not lower her head, but instead held her chest high, standing at the front of the line, facing everyone's gaze as she strode forward. Lu Zixuan's legs were slender and long, though regrettably clad in sweatpants. Ye Chen felt a twinge of frustration. He should have bought her a short skirt yesterday, perhaps paired with stockings. That idea would definitely be put on the agenda. Naturally, this ensemble should be exclusively for Lu Zixuan, and certainly not to be shared with that lecherous Su Chao. Lu Zixuan stood at the forefront of Class 2, her cascading hair resting on her shoulders, her chest rising and falling with each step. The class beauties from other grades suddenly appeared dim in comparison. Almost all eyes were fixed upon Lu Zixuan. Ye Chen perceived her as a beautiful butterfly emerging from its cocoon, soaring toward the sunlight. Initially, as they began their ascent, the students managed to maintain their formation. However, after a third of the way up, the line dispersed. The placard in Lu Zixuan's hand had fallen into Ye Chen's grasp. Students moved in clusters, some hastening while others lagged behind. Upon reaching the halfway point, Ye Chen said to Lu Zixuan, you should rest for a bit. I'll be right back from the restroom. On his way, Ye Chen purchased 2 bottles of ice water. The supermarket sold mineral water for a mere yuan. Yet here in the scenic area, it was outrageously priced at 5 yuan a bottle, sheer robbery. Upon returning with the ice water, Ye Chen was taken aback to find Lu Zixuan seated quietly on a secluded hillside. A gentle breeze tousled her hair as she gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Just as Ye Chen was about to call her name, he noticed a figure stealthily approaching. Though at a distance, he could still discern the red mark on the girl's neck. Lu Zixuan remained oblivious to the impending danger behind her, her attention elsewhere. In front of her lay a steep precipice. The consequences of a fall would be dire. At that moment, the girl had reached Lu Zixuan's back, her hands poised to push. You've finally been caught, Ye Chen shouted, hurling the water bottle toward her. The bottle struck the girl's shoulder with a resounding thud, causing her to stumble and fall. Ye Chen sprang forth like a small leopard, racing to confront her. He showed no mercy as he seized the girl, demanding, why would you harm Lu Zixuan? Lu Zixuan recognized the girl before her, who had once harbored feelings for a boy that pursued Lu Zixuan during their freshman year. Lu Zixuan had made it clear that she felt no affection for him, yet the girl had harbored resentment towards Lu Zixuan, frequently bullying her. After the division of classes, they had been separated, but recently, the boy had begun writing love letters to Lu Zixuan, which she discarded without a glance. The girl, having been rejected by him, had irrationally blamed Lu Zixuan for her woes. The girl was pinned against a tree, head bowed in silence. Slap. Ye Chen delivered a sharp slap across her face. I'm asking you a question. Why are you mute? Ye Chen, what are you doing? Teacher Li rushed over in a fluster. Upon witnessing Ye Chen strike a girl, her expression darkened. Ye Chen pointed at the girl. Last time, she locked Lu Zixuan in the equipment room, and just now, she tried to push Lu Zixuan off the mountain, but I caught her. What? Teacher Li's face darkened further. Lu Zixuan was one of her most cherished students. After hearing about the incident in the equipment room, where Lu Zixuan had nearly encountered a grave mishap, she had been furious. Now that they had caught the culprit, Teacher Li was determined not to let her off easily. Call Director Zhao, she instructed coldly, concerned that Ye Chen might act out again, pulling him aside. At that moment, Ye Chen noticed that Lu Zixuan was trembling in fear. He hurried over to comfort her. Director Zhao arrived promptly. Before Teacher Li could speak, Ye Chen stood up angrily. Director Zhao, what would the punishment be for attempted murder? What? Attempted murder? Director Zhao was taken aback by Ye Chen's words. Witnesses had seen the girl who locked Lu Zixuan in the equipment room, noting a red birthmark on her neck, as Ye Chen now pointed out. Look here, he said, pulling down the collar of the girl's shirt to reveal the red mark. Just moments ago, she intended to push Lu Zixuan down this cliff. If she had succeeded, it would have resulted in severe injuries at the very least, wounds that qualify as attempted murder. Director Zhao's expression darkened. Rest assured, we will thoroughly investigate this matter and ensure justice for Lu Zixuan. He led the girl away. Everything is resolved now. Don't worry. No one will dare to bully you again, as long as I'm here. Ye Chen, disregarding the onlookers, embraced Lu Zixuan. Teacher Li witnessed the scene, her mouth opening as if to speak, yet ultimately, she remained silent. Chapter 37. The Aura of a Beauty. On Monday, during the flag-raising ceremony, Director Zhao announced an important piece of news. Sun Yu from Class A to the senior year has repeatedly violated school discipline, causing a severe impact on her peers, and has been expelled. Director Zhao also commended Ye Chen for his bravery during the ceremony. Had Sun Yu succeeded, the consequences for Lu Zixuan could have been dire, which was why the school administration acted decisively to expel her. Despite the commendation, Ye Chen felt no joy. Lu Zixuan seemed to be avoiding him lately. Ye Chen, what is going on with you and Lu Zixuan? I don't know. She has been acting strangely, like she is dodging me. Ye Chen had thought that saving Lu Zixuan would bring them closer, but instead, she had distanced herself. He had asked her about it, but she refused to say anything, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. After the study abroad program ended, the monthly exam finally arrived. The examination rooms were assigned based on performance. Lu Zixuan was in the top-tier room, filled with the school's brightest students, while Ye Chen found himself in the bottom-tier room, surrounded by those at the bottom of the rankings. Beside Ye Chen sat a senior who was reciting incantations while performing various hand gestures, eventually inserting a pen upright into the desk, transforming it into a makeshift incense burner. Ye Chen was taken aback. He had witnessed cheating before, but this was his first encounter with someone practicing rituals. Most students, however, were engaged in more conventional last-minute studying, clutching their books. This monthly exam was crucial for Ye Chen, as he needed to place in the top 10 to secure a seat next to Lu Zixuan. The pressure of this task weighed heavily upon him. Ye Chen silently adjusted his mindset, awaiting the start of the exam. As the bell rang to signal the beginning, the teacher began distributing the papers. The first subject was English. Ye Chen glanced at the test and felt a sense of relief. In his previous life, he had often interacted with overseas suppliers, and his command of English was quite proficient. Given his vocabulary, he was more than capable of handling the college entrance examination. What once seemed like an incomprehensible English paper now appeared manageable to Ye Chen. Ye Chen recalled the English composition from his previous life as college entrance examination, wherein he racked his brains to assemble words. Now, however, the English essay posed no challenge for him. It was merely a drizzle. He completed the task half an hour in advance, reviewed his work, and the bell for submission rang only then. In this subject, proficiency was evident, whereas ignorance rendered the material as inscrutable as ancient scripts. The difficulty of the questions was moderate, eliciting minimal reaction from his classmates. The second subject was mathematics, a domain where Ye Chen excelled significantly. Upon completion, students eagerly began comparing their answers. Some wore expressions of joy, while others appeared quite distressed. It's over, this time. The math results are bound to be dismal, perhaps just over 90 points. Did you manage to solve the penultimate geometry question? No, it was too challenging. Ye Chen remained unfazed. Despite the general consensus on the difficulty of the exam, he felt confident about his performance. Zhangyang uproachet sun tao. Gun god. What was the answer to the last question? 3. Zhang Yang exclaimed, exhilarated. I got it right. Ye Chen recognized that Zhang Yang had recently engaged a tutor, resulting in a noticeable improvement in his grades, elevating him from the bottom tier to an average level. Observing Zhang Yang's smug demeanor, Ye Chen sighed. Old Zhang, you got that one wrong. The answer is 1. Upon hearing Ye Chen's assertion, Sun Chao bristled. Who are you calling wrong, Ye Chen? I checked my answer twice and am confident it's correct. Sun Chao's self-assurance, particularly when questioned by a student of lesser academic standing, irked him greatly. Ye Chen responded with indifference, believe what you wish. Suddenly, Zhang Yang recalled Lu Zixuan, who was seated beside Ye Chen. Zixuan, what is your answer to the final question? 1. Lu Zixuan's response coincided with Ye Chen's. Sun Chao fell silent, although he remained unconvinced. Just then, their math teacher entered the room. Without paying heed to Mr. Gung's imposing stature, Sun Chao anxiously inquired, Teacher, what is the answer to the last question? The last question? The answer is 1. The classroom erupted in dismay as many students realized they had erred. Sun Chao gazed at Ye Chen in shock. No way, Ye Chen actually got it right. But that can't be, he must have copied. Zhang Yang coldly remarked. Ye Chen sat for the exam in room 8. Do you think anyone else there could have solved it? Sun Chao fell silent. As someone who had just completed the exam in room 8, Ye Chen understood well. Most students in that room had left the latter questions blank, with many resorting to guessing for the multiple choice section. Reflecting on Ye Chen's previous performance in math class, it seemed quite reasonable for him to have solved the question. Sun Chao had prepared extensively for this exam. In his quest for a good score, he had even sharpened his pencil the night before and brought 3 extra leads. Brother Yi, I think you're more reliable. Let's compare answers. The classmates who had previously gathered around Sun Chao now flocked to Ye Chen's side. After the morning exams, Ye Chen felt he had done well in both Chinese and mathematics. At noon, he seized the opportunity to corner Lu Zixuan, who was attempting to slip away. What's been going on with you lately? Lu Zixuan lowered her gaze. Nothing much. Why are you avoiding me? Lu Zixuan bit her lip. Ye Chen, please don't be friends with me. Why? Ye Chen asked, puzzled. I might bring you misfortune. I am an ill-omened person, and those who associate with me are doomed. Lu Zixuan had genuinely been frightened, especially recalling how Ye Chen had slapped Sun Yu for her sake. Remembering the day Ye Chen had confronted the supermarket owner with a brick on her behalf, she truly feared that continuing their friendship would endanger him. Ye Chen chuckled at Lu Zixuan's words. Who says you're an ill-omened person? Since I started studying with you, my grades have skyrocketed. I believe I can score 130 in this math exam. You're more like my lucky star. But Ye Chen interjected coolly, there are no buts. If you dare to avoid me again, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing Ye Chen's fierce expression, Lu Zixuan nodded, feeling a mix of grievance and acceptance. In the afternoon, they had a physics exam, a subject in which Ye Chen felt relatively weak. He struggled with several problems and asked Lu Zixuan to help him review after lunch. All right, she nodded, following Ye Chen to the dining hall. The physics exam proved exceedingly difficult, and after it concluded, a chorus of lamentations filled the air. Ye Chen felt he had not performed well either, but he remained unperturbed. In his memory, this mock exam as physics was notoriously challenging, with generally low scores. Regrettably, after so many years, he had forgotten the exam questions. Otherwise, achieving a top score would have been well within his grasp. As he was checking answers, he suddenly noticed the voices of the boys had quieted. Looking up, he saw a tall, coolly beautiful figure enter, the very embodiment of Lu Zixuan. In an instant, the previously lamenting boys transformed into gentlemen, their voices lowering significantly. Was this the aura of beauty? Ye Chen could not help but smile inwardly. Chapter 38, Anonymous Report. Ye Chen reflected on his previous life. He, too, had been like those boys, rendered speechless in the presence of beautiful girls. Ye Chen, let us compare answers, Lu Zixuan said as she approached him. Sure. In the envious gazes of the boys, Lu Zixuan and Ye Chen began to compare their answers. Liyaki had performed poorly on this exam. Recently, due to Ye Chen, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of him, both during and after class. Especially with Ye Chen's rendition of the paper is short, but the feelings are deep. It sent her heart racing. That evening, she sent Ye Chen a text message, but alas, he did not respond. Seeing Ye Chen's closeness with Lu Zixuan now only fueled her anger. She clenched her fists. The afternoon session was Chinese, one of Ye Chen's weaker subjects. The sheer volume of material to memorize was overwhelming, and he struggled to recall much. Many of his answers were mere guesses. After the Chinese exam, everyone's mood stabilized considerably. Only one subject remained, chemistry, and then all examinations would be over. During the evening self-study session, the chemistry teacher sat at the podium. Everyone, review on your own. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Ye Chen felt a headache coming on as he stared at the formulas. In his previous life, chemistry had never been his forte, and in this life, he still found himself grappling with the same difficulties. Despite Lu Zixuan's efforts to tutor him, there were still numerous questions he could not solve. Ultimately, Ye Chen found himself resorting to random guessing. Much like the other struggling students, marking answers A, B, C, or D on scrap paper. Finally, the chemistry exam concluded. Ye Chen had managed to write down everything he knew, while the questions he could not answer were left to fate. Immediately after finishing, he was summoned to the office by Old Li. Upon reaching the doorway, he overheard Old Li conversing with Director Zhao. Teacher Li, Lu Zixuan is an excellent student. Don't let Ye Chen lead her astray. I mean, they're already in their senior year. How can they still afford to be distracted by such things? Director Zhao, I believe you might be overthinking this. I am aware of the situation between Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan. Yet you do nothing? Did you see that day when he actually hugged her? What kind of behavior is that? Director Zhao exclaimed, visibly irate. I consider it a show of concern among classmates. Well, there has been a report that students claim Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan are dating. You should figure out how to handle this situation. Lu Zixuan is such a hard-working child. If she gets led astray by Ye Chen, her future could be ruined. Director Zhao lamented. Ye Chen knocked on the door, silencing the conversation within. Come in. As he entered, Old Li's expression turned serious. Ye Chen, someone has reported that you and Lu Zixuan are dating. Is there any truth to this? Director Zhao remained silent, watching Ye Chen intently. Thank you, Teacher Li. Ye Chen bowed respectfully. Teacher Li and Director Zhao exchanged glances, utterly taken aback by Ye Chen's unexpected actions. Ye Chen, what do you mean by this? Thank you for your concern for Lu Zixuan, Ye Chen replied earnestly. Over the years, Teacher Li, as the homeroom teacher, had maintained a stern demeanor, often appearing suddenly at the back window of the classroom. Ye Chen had frequently found himself pulled out to stand in punishment for dozing off. The students in the class held a certain fear of Teacher Li, even bestowing upon her the nickname the Ruthless Instructor. However, no one anticipated that, during their graduation, Teacher Li would be inconsolable in her tears. A middle-aged woman weeping in front of a group of children, expressing her reluctance to part with them, especially when she apologized to Lu Zixuan for not having taken better care of her. This was her greatest regret. Although Teacher Li had previously misunderstood Ye Chen, he understood her genuine concern for her students. The last incident involving stolen money had led to her reprimanding him. Yet she had chosen to suppress the matter instead of reporting it to the school. Otherwise, Ye Chen might not have graduated, facing expulsion instead. As Teacher Li gazed at Ye Chen, she sensed a significant change in him. Director Zhao furrowed his brow and pulled out a cigarette. Ye Chen casually picked up a lighter and lit it for him. Director Zhao had initially intended to scold Ye Chen, but fell silent instead, his expression becoming rather complex. Since you understand that the teachers have your best interests at heart, I will speak plainly. Teacher Li softened her tone. Ye Chen, I perceive you as a sensible young man. Are you aware of Lu Zixuan's situation? Your relationship with her, regardless of its impact on you. Have you considered its repercussions for her? You are a boy from a well-off family. Even if you do not attend university, it will not greatly affect you. But what about Lu Zixuan? Her father is ill, and she has no one else to rely on. What will happen if she cannot enter college? It is not that the teachers lack compassion. Rather, Lu Zixuan simply cannot afford to lose. For her, romance is a luxury she cannot entertain. Director Zhao interjected. Lu Zixuan is the most diligent student in your class, renowned throughout our school. If her grades were to decline, what would happen to all those years of hard work? For reasons unknown, Director Zhao felt that Ye Chen was different from other students, particularly after witnessing him light the cigarette. It made him suspect that Ye Chen was not a typical 17-year-old high school student, but rather a seasoned veteran with decades of experience in the workforce, which lent his speech a certain sophistication. Ye Chen listened patiently to both teachers. Teacher Li, Director Zhao, I admit that I have feelings for Lu Zixuan, but I do not believe that our relationship will adversely affect her grades. My only desire is to improve quickly and attend the same university as her. Oh, do you truly wish for her to tutor you? Teacher Li inquired, casting a glance at Director Zhao. Well, I have also helped her with her studies at times. Coughing. Director Zhao was caught off guard by the smoke. What grades do you have to tutor her? Director Zhao was unaware of Ye Chen's progress. All he knew was that Lu Zixuan consistently ranked at the top, while Ye Chen had always been among the lowest. To Director Zhao, Ye Chen's claim was nothing short of jest. However, Ye Chen was speaking the truth. After his rebirth, he discovered that, in addition to his own strength, his comprehension skills were remarkably impressive. For instance, abstract concepts that had once seemed like hieroglyphics to him were now easily understood. He felt that his mathematics had even surpassed Lu Zixuan's. As for chemistry, with a weak foundation, he could only do his best. Nonetheless, Teacher Li and Director Zhao remained skeptical of Ye Chen's assertions. After a moment of contemplation, Teacher Li stated, "Very well, the monthly exam has already concluded. We shall await the results. If you do not place in the top 10, I will have no choice but to separate you two." Director Zhao, does this approach seem reasonable to you? Director Zhao chuckled. This kid really dares to make such bold claims. After so many years as the director of education, I have yet to see a student who has ranked at the bottom in their second-year finals suddenly break into the top 10 in their third year. Such a prodigy is unheard of. All right, let us leave it undecided for now. We shall see what the results reveal. After Ye Chen departed, Director Zhao watched him leave. Taking a drag from his cigarette, I have suddenly realized that this Ye Chen possesses a certain charm. His demeanor and actions are far from those of a mere child. Yet he is still too young. Achieving a top 10 rank is no simple feat. This exam will serve as a reality check for him. Director Zhao remarked proudly, "Yes, this plan is quite astute. Let him face some setbacks to redirect his focus toward his studies." Teacher Li suddenly recalled something. By the way, he reported that Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan were in a relationship. Director Zhao produced an envelope and placed it on the desk. Anonymous tip-off, no name. Teacher Li opened the envelope, initially intending to discern the handwriting to identify the student. To her astonishment, it was printed text. Chapter 39, Top 10 in the grade after class. Ye Chen and Zhang Yang bought dinner at the entrance. "Ye Chen, why did the ruthless instructor summon you to the office today?" Zhang Yang casually asked while purchasing 10 yuan worth of lamb skewers. "Many people saw you being called to the office today. Most assumed that Ye Chen had been reprimanded by the teacher. Someone reported my relationship with Lu Zixuan to Director Zhao." Ye Chen replied coldly. He and Lu Zixuan were quite close, a fact that many students were aware of. However, for someone to bypass the homeroom teacher and report directly to Director Zhao hinted at ulterior motives. Fortunately, Ye Chen was not an ordinary high school student, able to face Director Zhao and Teacher Li with composure. Otherwise, the mere aura of authority would have left him dumbfounded, let alone allow him to retreat unscathed. "Someone is out to get you," Zhang Yang exclaimed angrily. "Could you help me investigate? I suspect Liyaki and Sun Yu. I remember several people bullying Lu Zixuan at that time. Look into the others as well." Zhang Yang nodded. "Rest assured, leave this matter to me. You weren't called in to have your parents come, were you?" "Of course not. I told them I would undoubtedly place in the top 10 this time." "Ye Chen, do you really think you have a chance at a top 10 ranking?" "Why not? I did quite well this time." Ye Chen replied confidently. Zhang Yang looked at Ye Chen's calm demeanor, feeling somewhat speechless. "Ye Chen, are you sure you haven't caught a fever? Achieving a top 10 rank isn't that easy." "Don't worry, I have confidence." Zhang Yang shook his head. "I finally understand what it means for love to drive one to irrationality." With a sigh, he added, "Don't say I'm not a good friend. Today, I'll treat you to the lamb skewers." Ye Chen accepted the skewers Zhang Yang offered, and he couldn't help but feel that free food was indeed delicious. Afterward, Ye Chen purchased dinner and also brought a box of cranberry cupcakes for Lu Zixuan. After spending so many days together, Lu Zixuan had stopped rejecting his offerings. Zhang Yang returned to the classroom, observing Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan seated together. Lu Zixuan was taking bites of the cake with a small spoon, and to Zhang Yang's dismay, she began feeding Ye Chen, alternating bites. "One for you, one for me." Zhang Yang felt a pang of jealousy. The one needing comfort was not Ye Chen, but him. "I treated you to lamb skewers, and, as a brother, you repay me with dog food." Lu Zixuan, while eating the cranberry cake, asked, "Did you really promise Teacher Li and Director Zhao to place in the top 10? Although Lu Zixuan was aware of Ye Chen's rapid improvement, she still felt uncertain until the results were released. I believe it will be fine." Lu Zixuan remained silent, her eyes blinking as she pondered something. With the monthly exam concluded, all that was left was the anxious wait for the results. In the grade office, teachers from various subjects were diligently grading the exam papers. This time, the math questions had been somewhat challenging. Even some of the better performing students had not completed the test. During this month's examination, in an effort to instill a sense of pressure among the students, the question-setting committee intentionally included some questions beyond the syllabus. As several teachers graded the papers, they engaged in lively discussions. One teacher looked up, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes, and exclaimed, "This student is remarkable. They achieved a perfect score on such a challenging paper." "A perfect score? How could that be possible on such a difficult exam? I've graded numerous papers, and not only are perfect scores rare, but high scores are scarce as well." Another teacher chimed in. "Which class is this from?" "Class 2, came the reply. "I also had a student from my English class who scored highly, missing only 5 points on the essay, essentially a perfect score. They're also from class 2. Just then, Li Ying walked in. What's going on in our class? The head of the mathematics teaching research group lightly tapped Li Ying on the shoulder. Well, Ms. Li, it seems your class has been harboring a secret weapon that we were previously unaware of. Secret weapon? Li Ying was perplexed. As I grade your class's papers, I see that one student achieved a perfect score in mathematics, and the highest score in English also belongs to your class. Really? Li Ying picked up the paper. Ye Chen, after 3 years of being a homeroom teacher, she instantly recognized his handwriting. She had been supervising Ye Chen during the examination and had even checked on him specifically. Ye Chen, the teachers exchanged glances. Ms. Li, when did a top student transfer into your class? I've never heard of this name before. Where did this Ye Chen come from? In truth, Li Ying's astonishment was no less than that of her colleagues. After the exams concluded and the results were released, old Li sat in the office, holding the scores with a look of incredulity. Director Zhao entered. Ms. Li, the results are out. Shouldn't we call in that Ye Chen to put him in his place for his arrogance? For days, Director Zhao had been waiting for the results to properly reprimand Ye Chen, who had dared to act so brazenly in front of him. Director Zhao, I fear it is you who will be left embarrassed. Li Ying handed him the ranking sheet. Ye Chen is actually ranked 8th? Director Zhao was taken aback, particularly with a perfect score in mathematics and the highest score in English. Although his performance in other subjects was not stellar, it was still above average. Ms. Li, is there an error in this score tally? No, I've double-checked and I had the subject teachers verify it as well. How is this possible? Isn't he one of your underperformers? Director Zhao appeared utterly perplexed. I've always known this boy had potential, Li Ying said, her face flushed, desperately trying to hide her own shock. Honestly, I heard that this math exam was exceptionally difficult, and for Ye Chen to achieve a perfect score is quite impressive. Director Zhao inhaled deeply. But why has he always been at the bottom before? Director Zhao inquired, puzzled. Isn't it obvious? He was just playing around before. Now he has realized the importance of studying. Frankly, I didn't expect him to improve this much. Perhaps he is studying diligently for the sake of his deskmate. She mused. As she spoke, Li Ying crossed her legs and mockingly complained, You see, this boy is so clever, yet he enjoys causing mischief. Just to sit next to the girl he likes, he puts in a bit of effort and makes it into the top 10. If he keeps this up, he could even be first in the grade. How frustrating. Upon hearing Li Ying's words, the other teachers couldn't help but react. Ms. Li, you are being quite ostentatious. Your class already has a top student, Lu Zixuan, and now there's Ye Chen as well. Why do I suddenly feel the urge to challenge her? Ms. Li, don't play coy. If you don't want him, let him transfer to our class. He can sit wherever he likes. How about that? A male teacher remarked with a hint of jealousy. Old Zhang, you're dreaming. You think you're so progressive. In the future, Ye Chen can sit wherever he pleases and with whomever he desires. However, Ms. Li, Lu Zixuan actually performed poorly this time, not even making it in the top 10. Li Ying glanced at the scores, stunned. She had been so focused on Ye Chen that she hadn't noticed Lu Zixuan's results. Not making it into the top 10? How could that be? Li Ying snatched the report card. Chapter 40. Because of love? Li Ying, holding the exam papers, walked to the classroom door, immediately suppressing her smile and adopting a stern expression as she entered. The students, who had been whispering amongst themselves, fell silent upon seeing Li Ying's grim face. She slammed the lesson plan onto the desk, her countenance darkening further. With results like this, you all still dare to make noise? Our class has been the loudest throughout this entire process. Do you all think you performed well? Our class did poorly this time, particularly this exam, where scores decreased by 20 points compared to the last. The students lowered their heads, anxiety creeping in. A few others had clearly not focused on their studies at all, leaving the last few complex problems unanswered. Upon hearing Li Ying's words, nearly all eyes instinctively turned toward Ye Chen. Lu Zixuan, what happened this time? How did you fall out of the top 10 with such a noticeable decline? Are you treating this exam like a joke? Lu Zixuan? At the mention of this name, everyone was astonished, thinking Li Ying was actually referring to Ye Chen, only to discover it was Lu Zixuan. Everyone was well aware of Lu Zixuan's academic prowess, consistently ranking among the top 3 throughout high school. That she had fallen out of the top 10 was indeed unexpected. Lu Zixuan kept her head down, silent. No one knew what thoughts were swirling in her mind. Li Ying chose not to scold Lu Zixuan further and shifted her focus. This time, I would like to commend one student, Ye Chen, for his remarkable progress. He achieved the highest scores in mathematics and English, and his overall rank is 8th in the class. If Lu Zixuan's performance had shocked everyone, Ye Chen's results left all in utter disbelief. Ye Chen, who had consistently ranked at the bottom in previous exams, had now made it into the top 10. All right, put the scores on the wall. Check your own results. If you've improved, don't be too proud, and if you didn't do well, reflect on the reasons. Li Ying affixed the results to the wall, and the students immediately gathered around. Most were focused on Ye Chen's scores, a perfect score in mathematics and only 5 points deducted in English. His performance in the other subjects was also above average. Ye Chen's scores dazzled the eyes of his classmates. When had Ye Chen become such a diligent student? At that moment, Ye Chen approached. The group surrounding him parted, creating a path, gazing at him with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Ye Chen didn't look at his own scores, but instead searched for Lu Zixuan's results. 13th in the class. This score was indeed inconsistent with Lu Zixuan's abilities. Ye Chen felt a twinge of confusion. What was going on with Lu Zixuan? He intended to ask her about it, but she seemed to be avoiding him, leaving him without an opportunity. Li Yaqi watched Ye Chen with a complex expression. Her own performance had been poor, ranking 32nd in the class, and she was on the verge of slipping into the bottom ranks. She couldn't comprehend how Ye Chen had become so exceptional since their separation. This was only the first monthly exam, and he had already reached the top 10 in the class. With continued effort, he could easily become first in the grade. Handsome, academically gifted, and capable of dunking, he was the dreamboat of countless girls. Ye Chen, congratulations on your outstanding performance. Li Yaqi mustered the courage to approach him. Thank you. Ye Chen replied succinctly before walking away with Zhang Yang. Watching Ye Chen's retreating figure, Li Yaqi felt a deep sense of discomfort. Until now, she had always believed Ye Chen was merely pretending to ignore her, convinced he would eventually turn back. Yet, as he continued to excel, she suddenly realized that she might not be worthy of him anymore. In the cafeteria, Ye Chen glanced around and noticed that Lu Zixuan was absent. He was eating with Zhang Yang when Zhang Yang suddenly said, Ye Chen, I think I want to start dating. Dating? Why? You have embarked on a romantic relationship with Lu Zixuan and astonishingly ascended from the penultimate position to within the top 10. I pondered this phenomenon and concluded that it must be love that has ignited your inner potential. If I were to enter into a romance, will my academic performance not also catapult me into the top 3 of the class? As he spoke, Zhang Yang's face radiated with an exuberant ambition. My friend, do not indulge in fanciful dreams. My success is not solely attributed to love, but rather to my intellect. Ye Chen did not wish to dampen Zhang Yang's spirits. As a reborn individual, his achievements could not be replicated. For the present Zhang Yang, it would be far wiser to focus on diligent study. Ye Chen recalled that in his past life, Zhang Yang had performed admirably academically. He hoped that in this lifetime, he would not stray from that path. Zhang Yang contemplated Ye Chen's words and conceded their validity. Many in their class who were enmeshed in romantic entanglements had seen their grades decline. Realizing the futility of this path, Zhang Yang felt a tinge of despondency. Just as Ye Chen had returned to the classroom, Teacher Li appeared at the door. Ye Chen, please come to my office. Ye Chen was perplexed, as he believed he had committed no transgressions, and followed Teacher Li into the office. Inside, only Teacher Li awaited him. Do you know why I called you here? Is it to praise me? I believe I've already done so in class. I summoned you regarding Lu Zixuan. Teacher Li gestured to a stack of papers on the desk. This is Lu Zixuan's exam paper. Take a look. Ye Chen flipped open Lu Zixuan's paper and noted its peculiarities. In every subject, her initial responses were exemplary, with almost no points lost. Yet the final, significant questions were largely left blank. Do you understand? Teacher Li sighed. 13th place is not reflective of Lu Zixuan's capabilities. She should rightfully be among the top 3. What could possibly explain her empty responses to the final questions? Did she do this to ensure your place in the top 10? At last, Ye Chen grasped why Lu Zixuan had been avoiding him and why her grades had plummeted. Concerned that Ye Chen might not secure a top 10 position, she had deliberately underperformed, thus eliminating a competitor. This girl had resorted to such a foolish method to assist him. Ye Chen, I shall refrain from saying more. I have no objection to you two sitting together. However, I perceive that you possess a maturity beyond that of your peers. Thus, I urge you to recognize that Lu Zixuan is truly a remarkable individual. Do not let her down. Teacher Li offered no further counsel, merely imparting a few words of encouragement before allowing Ye Chen to return to class. As he walked down the corridor, Ye Chen was lost in thought. Did this foolish girl truly lack faith in him? Yet, reflecting on her actions warmed his heart. Upon reaching the classroom door, he beheld Lu Zixuan, who was resting her chin on her hand, gazing dreamily out the window. He wondered what thoughts occupied her mind. When she finally noticed him approaching, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she greeted him with a radiant smile. However, Ye Chen could not help but think that her smile appeared rather naive. Chapter 41, The Cunning Fox. After the monthly examinations, seating arrangements were made. Ye Chen had intended to nestle into a corner to continue his romantic exchanges with Lu Zixuan, but was instead assigned to the very front row, dead center. Directly in front of him loomed the lectern, with the self-satisfied teacher Li perched atop it. Ye Chen could only shake his head in disbelief. Teacher Li was quite cunning, placing him and Lu Zixuan directly under her watchful eye. Teacher, I believe my height may obstruct my classmates' view from the front row. Ye Chen attempted to protest, hoping to escape this perilous corner. No need. Simply lower your head. Of course, you may choose another seat, but Lu Zixuan must remain in the front row. As she spoke, Teacher Li could not suppress a chuckle. The notion of clandestine romantic exchanges in a distant corner was but a fanciful dream. Now he understood the wisdom of the saying, old ginger is spicier. Ye Chen glanced at the obedient Lu Zixuan, who was similarly gazing at him, her smile sweet and untroubled by the front row placement. For her, it mattered not where she sat, as long as she was beside Ye Chen. Ye Chen sighed, resigning himself to the situation. So what if I end up tasting a bit of chalk dust? Seeing Lu Zixuan's happiness, he could only acquiesce. Teacher Li had yet another announcement. A parent-teacher meeting was scheduled for the weekend. The classroom erupted in groans. For students like Ye Chen, whose grades were commendable, the meeting was of little concern. However, those with poorer performance were likely to endure a difficult weekend ahead. Ye Chen accompanied Lu Zixuan home. Upon reaching her doorstep, he inquired, "How has your father been lately?" "Yes, doing well." Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan continued their morning market endeavors. Each day, he would give her 20 yuan. Initially, he wished to provide more, but Lu Zixuan insisted that 20 was sufficient. For her, that amount was adequate, allowing her and her father to live comfortably. As he watched Lu Zixuan ascend the stairs, Ye Chen strolled home leisurely. Upon entering, his mother, Yi Ma, greeted him warmly. "Son, you're back." After her initial greeting, she glanced behind him. "Where's Zixuan? She didn't come back with you today? Why would she follow me home when she has her own family?" "Oh." Yi Ma's face fell as she returned to the sofa. "Mother, were you so eager for her company?" Yi Ma gave her son a quizzical look. "Do you think you warrant such a welcome? Should I roll out the red carpet for your return?" "Mother, do you wish for me to trade places with Zixuan, allowing her to become your cherished daughter?" Yi Ma's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ye Chen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Observing their playful banter, Yi Ba, unable to bear the exchange any longer, cleared his throat. "Have the results from the monthly exams been released?" Since Jincheng First High School catered to many offspring of large chemical enterprises, Yi Ba was aware of the results. Yes. Ye Chen was reluctant to engage in conversation, still stung by his mother's earlier remarks. "How'd you fare?" As he inquired, he picked up a nearby feather duster. "Not bad, I came in 8th. Yi Ba paused. Then a look of satisfaction spread across his face. 8th from the bottom. There's been progress." Yi Ma, hearing this, beamed with pride. "Look at that. You've jumped 7 places. Yi Lin protested indignantly. "Why does my brother receive praise for being 8th from the bottom while I'm scolded for 12th? Can you compare yourself to your brother? We've exhausted ourselves on the trumpet while you are our hope." Yi Ma shot a pointed glance at her daughter. "Have you considered that I ranked in the top 8? Ye Chen reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs with a smug expression. Mi Ba's teacup trembled, splattering hot tea as he winced in pain, yet he still managed to ask, "Top 8? Is that for real?" "Of course it is. You needn't worry about practicing the trumpet anymore. The smaller one is even less capable." Ye Chen, who do you call incapable? Yi Lin, like a little lion, lunged at her brother, only to be caught by Yi Ma. "Little Lin, look at your brother, and then look at yourself. Go study in your room." Yi Lin, begrudging, retreated, realizing that her brother's improved grades had elevated his status. Had this been before, their mother would never have favored him. Feeling aggrieved, she entered her room as Yi Ma continued. "Zixuan has truly done well. She got you into the top 10 in just a month. Mother, shouldn't you attribute this to my efforts?" Ye Chen, feeling fatigued, had long since abandoned any expectations of maternal affection and retreated to his bedroom. After dinner, Yi Ma had donned makeup and a lovely dress, preparing to head out. "Mother, where are you going at this late hour?" "Me? Off to dance at the square." "Haven't you said you've lost interest in dancing?" "I feel I've gained weight and wish to lose some." Ye Chen recalled that his mother had recently complained of boredom with square dancing, which led her to abandon it. His mother hurriedly left the house. "Oomph." Yi Ba chuckled as he watched television. "Did you not just rank 8th in the entire class? Your mother must be out there flaunting it." Ye Chen soudainement réalisé it. Ye's father took a sip of tea and continued, "You see, tonight, if she doesn't let everyone in the neighborhood know that you ranked 8th in the class, she certainly won't come back. Indeed, women are ever so capricious." Ye Chen shook his head in resignation. During the weekend, Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan continued their stall business. Ye Chen, another vendor, has opened a stall selling pork buns, and they're running a promotion. Buy a pork bun, get soy milk free. How annoying. Ye Chen frowned. This was already the 3rd new stall to open nearby. It seemed time to consider a more profitable venture. Selling pork buns was too laborious, requiring him to rise at 4 in the morning. More importantly, With studies becoming increasingly demanding, he would surely lack the energy for this. Initially, Ye Chen had taken up selling pork buns to accumulate seed capital for his entrepreneurial endeavors. Now that he had nearly 10,000 yuan, he deemed it sufficient. He had reincarnated to enjoy life, not to endure daily hardships. Ye Chen approached Sister Zhang, who was selling wontons nearby. Sister Zhang, weren't you asking me if this stall was for sale? If you want it for 3,000, I'll let you have it. Ah, big brother, why are you quitting? Previously, when Ye Chen's pork bun stall was thriving, she had inquired if it was available, but he had refused. Now, hearing his sudden decision to sell, she grew wary. Aren't we in our senior year? The studies are too intense. Waking up this early leaves no energy for school. If you want it, I'll let you have it. If not, I'll pass it on to someone else. Several people have asked me about the stall lately. Upon hearing Ye Chen's intention to sell the pork bun stall, Lu Zixuan became anxious. Ye Chen, why are we selling when we're doing so well? Lu Zixuan pulled Ye Chen aside and asked cautiously. It's fine, just trust me. He replied. After haggling, Ye Chen sold the pork bun stall, along with the recipe, to Sister Zhang for 2,800 yuan. On the way back, Lu Zixuan wore a puzzled expression. Ye Chen, we're making quite a profit. Why sell? Ye Chen responded, haven't you noticed we barely earn 300 a day now? There are several pork bun stalls around us. Soon, there will be prize competition, and our profits will dwindle. Lu Zixuan seemed to grasp his reasoning, looking at him in surprise. Why are you looking at me like that? She teased with a playful grin. I feel like you're a cunning fox. Chapter 42, Subtle Affections in Class. On Monday, due to the rain, the weather outside was quite cold. Ye Chen entered the classroom with the chill of the wind. Lu Zixuan had arrived early, engrossed in her reading. Good morning, Ye Chen. Lu Zixuan seemed in good spirits, smiling brightly. Good morning. Her enchanting smile inexplicably lifted Ye Chen's mood. As Ye Chen settled into his seat, Lu Zixuan extended her right hand towards him. This is for you. Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback. He saw that Lu Zixuan's hand was hidden within her sleeve, unsure of what lay inside. He reached in and felt something soft, slightly springy and warm. When he pulled it out, he was astonished to find it was a large steamed bun. Did you bring this for me? Previously, it was Ye Chen who brought breakfast for Lu Zixuan, but today, due to the rain, he had woken late and taken the bus, missing his breakfast. Yes, I bought it on the way here, knowing you would be late. Ye Chen felt a warmth in his heart as he gazed at the bun in his hand. This girl went to such lengths to ensure the bun stayed warm by concealing it in her sleeve. Have you eaten breakfast? I did, I bought two. One for each of us. Lu Zixuan nodded vigorously. However, the next moment, a loud grumble emanated from her stomach. Ye Chen, noticing her flustered expression, knew she was lying. You little trickster, do you think I'm foolish? You usually won't even spare a bun for yourself, yet you bought 2 meat buns? Caught in her deception, Lu Zixuan lowered her head, her cheeks flushing crimson. Even though I didn't eat the meat bun, I had a steamed bun. Ye Chen sighed and tore the meat bun open. Open your mouth. Lu Zixuan, puzzled, parted her lips slightly. Ye Chen observed her, likening her to a baby bird yearning to be fed. He squeezed the meat filling into Lu Zixuan's mouth. She widened her eyes in surprise. Eat up, or you could always return the favor mouth to mouth. At his words, Lu Zixuan's face turned even redder. She dutifully chewed the meat filling, her eyes narrowing in delight. Ye Chen mused that if Lu Zixuan had a tail, she would undoubtedly be wagging it in sheer joy. Normally, Ye Chen wasn't fond of fillings. It was astonishing how such a simple meat filling could bring her so much happiness. This girl was so easily content. However, after spending time with Lu Zixuan, Ye Chen had discovered a secret about her. She had a particular fondness for meat. Perhaps it stemmed from her difficult childhood, where meat was scarce. The way she savored meat was a joy entirely different from that of children raised in abundance. By the way, what made you splurge on meat buns today? Oh, I saw it was raining heavily and figured you wouldn't have time to buy breakfast, so I wanted to make sure you wouldn't go hungry, Lu Zixuan replied. Ye Chen could easily picture her holding an umbrella, carefully concealing the meat bun in her sleeve. He finished the unfilled bun he had and remarked, delicious. In senior year, most of the time was consumed by lectures. Students primarily focused on solving problems while teachers explained them, followed by rounds of examinations. During Chinese class, Teacher Li sat at the podium grading papers while students diligently worked on their exercises. Lu Zixuan and Ye Chen were also absorbed in their assignments. Ye Chen glanced at Lu Zixuan and noticed her hand trembling slightly. What is wrong? He inquired. It's nothing, I might just be... Lu Zixuan began, but did not finish. Ye Chen understood. It must be her menstrual period. Typically, during this time, girls' hands and feet are cold. With the rain outside, it was even chillier, and given Lu Zixuan's sensitivity to cold, it was no surprise. Over the years, Lu Zixuan had endured much hardship, and her body had always been undernourished. leaving her constitution weak. As a result, her extremities became easily cold during her menstrual cycle. Without hesitation, Ye Chen grasped Lu Zixuan's left hand. She jumped in surprise and whispered, "What are you doing? We're still in class." "I'm just warming your hands," he replied, slipping her small hand into his uniform, allowing it to rest against his abdomen. Lu Zixuan was taken aback by Ye Chen's boldness. Being warmed by him indeed felt much better. With her hand pressed against Ye Chen's stomach, she felt the warmth radiating from him, her cheeks flushing. She glanced around furtively, feeling as if she were doing something clandestine. Teacher Li appeared preoccupied with grading papers, seemingly oblivious to their subtle interaction. "Are you feeling more comfortable?" Ye Chen asked. Lu Zixuan nodded gently, a smile gracing her face. After a while, Ye Chen took her right hand as well. Lu Zixuan, with one hand flipping through her exercises and the other resting on Ye Chen's abdomen, soon found both hands warming up. After a considerable time, Ye Chen noticed Lu Zixuan's small hands were becoming restless, as if she were exploring something, gradually moving downwards. Seeing that Ye Chen did not react, Lu Zixuan's boldness seemed to increase. She stole a glance at him and then lightly scratched his abdomen. The young girl's fingers were inherently smooth and delicate, teasingly grazing across Ye Chen's abdomen, igniting within him a flicker of mischievous desire. He felt as though countless ants were scuttling across his belly, burrowing deep into his heart. After a brief moment of playful exploration, Lu Zixuan suddenly erupted into a light-hearted giggle. "What are you laughing at?" Ye Chen inwarded, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. "Ah, I merely remarked upon how firm your abs are," she replied, her words causing a flush to bloom on Ye Chen's cheeks, as he mistakenly believed she had discerned his physiological reaction. Lu Zixuan, with deliberate mischief, playfully flicked his taut belly a couple more times. "Ye Chen." He could scarcely fathom that the typically demure Lu Zixuan possessed such a playful side. It brought him immense delight. Just as Lu Zixuan was reveling in her playful antics, the heavy sound of Mr. Li's cough reverberated through the room. Lu Zixuan lifted her head to behold the legendary death glare of Mr. Li. "Focus on your studies," he admonished in a hushed tone. With a sheepish grin, Lu Zixuan withdrew her hand and promptly began to answer questions with utmost seriousness. Ye Chen raised his gaze to find Mr. Li's icy stare fixed upon him, leaving him feeling inexplicably perplexed. They had been so cautious. How could they have been discovered? What Ye Chen did not realize was that the vantage point of the podium afforded Mr. Li a godlike perspective over the classroom. Every subtle movement of the students below was crystal clear, especially since the two were seated in the front row, where their little antics were utterly transparent to him. Mr. Li had initially tolerated their behavior, believing it to be a display of camaraderie among classmates. However, as their antics escalated to the point of playful belly teasing right under his nose, he began to reconsider his decision to place them in the front row. "Must I endure this daily display of affection from this pair of lovebirds?" Mr. Li lamented, wishing he could slap himself for his misguided choices. After class, Mr. Li rose from his seat, teaching materials in hand. "Ye Chen, Lu Zixuan, you both are to accompany me to the office." Chapter 43. Arrival in Love? Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan trailed behind Mr. Li, a sense of trepidation settling in. "Do we go too far? Is Mr. Li angry?" Lu Zixuan queried, feeling somewhat guilty. "Surely not. Mr. Li is not so petty," Ye Chen reassured her, drawing confidence from the strength of his academic performance. Generally, teachers are quite forgiving towards diligent students. Upon entering the office, it became evident that Mr. Li's intentions were not to chastise them. After taking a sip of tea, he announced, "Next week, during the flag-raising ceremony, you two will represent our class in a speech." Ye Chen was taken aback. Had he truly reached the level of Lu Zixuan, where he could now stand before an audience to deliver a speech? Yet, it was not entirely surprising. Ye Chen had risen from being the lowest performer in the class to achieving 8th place, and over 40 in the grade, a true exemplar of improvement. Lu Zixuan, however, felt a twinge of anxiety. "Teacher, how didn't he do well this time?" she began. "Are you not aware of the reasons behind your performance?" "In my eyes, you are the most consistently outstanding student over the past 3 years," Mr. Li responded, leaving Lu Zixuan blushing with embarrassment. "All right, teacher, I will participate." She acquiesced, feeling a pang of guilt for not meeting Mr. Li's expectations in the recent monthly exam. "Must I go?" Ye Chen protested, lacking enthusiasm for such a public display. "You will participate, whether you like it or not. There is no room for negotiation," Mr. Li retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Ye Chen, who always seemed to be a source of concern. Ye Chen had been specifically designated by the school administration, and his presence on stage was imperative. "This is an honor bestowed upon our class by the school leadership, and your significant progress in this examination warrants your participation." It will serve as a motivation for you. Reluctantly, Ye Chen nodded. Fine, I will do it. With Mr. Li invoking the class's honor, further refusal would be imprudent. Despite his agreement, Mr. Li remained uneasy. Upon returning, draft a speech filled with positivity to inspire your classmates. Here, take this previously prepared speech from the graduating class for reference, he said, feeling reassured regarding Lu Zixuan but still harboring concerns about Ye Chen. Zixuan is such a reliable child. She brings me peace of mind. During evening self-study, Ye Chen and Zhang Yang returned from the restroom to find the hallway of Class 2, Senior 3, abuzz with excitement. A crowd had gathered at the doorway, with several students even leaning against the windows to catch a glimpse. At the entrance stood a tall, handsome young man, whom Ye Chen recognized as the captain of the school basketball team, the school's heartthrob. Holding a birthday cake, he was publicly confessing his feelings to Lu Zixuan. Xian. Today marks my 17th birthday, and from the very first day of school, I have harbored feelings for you. On this special day, would you celebrate with me and accept my confession? Ye Chen frowned. Wang Cheng was not only handsome, but also an exceptional basketball player with numerous admirers. Yet, he remained steadfastly infatuated with Lu Zixuan. The last person to target Lu Zixuan, Sun Yu, had done so out of jealousy towards Wang Cheng's affection for her. To put it bluntly, Lu Zixuan was ensnared in a web of rivalry due to this fellow, leading to her having a plethora of adversaries at school. Now, when Lu Zixuan was in danger, he was nowhere to be found, yet he chose this moment to declare his feelings. As Wang Cheng's confession echoed through the classroom, whispers erupted among the students. They were astonished to learn that Wang Cheng had feelings for Lu Zixuan. Rumor had it that they were middle school classmates, with Wang Cheng pursuing Lu Zixuan since then. This unexpected revelation left everyone in suspense, wondering if Lu Zixuan would accept. Wang Cheng is so charming and comes from a good family. If I were her, I would definitely say yes. Lu Zixuan, however, kept her head down, engrossed in her exercises, not even bothering to look up. The classroom fell silent, the only sound being the rhythmic scratching of her pen. All eyes were on Lu Zixuan, eager to see her reaction. Ye Chen suddenly realized that Lu Zixuan possessed a remarkably aloof demeanor when she was not with him. In such a situation, most girls would likely be flustered. However, Lu Zixuan's indifference to Wang Cheng left him feeling somewhat awkward. After all, he had brought several members of the basketball team along for support, and being ignored by Lu Zixuan was a blow to his pride. Xian, would you take a bite of my cake? After all, it is my birthday. Lu Zixuan finally lifted her head, her gaze landing on Ye Chen standing among the crowd. Her previously composed expression faltered, and in that moment, she dropped her pen and coldly interrupted. Wang Cheng, we are not that familiar. Who gave you permission to call me Xian? Her words struck like a resounding slap to Wang Cheng's face, causing a flicker of frustration to cross his features, though he quickly masked it with a smile. His change of demeanor did not escape Ye Chen's discerning eye. The students, being only 17 or 18, were innocent, kind-hearted, and emotional. They felt that Lu Zixuan's behavior was somewhat inconsiderate on Wang Cheng's birthday. His admirers were incensed at Lu Zixuan's blatant disrespect towards their idol. Lu Zixuan, you're being too much. Is it really that hard to take a bite of Wang Cheng's birthday cake, right? Stop pretending to be pure. There is nothing impressive about it. Wang Cheng is honoring you by sharing his cake. Enough. You will not speak of Xian that way. Wang Cheng scolded several girls who were voicing their displeasure towards Lu Zixuan. Ye Chen couldn't help but smirk, recalling how Wang Cheng had worn a smug expression when those girls had criticized Lu Zixuan just moments ago. In dealing with such a scheming man, it appears that he must take matters into his own hands. Zixuan, having shared 3 years of middle school companionship, are you truly unwilling to take even a single bite of cake? The members of the basketball team began to jeer. Sister-in-law, just have a taste of our captain's cake. This cake was purchased with our captain's breakfast money saved over a week. Lu Zixuan furrowed her brow, feeling as though she were being roasted over an open flame by their antics. Wang Cheng, I do not harbor any feelings for you. Please refrain from bothering me in the future. Zixuan, what is it about me that you dislike? Surely I can change. Wang Cheng feigned heartbreak at Lu Zixuan's rejection. What I detest most is your infatuation with me. Lu Zixuan offered him no mercy. Zixuan, I understand that you might be too busy with your studies to accept me now, but I will strive to attend the same university as you. I will not give up. Ye Chen could no longer tolerate the situation. This fellow was indeed shamelessly persistent. Such a nuisance required direct intervention. Hey, have you ever heard the saying, good dogs don't block the way? You are obstructing my path. Ye Chen stepped forward, confronting Wang Cheng head-on. Chapter 44, A Campus Address. Wang Cheng was at the entrance of Class 2 of the senior year, lamenting his plight. His minions and admirers chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. However, They soon noticed a tall boy standing before them. The boy, standing at 6 feet tall, with short hair and fair skin, bore an air of confidence. Wang Cheng recognized Ye Chen as well. To him, Ye Chen was merely a sycophant, though they both played the role of sycophants. Wang Cheng held Ye Chen in disdain. Who do you think you are to insult me? Do you dare to challenge me? Wang Cheng unleashed his fury upon Ye Chen, seizing his collar. Beside him, one of Wang Cheng's admirers interjected, "What a lack of quality, resorting to insults right off the bat. It's simply outrageous. Brother Wang looks so cool when he's angry." Yet, in the next moment, Wang Cheng's bravado evaporated, for Ye Chen's gaze was icy and composed, leaving Wang Cheng somewhat disconcerted. "Are you aware that your actions are disrupting the studies of Class 2? If you do not leave immediately, I will report you to Director Zhao." A member of the basketball team scoffed. "Where do you come from? You think you can intimidate us with Director Zhao? We're not easily frightened." Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is that so? Well then, let us go to Director Zhao together and discuss how you are affecting our studies in Class 2 and resorting to violence. Let us see what Director Zhao has to say." "When did I ever resort to violence?" Wang Cheng hurriedly loosened his grip on Ye Chen's collar. "You just grabbed my collar and threatened to beat me. Everyone here heard you. Let us go find Director Zhao and clarify this." With that, Ye Chen seized Wang Cheng's shirt and began to pull him towards the office. Director Zhao, known in the school as the stern judge, was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, Wang Cheng was clearly in the wrong, and he would undoubtedly face consequences upon arrival. "Let go of me. I won't go." Wang Cheng panicked, attempting to break free from Ye Chen's hold. In the midst of their struggle, Ye Chen suddenly released his grip. Wang Cheng, caught off guard, found himself seated upon the garbage bin behind him. Having just finished dinner, the bin was filled with uneaten vegetable soup, which splattered all over Wang Cheng. His uniform became a colorful mess, adorned with remnants of food and vegetable leaves, while the cake he held was smashed to pieces, its remnants splattering him from head to toe. As the onlooking students stifled their laughter at Wang Cheng's comical predicament, his face turned an ashen hue. Ye Chen merely shrugged his shoulders. "You fell into the garbage bin all on your own. This has nothing to do with me." Wang Cheng, gritting his teeth in frustration, found himself helpless. Embarrassed, he quickly stood and fled, stopping at the door to reclaim his lost dignity. "Ye Chen, this matter is far from over. You better be prepared." In response to Wang Cheng's threats, Ye Chen remained unfazed, advising him earnestly, "The girl does not like you. Why do you persistently cling to her like a stubborn adhesive? Have you no sense of shame? It's time to let go." Wang Cheng had intended to retort with a few harsh words, but Ye Chen stood at the end of the corridor with an inscrutable gaze, emanating an aura of depth that left Wang Cheng feeling cornered. He clenched his jaw and, in the end, made a hasty retreat. Having dispatched Wang Cheng, Ye Chen walked into the classroom under the watchful eyes of his classmates. The boys in the class felt the blush creeping to their cheeks. After all, they had failed to stand up for their female classmate while she was bullied by someone from another class. Instead, they had merely spectated, which was quite shameful. The girls from Class 2 looked at Ye Chen as if he were a hero. His demeanor had been so cool, effortlessly dispatching Wang Cheng and his gang without a hint of violence. This only served to garner him countless admirers. Li Yaqi gazed at the commanding presence of Ye Chen as he returned to the classroom, feeling somewhat bewildered. In her memory, Ye Chen had never exhibited such a character, especially not daring to provoke someone like Wang Cheng before. His display just now had been incredibly impressive, confronting Wang Cheng head-on, causing her heart to race. However, the only sorrow for Li Yaqi was that Ye Chen had seemingly moved on to someone else. As Ye Chen returned to his seat, Lu Zixuan blushed and said, "Thank you, Ye Chen." With a playful flick, Ye Chen tapped Lu Zixuan on the forehead. "Why are you thanking me? If someone is trying to steal my girlfriend, isn't it only right that I teach him a lesson?" Lu Zixuan smiled brightly. Wang Cheng had often pestered her, leaving her feeling helpless. But now, she no longer had to fear, for Ye Chen was like her guardian angel, always appearing whenever she felt lost. That evening, upon returning home, Yilin was engrossed in watching The Legend of the Pigsy. Upon seeing Ye Chen, she leaped up, clutching the remote control. "You shall not steal the remote from me." Ye Chen remembered how, in his previous life, he would often bicker with his sister over the remote to watch Baseball Heroes, while she preferred The Legend of the Pigsy. Their disputes would often escalate into playful fights over the control. Ye Chen chuckled teasingly. "No need to watch. The ending is rather tragic. Little Dragon Girl turns into a spring." Yilin scoffed, "Liar. Pigsy and Little Dragon Girl are definitely together in the end. How about we wager 10 packets of spicy strips?" Ye Chen suggested with a smile. "Bring it on. I'll 1T lose. Pigsy and Little Dragon Girl will surely end up together." Little did Yilin realize that her brother had been reborn and knew the ending of the show, leading to her unfortunate loss of 10 packets of spicy strips. During dinner, Ye Chen suddenly adopted a serious tone. Mom, Dad, little sister, I would like to ask for your assistance with something. Seeing the gravity of Ye Chen's expression, both his parents set down their utensils. What's the matter? Why so serious? Ye Chen replied earnestly, the 8th is Lu Zixuan's birthday, and I wish to celebrate a special birthday for her at our home. Wow, it's Sister Xiaoshuan's birthday. I support this. Yi Lin was the first to clap in approval. Recently, Lu Zixuan had been coming over regularly to tutor Ye Chen, and they had grown fond of her, treating her almost like family. Absolutely. I will prepare some delicious dishes, Yi Mom said with a smile. She helped you rise from the bottom to 8th place. It's only right to express our gratitude. With that, Yi Dad generously placed 200 yuan on the table. Let us get her a decent birthday gift. Taking his father's money, which he would not turn down, Ye Chen pocketed it, and the family began to discuss how to celebrate Lu Zixuan's birthday. On Monday, the school's loudspeaker summoned students for the flag-raising ceremony. Each class stood densely packed in the playground, following a precise order. Teacher Li had specifically called Ye Chen aside and said, Ye Chen, don't be nervous in a moment. Just read the script as it is. You got this. Ye Chen Joshua nodded. In his previous life, he had even spoken off the cuff at a global business summit. For him, this school speech was merely a trivial matter. However, little did Teacher Li know that the one who would falter was not Ye Chen, but rather the student she trusted the most, Lu Zixuan. Chapter 45, The Unfamiliar Me. At the center of the playground stood a tall podium. The principal, a balding man, approached the microphone to speak. Students, a month has already passed in this new semester, and our senior class has now faced its first monthly exam. First, we must commend those who performed excellently. He proceeded to read out the names. This year's outstanding star is Wu Hao Lu Junwei. The rising star is Ye Chen Zhou Xinyu. Upon hearing Ye Chen's name, Liyaki felt an unusual sensation in her heart. At that moment, she overheard a few girls from neighboring classes discussing nearby. Ye Chen? Is he the handsome guy from class 2 who can dunk? Yes, that's him. My new crush. I heard just a few days ago. He dealt with the basketball team captain, Wang Qingdu. He's handsome, excels in academics, and can dunk. He stands up for his female classmates. He's absolutely perfect. Oh, when will he finish speaking? I want to hear my crush's speech. Liyaki couldn't help but curl her lip at the girl's chatter. Ye Chen is mine. Do you think you deserve him? Initially, Liyaki felt a sense of pride, but upon noticing Lu Zixuan in the front row, her confidence swiftly diminished. Can Ye Chen truly return to my side? At this moment, the principal's tedious speech finally concluded. Next, Director Chun from the research office took the stage. He adjusted his glasses as he stepped into the spotlight. Students, this monthly exam is our senior class's first. Our teaching group increased the difficulty of the exam questions. So many of you may not have fared well. However, do not lose heart. As long as you put in the effort, it is never too late. I would like to commend Ye Chen from class 2, who rose from the bottom of the class to achieve 8th place in his class and 40th in the grade after just a summer of hard work. This shows that it is never too late to strive for success. He will share his experience with you shortly. Following this, outstanding students took the stage to speak, but their speeches were all strikingly similar, filled with cliched platitudes about striving for dreams and the hardships leading to success. In truth, everyone was a competitor who would willingly share their valuable insights. Teacher Li approached Ye Chen, extending her hand. Let me see your script. Ye Chen was speechless. How little faith did she have in him? He handed over the script, which was essentially the same as the one Teacher Li had previously provided, with minimal alterations. Regardless, it was filled with grandiose yet empty rhetoric, and Ye Chen felt that merely reading it on stage would suffice to fulfill his obligation. If only you were half as obedient as Zixuan, I wouldn't have to worry so much, Teacher Li remarked after reviewing it, clearly satisfied. Before returning the script to Ye Chen. Hearing this, Lu Zixuan nervously hid her own script behind her. Teacher Li glanced at Lu Zixuan and sensed something was off. The girl's demeanor seemed peculiar. However, she brushed it aside, knowing Lu Zixuan was different from Ye Chen. Ye Chen was audacious, capable of engaging in reckless behavior, while Lu Zixuan had always maintained the image of a well-behaved girl in Teacher Li's eyes. Perhaps Lu Zixuan was simply feeling anxious. Teacher Li deliberately walked over to offer some words of comfort. Zixuan, there's no need to be nervous. Haven't you spoken on stage before? Lu Zixuan nodded, gripping her script even tighter. After the preceding students finished speaking, it was finally Lu Zixuan's turn. She stepped up to the podium. An array of morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the school building, casting a golden glow upon her. Lu Zixuan radiated an ethereal beauty, akin to a celestial being descended to earth. A gasp of awe rippled through the audience. Before her speech, students were either daydreaming or chatting. But Lu Zixuan's presence jolted the drowsy crowd into attention. Many boys felt a sudden urge to fall in love as they gazed at her. The playground fell into a hushed silence, even more so than during the principal's speech. They eagerly anticipated what this stunning girl would say. From the podium, Lu Zixuan's melodious voice resonated. Hello everyone, I am Lu Zixuan from Class 2. Today, I would like to talk about courage. A chorus of sighs emerged from the student body. They had expected something different from a beautiful girl, but it seemed she was delivering the same old speech. Why can't these diligent students bring something new to the table? Isn't it all the same? However, Teacher Li nodded in satisfaction. She turned to Ye Chen and said, See how wonderful Zixuan's topic is? Courage. Our senior class should embody this brave spirit of riding the waves. She continued to watch Lu Zixuan with growing admiration. Many of you may not know me. I wasn't always like this. I used to hide in the corners every day with only textbooks and exercises in my world. Due to my insecurities, I was afraid to look others in the eye. I felt abandoned by the world, as if no one understood or cared for me. In my world, there was no warmth, no light, which likely made me appear as cold as ice. As Lu Zixuan spoke, the students in the playground stirred restlessly, especially those from Class 2 who recalled her previous demeanor. Indeed, she had been like a transparent figure in class, often forgotten by many. At that time, I believed the world was a frigid place. But then, someone appeared in my life, bringing sunshine and warmth. Lu Zixuan lifted her head and gazed at Ye Chen, who was also looking at her. Perhaps this boy did not realize the significance of his presence in her life. His kindness and care always warmed her heart. As Lu Zixuan continued, memories of Ye Chen treating her to KFC flooded her mind. It was so delicious. Perhaps this boy does not know that he is the sun in my heart, constantly warming me. He transformed me into the Lu Zixuan I am today. The students below buzzed with curiosity, eager to know who this boy was. Class 2 students now turned their gazes toward Ye Chen. Teacher Li's expression darkened. An ominous feeling washed over her. Something about Lu Zixuan's speech seemed amiss. Casting a furtive glance at the principal, she noticed his displeasure was evident. Could it be that Lu Zixuan, such a well-behaved child, is going off track? Anxiety crept into Teacher Li's heart. Chapter 46. What is happiness? Lu Zixuan set down her script and gazed affectionately at Ye Chen. The incident with Wang Cheng had solidified her resolve to announce to everyone that she was Ye Chen's girlfriend, though she understood the serious implications of this declaration. In that moment, she felt like a moth drawn to the flame, utterly unyielding. Now, I have become courageous. I can boldly lift my head high, bravely forge friendships with my classmates, and stand here to share my story with all of you. I understand that my transformation is not solely my own doing, but rather a result of his unwavering presence beside me, providing me with the courage to overcome my former timidity and fear. I have developed feelings for him. I often ponder why I'm drawn to him. Could it be because he treats me to delicious food and buys me clothes? Yet, I have come to realize that those are not the reasons. My affection for him is not rooted in material gifts, but in the fact that he is my favorite boy. Ye Chen gazed at Lu Zixuan on the stage. Perceiving her beauty in the radiant morning sun, she shone with an incandescent glow, breathtakingly lovely, an image that would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Today, in the presence of all, I wish to declare, Ye Chen, I like you. I simply like you, without reason. From this moment forth, I wish to be with you forever. Lu Zixuan stood before the microphone, facing the sea of students below, mustering every ounce of courage to express her feelings to Ye Chen. The playground fell into a profound silence, which lingered until it erupted like water reaching a boiling point. Lu Zixuan's declaration astonished everyone, particularly the students of Class 2, Year 3. Zhang Yang stared at Lu Zixuan on stage, his eyes wide with disbelief, muttering to himself. I always thought Ye Chen was remarkable, but it turns out his girlfriend is even more impressive. How romantic. Ye Chen, what is wrong with you? Li Yiqi's close friend noticed her unusual expression and couldn't help but inquire. Gazing at Lu Zixuan on stage, Li Yiqi's demeanor darkened. In truth, I had always felt a twinge of envy towards Lu Zixuan, questioning why Ye Chen favored her over me, especially since he had shown interest in me first. Yet today, I concede defeat. I doubt I could ever summon the bravery she displayed. Her friend sighed in agreement, acknowledging the unexpectedness of the situation. After all, she is Lu Zixuan. How could this be? Neither knew how to console Li Yiqi. Yet today's events would likely remain etched in their memories forever. A girl professing her love to her crush during the flag-raising ceremony. Mr. Li felt as if the sky was collapsing. Is this what you call an exemplary student? The principal glared at Lu Zixuan, gritting his teeth. Old Li, having served as a homeroom teacher for decades, You leave me at a loss for words. The school intended for your students to deliver speeches to inspire learning, yet your student chose to confess her feelings instead? Under the principal's scathing reprimand, Mr. Li broke into a cold sweat. Principal Chun, rest assured, I will reprimand her thoroughly once we return. What now? The student's thoughts have been thrown into disarray by her actions. Ah, by the way, you're next to speak, aren't you? The principal turned to Ye Chen, a smile creeping onto his face. I have heard of you. You remarkably ascended from the bottom of the class to the top 10 in just a month, achieving a perfect score in mathematics, the only one in the school. Mr. Li attempted to interject, but the principal retorted sharply, you be quiet. Then, turning back to Ye Chen with a friendly demeanor, he continued, now, you go up and share with everyone how you managed to rise from the bottom to the top 10. Be sure to elaborate on your study methods. The principal found Ye Chen increasingly likable. The school was not short of high-achieving students, but a student like Ye Chen, who had turned his fortunes around with near-perfect mathematics scores, was indeed a treasure within the school's hierarchy. He could very well be a candidate for prestigious universities. If he emerged as the top student in the city, it would be a significant achievement for the principal. Thus, he spoke to Ye Chen with great affability. Meanwhile, Mr. Li felt a sense of despair. Principal, I believe it's best not to let him take the stage. If he doesn't go, will you? Why panic? Look how composed your student is. Go on, quickly, and remember to share your study methods generously. The principal patted Ye Chen on the shoulder. At this moment, Lu Zixuan had already descended from the podium. Watching her dash to the back of the line, Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This girl is aware she has committed a faux pas, hence her stealthy retreat to the end of the line. As Ye Chen stepped onto the stage, the principal sighed with relief. Observing Mr. Li still in turmoil, he felt a surge of irritation. Mr. Li, at this juncture, you must act decisively. Allow the other students to take the stage and swiftly move past this incident to minimize its impact. Do you understand? Mr. Li fell silent, fully aware that sending Ye Chen up would likely exacerbate the situation. The principal continued, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. When we return, you must sternly reprimand that girl. She needs to reflect deeply on her actions. If her attitude is not sufficiently contrite, it must be dealt with severely. Mr. Li hesitated, feeling sympathy for Lu Zixuan. But that child is usually very well behaved. She just acted impulsively. No, it must be handled seriously, and the same goes for Ye Chen. The principal replied, still seething with anger. At this point, Ye Chen had reached the stage and cleared his throat gently into the microphone. No one paid him any heed. They were still engrossed in discussions about Lu Zixuan's explosive confession. Hello, everyone, I am Ye Chen. Instantly, the room fell silent. The principal was still lecturing Mr. Li nearby. But upon hearing Ye Chen's voice, he turned, eyes wide, and quieted down. He stared at the boy on stage, his expression troubled, and asked, is that Ye Chen? Mr. Li nodded gravely. Why didn't you say so earlier? You told me to be quiet. The principal was at a loss for words. So, the outstanding student from your class is a couple? Mr. Li replied, perhaps it's just a coincidence. Coincidence my foot. Did you review Ye Chen's speech? I did, and it seemed fine. He wouldn't deviate from the script, would he? Mr. Li fell silent, contemplating I would be doubtful. The students below grew quiet, their gazes fixed on the stage, ready for an eruption. Ye Chen, under the scrutiny of the entire school, maintained a calm demeanor, exuding a sense of poise. Originally, I had prepared a lengthy, positive speech that I spent considerable time researching online. He then raised his prepared speech. Would you like to hear it? No. Laughter erupted from the audience. Ye Chen smiled nonchalantly. Then I shall shift to another topic. Do you all know what happiness is? Chapter 47, Grand Declarations. Ye Chen stood before the microphone and gently inquired, what is happiness? For me, happiness is being 17 years old, in good health, and having a promising future. Happiness is meeting the right girl, loving her, and knowing she loves me in return. Ye Chen's gaze lingered on Lu Zixuan, who was hiding at the back of the line, gazing back at him with adoration. In their exchanged glances, Ye Chen continued, happiness means that from now on, I have a goal, to walk hand in hand with a girl named Lu Zixuan from high school to university, transitioning from school uniforms to wedding dresses, stepping into the halls of matrimony. Boom! The crowd erupted in excitement. Boys cheered while girls looked on with envy, dreaming of the romance that many girls long for. It's over. Mr. Li felt utterly defeated. Ye Chen had strayed from his script, and he could sense the principal's fiery gaze upon him. Yet Mr. Li found himself oddly calm now, though his legs trembled uncontrollably. Ye Chen's attention remained fixed on Lu Zixuan, who was smiling radiantly. A once splendid girl stood before me, and I failed to cherish her. I apologize for the pain you've endured. I have finally come to your side. Below, as Ye Chen's romantic confession resonated, two girls were moved to tears. One is Lu Zixuan, and the other is Li Yaqi. Lu Zixuan is moved to tears, while Li Yaqi weeps in regret. After all, Ye Chen was meant to be hers, yet this extraordinarily talented young man slipped through her fingers. For the rest of my life, I shall offer you all that I can, a flawless confession and a perfect love, Ye Chen declared, his tone rising with fervor. Thus, I am here to assist everyone. Brother Yi, what do you need help with? To say the word, a boy shouted. I wish that once the college entrance examination concludes, at the moment I am crowned as the top scholar, we shall gather here again, and I shall formally confess my feelings to classmate Lu Zixuan. Perhaps I am not the legendary hero riding on a rainbow, but I aspire to place the laurels of my success upon my beloved. Zhang Yang could not contain his excitement. Brother Yi, you are the most incredible person I know. I eagerly await the moment you are crowned. In the next instant, Zhang Yang caught sight of teacher Li's piercing gaze. He shrank back, feeling he had perhaps been too exuberant. Very well, we shall await your return. The collective voice of the classmates resonated throughout the campus, a deafening cheer from both boys and girls alike. Zhang Yang retreated back into the crowd, joining the chorus in a hushed tone. Ye Chen bowed to his classmates, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, everyone. He then turned to Lu Zixuan, asking, Zixuan, will you wait for me? At that moment, Lu Zixuan could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She wished to speak, but found herself choked with emotion, only able to nod gently. In this charged atmosphere, even teacher Li felt an urge to shout. However, upon glancing at the principal beside her, she restrained herself. This is outrageous. Principal, I shall return and reprimand them severely, demanding a thorough reflection. Why must you criticize them? The principal replied, his expression one of surprise. But they are engaged in early romance. Early romance? How was I to know? Did they not say they would confess after the exams? Once the exams are over, they are no longer our concern, the principal responded earnestly. But their speeches at the flag-raising ceremony are too detrimental. Detrimental? Youth should embody the essence of youth. Just look at this wonderful atmosphere. I too feel compelled to shout. The principal opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately coughed a couple of times, refraining from voicing his thoughts. But their romance will affect their studies. Teacher Li, you must reconsider your educational philosophy. It is natural for adolescents to have mutual affections. I believe their approach is commendable, using their feelings as motivation to excel. Just look at Ye Chen. Did he not declare his intention to be the top scholar? Teacher Li stared blankly at the principal, finally comprehending the reason behind his defense of Ye Chen. It was not enlightenment. He was merely coveting Ye Chen's academic success. Suddenly, Teacher Li had a revelation. Could it be that Ye Chen had intentionally made such declarations? Why would he assert such grandiose aspirations before the entire school? It must be to bind himself to Lu Zixuan. Otherwise, Lu Zixuan might have faced disciplinary action. She gazed at Ye Chen on stage, unable to suppress a smile. This boy was indeed a cunning little fox. However, could I truly nurture a top scholar? With that thought, Teacher Li could not help but smile broadly. In the empty classroom, Lu Zixuan finished the last question, raising her gaze to the starry sky. Her mother had once told her that when one departs from this world, they become stars. Surely, her mother was watching over her. She recalled that fateful night, surrounded by darkness. Xian, I can no longer be with you. In the future, you will meet a handsome boy who will care for you and love you on my behalf. Mother, you truly did not deceive me. That boy has appeared. He cares for me deeply and loves me. Do not worry. Mother, this must be the best birthday gift you have given me. Quietly, she took out a small cake and blew out a candle, softly whispering, Happy birthday, Lu Zixuan. Dear girl, it is time to go home. It is quite late. The classroom was now empty, as Ye Chen had dashed off with Zhang Yang right after school. All right, good night, Uncle Security. Lu Zixuan began to pack her bag and leave the classroom. The last light on campus extinguished, and Lu Zixuan walked alone through the grounds. The night breeze swept over her, leaving her feeling a chill. She couldn't help but wipe away her tears. In her childhood, her parents would celebrate her birthday, but everything changed after the accident. Each birthday was spent in solitude. With a sigh, Lu Zixuan made her way to Ye Chen's home, as per their agreement to study together today. Upon arriving at Ye Chen's doorstep, she knocked, but there was no response. The door was ajar, not locked. Pushing it slightly, it swung open. Ye Chen, are you there? Before her lay a path illuminated by red candles. At the end of the path, a shadowy figure held a birthday cake. In the next moment, the candles on the table lit up, illuminating the entire room. Happy birthday to you. The familiar melody filled the air as Ye Chen, cradling the cake, approached Lu Zixuan step by step. The candlelight cast a glow on Ye Chen's handsome face. At that moment, Yi Lin took Lu Zixuan's hand. Ye Chen's parents stood on either side, clapping and singing, their faces alight with smiles. Happy birthday to you. Ye Chen held the cake before Lu Zixuan, their eyes locking. Zixuan, happy birthday. Ye Chen's face beamed with joy as he gazed at Lu Zixuan, who was still in astonishment. Tears welled uncontrollably in Lu Zixuan's eyes. A realization dawning upon her. Someone remember my birthday. I am not alone. In the pitch-black room, the flickering candlelight danced. Zixuan, happy birthday. Lu Zixuan gazed at the cake and at Ye Chen, whose eyes radiated love. Suddenly, she trembled slightly, and tears flowed freely. Ye Chen, taken aback, wondered why she was crying. He hadn't imagined a small gesture would evoke such emotion. Ye Chen's parents exchanged puzzled glances. They frequently celebrated birthdays for Ye Chen and Ye Lin, and yet they had never seen the children so moved. They could hardly fathom that this simple birthday ritual, which was perhaps mundane for Ye Chen and Ye Lin, held immense value for Lu Zixuan. Ye Chen's mother hurried to comfort her. What's wrong, Xian? It's all that rascal Chen doing, insisting on making it romantic. Look, you've made the girl cry. Just wait until I have a word with him. Upon hearing Ye Chen's mother mention reprimanding him, Lu Zixuan quickly wiped her tears. Auntie, no. Thank you for giving me such an unforgettable birthday. Ye Chen felt a pang in his heart. He anticipated that Lu Zixuan would be so deeply moved by a small act of romance. Her tears signified that even such modest gestures were a luxury for her in the past. Make a wish, Ye Chen said with a smile. Lu Zixuan nodded, blowing out the candle, her hands clasped together as she closed her eyes in prayer. The lights then turned on. Lu Zixuan's cheeks flushed crimson. Ye Chen took out a tissue, gently wiping away the tears from her eyes. Lu Zixuan began to slice the cake, distributing pieces to everyone. I'll pass. I'm afraid of diabetes, Ye Chen's father said, waving his hand. I don't like sweets either. You two should have less. Zixuan still needs to take some cake home for her family. Upon hearing her father's considerate remark, Lu Zixuan quickly replied, no need, we can't eat that much. Ye Chen's father chuckled, saying, to celebrate Xuan's birthday, let us all go out to eat. Ye Chen finally understood just how much his parents cared for Lu Zixuan. He celebrated his birthday with Ye Lin, and at most, they would prepare some delightful dishes at home. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Lu Zixuan chose to dine out for her birthday. Uncle, Auntie, there's no need for that. I'm already quite touched, she said. Today is your birthday. We must eat out. Listen to Auntie, Ye Ma gently insisted, holding Lu Zixuan's small hand with a hint of concern. Sister Xiaoxian, let's go. I could use the opportunity to enjoy some meat too, Ye Lin coaxed, tugging at Lu Zixuan's other hand. Ye Dad turned to Ye Chen, saying, look at you. Only thinking about your own meat consumption. Lu Zixuan is so slim, and you don't seem to care. Meat? Ye Chen pondered, glancing at Lu Zixuan thoughtfully. His father's words were indeed profound. Was he referring to actual meat? Unable to resist the persuasion of the Yi family, Lu Zixuan reluctantly acquiesced. The family made their way to the restaurant. The Yi family seldom dined out anymore. In fact, Ye Chen could count the number of times they had done so. In his previous life, after entering college, the opportunities for dining out had diminished even further. The trio entered a modest restaurant on the street, which, despite its size, was bustling with patrons, suggesting the food was likely quite good. Ah, back to our usual spot? The proprietress greeted warmly upon seeing Ye Dad and Ye Ma, leading them directly to a private room. Ye Dad and Ye Ma appeared quite familiar with the place, skipping the menu and ordering several signature dishes. Even Ye Lin didn't glance at the menu, opting to order 2 dishes as well. Ye Chen, puzzled, inquired, do you come here often? Ye Ma reminisced, occasionally. We like to change things up a bit. Then how come I've never been? Oh, weren't you always busy with homework? We left you at home and brought Ye Lin along. Ye Ma sighed. You were so obedient as a child, content with just a bowl of instant noodles at home. You were such a relief, unlike now. Ye Dad nodded in agreement, seemingly nostalgic. Ye Chen's heart sank. He began to question if he was truly their biological son. The dishes arrived promptly, and Ye Chen sampled the food, confirming that the restaurant did indeed serve excellent cuisine. This sweet and sour pork is particularly delectable, Zixuan. Do try it. Sister Xiaoxian, this candied yam is delightful as well. Have a piece, Ye Chen encouraged, placing a piece of braised pork into Lu Zixuan's bowl. The braised pork is too greasy. Try this cola chicken wing instead, she retorted. Ye Chen was at a loss for words. This was his girlfriend. Yet his mother and sister were vying for her affection. Do they understand the joy of feeding a girlfriend? Before long, Lu Zixuan's plate was piled high with an array of dishes, leaving her somewhat distressed. Although she loved meat, this was excessive. She felt compelled to eat the dishes that Ye Ma insisted on serving, and as Ye Chen's sister, she couldn't offend her. However, there was no way she could finish all of it. For the first time, Lu Zixuan was troubled by having too much meat. Just as the family was enjoying their meal, a woman's voice suddenly cut through the air. I thought I recognized you. It turns out the Yi family is dining here too. The curtain was drawn back to reveal a woman of similar age to Yi Ma, standing at the entrance with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing the voice, Yi Ma frowned and set down her chopsticks, instinctively placing her hands over her chest and squeezing tightly. Ye Chen recognized this gesture all too well. It was his mother's warm-up routine before preparing for a confrontation. Who is she? Does she have a grudge against my mom? Ye Chen yispirit tuyadat. She used to work at the same factory as your mom, an old colleague. Yi Dad replied quietly. Oh, so their relationship isn't too cordial? Well, it's okay, but Yi Dad lowered his voice. Aunt Shun tends to be boastful, while your mom is quite competitive, so they often clash when they meet. Yi Chun understood immediately. Aunt Chen's family circumstances were quite similar to theirs, but her son excelled academically, while Yi Chen had not been as diligent in his studies. Thus, recently, Yi Ma had been at a disadvantage in front of her, so it's all my fault. At that moment, the verbal sparring between Yi Ma and Aunt Chun had already commenced. Oh, dining out as a family? Aunt Chen glanced around the room, not noticing Lu Zixuan hidden behind Yi Ma. Just in time, I brought my son back. He recently got accepted into a top university in Kyoto. He's been so busy studying that it's hard to get him to visit. A young man, around 20, was pulled out by Aunt Chun. He wore glasses and surveyed the restaurant with a disdainful expression. Having grown accustomed to the big city, he naturally looked down on such a small establishment. The boy remained silent, offering no response. Wow, look at you, all grown up and still taking the time to visit your parents. How filial, Yi Ma remarked politely. Filial. Indeed, I can't stop him from coming back. He insists on it. By the way, your child is taking the college entrance exam this year, right? If his grades aren't up to par, my son could offer some tutoring. Aunt Chun boasted, eager to strike a decisive blow against Yi Ma. Chapter 49. Ye Ma se triumph. Aunt Chun was quite pleased with herself. Whenever the topic of children arose, Yi Ma would quickly be put on the defensive. No need. Our child is doing just fine. Yi Ma unexpectedly smiled and replied, doing fine? I remember your child ranked near the bottom in the last term. How is that acceptable? My son is even tutoring at university. Don't hesitate to ask. No need. My son ranked 8th in this month's exam, and in the top 40 for the grade. He is not satisfied and is determined to achieve the top score in the college entrance exam. Yi Ma seemed reluctant to elaborate, yet every word dripped with pride. Aunt Chen's child had also graduated from Ye Chen's school, having ranked over 70 in the past. Ye Chen's good grades surpassed her son's by more than 30 spots. Observing Yi Ma's composed demeanor, Aunt Chen's expression darkened. She hadn't anticipated that after more than half a year apart, her strategy of boasting about grades would no longer work against Yi Ma. Quickly, she shifted the conversation. Our child excels not only in academics, but also serves as a class leader. Impressive. A class leader in university. Not just that. Many girls at school are fond of him. I saw some pictures. He is quite handsome, but unfortunately, my son isn't interested. Aunt Chun changed her tactics, attempting to continue her boasting. Suddenly, she caught sight of Lu Zixuan. Is this girl a relative of yours? She asked, puzzled. The Yi family only had one daughter, and she was still in elementary school. Who is this girl? Yi Ma smiled and replied, oh, no relative of mine is this beautiful. She is my son's girlfriend. A girlfriend? Aunt Chun felt as if she had been struck again. Such a beautiful girlfriend? Lu Zixuan outshone all the photos of boys she had seen. At that moment, her son was also staring at Lu Zixuan with wide eyes, utterly unimpressive. She took a deep breath and sneered, still in high school. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to be dating? It could affect your studies. Yi Ma nodded. I used to worry about that too, but you see, when others date, it affects their grades. When my son dates, he improved from the bottom of the class to the top 8. When I asked, it turns out his girlfriend tutors him daily. We all assumed dating would hinder studies, but for my son, it has only propelled his success. Today's dinner is to celebrate his girlfriend's birthday and express our gratitude. Aunt Chun was utterly defeated. She opened her mouth, but could not utter a single word. In all their encounters, she had never felt so humiliated. I placed my order, and it's getting cold, so I'll take my leave. As Aunt Zhang departed with her son in a state of disarray, Mama Yi felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. For many years, due to her son's poor academic performance, every encounter had left her feeling crushed. This time, however, it was a resounding victory, all thanks to Lu Zixuan. Child, you are indeed the great benefactor of our family. Come, indulge in more meat, she exclaimed. Just as Lu Zixuan had finished the meat on her plate and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Mama Yi added 2 more pieces of pork knuckle to her plate. After the meal, Papa Yi and Mama Yi took Yilin home, leaving Lu Zixuan feeling so stuffed she could barely move. Ye Chen observed Lu Zixuan sitting in her chair, rubbing her belly, and couldn't he help but chuckle. If you can't eat anymore, why not stop? He teased. Lu Zixuan shot him a glance. Auntie and Lin Lin are serving dishes. How could I refuse? What if in the future? Her voice trailed off, leaving the thought unspoken. In the future, if we are together, what will Annie think of me? Lu Zixuan said, her cheeks flushing. Oh, so you already tried to win over the mother-in-law. Ye Chen remarked as they left the restaurant and made their way towards Lu Zixuan's home. Upon arriving at her doorstep, Ye Chen handed her a container of food he had prepared earlier. Here, take this home for your uncle. Lu Zixuan felt deeply touched. The food was not leftovers, but a special takeaway. As she was about to head home with a meal and a cake Ye Chen had brought, he suddenly smiled and retrieved a delicate box from his pocket. Ding, ding, ding. It wouldn't be a birthday without a gift. From a box, he produced an exquisite white Casio watch and placed it on Lu Zixuan's wrist. The slender wrist adorned with the watch looked even more enchanting. Staring at it, Lu Zixuan was momentarily stunned. She recognized that this finely crafted Casio watch must not come cheap. Under the streetlight, she couldn't help but wipe her damp eyes. Oh dear, it's your birthday today, yet you keep crying. Do you think you're a little dragon girl? Ye Chen gently wiped away her tears with his fingertip. Do you like the gift I gave you? He inquired. Lu Zixuan nodded vigorously. I do, but this watch must be very expensive. Not at all. I bought it at a flea market for just a few bucks, he replied. Lu Zixuan shot him an incredulous look. Do you take me for a child of 3? In reality, Ye Chen had spent over 800 yuan on the watch. All right, it's your birthday today. Don't worry about the cost. Just accept it. You can repay me when my birthday comes around, he assured her. Okay. Lu Zixuan nodded earnestly. Well then, I must take my leave. Ye Chen waved and turned to depart. However, he suddenly sensed footsteps behind him. Lu Zixuan opened her arms and embraced his waist, resting her head against his back. Thank you, Ye Chen, for giving me such an unforgettable birthday gift. A smirk appeared on Ye Chen's lips, if you truly wish to express your gratitude. A kiss would suffice. As he spoke, he turned to kiss Lu Zixuan. No, she yelped, startled, and fled. Watching her retreating figure, Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle. You cannot escape my grasp. The pace of their senior year was relentless. Even during breaks, the hallways were noticeably quieter, with fewer students engaging in playful antics or rushing to the restroom. Inside the classroom, a countdown clock hung prominently, updated daily by the appointed student. Each change heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Classes in senior year were scarce. Teachers resorted to a deluge of practice questions. Desks were cluttered with test papers. In math class, Teacher Gung rapped on the blackboard, her tone grave. Although this topic may extend beyond our syllabus, it could still appear on the exam. So make sure to remember it. Sun Chao, distracted by Teacher Gung's long legs clad in black stockings, snapped back to reality. He realized he had missed the entire lecture. Meanwhile, students below the podium scribbled notes furiously. Now, let us examine the next problem, which was the final question from last year's exam, worth 20 points. It's crucial to take it seriously. This problem indeed posed a challenge. Teacher Gung explained it in detail, and even Sun Chao momentarily set aside his admiration for her legs to focus. Did you understand? She asked, scanning the perplexed faces of her students. Did you get it? Ye Chen asked Lu Zixuan beside him. She shook her head, a look of confusion on her face. I didn't fully understand either, she admitted. Did you manage to grasp it? Lu Zixuan curiously probed. Chapter 50, Peculiar Classroom Rules. The problem was indeed challenging and somewhat beyond the syllabus. However, applying advanced mathematics made it manageable. Despite her commendable grades, Lu Zixuan struggled to comprehend the problem-solving approach. In truth, the problem wasn't insurmountable. It merely required grasping the equation. Ye Chen took out a pen and began outlining the solution on scratch paper, explaining it to Lu Zixuan. After finishing, he asked, Did you understand? She nodded, but appeared far from pleased, puffing her cheeks like a pufferfish in mild annoyance. Ye Chen Ganti Poketer. Lu Zixuan's face deflated like a deflated balloon, her previous discontent softening slightly, though she still turned her head away, ignoring him. What's wrong? Ye Chen prodded her arm again. Am I just too foolish? Lu Zixuan lamented. Why do you think that? He queried. You can comprehend these problems while I can't understand a thing. Doesn't that make me rather dim-witted? It's not that you didn't understand. It's just that no one really got it, he reassured her. But you did. Lu Zixuan bit her lip, insisting. I need to keep up with you to get into the same school. Ye Chen chuckled at the way Lu Zixuan averted her gaze. Don't worry. I've already devised a plan to improve your grades. That evening, Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan returned home together. Xian is here. Mama Yi exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Lu Zixuan. Typically, she only came on weekends to tutor Ye Chen, as evening classes had kept her occupied. Recently, I've told Zixuan to come over after school, so I can help her with her studies. You're tutoring her? Mama Yi asked with a smile. Yes. Tutoring her, it's a romantic phase, I understand, she teased. Ye Chen was left utterly bewildered. What do you understand? Mama Ye entered the room, addressing Papa Ye, who was engrossed in a newspaper. Our son is becoming quite the charmer, claiming he's just helping her study. I know better. He just wants to be glued to her side every day. Indeed, this boy has truly surpassed expectations. Papa Ye, who had been only half listening, suddenly felt the atmosphere shift. He looked up, sensing a tension in the air as Mama Ye's hands cracked with tension. Isn't he just surpassing expectations? Lu Zixuan had visited Ye Chen's room countless times and was quite familiar with it. However, today's atmosphere felt distinctly different. From this day forth, Ye teacher's little classroom is officially in session, Ye Chen declared, holding a stick he had found on the way. Lu Zixuan eagerly sat at the desk, nodding along, finding it all quite amusing. Our goal is to help classmate Lu Zixuan enhance her math skills and strive together for admission into the same esteemed university. Lu Zixuan nodded vigorously. Now, I have a few questions for classmate Zixuan. Do you fear hardship? Not at all, Lu Zixuan responded, her gaze unwavering. Do you wish to improve your mathematical performance? Of course. Since you express such a desire, it is imperative that you heed Teacher Ye's guidance. Will you earnestly listen to Teacher Ye's words? Lu Zixuan suddenly sensed something amiss. Nevertheless, she nodded affirmatively. No problem. Excellent. I can see your determination. And Teacher Ye is quite gratified. Upon hearing Ye Chen's praise, Lu Zixuan clenched her tiny fist. Ye Chen had made remarkable progress during this period. He had even reached her level in physics and chemistry, and in mathematics, he had long surpassed her. Lu Zixuan resolved to catch up with Ye Chen's pace. Ye Chen retrieved a sheet of paper from his backpack. As we are in a classroom setting, we must maintain order for our lessons to proceed smoothly. I have established several classroom rules for you to adhere to, Lu Zixuan. Please take a careful look. Lu Zixuan accepted the paper and glanced at it. It read, Teacher Ye's Classroom Code of Conduct. Amused, she chuckled at first, but her laughter quickly faded as she read the subsequent content. First, one must listen attentively during class. Should one become distracted and be caught by the teacher, the penalty shall be a kiss. Lu Zixuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of classroom rule was this? Ye Chen's expression was solemn. You must listen intently. Otherwise, how can you absorb knowledge swiftly? Lu Zixuan was speechless. Was this really the issue she was referring to? She refrained from voicing her thoughts and continued to the next rule. Second, if there are questions during class, one may raise their hand to inquire, addressing me as husband. She found the first rule tolerable, but this one was beyond her limits. Ye Chen, you're being rather excessive. Shouldn't you be addressed as teacher? Why husband? Ye Chen, fine inogenja. Is it too much? Calling me husband reflects a greater respect for the teacher-student relationship, does it not? Third, during the teaching process, if Lu Zixuan makes a mistake on a previously discussed exercise, the punishment shall be a slap. Lu Zixuan could no longer contain herself. What you propose is not classroom discipline. It seems you are merely trying to bully me. At that moment, regret washed over her. She felt as if she had walked into a den of lions. How could she have trusted Ye Chen to genuinely tutor her? Zixuan, these guidelines are established solely for your academic improvement. Stop deceiving me. Lu Zixuan interjected, feeling cornered. Consider this. If you call me husband, wouldn't that enhance your memory? After contemplating, she found there was a modicum of logic to his statement. After all, calling Ye Chen husband was undeniably embarrassing, ensuring it would be etched in her memory. Could it be that Ye Chen genuinely had her best interests at heart? Seeing Lu Zixuan gradually swayed by his arguments, Ye Chen couldn't help but wear a smug smile. He had long perceived her innocence. Though academically gifted, Lu Zixuan was remarkably naive, embodying the essence of a sweet, simple girl. Later that evening, as the hour grew late, Ye's mother prepared oranges for the two of them. Upon reaching the doorway, she overheard their conversation. Teacher Ye, may I ask why this equation is solved in such a manner? What did you just call me? Husband. Lu Zixuan's voice was soft and somewhat bashful. Ye's mother gasped at the audacity of the younger generation. So this is what they call husband nowadays. A month later, after the second monthly exam concluded, Ye Chen's grades had steadily improved, securing third place in the class and seventh in the entire year. He had successfully entered the top 10 of his grade. Naturally, Ye's parents were overjoyed. Initially, they thought Ye Chen was boasting when he mentioned aspiring to attend a prestigious university. Yet it turned out he possessed genuine capability. After dinner, a familiar face visited Ye Chen's home, Aunt Chen, Li Yaqi's mother. Both families shared a good relationship, as they were colleagues of the same company. Hello, Aunt Chen. Ye Chen greeted, perplexed by her unexpected visit. Ye's mother smiled and said, Xiao Chen, Aunt Chen has come to ask you to tutor Yaqi. Chapter 51. Do you truly dislike me? Ye Chen was taken aback by Aunt Chen's request. Xiao Chen, Annie is here to ask for your help. Yaki's grades have been declining rapidly, and I heard you scored third in your class this time. Could you assist her with her studies? Upon hearing Aunt Chen's request, Ye Chen frowned. That's no problem. The two have always had a good relationship. This task is entrusted to Xiao Chun. Just as he was about to refuse, his mother readily agreed. Thank you so much. When you come to Annie's house, I will prepare a delicious meal for you. Ye Chen felt exasperated. Really, Mom? I didn't even agree. Now, he found himself in a predicament. The two families had a close relationship, and since his mother had already consented, he felt it would be rude to decline. After Aunt Chen left, Ye Chen sighed. Mom, why didn't you consult me before making that promise? You and Yaki have always gotten along well, haven't you? Besides, she is facing difficulties and could use some assistance. But Ye Chen sighed deeply, choosing not to share too much with his mother about his feelings for Liyaki. The following day, Ye Chen arrived at Liyaki's doorstep, feeling apprehensive about tutoring her. He rang the doorbell, and Aunt Chen greeted him warmly. Xiao, Chen, Guomin, Yaki has been waiting for you. Then, she called into the house. Chi-Chi. Ye Chen is here. Liyaki emerged from her bedroom, donned in a pink pajama set, her hair tousled and still damp, likely from a recent shower. Upon seeing Ye Chen, a hint of shyness colored her cheeks. Chi-Chi, Ye Chen is taking time out of his busy schedule to tutor you. You must study hard. I'm going to buy groceries and we'll prepare some delicious braised pork for you both. With that, Aunt Chen left with her basket. Once alone in the room, the atmosphere turned awkward. Liyaki noticed Ye Chen's displeased expression and felt a pang of grievance. Ye Chen, are you really so unhappy about tutoring me? You're overthinking it. Let us just start the lesson. Ye Chen was not keen on wasting time with pleasantries. Yet Liyaki remained still. Ye Chen, are you truly willing to tutor me? No, my mom forced me to come, he replied bluntly. Well then, I don't need your help, she huffed, stamping her foot. You said that, so goodbye, Ye Chen retorted as he turned toward the door. As he reached the entrance, he paused, seemingly recalling something. By the way, when Aunt Chen returns, make sure to tell her that it was your decision not to accept my tutoring, so I won't face her nagging later. Seeing Ye Chen's eagerness to leave, Liyaki felt a wave of dejection wash over her. Ye Chen, do you truly dislike me that much? In the past, Ye Chen had clung to her like a loyal puppy, yet now he seemed unwilling to spend even a moment in her presence. This shift was hard for the proud Liyaki to accept. Ye Chen's demeanor sparked her inner princess to emerge. Who said I don't want you to tutor me? You must help me today, and if you try to leave, I will tell Annie. Ye Chen looked at the unreasonable Liyaki, utterly speechless. Ah, truly a fateful connection. Fine, let us not waste any more time. Let us begin the lesson. With a resigned sigh, he walked towards the study. This was Ye Chen's first visit to Liyaki's study. Being invited into her private space had long been a dream of his, a request he had made numerous times, only to be denied. Now, Liyaki was the one extending the invitation. As the tutoring commenced, Ye Chen asked Liyaki to complete a practice exam. Upon reviewing her answers, it was evident that her performance was subpar. Out of a possible 120 points, she had only scored 80, a rather disappointing result. Through this examination paper, Ye Chen effortlessly discerned Liyaki's weaknesses. He began to explain the problems to her, initially driven by a desire to retaliate against him. However, gradually, she found herself captivated by his explanations. Look at this proof question. You need to clarify this algebraic expression. With a swift motion, Ye Chen inscribed a series of formulas on the paper. So it's like this? Liyaki felt an illuminating realization wash over her. And this question actually tests your understanding of arithmetic square roots. You ought to broaden your thinking. Liyaki sat beside Ye Chen, observing his profile. In the past, his constant presence had annoyed her greatly. Yet now she found herself unable to take her eyes off him. Unable to resist, she leaned in closer, inching towards him. However, just as she was about to press against him, Ye Chen deliberately shifted his chair aside. Liyaki, I am here to teach you, not to allow you to take advantage of me. Please maintain your decorum. Liyaki felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. In earlier times, she would have thrown a tantrum like a spoiled princess, but this time, she held back. I didn't quite understand this question. Could you explain it to me again? Moments ago, she had been enchanted by Ye Chen's good looks, hardly focusing on the lesson. Pay attention and do not get distracted. Ye Chen admonished with a hint of sternness. His demeanor resembled that of a domineering CEO from a romantic drama, leaving Liyaki entranced. Why is Ye Chen so handsome? How had I never noticed before? In the blink of an eye, over 2 hours had passed, and the mock exam was complete. Ye Chen stood up, saying, That will be all for today. Take your time to digest this material. I must take my leave. Ah, so soon? Liyaki felt a surge of happiness during their study session, wishing time could stand still, for she had not spent enough time with him. My mother has prepared your favorite dish, the pork knuckle. Why not stay and eat before you go? No need. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Ye Chen rose and walked towards the door without hesitation. Watching his departing figure, tears welled in Liyaqi's eyes. Does he truly not wish to be with me? Aunt Chun, observing Ye Chen's intention to leave, quickly interjected, Xiao Chun, why not stay and have dinner with Auntie first? Auntie, I have things to do, so I won't be staying. With that, Ye Chen pushed the door open and left. Aunt Chun was perplexed, sensing an unusual tension between Ye Chen and her daughter. It seemed he was reluctant to be with Liyaqi. Once outside, Ye Chen exhaled deeply. In his previous life, Liyaqi had caused him immense pain, particularly through her deceit, which he could not tolerate. In this lifetime, he wished to sever all ties with her. Just as he was about to ride away, he heard Liyaqi's voice calling out, Ye Chen, wait a moment. I need to speak with you. Chapter 52, An Unexpected Encounter. Liyoji guzit at Ye Chen, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ye Chen, I thought a great deal these past few days. I realized that I was in the wrong. You treated me so well, and I failed to appreciate it, being selfish. Can we return to how things once were? Upon hearing her words, Ye Chen's mind flooded with memories of their past. In this life and the last, scenes played out before him. Let go, since it is in the past. There is no need to revisit it. His tone was measured and calm. In this rebirth, Ye Chen had undergone much and learned the value of what to cherish and what to relinquish. He had come to understand what he should pursue in this lifetime and would not be ensnared by the past. Ye Chen, do you know how miserable I have felt lately? I have realized that I cannot be without you. We have become part of the past. Liyaqi, please do not entangle me further. It is truly meaningless. But you once said you would always like me. I did indeed like you. But now I find it impossible to harbor those feelings. I apologize. Can we at least be ordinary friends? Liyaqi produced 2 movie tickets. Tonight, I will treat you to a film. How about it? Just as friends. I have other plans tonight. Ye Chen did not accept the tickets and turned away resolutely. Watching him leave, Liyaqi's tears cascaded down her cheeks. Ye Chen, I will not give up on you. Upon returning home, Ye Chen reported to his mother. And after dinner, he glanced at the time and headed to Lu Zixuan's residence. Lu Zixuan joyfully ran to greet him. They had planned to relax and enjoy a day out together. Wearing the watch Ye Chen had bought her in a crisp white t-shirt, her hair cascading over her shoulders. The two of them attracted many admiring glances as they walked down the street. Lu Zixuan leaned in to sniff Ye Chen. What's wrong? Nothing, she shook her head. Have you caught a whiff of another girl's scent? Ye Chen directly exposed Lu Zixuan's little jealousy. No way, she protested, shaking her head. Liyaqi had worn a strong perfume. It was evident that Lu Zixuan sensed it. Though she was clearly feeling jealous, she chose not to voice it. I just came from Liyaqi's house, Ye Chen admitted candidly. Oh, Lu Zixuan responded softly. Ye Chen noticed her hands fidgeting together, a sign of her nervousness. Although she said nothing, he could tell she cared deeply. Our families have a good relationship. My mother insisted I help her with her studies, he explained, sensing her unease. After walking for a while, Lu Zixuan stopped in front of a cinema, her gaze fixed on the advertisements outside. Want to catch a movie? It was a newly released romance film that was quite popular. I'm not really interested. Ye Chen could tell Lu Zixuan was slightly tempted. Come on, let us go watch a movie. Ugh, I really don't want to. Yet Ye Chen ignored her protests and took her hand, leading her towards the cinema. I want to see it. That's enough reason. At the ticket counter, Ye Chen purchased 2 tickets and handed one to Lu Zixuan. Wait here for a moment. I'll go buy popcorn and drinks. No need, you always waste money. Lu Zixuan attempted to stop him, but Ye Chen had already walked away. Not far off. Xiao Li and Liyaqi were also waiting for the film to start. Xiao Li, do you think Ye Chen still likes me? Perhaps, after all, he used to like you. Yes, he liked me so much before. How could he not like me now? Suddenly, Xiao Li spotted a familiar figure. Ye Chen, she called out, unable to contain herself. Ye Chen halted, surprised to see Liyaqi and Xiao Li as well. What a coincidence. Before he could say anything, Liyaqi huffed, I invited you to watch a movie, and you said you were busy. Why are you here alone? Ye Chen Sigit. I don't need to report my every action to you. A look of grievance appeared on Liyaqi's face. She turned her head away in annoyance. Ye Chen, uninterested in further conversation with her, greeted Xiao Li and left with his popcorn and soda. What is up with Liyaqi? Xiao Li asked, puzzled. I invited him to watch a movie at noon. He refused, saying he was busy, yet here he is, preferring to watch alone rather than with me. Am I really that detestable? As Liyaqi spoke, her voice quivered with emotion, and tears welled in her eyes. Xiao Li felt a pang in her heart. The popcorn and soda Ye Chen had were clearly enough for 2. Had he truly come alone? The image of the school beauty, Lu Zixuan, flashed through Xiao Li's mind. Xiao Li harbored a disquieting suspicion that Ye Chen had spurned her dear friend Liyaqi in favor of Lu Zixuan. Could it be that her cherished companion had been betrayed? No, if Ye Chen were indeed to attend the cinema with Lu Zixuan, It was imperative that Li Yaqi remained oblivious to the encounter. Otherwise, given Li Yaqi's temperament, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. With a heart heavy with trepidation, Xiao Li declared, Yaqi, I must make a trip to the restroom. Please be swift. The movie is about to commence, Li Yaqi urged. Meanwhile, Ye Chen had returned to Lu Zixuan's side, seemingly unconcerned about whether Li Yaqi would be angered by their shared cinematic experience. Their relationship had long since faded, and her opinions were of no significance to him. Upon his return, Ye Chen noticed Lu Zixuan rubbing her eyes. What is the matter? It seems something has entered your eye. Allow me to help, he offered, setting his belongings down to assist her by blowing gently into her eyes. Xiao Li, concealed a short distance away, was covertly observing the pair. From her vantage point, it appeared as if Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan were sharing a kiss. The implication of such intimacy struck Xiao Li like a thunderclap. Not only were they watching a movie together, but had their relationship escalated to such a degree? Overwhelmed by shock, she inhaled sharply. No, she could not permit Li Yaqi to witness this scene. It felt akin to stumbling upon her best friend's husband in the company of his mistress. Upon her return, Xiao Li's demeanor was noticeably peculiar. Li Yaqi, upon seeing Xiao Li, stood up. At last, you have returned. Let us proceed into the theater. Xiao Li was acutely aware that if Li Yaqi entered, she would undoubtedly encounter Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan. In a desperate bid, she clutched her abdomen and crouched down. My stomach aches terribly, Yaqi. Please, take me to the hospital. Ah, you should have heeded my advice about the ice cream. I warned you to eat less. And now your stomach is protesting, Li Yaqi lamented. Though she longed to watch the film, the well-being of her dear friend took precedence, and she reluctantly acquiesced. With Xiao Li clutching her stomach and leaning on Li Yaqi for support, the two departed the cinema, their bodies nearly entwined. Xiao Li couldn't help but admire her friend's physique and beauty, thinking, Ye Chen, you scoundrel, why do you not cherish Chi-Chi? However, the thought of Lu Zixuan beside Ye Chen quelled her criticism. It seemed that in terms of figure, allure, and grace, Lu Zixuan eclipsed her in every aspect. Chapter 53. Acquisition of the dessert shop. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, Xiao Li had averted a tumultuous conflict among women on his behalf. Even if he were aware, it would hardly concern him. He had long since excised her from his narrative and had no regard for her feelings. As they sat in the cinema, Lu Zixuan cast a curious glance around. Her last visit to a theater had been in her childhood when her mother took her to see Mom, Love Me Again. She had wept copiously then, with her mother gently wiping her tears. The memory of her mother brought moisture to her eyes once more, but thankfully, the dimness of the theater concealed it from Ye Chen. Noticing Lu Zixuan's unusual demeanor, Ye Chen inquired, Is it that you seldom visit the cinema? Yes. The last time was in elementary school. The theater has changed so much since then, she replied, calming her emotions. Ye Chen understood why Lu Zixuan was eager to watch a film, though he did not frequent the cinema often. He made it a point to see a couple of popular films each year. For Lu Zixuan, however, such outings were nearly a luxury. As she sampled the popcorn, Lu Zixuan exclaimed, Wow, this popcorn is deliciously sweet. Enjoy it. If it pleases you, indulge a little more, Ye Chen encouraged. But what if I end up gaining weight because of you? She teased, even as she popped 2 handfuls into her mouth. Watching her delight, Ye Chen affectionately roufflet had heve. From now on, I shall accompany you to all the captivating films, and we shall feast on popcorn together, shall we? Yes. As the film commenced, the theater enveloped them in darkness. However, Ye Chen lost interest in the romantic narrative after merely 10 minutes. He glanced at Lu Zixuan, who was utterly engrossed in the film. What is so captivating about these films compared to my own girlfriend? The more he observed Lu Zixuan, the more enamored he became, prompting him to grasp her hand. Behind them sat a university student in his 20s, who had originally intended to watch the film with a girl he had long pursued. He had meticulously chosen this romantic movie, hoping to confess his feelings. However, she had stood him up, leaving him to endure the film alone, his heart heavy with solitude. As he gazed at the empty seat beside him, melancholy washed over him. Yet through the gaps in the seats, he caught sight of a breathtaking girl. Even in the dim light of the theater, he experienced the intoxicating sensation of love at first sight. In that moment, he felt as though he had encountered love anew. He swiftly typed a message to his dormitory mates, proclaiming, Brothers, I have found true love. His friend, surprised, inquired, Aren't you supposed to be watching the movie with Yang? Did you manage to confess? Who is Yang? I hardly know her. Do you know what love at first sight is? I have seen a goddess, and after the film, I shall declare my affections. His roommate, perplexed, could only stare. The young man set his phone down, his attention now entirely consumed by the girl, imagining their future children's names. But why did the goddess's expression seem so pained? It appeared as if she were on the verge of tears. Unable to contain himself, he leaned forward, wishing to offer her comfort, only to witness her grasping the hand of another young man. He watched, dazed, as his beloved goddess nestled against this stranger, who tenderly wiped her tears. In that instant, his heart shattered into countless pieces. After the film concluded, he remained seated, still reeling from the emotional blow. Bro, how did your confession go? Did you seal the deal? His phone buzzed with a message from his dorm mates. Time passed without a response from him, prompting his concerned friends to message again. Don't despair if it didn't work out. We'll drink to your heartache tonight. Upon reading the text, the young man felt a warmth in his fractured heart. To hell with love. The shoulder of a brother is far more comforting. Ye Chen remained oblivious to the fact that the sweet intimacy he shared with Lu Zixuan had inadvertently wounded another's heart, potentially altering the course of his life. After the movie, Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan exited the theater under the forlorn gaze of the heartbroken young man. Strolling along the street, they soon arrived at a quaint dessert shop. The establishment was modest in size, nestled among numerous eateries on a bustling food street. Despite the popularity of the nearby restaurants, the dessert shop saw a meager number of patrons. Allow me to treat you to some sweets, Ye Chen offered. Oh no, that won't be necessary. I'm quite full from the popcorn, Lu Zixuan replied. Before she could protest further, Ye Chen had already taken her hand, leading her into the dessert shop. Inside, the shop was devoid of customers, and a young woman in her 20s was dozing behind the counter. Upon noticing Ye Chen's entrance, she quickly roused herself. Welcome. Here for some desserts? Yes, I'll have a donut and a pork floss bun, please. Coming right up. The young proprietor began to prepare his order. Your business seems rather slow, Ye Chen remarked while handing over payment. Indeed, these days, running a small business is quite challenging. For shops like ours, survival is an uphill battle. Perhaps you could consider hosting promotions? We have, but with our limited resources, we cannot constantly hold events. Once a promotion ends, the customers vanish. It's a tough situation. In truth, I have long wished to resign. Each day spent here incurs losses, yet the lease has a year remaining, leaving me with no choice but to persist. I once believed that being close to the commercial district and not far from the first high school would be advantageous. But now I realize that conducting business is exceedingly challenging. The petite owner of the dessert shop lamented to Ye Chen. Ye Chen could genuinely empathize with her sentiments. In the realm of commerce, the most daunting fear is to incur losses without the possibility of mitigating them. To toil tirelessly, only to find oneself not only failing to earn, but continually pouring money into a failing venture. This is the greatest dread of any entrepreneur. Unable to restrain himself, Ye Chen remarked, you could explore other avenues. The shop itself is modestly sized, ideally suited for a dessert shop. Moreover, business often hinges on feng shui. Observing the lack of sales, no one is inclined to take over, and I cannot even find a tenant for this space, the girl replied with resignation. If someone were willing to cover your rent, would you consider transferring this dessert shop? Huh, just look at the state of my business. Only a fool would take it over. Ye Chen chuckled awkwardly. Sister, don't say that. What if there is indeed a fool across the street? The girl paused, gazing at Ye Chen with excitement. Really, young brother, if you're willing to assume my rent, I would transfer it immediately. How much is your rent? $500 a month. I could transfer it to you for $6,000 right now. Deal. Lu Zixuan stood by astonished. Wait, aren't we buying donuts? You're just taking over the entire dessert shop. What sorcery is this? Half an hour later, Lu Zixuan observed as Ye Chen and the shop owner signed a transfer agreement. In the afternoon, I will accompany you to finalize the business license. This shop will be yours. The owner exhaled deeply after signing, finally ridding herself of this hot potato. By the way, do you have any employees? Ye Chen inquired after completing the agreement. Yes, but we have been consistently losing money, and I can't afford to pay her, so I was about to let her go. Hold off on dismissing her. Let me meet her and see if she can be of use. This time, Ye Chen did not intend to manage the shop himself, especially since he was in his final year of high school and lacked the energy to be present daily. Thus, it was imperative to find staff. The dessert shop owner promptly retrieved her phone to arrange a meeting between the employee and Ye Chen. The employee, a recent university graduate, was said to be quite diligent and possessed a pleasant demeanor. With the owner gone to handle the paperwork, only Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan remained in the shop. Ye Chen, why would you buy this dessert shop? It's losing money. Wouldn't you also incur losses? Lu Zixuan was acutely aware of how hard Ye Chen had worked for his money. She did not wish to see him squander his hard-earned savings. I will not only avoid losses, but will turn a profit. Do you have a plan? Absolutely. Would you like to know? In class, what should we call the teacher when asking questions? Lu Zixuan rolled her eyes playfully, shyly calling out, husband. Her soft voice left Ye Chen momentarily stunned. Ahem, he coughed. This girl, under his guidance, was becoming increasingly adept at flirting, to the point where he found it challenging to maintain composure. To revive the shop, a shift in operations was essential, Desserts would no longer be sold, but rather milk tea. Ye Chen stated confidently. Ming, da. Lu Zixuan was momentarily taken aback. Exactly. Look around. There are numerous restaurants and even a cinema nearby. Young people generally enjoy sipping milk tea while dining, watching movies, or shopping. Furthermore, with the first high school right next door, and given that it's summer, many girls love to purchase milk tea. Compared to desserts, milk tea holds greater competitive potential. After contemplating, Lu Zixuan found Ye Chen's reasoning quite sound. Although the milk tea business might not be as thriving now as it would be in a decade, there were indeed many popular milk tea shops around the school. However, she recognized a very real concern. But there are several milk tea shops on this street already, and many near our school. How can we compete with them? Lu Zixuan grasped the challenge that had also plagued the previous owner. The shop's struggles stemmed from fierce competition. Promotional events often resulted in even steeper discounts from rivals. The crux of the matter was that they lacked experience in making milk tea. I've already devised a plan for that, Ye Chen said, pulling out some paper to sketch. Firstly, our shop needs a unique character to attract customers. As he sketched, Ye Chen explained to Lu Zixuan. For the walls, we should create large floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing passers-by to see inside while improving the light within. In the center, we'll install a large bar and set up small round tables. Ye Chen was essentially describing the design trends of future trendy milk tea shops, but to Lu Zixuan, it was nothing short of astonishing. My boyfriend is truly a genius. In mere minutes, he had conceived such an excellent plan. The current dessert shop merely had a small window and lacked sufficient light. Just imagining Ye Chen's envisioned milk tea shop, even without seeing the completed design, Lu Zixuan felt it would surpass the current establishment by several magnitudes. Ye Chen continued, the milk tea we offer must also differ from what other shops sell. Most milk teas today are made from powder and tea bags. We will stand apart by using fresh milk and genuine tea leaves. Having previously owned a milk tea business, Ye Chen was well-versed in the recipes, which endowed him with confidence in the preparation process. Pitting future techniques against those of the present, victory seemed inevitable. This was the foundation of Ye Chen's unwavering assurance. His words resonated with Lu Zixuan, who gazed at him with admiration. She even began to see him as a commercial prodigy. Yet, she voiced a concern, but isn't that a bit costly? Ye Chen nodded, the expenses are indeed high. Small-scale shops will eventually be phased out. Success in the future food industry necessitates a high-end approach. My dream is to use this shop as a launching pad to transform the future of the milk tea industry. Listening to Ye Chen's grand aspirations ignited a spark of passion within Lu Zixuan. I've even thought of a name for the milk tea shop. It shall be called Chenxuan Milk Tea Shop. Chenxian? Lu Zixuan felt her cheeks flush slightly upon hearing the name. It was a fusion of their names, and she was completely captivated by Ye Chen's vision. In the afternoon, Ye Chen and the dessert shop owner completed the transfer of the business license. Next came the renovations and negotiations for equipment and ingredients. For the renovations, Ye Chen promptly contacted Zhang Yang, whose father was in the renovation business and could offer a very favorable price. Regarding equipment, Ye Chen reached out to a factory, clearly outlining his requirements, and quickly secured a reservation. As for sourcing raw materials, Ye Chen was in no rush. He knew that as long as there was funding, finding suppliers would not be a challenge. During this period, Ye Chen was quite busy. Balancing schoolwork with the milk tea shop required him to utilize every break and after-school moment. On this particular day, the first high school was abuzz with excitement, for it was the annual basketball challenge between the first and second high schools. The competition was always fierce, and even the school had made exceptions, allowing the senior class to attend after 2 periods. Students flocked downstairs towards the basketball court, leaving only Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan in the classroom. Aren't you going to watch? Ye Chen asked Lu Zixuan, who was sitting nearby. No, it sounds boring. Ye Chen nodded in agreement. I won't go either. It does seem rather uninteresting. Every year, Ye Chen would join the fray, simply because Li Yaqi enjoyed watching, and as her devoted admirer, he naturally felt compelled to purchase refreshments and fan her as she watched. However, unbeknownst to others, Ye Chen harbored the soul of an adult within him, rendering him indifferent to such juvenile basketball matches. Had Lu Zixuan decided to attend, he would have followed suit, but with her absence, there was no reason for him to go. Just as Ye Chen was preparing to indulge in a delightful world for two with Lu Zixuan, Teacher Li unexpectedly appeared at the classroom door. You two, stop burying yourselves and study all the time. Refresh your minds by watching the basketball game. Oh. Lu Zixuan obediently stood up and walked out. Ye Chen was left speechless, thinking, Teacher Li, are you doing this on purpose? Teacher Li, noticing Ye Chen's reluctance, wore a smug expression. You think I would grant you the opportunity to secretly flirt in the classroom? Little did she realize, her meddling would inadvertently spark one of the most legendary basketball matches in the school's history. Chapter 55, Fighting for Her. Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan arrived at the school basketball court, which was already teeming with students from their school, cheering in anticipation. The two competing teams had taken the field. Leading the basketball team was Wang Cheng, who had resolved that today would be his moment to shine, determined to impress Lu Zixuan with his prowess. The opponent was the basketball team from his second school, whose captain was a tall and handsome young man. Sun Chao, a key player in the school's basketball team, was also among the starting lineup. Wang Cheng exchanged team flags with the opposing captain, who introduced himself. "Hello, I am Zhao Shan. I am Wang Cheng. Pleased to meet you." After the exchange, Wang Cheng suddenly inquired, "Do you know Lu Zixuan?" Wang Cheng was taken aback when Zhao Shan replied, "Lu Zixuan? What is your relationship with her?" "Oh, we were middle school classmates and are very good friends." Zhao Shan emphasized the word friends heavily. Wang Cheng squinted slightly. "Oh, I know her. She is in class too, and we are also very good friends." "Is that so?" Zhao Shan's gaze turned fiery. "In that case, I intend to defeat you to prove to Lu Zixuan that I am the superior one." "Humph, I have the same intention." In an instant, both sides were imbued with a fierce competitive spirit. At this moment, Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan had just arrived at the basketball court, unaware that both team captains were fighting for her affection. The first attack was initiated by their school. Sun Xiao dribbled past the halfway line and passed the ball directly to Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng skillfully maneuvered past two defenders and drove to the basket. As he leaped for a beautiful layup, he caught sight of his goddess, Lu Zixuan, who had also come to watch. "Zixuan, I want you to know that only I am worthy of you. Ye Chen is nothing but trash." Wang Cheng even envisioned defeating the second school and basking in Lu Zixuan's admiration. Just as the ball was about to swoosh through the net, a hand suddenly appeared above him, shattering Wang Cheng's dreams. Bang! The basketball was forcefully swatted away. Zhao Shan, facing Wang Cheng, raised a middle finger. "You don't deserve to compete with me for Lu Zixuan. You little brat." Wang Cheng was infuriated, humiliated in front of his goddess, and he couldn't fathom how to maintain his pride. Just you wait. As he prepared to fire off a retort, he noticed that Zhao Shan was excitedly fixated on Lu Zixuan, utterly disregarding him. "Am I just a decoration here?" Zhao Shan, upon seeing Lu Zixuan, seemed to gain even more vigor. He received a pass from his teammate, executed a stunning dribble to sidestep Sun Chao, and rushed to the basket. Wang Cheng leaped high, attempting to return the favor to Zhao Shan, but the two collided in midair. Bang! Wang Cheng was knocked aside and crashed heavily to the ground, while Zhao Shan executed a powerful slam dunk that ignited the crowd. After the dunk, Zhao Shan deliberately approached Lu Zixuan, celebrating by pounding his chest. Wang Cheng sat on the ground, fuming. "Zhao Xian, did you see that? I'm the strongest. I love you." Zhao Shan, in front of the students from their school, boldly proclaimed his feelings. The crowd erupted in excitement. What is happening? The opposing team's captain is confessing to the school beauty. This was an utter humiliation. The boys from their school seethed with anger. Ye Chen glanced at Zhao Shan and couldn't help but ask, "Do you know this gorilla?" Lu Zixuan felt a bit awkward. "We were middle school classmates. He pursued me, but I don't like him." "Oh." Ye Chen nodded. His girlfriend was indeed captivating, drawing admirers wherever she went. He understood why Lu Zixuan preferred to keep a low profile. She simply wished to focus on her studies without distractions. From Zhao Shan's fervent demeanor, Ye Chen could tell that this guy had likely been quite bothersome to Lu Zixuan in the past. The game continued. Wang Cheng, despite his desire to redeem himself, found his abilities inadequate. Under Zhao Shan's leadership, by halftime, the score was a staggering 7-40 in favor of the second school. The atmosphere was one of utter desolation, particularly among the students from their school, who wore grim expressions. After all, to be so thoroughly dominated on home turf was a profound embarrassment. What made it worse was that every time Zhao Shan scored, he would saunter over to flaunt it in front of Lu Zixuan, further inciting the ire of their school's boys. As halftime approached, Zhao Shan sneered, "With your pitiful skills, how could you ever be worthy of my goddess?" Wang Cheng attempted to retort, but he was being thoroughly outmatched, particularly in front of Lu Zixuan. Initially, he had envisioned this game as his moment of glory, but instead, he had become a mere backdrop for someone else. A glint of cold determination flickered in Wang Cheng's eyes. "You little brat, just you wait." In the final minute of the first half, Zhao Shan dribbled the ball while Wang Cheng defended him. Zhao Shan feigned a move and then took a jump shot. Normally, Wang Cheng would have jumped to defend, but instead, he intentionally extended his foot beneath Zhao Shan's. This act of tripping was a despicable maneuver on the basketball court, likely to injure the player. Wang Cheng was unraveling. He had previously been the school's basketball prince, but he knew that after this match, he would be branded as a disgrace. Not only would Lu Zixuan not admire him, But even those girls who had once pursued him would likely turn away. How could Wang Cheng endure such humiliation? Thus, he sought revenge against Zhao Shan. Zhao Shan's jump shot easily found the net, but as he landed, a fierce glint shone in his eyes. As a skilled basketball player, he had already caught on to Wang Cheng's underhanded tactics. When he landed, he intentionally stepped to the side. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Zhao Shan's foot landed squarely on Wang Cheng's ankle. Wang Cheng crumpled to the ground in agony. Zhao Shan feigned surprise and rushed over, pretending to be concerned. "Are you okay, classmate?" Wang Cheng grimaced in pain. Zhao Shan leaned in closer, lowering his voice so only they could hear. "Kid, do you think you can play dirty with me? You're not worthy. You did that on purpose?" "Indeed," Zhao Shan declared, reveling in his triumph as he sauntered away. At that moment, the referee and team doctor rushed over. Wang Cheng shouted, "Referee, he deliberately stepped on me." Zhao Shan feigned innocence. "Classmate, I was shooting in midair and truly didn't see you. I can apologize, but it was not intentional." Zhao Shan's acting was impeccable, too convincing to dismiss. Wang Cheng was carried off by the team doctor. Meanwhile, the match had reached halftime, and it seemed there was little suspense left in the game. Ye Chen stifled a yawn, finding it exceedingly dull. Lu Zixuan nodded in agreement, suggesting, "How about we return to our studies together?" Just as they were about to rise, Zhao Shan exuberantly approached them. "Zixuan, I've finally seen you again. I missed you so much." However, Lu Zixuan's demeanor toward Zhao Shan was notably frosty. "Oh, you needn't concern yourself with me. Perhaps you should think of someone else." Zhao Shan, feeling somewhat awkward, was taken aback by her coldness. Yet he maintained a smile, saying, "I was wondering if you would come to watch my game. To my surprise, you actually did. This victory is dedicated to you." Lu Zixuan replied with indifference. "Your triumph or defeat in the game has no bearing on me, so please do not involve me in it. Ye Chen, let us leave." With that, she grasped Ye Chen's hand, intent on departing. Zhao Shan had just realized how close Lu Zixuan was with the boy beside her. Throughout the match, Lu Zixuan had been engaged in conversation with him, hardly glancing at Zhao Shan's impressive performance, which filled him with frustration. Zhao Shan reached out to grab Lu Zixuan, but an imposing figure stepped in front of him. "Remove your filthy hands. Not a single point will you take. Get lost." Zhao Shan was already harboring hostility towards Ye Chen, and now, with Ye Chen obstructing him, his anger flared even more. Ye Chen coolly remarked, "This is the territory of number 1 high school. It's not your place to act recklessly." Zhao Shan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Who are you, kid?" "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ye Chen, Zixuan's boyfriend." "Boyfriend? That's impossible." Zhao Shan's expression shifted slightly. He was well aware of Lu Zixuan's character. During their middle school years, many had attempted to pursue her, but she had rejected them all, including him, a basketball prodigy who had failed to win her affection. "How could this kid possibly be your boyfriend?" "Zixuan, he must be lying." Zhao Shan scoffed. "He speaks the truth." "Zhao Shan, please stop bothering me," Lu Zixuan asserted, pulling Ye Chen away. "Buddy, feel free to cry if you need to. It's not a sin for a man to weep." "Ye Chen," he said, waving his hand at Zhao Shan. Lu Zixuan, you vile creature. I treated you so well back then, and you said you wanted to focus on your studies. Why the pretense now? Seeking a boyfriend. It turns out you're just a flirt." Ye Chen's gaze turned icy as he swiftly grasped Zhao Shan by the collar. "Are you seeking death?" Zhao Shan's insults were inconsequential, but calling Lu Zixuan a vile creature and a flirt was intolerable for Ye Chen. He raised his fist, ready to strike, but was halted by Lu Zixuan's intervention. "Ye Chen, no. What you two doing?" The dean rushed over. Ye Chen released Zhao Shan. "All the boys from number 1 high school are trash." Hearing Zhao Shan's words, students from both genders at number 1 high school seethed with anger. However, the dean was powerless to intervene. Zhao Shan stood arrogantly at the center of the court. "Who dares to challenge me? Defeat me on the basketball court, and I will apologize willingly. Otherwise, in my eyes, you are all trash." If not for the dean's presence, the boys from No. 1 high school would have already descended upon Zhao Shan in a fury. Ye Chen stepped towards Zhao Shan. "I told you, this is number 1 high school. Not your playground." "What? You wish to defeat me?" Zhao Shan scrutinized Ye Chen from head to toe. "Defeating you is a mere trifle," Ye Chen replied casually. Zhao Shan chuckled arrogantly. "Very well, I'll be waiting for you in the second half." Due to Wang Cheng's injury, Ye Chen took his place. Sun Chao approached. "Ye Chen, I got your back this time." "Sure, just pass me the ball later." "Okay." Sun Chao, having faced Ye Chen before, was acutely aware of his terrifying prowess. As the second half commenced, Zhao Shan extended his middle finger towards Ye Chen. "In this half, I want to allow you to score a single point." The whistle blew, and Sun Chao passed the ball to Ye Chen. With the ball in hand, Ye Chen charged toward Zhao Shan, who assumed a defensive posture. With a swift push off the ground, Ye Chen darted past Zhao Shan like a bolt of lightning. How is that possible? Zhao Shan stood frozen in disbelief. Stop him, he bellowed at his teammates. Yet, Ye Chen had effortlessly maneuvered past another defender from number 2 high school and was now poised beneath the basket. Ye Chen leapt into the air, delivering a thunderous slam dunk that reverberated through the court. Ye Chen, you're amazing, Zhang Runan exclaimed excitedly. The crowd erupted in cheers. The students of number 1 high school, who had been overshadowed by Zhao Shan, finally unleashed their pent-up emotions in a deafening roar. Ye Chen turned to Zhao Shan, giving him a thumbs up before gesturing downward in a provocative manner. In this half, I want to let you score a single point. Zhao Shan's face turned a shade of green with rage. He had never anticipated that Ye Chen could dunk. His earlier bravado was swiftly met with reality. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Shan declared, Kid, I was just careless before. Ye Chen shook his head. No, it's not carelessness. It's that you're simply pathetic. Zhao Shan received the ball from his teammate, this time actively seeking out Ye Chen. Dribbling the ball, he studied Ye Chen's movements. In the next moment, he feigned to the right, but instead surged past Ye Chen with the ball. Is that all you've got? Zhao Shan smirked with a sense of triumph. He aimed to return the favor with a dunk of his own. Zhao Shan's speed was impressive as he swiftly approached the basket, leaping high. You think you're the only one who can dunk? He taunted, executing an arcing motion with his body, basketball in hand, as he aimed for the rim. But suddenly, a large hand appeared before him, halting his attempt to score. How is this possible? He gasped, astonished. He had just passed Ye Chen. Was it all a ruse? In midair, the two engaged in a battle of strength. Bang! Zhao Shan felt as if Ye Chen's hand bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. In the next moment, he lost his balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Ye Chen landed effortlessly in front of him, looking down with a smirk as he lightly shook his middle finger. You're not capable. The students of No. 1 high school erupted once more. Ye Chen's block was nothing short of spectacular. Previously, Wang Cheng had been thoroughly dominated by Zhao Shan, but now, with Ye Chen on the court, the tide had completely turned. Seated on the ground, Zhao Shan's gaze fell upon Lu Zixuan cheering for Ye Chen, his eyes blazing with fury. Zhao Shan, known as the basketball prince, had never experienced defeat on the court. Today, he had been utterly humiliated. First by Ye Chen's dunk, and now by that impressive block. Zhao Shan was seething with rage. The game continued, and under Ye Chen's leadership, the score steadily closed. With just 30 seconds remaining, Ye Chen finally led number 1 high school to equal the score. The scoreboard read 55-55. No. 2 high school was on the offensive. Zhao Shan pounded the ball, his eyes blazing with fire. Although the score was now tied, he felt as if he had already lost. In this half, he had been completely overshadowed by Ye Chen, scoring not a single point. Their entire team had only managed 5 points against Ye Chen. This was an immense disgrace for Zhao Shan. It was the final offensive play. Failure here would likely seal their loss. However, against Ye Chen, Zhao Shan's confidence had all but evaporated. Ye Chen, go for it. Lu Zixuan's encouraging voice rang out across the court. Ye Chen waved back at her. In such a tense moment, he still had time for flirtation. Zhao Shan was utterly incensed. If he couldn't have her, he would destroy him. Initially, Zhao Shan had aimed to defeat Ye Chen and reclaim Lu Zixuan's affections. But now he realized he had no chance whatsoever. A ruthless glint flickered in Zhao Shan's eyes as he dribbled the ball past half-court, approaching Ye Chen. Ye Chen, I admit you're strong, but do you really think you've won? What? Ye Chen felt a chill as he met Zhao Shan's fierce gaze. As he observed, Zhao Shan's gaze was fixated on Lu Zixuan, who was cheering for him from the sidelines. Damn it, is he really going to? A wicked smirk flickered across Zhao Shan's lips as he summoned all his strength in his right hand and hurled the ball fiercely towards Lu Zixuan. Chapter 57. You lost. Initially, many assumed Zhao Yong intended to pass the ball. However, it soon became evident that something was amiss, for there were no players from the second high school in that direction. The basketball shot forth like a cannonball towards Lu Zixuan. She was engrossed in cheering for Ye Chen when she suddenly realized that the basketball was hurtling towards her. The speed of the ball left her no time to evade it. At this moment, the entire audience sensed that something was wrong. A girl even let out a startled gasp. Just as the basketball was about to collide with Lu Zixuan's face, a figure suddenly lunged forward. It was Ye Chen. He leaped in a fish-like motion, positioning himself in front of Lu Zixuan. With a resounding thud, Ye Chen deflected the basketball back onto the court, but in doing so, he crashed heavily against the referee's table. Sun Chao, who received the ball Ye Chen had sent back, stood frozen in disbelief. Ye Chen's selfless act to save Lu Zixuan was nothing short of heroic. Sun Chao attack. Ye Chen shouted through the pain. Only then did Sun Chao regain his composure. Swiftly dribbling towards the second high school's hoop, Zhao Yong, caught off guard, never anticipated that Ye Chen would sacrifice himself to block a seemingly impossible shot. Seeing Sun Chao advance, he panicked. Defend. The scene of Ye Chen fervently saving Lu Zixuan deeply impacted Sun Chao. He had always been unconvinced of Ye Chen's abilities, unable to comprehend why the former novice excelled in both academics and basketball. But this time, he was genuinely impressed. Ye Chen, I won't let you down. Sun Chao maneuvered past one defender, then the next. Finally, he arrived beneath the basket. Zhao Yong charged towards him, prompting Sun Chao to make a sudden stop and take a jump shot. Not a chance. Zhao Yong leaped to contest the shot. You're not even worthy to carry Ye Chen's shoes. Sun Chao taunted, but instead of shooting, he passed the ball behind him. A figure dashed forward, catching the ball Sun Chao had sent. It was Ye Chen. Damn, how could he be so fast? Ye Chen received the basketball, soaring into the air. With a thunderous slam, he drove the ball into the hoop. Almost simultaneously, the game concluded. Upon landing, Ye Chen raised his right hand in triumph, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. All the students from First High School leaped in jubilation. The team hoisted Ye Chen into the air, tossing him skyward. From a 43-point deficit in the first half to a remarkable comeback in the second half, this victory belonged solely to Ye Chen. Lu Zixuan was in tears. When Ye Chen had collided with the table to save her, she had been terrified, fearing for his safety. As she rushed toward him, Ye Chen was already on his feet. Ye Chen, gazing at his resilient figure, her heart melted completely. She leaped into his embrace. In that moment, everyone applauded Ye Chen and offered their blessings. Even the school director averted his gaze, pretending not to see. Liyaki watched as Ye Chen emerged as the hero of First High School, embracing him in front of all their classmates, tears streaming down her face. Yaki, why are you crying? Her friend inquired. Liyaki said nothing and turned to flee. Zhao Yong stood there, dazed. He had actually lost. Since the day he joined the second high school basketball team, he had always been a victor, never having tasted defeat. Most importantly, this loss was utterly humiliating. He had lost not only the game, but also a woman and, worse still, his pride, unable to bear the shame any longer. He turned to leave. Stop. Ye Chen's eyes blazed with fury. This scoundrel had just attempted to harm Lu Zixuan with a basketball. Yet, he restrained the impulse to assault him in front of everyone. Zhao Yong, you've lost. Shouldn't you apologize to the boys from second high school? Apologize. Apologize. The crowd erupted with deafening chants. Zhao Yong clenched his fists, nearly grinding his teeth. I apologize to the boys from first high school. With that, he walked away without looking back. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. Did he think he could leave so easily? Ye Chen followed Zhao Yong. In his past life, Ye Chen might have thought it better to avoid trouble, but now, with a 30-something soul within him, he couldn't overlook the fact that Lu Zixuan was someone he cared for deeply, and she had nearly been harmed. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Ye Chen, where are you going? Zhang Yang followed him. Nothing, just handling a matter. You can go back. Are you seeking revenge on Zhao Yong? Zhang Yang had witnessed Zhao Yong's deliberate attempt to hit Lu Zixuan with a basketball. Ye Chen's pursuit of Zhao Yong surely had a purpose. Return first. This doesn't concern you. Zhang Yang chuckled. Aren't we brothers? Indeed. Then if someone bullies my sister-in-law, should I just stand by and do nothing? That would make me a man. That's the spirit. Ye Chen clapped Zhang Yang on the shoulder. That was what brotherhood was about. When I make my move, don't intervene. After all, if this gets discovered, we could end up in trouble. I don't mind, but I don't want to drag my brother down. Zhao Yong entered the restroom without noticing that Ye Chen and Zhang Yang had followed him. Ye Chen signaled to Zhang Yang, then picked up a trash can from the floor. In the next moment, he flung open the restroom door. Zhao Yong was whistling, facing away from them as he relieved himself. Ye Chen promptly placed the trash can over Zhao Yong's head. Who the hell? What are you doing? Zhao Yong yelled, attempting to remove the trash can. Ye Chen delivered a swift kick to his backside. The force sent Zhao Yong tumbling into the toilet. The school toilets had recently been clogged, filled with stagnant waste. Zhao Yong fell in, covered head to toe, even in his mouth with filth. Ye Chen and Zhang Yang kicked him a couple more times before fleeing the restroom. Who? I'll make you pay for this. Ugh. The sound of Zhao Yong's anguished screams and retching echoed behind them. Ye Chen and Zhang Yang burst into laughter as they dashed back to the classroom. Before long, Zhao Yong emerged from the restroom. The physical education teacher, supervising the second high school team, immediately covered his mouth and nose upon seeing Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong, what happened to you? Someone put a trash can on my head and kicked me into the toilet. The sight of Zhao Yong in such a disheveled state sent the students into fits of laughter. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant. Now he was utterly humiliated. Having just insulted the boys from first high school as garbage, witnessing his current predicament brought everyone immense satisfaction. The opposing coach lodged a protest. leading to a thorough investigation by the school. However, in that era, there were no surveillance cameras, and after extensive searching, nothing could be found. Moreover, Zhao Yong's insult towards the boys from First High School had warranted a response. In the end, the principal of First High School issued an apology, and the matter quietly faded away. On the way home from school, Lu Zixuan asked, "You were the one who kicked Zhao Yong into the toilet, weren't you?" "How could that be? I'm a good student who speaks at the flag-raising ceremony. I saw everything." "Thank you, Ye Chen. But please don't be so impulsive next time." "Well, if it were something else, I might endure it, but when it comes to you, I certainly can't." As they walked home, Zhang Yang caught up with them, looking a bit sheepish. "Ye Chen, could you help me with my studies too?" "Are you sure?" Ye Chen playfully regarded Zhang Yang and inquired. Chapter 58, Brother, How Embarrassing. In the evening, after dinner, Ye Chen began to tutor Lu Zixuan. He held the paper that Lu Zixuan had just completed, while she sat beside him, nervously clasping her small hands and anxiously gazing at Ye Chen. This time he did quite well." Ye Chen nodded approvingly. Lu Zixuan let out a sigh of relief. "However, you made a mistake on this question. You omitted a step in the proof. I've explained this type of problem before, yet you have repeated the same error." Lu Zixuan glanced at the paper, her cheeks flushing. Indeed, Ye Chen had previously covered this topic. He retrieved a small cane, pointing it towards a certain part of Lu Zixuan. "Could we perhaps avoid punishment?" Lu Zixuan pleaded pitifully. "What do you think?" Ye Chen replied with a grin that lacked sincerity. Resigned, Lu Zixuan pouted and leaned over the desk, her back arching in a striking curve. A crisp sound echoed as the cane struck. Lu Zixuan's body trembled slightly, and for a moment, the room fell into silence. Neither spoke. The sound of Ye Chen swallowing hard resonated clearly in the quiet atmosphere. Lu Zixuan immediately straightened up, returning to her seat, her face flushed. "Ye Chen." Zhang Yang pushed the door open, holding a stack of supplementary materials. Observing the expressions of Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan, he felt something was amiss. An awkward smile spread across Zhang Yang's face as he suddenly questioned whether he should have come. His arrival transformed the atmosphere in the room, lifting it considerably. The three of them occupied different sides of the desk, each engrossed in their studies. The desk was rectangular, with Zhang Yang and Lu Zixuan on either side. Ye Chen glanced over at Lu Zixuan, who was diligently working on her exercises, completely ignoring him. Zhang Yang was equally serious. Ye Chen recalled that in his previous life, Zhang Yang's grades had only improved upon entering the third year of high school. Prior to that, both Zhang Yang and Ye Chen had been academic underachievers, often spending time in internet cafes together, copying homework. Later on, Ye Chen noticed that Zhang Yang's visits to the cafe dwindled as he dedicated himself to studying. As a result, Zhang Yang performed admirably in the college entrance examinations, gaining admission to a prestigious university in Kyoto. After the exams, while celebrating with drinks, Zhang Yang had revealed to Ye Chen, "I felt particularly sorry for my mother during the summer vacation of my second year. I discovered that she was juggling several jobs, working during the day, cooking dinner for me at night, and even taking on part-time work in restaurants, often returning home at 2 or 3 in the morning. When I asked her, I learned she was saving up for my college tuition. After my father's accident, our family had little money left, and my mother worked tirelessly for my education. If I don't study hard, am I even human? Do you know? When I showed my acceptance letter to my mother, she cried. After all these years of hardship, she had never cried until that moment when my father passed away. It was the first time I witnessed her tears." Ye Chen recognized that Zhang Yang had matured significantly. Reflecting on his past self, he realized he was likely still pining after Liyaki. Lost in thought, Ye Chen was suddenly poked gently by a small finger. He turned to see Lu Zixuan handing him a note. Upon unfolding it, he read a neatly written line. "Does Zhang Yang also have to abide by our classroom rules?" The image of him wielding the small cane against Zhang Yang's backside flashed in his mind, causing him to shudder at the absurdity of it. Turning his head, he caught Lu Zixuan sneaking a smug grin, resembling a cunning little fox reveling in her mischief. Noticing Ye Chen's gaze, Lu Zixuan provocatively stuck out her tongue and made a playful face. "This is what you get for bullying me every day." Ye Chen gritted his teeth, realizing that she must have felt restrained by Zhang Yang's presence, no longer daring to act as she had before. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, it was Zhang Yang who felt the most uncomfortable. He was acutely aware of the romantic tension between Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan. His presence felt like a third wheel. Even though both Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan were trying to be discreet, they hardly spoke. Yet the sweetness of their budding romance lingered in the air from the moment Zhang Yang entered the room. While Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan believed they were maintaining a low profile, Zhang Yang could see everything clearly. He noticed how Lu Zixuan would occasionally glance at Ye Chen with a silly smile, making his heart ache with envy. Eventually, Lu Zixuan began to focus on her homework, while Ye Chen appeared to have finished his, propping his chin in his hand as he watched her. Zhang Yang regretted coming here, feeling foolish for immersing himself in their affectionate atmosphere. Initially, he thought he could endure it, recognizing that they might not be doing it on purpose. Thus, he lowered his head and concentrated on his work. However, the two of them burst into laughter, leaving Zhang Yang bewildered. He looked up at them with a forlorn expression, finally grasping the painful truth. When a brother finds a girlfriend, all that remains for him is heartache. I'll go to the living room to study. If I encounter anything I don't understand, I'll return to ask you, Zhang Yang declared, unable to bear it any longer, clutching his workbook. Remaining in a room would only subject him to more of their affectionate moments. Perhaps this space is better suited for you two lovebirds. Lu Zixuan watched Zhang Yang leave and couldn't he help but ask, he is not angry, is he? Of course not. He is not that petty, Ye Chen reassured her. Having been brothers for 2 lifetimes, he knew Zhang Yang's character well. He simply wished to avoid the discomfort of witnessing their affection. It's fine. If he prefers to be outside, let him be. I'll step out shortly to explain any questions he has. Ye Chen comforted Lu Zixuan. She nodded, still somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, Ye Chen's expression turned sinister. Lu Zixuan, it seems someone was quite audacious just now. Lu Zixuan suddenly recalled that without Zhang Yang around, her protective shield was gone, and she regretted not having kept him there. Yi Lin was sitting on the sofa watching television when she saw Zhang Yang emerge from Ye Chen's room. What is this? Not keen on being a third wheel anymore? Zhang Yang replied. Yi Lin continued, Zhang Yang, I often eavesdrop on them in the room. They frequently make sounds that are quite indescribable. Indescribable sounds? Zhang Yang's mind was instantly filled with vivid images. Yi Lin sighed, our parents are biased. I asked them to let our class monitor come over to tutor me, but they refused. What does my brother get to, while I can't make those indescribable sounds? Just then, Ye's mother returned from outside with groceries. Seeing Zhang Yang doing homework at the dining table, she felt a pang of sympathy. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in Ye Chen's study? The living room doesn't even have a lamp. It's not good for your eyes. Auntie, it's fine. The chandelier is quite bright, Zhang Yang replied. That won't do. This is so uncomfortable. Is that stool too small for you? Let me get you a proper chair. As she spoke, Ye's mother pulled Zhang Yang towards the door of the room. To their astonishment, they stumbled upon a scene that left them utterly speechless. Yi Lin covered her eyes, exclaiming, Brother, how embarrassing. They are really going to have a baby with Sister Xian. Chapter 59, The Opening of the Milk Tea Shop. Inside the room, Lu Zixuan lay on the table, her back forming a graceful curve, while Ye Chen held a small cane high above his head. Upon seeing the astonished trio at the door, Ye Chen halted his actions. Mom, why didn't you knock before entering? Hearing the voice from behind, Lu Zixuan, startled like a frightened rabbit, quickly returned to her seat. Ye's mother awkwardly responded, I just thought Zhang Yang was alone in here, and the light was dim, so I wanted him to study in the study. Mother, there are mosquitoes in our home. I was just swatting one. Swatting mosquitoes? Yima initially appeared startled, but swiftly regained her composure. Yes, indeed, swatting mosquitoes. They are exceedingly bothersome. After overhearing several exchanges, Lu Zixuan's delicate face turned as red as an engorged mosquito bite. She lowered her head, furiously scribbling her homework, as though everything around her was unrelated to her. At that moment, if there had been a crack in the ground, Lu Zixuan would have wished to burrow into it. Zhang Yang couldn't help but internally marvel. Truly, the eldest is quite the strategist. I never anticipated such a peculiar pastime. Swatting mosquitoes? Have you ever seen someone use a rattan stick to swat them? Zhang Yang felt his intelligence was being insulted. Mother, when did we ever have mosquitoes? My brother and sister are clearly silent. Both Yi Ma and Ye Chen interjected in unison. Yima promptly, visket ye lineve. Your siblings are studying. Do not disturb them. Be a good child and return to your room to complete your homework. Mother, I also wish to find tutor. Very well, I shall hire one for you shortly. I want Zhou from our class to tutor me. He is the top student. One brother is enough to keep me on my toes. Why do you need to join the fray? It's fine for my brother to have children. Why can't I? Be quiet. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly awkward as the mother-daughter conversation continued outside. Ye Chen nonchalantly returned to his seat, while Zhang Yang stood awkwardly at the doorway. Perhaps I should step outside. But the light, isn't too bad out there? No, I'm afraid of mosquitoes. Lu Zixuan's cheeks flushed even more. Amidst the tension of studying, time passed swiftly. After more than a month of renovations, the milk tea shop finally opened its doors. Since the renovations were executed by Zhang Yang's father's team, quality was assured. With Ye Chen's South funds also in place, he was quite satisfied with the work done. Saturday marked the grand opening of the milk tea shop. At 8 in the morning, Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan arrived at the shop. Although the official opening was set for 10, a considerable number of people were already peering in from outside, drawn by the shop's captivating decor. With floor-to-ceiling windows and vibrant interior design, it was a remarkably upscale establishment for this era. Passers-by halted in their tracks, unable to resist glancing inside. Ye Chen couldn't help but marvel at his own brilliance. The decor was simply outstanding. If this were his past life, it would surely be a viral sensation. The entrance was bustling with people. Besides the staff retained from before, Ye Chen hired 2 additional employees, all clad in the JK uniforms he provided, shirts on top and short skirts below, which added an alluring charm to the shop, particularly with Lu Zixuan standing there. Numerous young men found themselves unable to move past the entrance. During the opening phase, both Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan felt overwhelmed. During this time, Ye Chen also ventured into stock trading. He recalled that starting from the second half of the year, the Shanghai Composite Index soared from over 2,000 points to more than 6,000. Even vegetable vendors could profit from stock trading during this period. Ye Chen invested in a conceptual stock called Huaxia Technology, a name that lingered in his memory due to his father's incessant chatter in his past life. His father's colleagues had purchased this stock, which had a series of price surges after its listing, netting over 100,000 yuan within a month. At dinner, Ye Chen even suggested to his father to invest in this stock, but his father dismissed it as speculative, claiming that 9 out of 10 bets lose. His father was not wrong. Stock trading indeed carries risks. However, Ye Chen, having traversed time, knew that this stock would rise for an entire month, thus ensuring he wouldn't incur losses. Regrettably, his father did not heed his advice, forcing Ye Chen to invest on his own. Aside from the funds for renovations and the milk tea shop, Ye Chen allocated all his pocket money to stock trading. With over 10,000 yuan, he doubled it to 120,000 within a month. Unfortunately, he could only recall this one stock. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to provide him with starting capital. As for the milk tea shop, both Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan were students who needed to focus on their studies, so they could only dedicate their after-school hours to it. Although they had made plans, it was their first time running a shop. Nevertheless, the opening proceeded quite smoothly. At 10 o'clock, Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan unveiled the red cloth covering the sign at the entrance. The sign, designed by Ye Chen, featured a milk tea illustration hand-painted by Lu Zixuan, alongside 3-dimensional characters spelling Chunxian milk tea. The name, derived from their names, was one that Lu Zixuan cherished. Once the door opened, a throng of people surged inside. The newly hired staff, though initially flustered, rallied under the guidance of their experienced supervisor, Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan had been lured away from another milk tea shop by Ye Chen's generous offer. To assess the market, Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan had visited other milk tea shops to sample their offerings. Impressed by the attentive service of the manager, they convinced him to join their venture after enjoying their drinks. Although Ye Chen's milk tea shop was new and not a recognized brand, he possessed a knack for persuasion, and Zhang Nan was easily swayed. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Ye Chen had the funds to back it up. In fact, the money Ye Chen invested proved to be quite worthwhile. Zhang Nan, being experienced, efficiently organized the new staff. When the three initially stumbled about, Zhang Nan directed them, and they quickly adapted to their roles. Many customers visited the shop, but most were merely curious onlookers, resulting in fewer actual purchases. Ye Chen observed that only 1 person out of every 5 bought milk tea. The primary reason was that the prices were somewhat steep, especially for older patrons who would turn away upon hearing the cost. However, once they sampled the milk tea, most reviews were positive. At that moment, 2 girls walked in. Li and Xiao Li, who were out shopping nearby, were attracted by the uniquely decorated new milk tea shop. Upon reaching the entrance, Li immediately spotted Lu Zixuan in her work uniform. Li paused in surprise, realizing that they were both working at the milk tea shop. Has Ye Chen fallen so low as to work alongside Lu Zixuan? Lu Zixuan also noticed the 2 girls entering. She approached them. "Welcome," Li coldly remarked. Lu Zixuan, "It's already the 3rd year of high school, and you still have time to work?" Seeing Lu Zixuan working, Li felt a sudden sense of superiority. Chapter 60. Facing the Storm Together. Lu Zixuan, unperturbed by Li teasing, replied, "What will you have?" "It's on me." Since being with Ye Chen, Lu Zixuan had been trying to engage more with her classmates. "Never mind. It's tough earning money through a day's work. I'll order for myself. Honestly, I don't even like milk tea. It's just sugar water. What is so good about it?" Li ordered 2 cups of milk tea and then took a seat. Lu Zixuan's situation was not easy, balancing school and part-time work. After Lu Zixuan left, Xiao Li couldn't help but comment, "Some people are just destined to be poor. What else can they do but work?" Li snurta dismisively. Xiao Li nudged Li. "Look, Ye Chen is here too." "Ye Chen?" Li was taken aback. She anticipated that Ye Chen would be working alongside Lu Zixuan. A pang of bitterness stirred in her heart. Ye Chen, you're working here too? Xiaoli called out. Spotting Liaki, Ye Chen felt somewhat helpless. Of all the people I hoped not to see, I can't escape them. After all, they were high school classmates, and Ye Chen approached to greet her. Are you here to drink milk tea as well? Liaki cast a sidelong glance at Ye Chen. Her tone laced with condescension. I never imagined you would stoop to working as a server in a milk tea shop. Ye Chen found her lofty demeanor particularly irksome. With a calm demeanor, he replied, What is wrong with working? I neither steal nor rob. I take pride in earning my keep through honest labor. Pride? What high school student engages in such menial work? Don't you think it's embarrassing for us from Yizhong? Huh. I believe it's far more admirable than squandering others' money or relying on one's parents. Ye Chen, I'm only looking out for your best interests. With the rigors of high school academics, why are you working? Liaki attempted to persuade him further, but at that moment, an employee approached with a tray of milk tea. Boss, are these your friends? Boss. Upon hearing the employee's words, both Liaki and Xiaoli were taken aback. You own this milk tea shop? Liaki stared at Ye Chen in astonishment. Just then, Lu Zixuan, having finished her tasks, strolled over. Indeed, Ye Chen purchased this milk tea shop because he knew I enjoyed drinking it. Lu Zixuan interjected coolly. Liaki felt as though someone had tightened a vice around her throat, rendering her speechless. You bought a milk tea shop simply because you like it? That's quite extravagant. Though Ye Chen had treated her well in the past, she never anticipated such lavishness. All right, we're quite busy. Enjoy your drinks. It's on me. Ye Chen said, attempting to hand money to Liaki. Please, I'm not so impoverished as to accept charity, Liaki replied. Her words merely a polite refusal to save face, anticipating Ye Chen's insistence. Fair enough. I must return to work. Enjoy your drinks, Ye Chen said, signaling her to return to her duties. Liaki's cheeks flushed with indignation. How shameless of you to ask for money. You're too stingy. Xiaoli muttered under her breath. Didn't he just offer to treat you? You were the one who declined, Xiaoli retorted. Liaki took a sip, visibly unimpressed, and set the drink aside. Meanwhile, Xiaoli savored her milk tea with delight. Yaki, this is the best milk tea I've ever had. Is it really? I think it's quite terrible. Liaki, realizing the futility of staying there, discreetly exited the milk tea shop. Why did you even take it if you find it so unpalatable? Xiaolin Kidat. Oh, I'll find a trash bin to dispose of it later. I wouldn't drink such dreadful milk tea, even if it were given to me for free. All right then, Yaki, I shall take my leave. See you at school on Monday. After Xiaoli departed, Liaki took another sip of her milk tea. After finishing, she lingered on the delightful flavor. This milk tea was, without a doubt, the most exquisite she had ever tasted. Having sampled numerous milk teas before, none compared to this one. While others often relied on artificial sweeteners, Ye Chen's milk tea was distinct, infused with both the rich aroma of milk and the fragrant notes of tea leaves. Liaki had fallen in love with this flavor. Her earlier claim of disliking it was merely a facade to salvage her pride. With Xiaoli gone, she could now indulge without reservation. The inaugural day of operations concluded amidst a flurry of chaos, as it was their first endeavor in running a milk tea shop, and everyone lacked experience. Thankfully, Zhang Nan was there to assist. Once everyone had tidied up, Lu Zixuan began tallying the sales. We sold 35 cups of succulent grape and 58 cups of Yangjiganlu. As she calculated, her expression grew increasingly somber. Today, we sold a total of 118 cups, with a revenue of 1818. Unfortunately, we are operating at a loss. Lu Zixuan understood all too well that with the cost of ingredients and labor, the monthly expenses for Chun Xian Milk Tea Shop would range between 90,000 to 100,000. This meant they needed to earn at least 3,000 daily to break even. So today's losses were significant. In order to open the shop, Ye Chen had invested all the money he made from selling Ruji ammo and his stock market earnings, effectively putting everything on the line. Lu Zixuan knew that Ye Chen didn't need to struggle so hard. His efforts were solely to support her. If he incurred losses, it would weigh heavily on her heart. What should we do? If this continues, we might face bankruptcy. Observing Lu Zixuan's distress, an employee was about to offer comfort. But Zhang Nan intervened. Don't go look. Sure enough, Ye Chen, seeing Lu Zixuan's pained expression, embraced her tenderly and began to console her. Almost instantly, Lu Zixuan stopped crying. Within moments, she was smiling again. Zhang Nan chuckled. I knew it. Our boss is quite the charmer, with him around. We need to worry about comforting the boss lady. With a sigh, Zhang Nan reflected on her satisfaction with the job. Ye Chen, as a boss, was remarkably down-to-earth, and the camaraderie with her colleagues was harmonious. The working environment was pleasant, and her salary was decent. However, What irked Zhang and the most was the constant closeness between the boss and the boss lady. The daily abundance of dog food was becoming overwhelming. That night, Lu Zixuan returned home. Her father was already asleep, while she sat under the warm glow of a desk lamp. At 1 a.m, her draft paper was filled with meticulous calculations. Lu Zixuan was assessing the day's inventory, realizing that she had overpurchased many ingredients, leading to waste. For instance, she had ordered an extra barrel of milk and too much pearl powder. With great diligence, she tallied each item meticulously. By 3 a.m, Lu Zixuan exhaled, relieved. This will save quite a bit, at least at 1 TB, such a substantial loss. Her determination stemmed from her desire not to burden Ye Chen with further financial losses. Lu Zixuan yearned to stand beside Ye Chen as an equal, facing life's storms together, rather than always being the one sheltered by him. Even in a romantic relationship, she sought a partnership defined by equality. She wished to support Ye Chen during his struggles and face the challenges of life hand in hand. On Monday, as classes commenced, Ye Chen noticed a pair of sorrowful eyes fixed upon him, sending a chill down his spine. Yaki, why are you staring at Ye Chen? You don't still harbor feelings for him, do you? Xiao Li teased, poking her gently. Yaki sighed deeply, resting her head on the desk in defeat. Xiao Li, I lied that day. Ye Chen's milk tea is truly delightful. Yet now, I find myself facing the most challenging decision of my life. What decision? Xiao Li asked, puzzled. Yaki sighed again. I don't know whether to uphold my pride or seek happiness. Xiao Li was taken aback. What do you mean? Yaki elaborated. I absolutely adore Chen's milk tea, but you know the owner is Ye Chen. Their milk tea is simply unparalleled. After tasting it, everything else seems inferior. But why won't you be able to drink it anymore? Xiao Li inquired, perplexa. Yaki shook her head in despair. Neither Ye Chen nor Lu Zixuan do I wish to confront. Yet going to their shop for milk tea would inevitably lead to an encounter with them. Yaki felt a wave of regret wash over her. Had it not been for her own stubbornness, perhaps she would have been the owner of the milk tea shop herself. A high school student running her own milk tea shop and earning her own money was incredibly admirable. Ye Chen's sudden elevation in status caught her off guard. Yaki, what do you truly think of Ye Chen? Xiao Li asked earnestly. Honestly, I was initially a bit resentful. Ye Chen had clearly developed feelings for me first. Yet she stole him away. How is that fair? Xiao Li remained silent. In truth, regardless of looks, temperament, or character, if she were a boy, she too would choose Lu Zixuan. I contemplated giving up, but Ye Chen's image lingered in my mind. I simply cannot forget him. Yaki spoke, tears brimming in her eyes once again. I realized I had succumbed to the pangs of unrequited love. In the past, I would think of Ye Chen, but now, besides him, I also crave the milk tea from their family. What am I to do? Xiao Li was silent, equally unsure of how to respond. My best friend not only fell for Ye Chen, but also for the milk tea he adored. How could I possibly resolve this conundrum? This was a dilemma she could not solve. After evening study, Ye Chen waited for Lu Zixuan to finish her work before they departed the school together. Every day, Lu Zixuan was the last to turn off the lights in the classroom. The reason for her excellence lay in her relentless effort. Ye Chen rode his bicycle, carrying Lu Zixuan. Under the streetlights, with the gentle evening breeze, Lu Zixuan relished this moment. She enjoyed wrapping her arms around Ye Chen's waist, wishing she could do so for a lifetime. By the way, could you help me request a day off from Teacher Li tomorrow? Are you unwell? Lu Zixuan asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Of course not. I need to negotiate with the supplier. I'll accompany you. Lu Zixuan truly hated to part with Ye Chen. Not even for a day. Ye Chen shook his head, saying, no, if both of us request a day off, old Li will surely become suspicious. Lu Zixuan sighed in resignation. Fine. By the way, I want to be able to walk home with you tomorrow. Make sure to head home early after class. All right. Lu Zixuan nodded. Upon reaching the door, Ye Chen smiled and said, see you the day after tomorrow. However, Lu Zixuan hesitated, unwilling to ascend the stairs. What's the matter? Are you going to miss me? Of course not. Can you manage alone? Ye Chen chuckled. In Lu Zixuan's eyes, he still seemed like a high school student, yet within him resided the soul of a 37-year-old. Ye Chen had faced countless business negotiations in his past life. Don't worry, your boyfriend is quite capable. Well, you must be careful, and don't let yourself be deceived. All right, I understand, Ye Chen teased. Instead of offering so many warnings, why not show some tangible affection? Lu Zixuan's cheeks flushed as she embraced Ye Chen, whispering in his ear, I'll wait for your return. Yes, be a good girl and wait for me. The next day, Ye Chen arrived at the appointed cafe, primarily to discuss milk sourcing. Most milk tea shops on the market imported their ingredients from Sanlu Dairy. Sanlu Group nearly monopolized the local market, leading to exorbitant prices. In 2008, the Sanlu milk powder scandal emerged, resulting in numerous infants suffering from kidney stones due to the consumption of Sanlu products. This incident shattered the reputation of the nation's leading infant formula brand. Ye Chen promptly removed Sanlu from his list of potential partners. His negotiation target this time was the E-Dairy Group. Due to Sanlu's monopoly, E-Dairy remained a niche enterprise. However, Ye Chen was acutely aware that with Sanlu's downfall, E-Dairy would ascend to the forefront of the dairy industry. This was his last opportunity to secure the most affordable contracts. At noon, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit entered. "Hello, Mr. Zhao," Ye Chen greeted with a smile. Shaking hands with the man. "I didn't expect you to be so young, Mr. Yi," Zhao Gang remarked, surprised at the youth of his negotiating counterpart. Ye Chen ordered 2 cups of coffee, and the discussions commenced. Initially, Zhao Gang believed that with Ye Chen's youth, the negotiation would be a simple affair. However, as the conversation progressed, he soon realized Ye Chen was no novice. He was a shrewd strategist. From the outset, Ye Chen pressed for a significantly low price, offering Zhao Gang no room for maneuver. "You see, although the price is modest, we will promote E-Dairy Group in our milk tea shops, which will serve as substantial advertising for your esteemed company, correct?" Throughout the negotiation, Ye Chen presented his arguments with clarity and logic, displaying a maturity far beyond his years. Ultimately, Zhao Gang conceded. His factory was currently struggling due to Sanlu's pressures. Moreover, this contract would bind them for 30 years, meaning as long as Chunxian Milk Tea remained operational, E-Dairy Group would be their sole supplier. The allure of this arrangement was immense, particularly given the significant sales challenges E-Dairy faced. In the end, both parties signed a 30-year agreement, with Ye Chen negotiating the price down to its lowest point. After signing the contract, Ye Chen exhaled deeply. With Sanlu's collapse, E-Dairy Group was poised to become the industry leader. Opportunities to secure such contracts would be scarce in the future. In the afternoon, Ye Chen met with several suppliers, successfully resolving all sourcing issues. The following day, upon returning to school, Ye Chen noticed that Lu Zixuan's face appeared swollen, and her pig-themed keychain was missing from her backpack. "What happened to your face?" "It's nothing. I just tripped yesterday," she replied. "Really?" Ye Chen observed the way her gaze flickered, knowing she was not being truthful. He chose not to press further and called Zhang Yang outside. "What happened yesterday?" Zhang Yang replied, somewhat shamefaced. "Brother Yi, I'm sorry. I didn't protect your sister-in-law. She was bullied." "What exactly transpired?" Ye Chen's tone became cold. It turned out that after evening study, when Lu Zixuan went to the restroom, someone had trapped her head in a trash can and struck her. Though Lu Zixuan practiced taekwondo, her assailants had been prepared, and she lost her sight. By the time she managed to free herself, they had already fled. Ye Chen's eyes blazed with fury upon hearing this. This tactic was all too familiar. It was the very strategy he had employed against Zhao Shan. The audacity of using such a method against Lu Zixuan was utterly unforgivable. Ye Chen was enraged. Chapter 62. Avenge my girlfriend. Ye Chen coldly inquired, "Have you identified who did this?" "No." By the time the security arrived after hearing the commotion, the culprits had already escaped, Zhang Yang explained. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. These individuals must be affiliated with Sun Yu. They had likely been watching Lu Zixuan for some time. Ye Chen requesting a day off had presented them with the perfect opportunity to strike. This was no mere coincidence. Did the school conduct an investigation? They did, but the perpetrators must have scaled the back wall. The guard at the entrance didn't see anyone leave. "Zhang Yang, help me investigate. We must uncover who did this." Ye Chen understood that without witnesses, it would be challenging to find answers. "Don't worry, Brother Yi. I've already got people on it." Back in the classroom, Ye Chen looked at Lu Zixuan with a pang of sympathy. "Does it still hurt?" he asked. Lu Zixuan shook her head. "I'm Fine. Rest assured, I will ensure those responsible face consequences." Ye Chen's voice was laced with ice. "Ye Chen, it's all right. I really am fine. How the business negotiations go?" "Very smoothly." Ye Chen chose not to dwell further on the topic. During the break, as Ye Chen pondered Lu Zixuan's situation, Zhang Tingting approached him. "Ye Chen, could you help me with this problem?" "Of course." Ye Chen nodded, patiently explaining the solution to Zhang Tingting. "You see, with functions and derivatives, you need to identify the similarities or consistencies in the problem." Ye Chen provided a detailed explanation, outlining not only the derivation process, but also the underlying thought process. Zhang Tingting was deeply touched. In their senior year, everyone was a competitor, and many were reluctant to share their experiences. Yet Ye Chen was different. He generously offered his knowledge to anyone who asked. "Do you understand now? If not, I can explain it again." Zhang Tingting nodded slightly, bit her lip, and hurriedly left a note for Ye Chen before hastily departing. Ye Chen stared at the note in a moment of surprise. Could it be that this girl secretly harbors feelings for me? With curiosity, he unfolded the note, his gaze sharpening slightly. It read, I overheard Zhao Hui, Su Zhen, and Danya from Class 5 plotting to bully Lu Zixuan in the bathroom. But I have no evidence. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen finally identified the culprits. He had heard of the three names. It was said that Zhao Hui came from a somewhat influential family and often bullied other girls. He never expected that this time they would target Lu Zixuan. Now that he had pinpointed the instigators, Ye Chen had countless ways to deal with them. He cast a grateful glance at Zhang Tingting, fully aware that she was taking a significant risk. If those three girls found out, Zhang Tingting would undoubtedly face retaliation. Ye Chen sought out Zhang Yang. I know who did it. Who? It's three girls from Class 5. Zhao Hui, Su Zhen, and Danya. So is those three wretches. Let's go report them to the teacher. Ye Chen replied coldly. Do you think reporting them would be effective? Zhang Yang fell silent. It was rumored that Zhao Hui's family had connections. Furthermore, their bullying of other girls was not a first. The last time, a girl in the bathroom was bullied by them, and it ended up being swept under the rug by the school. Brother Yi, what do you plan to do? Are you familiar with Sun Hu? Maybe we could invite him out tonight. But Sun Hu is someone from the streets, and you, it's nothing. It's just a meal for the three of us. Understood. Zhang Yang arranged to meet Sun Hu at a small restaurant. They had only eaten half of their meal when Ye Chen finally arrived. Upon his arrival, he wore an apologetic expression, saying, I'm sorry for being late. Something came up on the way. No worries, we're all brothers here. Zhang Yang introduced, Brother Yi, this is my friend Sun Hu. We grew up together. After introducing Ye Chen, Zhang Yang proceeded to introduce Ye Chen to Sun Hu. This is my classmate Ye Chen, my good brother. So you are Ye Chen? You've become quite the celebrity at our school lately. Sun Hu remarked, having heard about him. Is that so? It's merely a title, Ye Chen replied modestly. As they spoke, Ye Chen called the waiter and ordered several hearty dishes. Since I was late, I must pay for this meal. No one is allowed to insist otherwise. How can I let you spend money? I'll take care of the bill. Sun Hu insisted, though he felt a bit awkward about it. No, today I was late. It's only right for me to treat. Ye Chen ordered a case of beer. In his previous life, Ye Chen's business success hinged significantly on social skills. In front of these high school students, he naturally displayed a higher level of social acumen. Ye Chen opened a bottle of beer and poured it for both of them. Hugo, since this is our first meeting, we must share a drink. Zhang Yang watched in astonishment as Ye Chen hosted Sun Hu so graciously. When had Ye Chen become such a social butterfly? Hugo, I raise this glass to you. I hope for your guidance in the future. Sun Hu was taken aback. Despite often being at the bottom of his class and mingling with rough crowds, Ye Chen not only did not look down on him, but also actively sought to befriend him. Sun Hu raised his glass and took a sip. However, the next moment left him dumbfounded as Ye Chen downed his drink in one go. Sun Hu glanced at his own glass and then at Ye Chen's, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's fine. You're older than I am, so it's only appropriate that I drink more. That one tea do. Sun Hu also finished his drink in one gulp, gaining a newfound respect for Ye Chen. Sun Hu held a position akin to a small tyrant at school, often associating with street thugs. Teachers dared not intervene, and classmates avoided him. Though it was their first meeting, the three of them conversed with remarkable ease. Sun Hu could not help but say, Brother Yi, you're truly a straightforward person. If it weren't for my tight finances, I would be insisted on treating this meal. As he spoke, Ye Chen poured Sun Hu another drink. We're all brothers here. It doesn't matter who pays. Hugo, I just withdrew some cash from the bank today. If you're short on funds, take this money to use. Huh? Sun Hu was momentarily taken aback before hurriedly shaking his head. How could I take your money? Didn't we agree that we're brothers? Aren't you short on cash? Take it, or else I'll be upset. Ye Chen forcibly stuffed an envelope into Sun Hu's hands. Nowadays, girls appreciate romance. I heard from Zhang Yang that you're pursuing someone. You can't be stingy about these things. Zhang Yang chimed in, just accept it. Brother Yi isn't short on money. He simply enjoys making friends. Thank you, brother. I'll consider this a loan, and I'll repay you when I have the means. Sun Hu, indeed struggling financially in his pursuit of a girl, accepted the envelope. Although it felt substantial, he thought it contained only a couple of hundred yuan. He increasingly sensed that Ye Chen was not an ordinary person. Ye Chen sighed in relief. With Sun Hu accepting the money, the plan for revenge was already half complete. Chapter 63. Why bully her? Sun Hu stood up and said, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. After saying this, he made his way to the bathroom. Once he locked the restroom door, he opened the envelope. To his astonishment, instead of a mere 100 yuan, it was stuffed with crisp bills. Upon counting, he found a total of 2,000 yuan inside. Stunned, Sun Hu thought, what exactly does Ye Chen do to offer him 2,000 yuan at once? He recalled that Ye Chen's family did not seem particularly wealthy. He also knew some of Ye Chen's background. Before his senior year, Ye Chen's academic performance had been on par with his, both being underachievers. Yet, After entering the senior year, Ye Chen had transformed entirely, achieving a remarkable leap into the top 10 of their grade. Now, he was casually handing out 2,000 yuan. Sun, who was no fool, he realized that Ye Chen was surely seeking something in return for such generosity. Looking at the money in his hands, Sun, who took a deep breath. With this cash, he could treat his girlfriend lavishly, and his resolve gradually solidified. Tucking the cash away, Sun, who returned to the private room. Brother Yi, you've given me so much money. There must be something behind this. This money is merely to foster friendship. Not for any service, Ye Chen replied, pouring Sun, who another drink. Zhang Yang added, you've heard about Lu Zixuan being bullied, right? Sun, who nodded, I've heard. Are you asking me to help find the culprits? I've identified the culprits. Zhao Hui and her gang from class 5. I'd like to have a chat with them. Can you help me gather some people? Once this is settled, I'll treat the brothers to drinks and reward you generously. Sun, who pondered for a moment and then downed his drink. Brother Yi, I'm glad to be your friend. I'll help you with this. With that matter settled, the three of them enjoyed their meal and drinks. As they reached the end of the evening, Sun, who earnestly stated, Brother Yi, from now on, I'll follow you. After bidding farewell to Sun Hu, Zhang Yang curiously asked, Brother Yi, how much was in that envelope? 2,000. Zhang Yang nearly spat out his tea in shock. So much? He was astonished, never having imagined that Ye Chen would carry such a sum. Isn't that a bit excessive? 2,000 yuan was roughly the monthly income of an ordinary family. Ye Chen knew he would have greater use for Sun Hu. To ensure loyalty from someone like him, it was only natural to first fill his stomach. Brother Yi, when shall we? Tomorrow. Those who dare to touch my woman shall undoubtedly pay the price. As evening study sessions concluded, students began to exit the school in a steady stream. To leave the premises, they had to traverse a narrow alleyway, a common route for many students heading home. Three girls, engaged in lively conversation, made their way into the alley, one of them lighting a cigarette. Yesterday was exhilarating. We beat that wretched girl so badly she looked disfigured, one of them exclaimed. Another girl, with a plush toy of Piggy Hero dangling from her backpack, chuckled. I stomped on it and crushed it. Let's see if she dares to act shamelessly and seduce men again. As the trio reveled in their mischief, they suddenly encountered three young men ahead, adorned with gaudy tattoos and dyed hair. Their disheveled appearance was unmistakable. Zhao Hui, initially indifferent, began to feel trepidation as they approached. Noticing that the young men had no intention of yielding, grasping Su Zhen and Dongya, she attempted to retreat, only to find four more individuals had mysteriously appeared behind them. In an instant, the three girls found themselves encircled by 7 ruffians. Zhao Hui's gaze caught sight of Sun Hu in the crowd, and her heart leapt. Sun Hu, what do you mean by this? We've done nothing to offend you. Sun Hu yanked the cigarette from Zhao Hui's mouth and tossed it to the ground. Indeed, you have not offended me, but you have crossed paths with someone you cannot afford to offend. With that, he stepped aside, revealing a boy clad in a school uniform, carrying a backpack and exuding an icy demeanor. The three girls' expressions shifted dramatically upon recognizing Ye Chen, who had previously delivered a speech they had all attended. They were acutely aware that Ye Chen was Lu Zixuan's boyfriend, and the realization dawned on them as to why they were cornered here. Their audacity to target Lu Zixuan stemmed from the belief that she lacked a formidable background, coupled with her dazzling presence. Just days prior, Zhao Hui had confessed her feelings to a boy, only to have him reject her outright, declaring Lu Zixuan to be his ideal. This ignited Zhao Hui's fury. How could Lu Zixuan, with a boyfriend, still flirt with other boys? She sought revenge. However, Ye Chen had always been by Lu Zixuan's side, preventing any opportunity until the day he was absent, leaving Lu Zixuan alone in the classroom, which is when they struck. Ye Chen approached Zhao Hui, and the three girls felt the chilling aura radiating from him, their hearts trembling. They never anticipated Ye Chen could summon such a gang to confront them. Through gritted teeth, Zhao Hui demanded, Ye Chen, what do you intend to do? In response, Ye Chen fixed his gaze on her and delivered a resounding slap. Zhao Hui stumbled backward and collapsed to the ground, her face swelling from the blow, and she began to sob uncontrollably. Ye Chen's voice lowered as he turned to the girl who had boasted about crushing the plush toy. Was it you who destroyed Piggy Hero? His eyes were icy as he recalled the demolished toy. Lu Zixuan, though injured, was more distressed over the loss of Piggy Hero than her own wounds. I. Slap. Another sharp slap rang out as Ye Chen's gaze fell upon Dongya, who crouched in terror, weeping. I was just keeping watch outside. I didn't do anything. Slap. Ye Chen struck again. Anyone involved deserves punishment. The three girls trembled on the ground, crying and shaking. Ye Chen couldn't help but find their plight amusing. They were nothing but bullies preying on the weak, and now they were the ones cowering in fear. He seized Zhao Hui by the arm, lifting her up. You dare strike me again, and I'll inform the teacher, Zhao Hui exclaimed, covering her face. Ye Chen chuckled. Inform the teacher? Go ahead, try it, and see if they believe you. Of course, you must also bear the consequences of your actions. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Zhao Hui sobbed even harder. I want to tell the teacher. Please don't hurt me. I was wrong. Did Lu Zixuan ever offend you? She studies diligently every day and never provokes anyone. Why do you wish to harm her? Is it simply because she is beautiful? Is it due to your jealousy? Is it because she is so pure that you wish to tarnish her? Slap. Ye Chen struck Zhao Hui once more. Finally, he tore down all the trinkets from their backpacks and crushed them underfoot. Chapter 64. The Temptation of a Young Girl. Looking at the trembling trio, Ye Chen felt a sense of ennui. Remember, this is your first and last warning. Should you dare to lay a finger on Lu Zixuan again, I will ensure you are expelled from the school. With that, he turned and left, followed by a throng of ruffians, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Once outside the alley, Ye Chen produced an envelope and handed it to Sun Hu. This is for drinks, treat the brothers. Sun Hu opened the envelope to reveal a thick wad of cash, totaling 4 or 5,000 yuan. Brother Yi, this is far too generous. Ye Chen patted Sun Hu on the shoulder. The brothers have gone through a lot. It wouldn't be right to let them go empty-handed. Avoid the underworld from now on. If you're interested, trust me and join me after high school. Ye Chen recalled the events of his past life, where Sun Hu had ended up in prison for unintentionally killing someone in a fight. He recognized Sun Hu's good nature and did not wish for him to stray down the wrong path. Moreover, in Ye Chen's future plans, Sun Hu was a crucial part. Upon returning home, Ye Chen found Lu Zixuan waiting for him. Where have you been? She inquired. Oh, just handling some matters, Ye Chen replied, his heart aching at the sight of her slightly swollen face. This is for you. He handed her a bottle of medicinal oil. I'm really fine, she insisted. Let us start studying. After their study session, Lu Zixuan retrieved a thick booklet from her backpack. Curiously, Ye Chen asked, what is this? It's the business plan for our milk tea shop that I wrote, she replied. Ye Chen was taken aback by the volume of the document. You wrote all of this? He marveled, finally understanding why Lu Zixuan had dark circles under her eyes. She must have spent the entire night working on it. I just wanted to help you, she said. Ye Chen gently tousled her hair and said, silly girl. Glancing at the detailed plan, which included ingredient ratios, customer flow analysis, and flavor preferences, he recognized her innate business acumen. With a smile, Ye Chen said, actually, I have a proposal that will surely boost our sales. What proposal? Lu Zixuan asked, intrigued. Ye Chen hesitated for a moment before retrieving a bag from his desk. Moments later, Lu Zixuan's cheeks flushed crimson. I can't assist you with this, she firmly rejected him. She realized she had greatly overestimated Ye Chen's integrity. What brilliant idea could possibly revive our milk tea shop? Ye Chen is clearly only looking to satisfy his base desires. Zixuan, I assure you it's not for myself, but for the shop. Just try it on for me. I want to see the effect. Lu Zixuan hesitated, glancing at the provocative outfits laid out on the bed, then back at Ye Chen's lecherous grin. The clothes were hardly proper, black stockings and a maid outfit. Ye Chen felt grateful that, in this era, such items were readily available for purchase. His motivations were twofold, to genuinely help the milk tea shop and to encourage Lu Zixuan's personal growth. However, this was a challenge for her to accept, given the adult perspective he possessed. In truth, I believe that what our milk tea shop desperately requires is an allure, and the means to achieve such allure lies within them. Ye Chen remarked earnestly, gesturing towards the black stockings on the bed. Do you take me for a fool? Lu Zixuan was not so easily swayed by Ye Chen's persuasion. Truly, if we are to innovate, the appearance of our staff must also undergo transformation. I contend that the reason our milk tea shop has yet to thrive is due to its overly conservative approach. I believe the ascent of our establishment must commence with a change in the image of our employees. Lu Zixuan scoffed. What a fabrication. Are you suggesting our staff should don such attire? Exactly. I purchased these to have you test their effect. Don't even think about it. Lu Zixuan, having been subjected to Ye Chen's manipulations too often, seemed to have developed a certain immunity, no matter how Ye Chen tried to persuade her today. She remained remarkably astute and unyielding. Zixuan, can you not make a sacrifice for our milk tea empire? Ye Chen implored with a hint of urgency. Today, with Ye Dad and Ye Mom out with Ye Lin, and Zhang Yang occupied elsewhere, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seizing the moment was crucial. Should we miss today, who knows when another opportunity might arise. What troubled Ye Chen was Lu Zixuan's unwavering resolve. She was adamant in her refusal. Not listening. In the end, Lu Zixuan even covered her ears, shutting out Ye Chen's coaxing. Ultimately, Lu Zixuan was not deceived. Ye Chen understood that this particular boundary was perhaps too expansive for her. Her inability to accept it was entirely within his expectations. These garments were certainly unsuitable for the milk tea shop in this day and age. Wearing such attire might not guarantee popularity, but could very well attract the attention of the authorities. Ye Chen's true intention was to facilitate Lu Zixuan's growth. Even though he faced rejection, he did not feel anxious. After all, the path of cultivation, albeit fraught with challenges, still held a bright future. Ye Chen set aside the garments and began discussing the proposal with Lu Zixuan. However, he failed to notice that Lu Zixuan, while listening, was somewhat distracted, her gaze occasionally darting towards the bed. When the time felt right, Lu Zixuan suddenly declared, "I'm going to the restroom." "All right, I'll help you tie to your backpack. When you come out, I'll escort you home." Ye Chen paid little mind to it, but after a prolonged wait, Lu Zixuan had yet to emerge from the restroom. Checking the time, Ye Chen noted it was already time to head home, and Lu Zixuan had been in the restroom for quite a while. Finally, the restroom door creaked open, yet Lu Zixuan merely poked her head out, her body concealed behind the door. "Why aren't you coming out?" Ye Chen queried, approaching in confusion. As he reached the restroom entrance, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Lu Zixuan had changed into a maid outfit. Beneath the skirt, she wore enticing black stockings. Ye Chen could only surmise that if Sun Chao were present, he would undoubtedly faint from excitement. In truth, this maid outfit was the most conservative among the garments Ye Chen had purchased, yet the effect it produced was still nothing short of explosive. Particularly striking was Lu Zixuan's bashful, innocent demeanor, which added to her allure. Ye Chen conceded that in both this life and the previous one, Lu Zixuan was the most stunning girl he had ever encountered. He had never imagined that the pure Lu Zixuan could appear so tantalizing in such attire. Swallowing hard, Ye Chen softly inquired, "Didn't you say you were unwilling to wear it?" Lu Zixuan shyly replied, "I don't know. I just couldn't bear to see you look disappointed." Observing Lu Zixuan's aggrieved expression, Ye Chen's heart softened entirely. However, she could only wear it once, and he could only glance. No other activities were permitted. Lu Zixuan said this with a playful display of her little tiger teeth, shaking her small pink fist. After seeing Lu Zixuan off, Ye Chen prepared to tidy the clothes on the bed. Just then, the bedroom door swung open. "Brother, Mom brought you a late-night snack," Ye Lin exclaimed, holding up a barbecue, her gaze fixed on the black stockings in Ye Chen's hands. "Sister, let me explain." However, Ye Lin had already dashed outside. "Mom, something's wrong." Brother was secretly sniffing a girl's socks in his room. Chapter 65, Classmate Invests. Ye Mom hurriedly arrived at Ye Chen's bedroom door. Ye Chen had already stuffed the black stockings under the blanket. "Ye Chen, what were you just doing in here?" "Mom, don't listen to my sister's nonsense." "How could I possibly yet?" Ye Mom's gaze had shifted to a corner of the bed. Ye Chen glanced over and felt a wave of embarrassment. In his haste, one black stocking had inadvertently peeked out. Ye Lin, excited, was about to rush over to catch him in the act, but was promptly restrained by Ye Mom. With a knowing look, Ye Mom turned to Ye Chen. "Lu Zixuan was just here, wasn't she? You two should be careful not to overstep." After saying this, Ye Mom dirige Ye Lineve. Ye Chen was left in a state of amusement. "Mom, my sister didn't say a word. I truly smack." The door closed behind him. Outside, Ye Mom's voice rang out, "From now on, if you go to your brother's room, you must knock. Especially when your sister Zixuan is present." "Why? Not suitable for children." "Mom, why can my brother have children, but I cannot?" "Your brother is older than you." "No. Who said I permitted him to have children? He has focused on his studies. So am I." "Oh really? In self-study class, boys make up for lessons. And if they get one question wrong, they kiss the other person. If they get two wrong, they hit each other with a ruler. Is that what you call extra study?" Ye Chen's face turned crimson upon hearing this. That girl, Ye Lin, had definitely eavesdropped on his tutoring session with Lu Zixuan. At the Western restaurant, Zhang Tingting glanced at the menu and could not help but exclaim, "Shall we dine elsewhere? This place is too expensive." "No worries. Since we're here to express gratitude, the sincerity must be sufficient." Ye Chen casually ordered several dishes from the menu and handed it to the waiter with a smile. Zhang Tingting looked at the menu in Ye Chen's hands with a hint of surprise. This was an Italian restaurant, and while she held the Chinese menu, Ye Chen had the Italian version. He could understand Italian. Zhang Tingting found Ye Chen increasingly mysterious. "You're treating me to dinner. Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will get jealous?" "Of course not. She knows. I originally wanted her to join, but she had to take care of her father." Oh, Zhang Tingting felt a pang of disappointment. She had a good impression of Ye Chen, but he already had a girlfriend. She felt that if she deliberately engaged in too much interaction with Ye Chen, it would seem as if she were trying to entice him, and she did not wish to play the role of the third party. Soon, the dishes arrived. Zhang Tingting had dined at this Italian restaurant several times before and was quite familiar with the menu. To her astonishment, Ye Chen seemed even more knowledgeable than she was, effortlessly detailing the ingredients, specialties, and origins of each dish. Zhang Tingting's admiration for Ye Chen grew exponentially. For someone from an ordinary worker's family, his understanding of high-end cuisine was quite surprising. Throughout the meal, Ye Chen exhibited impeccable manners, even demonstrating a professional demeanor while sipping red wine. Do you come here often? Zhang Tingting asked curiously. Occasionally. In truth, Ye Chen had frequented such places after achieving success in his previous life. Oh, how did you acquire such wealth? This meal isn't cheap. Haha, I've made some money in the stock market recently. Ah, you know about stocks? Ye Chen nodded. Just lucky, that's all. Zhang Tingting smiled and said, then you must recommend a stock to me. Ye Chen replied with a grin. Next, I plan to purchase shares in Deepening real estate company. A few days prior, he had already formulated his next investment strategy. The bubble tea shop is still in the phase of burning through cash. Although he had made a considerable sum from stock trading not long ago, he has already spent a significant portion of it. He recalls that in his previous life, during this period, Deepening real estate company acquired a plot of land. Remarkably, the value of Deepening real estate surged from 2 billion to 40 billion within a mere fortnight. Furthermore, the chairman of Deepening Group, Zhang Shan, ascended to become the richest individual in Jin City that year. Who holds the title of the richest doesn't concern Ye Chen. What he cares about is the appreciation of Deepening real estate. If memory serves him correctly, within a week, Jin City's real estate companies will announce the route for Line 9, and the newly acquired land by Deepening real estate lies along that very route. This is precisely why the company's market value is expected to double in just 2 weeks. Deepening real estate company? Upon hearing Ye Chen mention the company, Zhang Tingting's expression turned peculiar, as it was indeed her family's enterprise, with her father Zhang Shan as the chairman. Yes, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Deepening real estate's value will likely double, and their stock prices will soar in a week. It should see at least 4 or 5 limit ups, potentially doubling my investment. In Ye Chen's recollection, there were only a few stocks that experienced explosive growth, and this was one of them. Unfortunately, his funds were limited, with only a little over 80,000 set aside for the shop's normal expenses. Stock trading is merely speculation. The real business lies in the bubble tea industry. How come I was unaware that our company could appreciate so much? Zhang Tingting murmured, unable to suppress her curiosity upon hearing Ye Chen's confident tone. I must ask Dad tomorrow if the company is planning something significant. I have some savings too. Why not let me invest a bit as well? Zhang Tingting suggested with a smile. However, if I'm investing in stocks, it needs to be a meaningful amount, at least 5,000. Well, I have about 100,000 in pocket money. We can split the profits equally. 100,000? Ye Chen was taken aback, looking at Zhang Tingting with newfound respect. He hadn't anticipated her to be quite so affluent. Little did he know, the stocks he was considering buying were from her family's company. Do you trust me that much? Of course. But don't feel pressured. If we profit, we share. If we incur losses, I'll take the hit. All right, I'll give you an account number. Please transfer the funds to my account later. If the 100,000 doubles to 200,000, yielding a profit of 100,000, he could earn 50,000 for himself. Free money is hard to turn down. After their meal, they first visited the bank, where Zhang Tingting transferred the funds to Ye Chen. Upon seeing the 100,000 credited to his account, Ye Chen couldn't help but marvel at Zhang Tingting's financial capability. Realizing this was merely her pocket money. I could take a taxi to send you home. No need, I could take the bus. See you at school tomorrow. As Ye Chen departed in a taxi, a Rolls-Royce pulled up beside Zhang Tingting. Miss, please get in. A middle-aged man in a suit respectfully opened the car door. Upon returning home, Zhang Tingting immediately entered her father's study, where Zhang Shan was engrossed in reading the newspaper. Dad, is it true that our company's value is about to double? She inquired with curiosity. Where did you hear such news? Zhang Shan looked at his beloved daughter with a bemused expression. As the chairman of the company, he was unaware of any impending appreciation. So how could his daughter possibly know? Chapter 66, Midterm Examination. As the chairman, he ought to be informed of significant developments within the company. Zhang Tingting, noticing her father's odd expression, was taken aback. Dad, you don't know? She thought, puzzled. If her father, the chairman, was oblivious, how did Ye Chen possess such insight? Could it be that Ye Chen was merely guessing? Yet, when Ye Chen spoke, he exuded confidence, which seemed far from mere conjecture. All right, if you don't know, I'll let it go. Tomorrow is the midterm exam. I need to get back to studying. Sweetheart, it's all right if you don't perform well. Just don't stay up too late, Zhang Shan advised gently. He held no stringent expectations for Zhang Tingting's academic performance, for their family was not an ordinary one. Ordinary individuals must strive tirelessly to excel, seize opportunities for higher education, and ultimately secure suitable employment. Thus, parents typically urge their children to study diligently. However, Zhang Tingting was exempt from such pressures. As the heiress of Deepening Company, her starting point far exceeded that of many others. Provided she pursued her interests, she could effortlessly take the reins of Yuding Company upon graduation and become a billionaire. Our company's performance will double? Haha, this girl must be joking, Zhang Shan thought with a resigned shake of his head. During this period, Ye Chen was quite occupied, managing the bubble tea shop while tutoring Lu Zixuan and Zhang Yang. Unbeknownst to him, the day of the midterm examination approached swiftly. This examination was a district-wide assessment, reportedly on par with the difficulty of the college entrance examination. The school placed significant emphasis on this midterm, dispersing the senior students in separate examination rooms, adhering to the protocols of the college entrance exam. The results of this examination would closely mirror those of the final college entrance exam, further stratifying the student standings. Ye Chen, how do I handle this? I feel exceptionally nervous, Zhang Yang said, clutching his chest as if his heart might leap out if he didn't. Previously, when his grades were dismal, he felt no anxiety during exams, but this time he was particularly agitated and had even struggled to sleep the night before. Ye Chen found Zhang Yang's nervousness amusing. This was merely pre-exam anxiety, which typically afflicts neither the top students nor the failing ones, but rather those in the middle tier. After the examination, it was common to hear top students lamenting, "That paper was incredibly difficult. I'm certain I flunked." Upon hearing this, the average students would breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that even the top students found the questions challenging. However, when results were released, the top students would score in the high 30s, while the average students barely scraped by with 30. At that moment, the realization would dawn on them that the top students were merely putting on a facade. Those who performed poorly during exams often felt less anxiety. As the difficulty of the questions mattered little to them, they would still struggle regardless. When asked how many points they could score, they would shrug and say it depended on luck. In contrast, it was the average students like Zhang Yang who experienced the most anxiety. They desired to excel, but were constrained by their capabilities. After spending time studying with Ye Chen, Zhang Yang had made considerable progress, and Ye Chen felt confident in his abilities. Zhang Yang had been diligent in his studies, and with Ye Chen's guidance over the past month, his grades would undoubtedly surpass those of the previous month's exam. Ye Chen believed that with Zhang Yang's current capabilities, his scores in the college entrance examination would exceed those from his past life. His anxiety stemmed from a lack of self-confidence. Don't worry, your hard work will pay off, and your grades will reflect that. However, Ye Chen's reassurance did little to alleviate Zhang Yang's apprehensions. I'm not like you. You're always in the top 3. If I had your abilities, I wouldn't be nervous either, Zhang Yang said enviously. Ye Chen Sigit, do you think being in the top 3 is a blessing? Do you believe they are free from anxiety? Zhang Yang looked puzzled. Are you also anxious? Certainly consider this. In your last examination, you ranked over 30 places, leaving you with ample room for improvement, while my potential advancement is limited to the top 2 positions. I genuinely envy your vast capacity for growth. Yet I regret having secured a position among the top 3 previously. This time, I must tread carefully and avoid aiming for first place, lest I find myself stagnating without any further room for progress. In an instant, Zhang Yang felt a wave of anxiety dissipate, replaced instead by a desire for confrontation. After the first mathematics examination, Zhang Yang listened to the surrounding students lamenting over the questions. This exam was truly challenging. I couldn't solve the last major problem. One student exclaimed, "Please, spare me. I nearly burst into tears. I ran out of time for the final question," lamented another, whose performance typically hovered around the top 10, significantly better than Zhang Yang's. Initially, Zhang Yang felt a sense of relief, convinced that the exam questions posed no difficulty whatsoever. However, as he walked along, his anxiety began to mount, fueled by the collective complaints of his peers regarding the exam's difficulty, especially concerning the final question, which most either could not solve or had no time to attempt. Is it really that hard? I find it quite straightforward, he pondered. Suddenly, a wave of doubt washed over him. Could it be that I misinterpreted the questions? At that moment, he spotted Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan entering the room. Ye Chen, I think I might have messed up, Zhang Yang uttered, nearly on the verge of tears. Ye Chen appeared bewildered. That shouldn't be. Just moments ago, Zixuan told me you were doing well. How could you think you failed? I think I misread the questions, Zhang Yang replied, confusion evident in his voice. Ye Chen, puzzled, inquired, how do you know you misread them? Everyone's saying the last question was difficult, yet I found it easy, which makes me uneasy, Zhang Yang confessed. Indeed, the last question was incredibly tough. I pondered it for half an hour without a clue. Another classmate chimed in, further deepening Zhang Yang's unease. He became increasingly convinced that he had misunderstood the questions, especially since the student who had just spoken consistently ranked among the top 10 in class, far exceeding his own performance. If they found it difficult, how could he possibly have fared better? As Ye Chen and the others discussed the exam questions, More classmates gathered around, echoing complaints about the difficulty of the final question, with only a handful claiming to have solved it. Really? I found the last question rather easy. Zixuan, did you struggle with it? Zhang Yang. Not at all. I thought it was quite simple, Lu Zixuan replied casually. The others fell silent, exchanging glances, and silently departed, clutching their chests in despair. All that remained were Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan, bewildered and exchanging puzzled looks. Ye Chen, do you sense that everyone seemed to disdain us just now? Chapter 67. Enter Teacher Yi. In the teacher's office, at Yizhong, Liang gazed in astonishment at the report card in her hands. In this midterm examination, Ye Chen secured first place, with Lu Zixuan following closely in second. Both top spots belonged to their class. Congratulations, Teacher Li. Your class has excelled, with the top two in the grade both from your class, a colleague remarked. Oh no. I merely stumbled upon two exceptionally diligent students, Li Ying replied, suppressing her joy, though her delight was evident to all. That may be. But while the first and second are from class 2, our class 1 boasts an average score 6 points higher, chimed in a bespectacled female teacher, Zhao Ying, the homeroom teacher for class 1. Li Ying's expression hardened as she directed a frosty gaze toward Zhao Ying, her lifelong rival. During their university days, Zhao Ying had stolen her boyfriend, cementing their enmity. After graduation, fate had conspired to place them in the same school, both teaching high school. Since their first day back at work, they had been locked in a silent competition, with one top scorer and one second place. Do you think the principal will be pleased? Li Ying remarked, taking a sip of tea to steady her composure before smiling smugly. You're simply lucky. If Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan were in our class, they'd be the top scorers as well, Zhao Ying retorted. What a pity they're in our class. Don't be too envious, Li Ying shot back, reveling in her triumph. Don't celebrate too soon. The title of outstanding teacher is still up for grabs, Zhao Ying replied, her face darkening with frustration as she turned to leave. She felt a surge of anger, wondering why Li Ying had been so fortunate as to have two exceptional students. If this pair were in her class, their results would surely have soared even higher. As Zhao Ying exited, Li Ying fell into contemplation. Although her class boasted Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan, their standing was not entirely secure. After all, their overall performance was lacking. Her gaze fell upon a name on the report card, Zhang Yang, 5th in class. How did Zhang Yang improve so quickly? Following the exam, Zhang Yang was consumed by anxiety, convinced he had performed poorly. For the past few days, he had been sullen and withdrawn. Zhang Yang, Teacher Li is looking for you. The class monitor called out. With the results about to be announced, Zhang Yang sensed impending doom at the prospect of being summoned by his homeroom teacher. This is it, he thought. Head bowed, he made his way to the teacher's office with a heavy heart. Upon entering, he found Li Ying smiling at him, which only heightened his apprehension. Why is she smiling? Zhang Yang wondered, interpreting her grin as ominous. Teacher, he stammered, feeling as if his legs were leaden as he approached her. Li Ying, observing Zhang Yang's apprehensive demeanor, felt puzzled. What's going on with this child? I've been quite friendly, Haven Ti. With that thought, she softened her tone and asked, Zhang Yang, how do you think you did this time? Zhang Yang felt tears welling up. Teacher, did I do poorly? Please scold me. Your words frighten me. Li Ying experienced an impulse to reprimand him. Is that how intimidating I am to my students? She sighed, saying, you did remarkably well. You ranked 5th in the class and 32nd overall. I placed 5th in the class. Zhang Yang's face registered disbelief. Indeed, you have made significant progress. Li Ying was curious, recalling that Zhang Yang had previously ranked in the 20s. Could it be that this young man has fallen in love? Unable to resist, she asked, Zhang Yang, are you dating? No, absolutely not. Zhang Yang shook his head vigorously. Then how did your grades improve? Ye Chen has been tutoring me, Zhang Yang replied. Li Ying was taken aback, realizing that Zhang Yang's improvement was due to Ye Chen. She had taught him for 3 years. Could it be that Ye Chen's month-long instruction had proven more effective? Not just me. Ye Chen is also tutoring Lu Zixuan, Zhang Yang added. Li Ying glanced at Lu Zixuan's grades and noted her significant improvement, now ranking 2nd in the grade. Though Lu Zixuan had previously been 1st in class, her school-wide performance had only placed her in the 7th or 8th position. How well do you understand Ye Chen's lessons? Li Ying inquired. They're excellent. Concepts I previously struggled with became clear after he explained them, Zhang Yang responded. Better than my teaching? Li Ying asked, intrigued. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment. It might be a tad better. Oh, just a tad? Li Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yang, unable to contain himself, added, actually, I meant a lot better. All right, you can leave now. As the bell rang, Li Ying entered the classroom with a mock exam paper. Her expression darkened, causing the students to hold their breath. Our class performed poorly, with an average score 6 points lower than class 1, she declared, slamming the podium emphatically. In this examination, many of the questions I had previously discussed were still answered incorrectly by you. Was my explanation insufficient? A profound silence enveloped the classroom, with numerous students visibly trembling. Since my teachings appear to have not resonated, I shall assign you a new instructor. Ye Chen, please step up and elucidate the exam paper for everyone. Ye Chen stood there, bewildered. What was happening? Was he really being asked to teach? In making this decision, Teacher Li was keen to assess Ye Chen's teaching prowess, curious if it was indeed as remarkable as Zhang Yang had claimed. Naturally, she harbored a twinge of discontent. After all, she had 3 decades of teaching experience. How could a student surpass her? Although surprised, Ye Chen picked up the chalk and approached the podium. The students, intrigued by Teacher Li's choice, straightened in their seats, attentively listening. Ye Chen, undaunted, commenced his explanation. As he spoke, he noticed Lu Zixuan resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him dreamily, a sweet smile gracing her lips, her thoughts a mystery to him. Lu Zixuan, please refrain from daydreaming in class, Ye Chen gently admonished. The classroom erupted in laughter. Moments before, Lu Zixuan's dreamy gaze had caught many eyes, particularly her adorably silly grin. Lu Zixuan, is it not time for a little punishment for your distraction? Ye Chen teased. Lu Zixuan lowered her head, her heart racing uneasily. According to the rules of Ye Chen's little class, daydreaming warranted a kiss. With the entire class present, she wondered if he would truly act on it. The teacher shall impose a penalty upon hearing Ye Chen genuinely declare a punishment. Her heart nearly leapt from her chest. Would he really? Chapter 68, Joyful Classroom. Lu Zixuan regarded Ye Chen with a mix of shyness and anxiety. Thankfully, Ye Chen did not make any outrageous demands. Please come up and solve the question I just explained. He gestured to her, observing her timid demeanor akin to a frightened little rabbit. Lu Zixuan promptly stood up and diligently answered Ye Chen's question. Once seated, she exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful to have passed the test. Teacher Yi, I believe what Lu Zixuan just stated was incorrect. Sun Chao interjected with a mischievous grin. After all, Ye Chen was not a true teacher, which emboldened the students to express themselves more freely. Lu Zixuan's heart sank. In her nervousness, she had neglected a crucial point. Ye Chen cleared his throat. I hereby declare my 2 life principles. The first, whatever Lu Zixuan says is always correct. He gazed at her with affectionate eyes. And the second, if Lu Zixuan is ever wrong, refer back to the first principle. A chorus of playful boos erupted from the class. This was hardly a lesson. It was a display of affection. Lu Zixuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she buried her face in her arms, leaving only her rosy ears exposed. Focus on the lesson and maintain a serious demeanor. Teacher Li felt a wave of frustration. It was truly exasperating. I brought you up to teach, not to flaunt your affection. She couldn't help but feel envious. How was it that Ye Chen could so effortlessly make girls smile? Reflecting on her own husband, Li felt a pang of discontent. As the lesson progressed, Ye Chen taught with earnestness, returning to a more conventional style. Yet, one peculiar aspect persisted. Lu Zixuan, could you share another approach to solving this problem? Lu Zixuan, can you tell us which formula was applied in what I just explained? Lu Zixuan, where do you see the challenges in this question? Throughout the class, Lu Zixuan found herself called upon repeatedly. As Ye Chen transitioned to the next topic, he paused, preparing to ask a question. Lu Zixuan, before he could finish, the entire class chimed in unison. Amid the laughter, Lu Zixuan stood up, her face aflame. Teacher Li furrowed her brow in disapproval. She felt that Ye Chen's teaching resembled a playful jest, and the atmosphere was overly jovial. Was this method truly effective? Yet, as she listened, she began to discern Ye Chen's brilliance. Each question posed to Lu Zixuan was a pivotal point of knowledge. When she responded, Ye Chen reiterated, reinforcing their memory twice over. Li gradually recognized the merit in his approach. Utilizing Lu Zixuan as a tool, he transformed the lesson into an engaging experience, allowing the students to absorb knowledge without the burden of tedium. While the classmates reveled in the amusement, Li, as a teacher, discerned Ye Chen's true intent. This young man possessed a remarkable talent. Now she understood why Zhang Yang and Lu Zixuan had shown such significant improvement. Previously, she had thought Ye Chen was merely displaying affection in class. It appeared her understanding had been superficial. After concluding his lesson, Ye Chen asked, does anyone have any lingering uncertainties? I do. A girl stood up. Teacher Yi, why do you only ask Lu Zixuan? The inquiry elicited laughter from the class. Ye Chen cleared his throat. Classmate, please focus on questions related to learning. Yet, this was precisely what everyone wanted to know. The girl responded playfully. Yes, this is the question we are all curious about. The other students joined in the banter. Ye Chen tossed the chalk into the holder and clapped his hands. Well, when Lu Zixuan is before me, my eyes see only her. No one else exists. A wave of uproar swept through the classroom. Li experienced another wave of dismay. Had she misjudged? It appeared this cheeky lad was merely flirting. Li Yaqi watched the raucous students, feeling disheartened. She had also made notable progress in her grades, rising 10 places despite Ye Chen's only weekly tutoring. She increasingly recognized the treasure he was, yet such a gem seemed to drift further from her grasp. Zhang Tingting, resting her chin on her hand, observed Ye Chen with curiosity, realizing she was developing feelings for him for the first time. Now she eagerly anticipated whether the Yu Ting group would indeed experience a surge in market value a week hence. If so, it would be quite intriguing. Li Ying approached the podium and cleared her throat. The once boisterous classroom fell silent. Are there any questions regarding what Ye Chen just taught? The students reflected on the earlier merriment. In the midst of laughter, they realized they had absorbed all the knowledge Ye Chen shared. And the class had been anything but dull. It had been a delightful experience, passing swiftly. Li Ying's eyes narrowed. If you all comprehended, then I shall pose a question. The girl who just made the inquiry, how would you solve this problem? She called on the girl who had previously spoken up. This student, who typically struggled academically, found this particular question daunting. Yet to everyone's astonishment, she stood and answered flawlessly. Incredible, Li Ying gasped. She then called on several other students, particularly those ranked around the 30th position. Remarkably, they too answered correctly. It seemed that Teacher Li indeed possessed a degree of skill. The students nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Ye Chen's lessons were neither dull nor devoid of joy, resembling a lively performance at a comedy club. Most importantly, after Ye Chen's instruction, they had all grasped the concepts. The only discomfort they felt was from having consumed an excess of dog food in the form of romantic antics throughout the lesson. Li Ying gazed at her classmates with a beaming smile, posing a question that had long lingered in her heart. Do you think I deliver my lessons better than Teacher Li? An immediate silence enveloped the classroom. Li Ying felt utterly bewildered. Was this question truly so challenging? Shouldn't you all unanimously declare that my teaching is superior? What does this silence signify? A sharp pang of despair gripped her chest. The unspoken silence had become the answer her classmates had provided. After the midterm examinations, Lu Zixuan came to Ye Chen's home for tutoring. Ye Chen noticed that Lu Zixuan seemed somewhat off, her mind appearing to wander. As he explained the lessons, she often seemed lost in thought, bearing an expression heavy with concern. Setting aside his textbook, Ye Chen regarded her attentively. Zixuan, is something troubling you? Chapter 69. The prophecy comes true. After their conversation, Ye Chen learned that Lu Zixuan's father's health had recently deteriorated. He could no longer even remember who Lu Zixuan was. She had taken him to the hospital, where the doctor advised further observation. Observing Lu Zixuan's distress, Ye Chen reached out, gently smoothing the furrowed brow on her forehead. Xiao Xian, he said softly, you are not alone anymore. Lu Zixuan blinked in confusion. You still have me. Overcome with emotion, Lu Zixuan collapsed into Ye Chen's embrace. In the conference room of Yuting Group, Zhang Shan was convening a board meeting. The topic of discussion today was the utilization of a piece of land they had recently acquired. Should they develop residential properties or establish a commercial district? Everyone, we have deliberated on this land for quite some time. We must determine its purpose today, Zhang Shan stated earnestly from his position at the head of the table. Despite their lengthy discussions since acquiring the land, no consensus had been reached on its intended use. Chairman, I believe constructing residential buildings would yield the highest returns. I think we should establish a commercial district, creating a new business hub in Jin City. The board members voiced their opinions freely. Zhang Shan listened intently, perusing several proposals from the planning department. Just then, the secretary rushed in, breathless. Chairman, I have good news. What news? The secretary turned on the television, where an official announcement was being made. The official had just revealed the route map for the newly planned Line 9 of the subway, with one of its stops conveniently located adjacent to the land they had acquired. Upon hearing this news, all shareholders erupted in excitement, fully aware of what this announcement signified. Their company's market value would double. Zhang Shan was equally thrilled, for this was a delightful surprise. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang Shan, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment. If he recalled correctly, just a week prior, his beloved daughter had mentioned that the company's market value would soar. At that time, Zhang Shan had dismissed it as mere hearsay from his daughter. How could the company's value rise without his knowledge as the chairman? With the announcement of the Line 9 subway route, there was no doubt that their company's value would skyrocket in the short term. This meant that his daughter's prophecy had indeed come to fruition. What puzzled Zhang Shan was that the subway line's announcement had just been finalized, and even his second brother, a leader in the district, had no prior information. How had his daughter known? The more he pondered this matter, the more perplexed he became, prompting him to inquire with his daughter. Ye Chen, could you help me understand this problem? Zhang Tingting approached Ye Chen's desk, holding her exam paper. Oh, this problem is actually quite manageable. You just need to approach it from a different perspective. Ye Chen scribbled a formula on a piece of scrap paper. Oh, I see now, Zhang Tingting exclaimed, her face lighting up with realization. Ye Chen, thank you. You've helped me with so many problems during this time, and I placed third in the midterm exams. This is all due to your efforts. I haven't done much, Ye Chen replied modestly. Zhang Tingting found herself increasingly drawn to Ye Chen the more they interacted. Alas, Ye Chen had a girlfriend. Otherwise, she might have considered pursuing him. Not far away, Li Yaqi observed Zhang Tingting seated beside Ye Chen, her emotions a tumultuous mix. Being a woman herself, she could discern Zhang Tingting's feelings. Had Zhang Tingting also developed an affection for Ye Chen? It was already challenging enough to compete with Lu Zixuan. Now there was another rival in Zhang Tingting. Did she still have a chance? After school, Zhang Tingting walked several blocks before boarding her family's Rolls-Royce. She was keen to keep her true identity hidden from her classmates. Upon seeing her father, she hesitated for a moment. Dad, you're home early today. Upon entering, she discovered that her father had returned. Normally, he was busy with work, returning home around 8 or 9 in the evening due to the demands of the company. Yes, there were fewer matters at the office today, so I came home early. In truth, Zhang Shan was eager to return primarily because of his lingering doubts. The subway Line 9 route had just been announced, and his phone was inundated with calls. How could he not be busy? The callers were other real estate developers seeking collaboration, but Zhang Shan had turned them all down. He was far more interested in uncovering how his daughter had foreseen the company's market value, soaring a week later. Tingting, come sit here. I have something to ask you. Zhang Shan beckoned his daughter to join him. Dad, what is it? Zhang Tingting set her backpack aside and obediently sat next to him, her expression curious as she regarded her father's serious demeanor. Tingting, do you recall that a week ago, you mentioned our company's market value would surge? Yes, I remember. You said it was unclear at the time, right? Zhang Tingting replied, recalling how the next day, Ye Chen had used the 100,000 yuan she had sent him to purchase shares of Yuding Group. She felt a twinge of worry, uncertain if Ye Chen's prediction held any truth. Today, the official announcement was made that the Line 9 subway passes through the land we acquired, and our company's stock surged to its limit. I estimate that our stock will see at least 4 or 5 limit ups, potentially doubling our market value, Zhang Shan stated solemnly. Wow, really? That means I'm going to make quite a bit of money. Zhang Tingting's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing her father's words. Ye Chen truly was remarkable. He had predicted the rise in the company's market value, and it had indeed come to pass. You didn't buy our company's stock, did you? Zhang Shan inquired, puzzled by his daughter's reaction. Yes, I had my classmate help me buy our company's stock with my 100,000 yuan allowance, Zhang Tingting replied, her eyes brimming with pride. So, your classmate must have known about the Line 9 news beforehand, right? Zhang Shan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He needed to understand this information, for it was of utmost importance to him. Although his daughter had not disclosed the subway line details to him, she had accurately informed him that the company's market value would surge in a week. Calculating the timeline, it was indeed a week since her prediction, leading him to wonder if perhaps his daughter's classmate had a reliable source. Otherwise, how could they have been so precise? Tingting, what is your classmate's family background? Zhang Shan asked with curiosity. He suspected that her classmate's background must be significant. He had just spoken with his second brother, Zhang Jingyue, who was the district leader. This route map had been personally finalized by the city's leaders, known only to the city's leadership team, and was strictly confidential. However, it was surprising that my daughter's classmate was aware of this, leading him to conclude that her peer's background was far from ordinary. Chapter 70, My Father Wishes to Meet You. Zhang Tingting shook her head, saying, My classmate comes from a very average family. Both of her parents are workers at a chemical factory. An average family? That seems implausible. Zhang Shan was astounded to learn that Ye Chen hailed from an ordinary household. How could a child from such a background predict with such precision that their company's stock would appreciate? It defies logic. My classmate may claim to be average, yet she is anything but. In her second year of high school, she was a struggling student, but by her final year, she transformed into an academic prodigy, achieving the top rank in just half a semester. I've also heard she opened a bubble tea shop in the city. The more Zhang Tingting spoke, the brighter her smile became. Zhang Shan, listening intently, remarked with a hint of amusement, My daughter, this is quite unusual for you. I rarely see you praise someone so much. Upon hearing her beloved daughter extolling her classmate, an inexplicable pang of jealousy stirred within Zhang Shan, akin to a prize cabbage being snatched away. I am merely stating the facts. My classmate is outstanding. What's wrong with that? Zhang Tingting's cheeks flushed as she attempted to defend herself, though a sense of panic began to creep in. Oh no! Could Dad have already suspected her secret admiration for Ye Chen? Zhang Shan nodded with a smile. You make a valid point. How about this weekend, we invite Ye Chen over? I would like to get to know him. After all, he has significantly helped improve my daughter's grades. As parents, it is only fitting to express our gratitude. Zhang Tingting pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right then. In the office of the first high school, Teacher Li noticed that Teacher Zhao from Class 1 was acting mysteriously. She deliberately approached, causing Zhao Yingying to immediately shield the papers in her hands. Even when going to the restroom, Zhao Yingying clutched her materials tightly. Humph, as if she were holding a martial arts manual. A male teacher nearby chuckled. Believe it or not, it might actually be a martial arts manual. I heard that Zhao's husband obtained some internal examination papers from a private school, which are quite valuable. So what? What's so impressive about that? Teacher Li feigned indifference, yet her mind was alert. She had recently analyzed the grades of the two classes. Why did Class 1 consistently outperform Class 2? The quality of students was similar, and both classes were taught by the same research group. The key reason was that Teacher Zhao always managed to procure some private school papers, but she hoarded them all to herself, leaving Teacher Li in a quandary. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Teacher Li's mind. You think you're the only one with tricks up your sleeve? I have my own ace. Ye Chen felt that today. Teacher Li was regarding him with an odd gaze, as if she had something to say but hesitated. During the break, Teacher Li finally spoke. Zixuan, please come to the office. Lu Zixuan was bewildered. She felt she hadn't done anything wrong. As she walked, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be about her relationship with Ye Chen? Zixuan, come, sit in front of me, Teacher Li instructed. Nervously, Lu Zixuan complied, uncertain of the reason for her summons. Zixuan, how do you feel about your teacher? The teacher has always been very supportive of me. Lu Zixuan remained confused, sensing something was off about Teacher Li today. Could you do me a favor? What can I help you with, teacher? After considering, Teacher Li expressed her desire for Ye Chen to assist the students by explaining examination papers during evening study sessions, as his last lecture had yielded remarkable results. Oh, teacher, why not just ask Ye Chen directly? Lu Zixuan was somewhat puzzled. When I tell you, it's tantamount to informing Ye Chen, isn't it? Teacher Li replied with a smug smile. A little gentle persuasion works wonders with men. She decided to speak directly to Ye Chen. If he declined, it would reflect poorly on him. You first ask Ye Chen if he is willing. If he declines, I'll speak to him again. All right, I'll ask him. Lu Zixuan nodded obediently. Watching her leave, Teacher Li exhaled in relief. She cast a glance at Teacher Zhao, who was cautiously entering the office clutching her materials. Humph. You think you have a martial arts manual? I possess the nuclear option. What do you have to compete with me? What? Teacher Li wants me to teach a class? Ye Chen finally understood why Teacher Li had been looking at him strangely today. If she wanted something, why not just ask directly instead of beating around the bush? Teacher Li explained, your last lecture was quite effective, so I thought you could assist your classmates. Ye Chen felt he had learned enough by now. Teaching his classmates didn't seem like a burden. A mischievous grin appeared on his face. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zixuan, do you want me to accept this offer? Of course. Teacher Li has always been good to me, and I can tell she is anxious to improve our class's grades. Ye Chen feigned reluctance. Honestly, I'm quite busy every day, but since you want me to, I'll agree. Lu Zixuan was deeply touched. However, Zixuan, I need to ask you for a favor too. Huh? Lu Zixuan was taken aback, feeling as if she had unwittingly walked into a trap. What favor? You didn't want to try on a work uniform last time, did you? I bought a few more. Could you help me try them on? That's a favor I can't assist with. Recalling her previous embarrassing experience, Lu Zixuan resolutely declined. This time, it's very conservative. For the sake of our bubble tea shop. No way. I won't fall for your tricks again. Ye Chen sighed, watching Lu Zixuan flee. It seemed that this young lady was becoming increasingly difficult to deceive. What favor? I can help you. Zhang Tingting approached with a radiant smile. Ah! Ye Chen glanced at Zhang Tingting's alluring figure, then at her captivating face. Zhang Tingting and Lu Zixuan were of entirely different types. Of course, Zhang Tingting was also a school beauty, exuding a certain refined demeanor, while Lu Zixuan radiated a more innocent charm. However, he truly felt embarrassed to ask Zhang Tingting for help. It's all right. I'll think of another way. Zhang Tingting, do you need something from me? Did the stocks you helped me buy hit the ceiling? Yes, I was just about to tell you. My father mentioned that you often assist me with questions and even help me invest in stocks. He wishes to meet you. Ah. Ye Chen was taken aback. Meet me? Yes, just for a meal. Ye Chen was aware that Zhang Tingting's family was not ordinary. Previously, while leaving school with Zhang Yang, he had seen Zhang Tingting get into a Rolls-Royce. It was evident that someone who could afford such an extravagant vehicle came from a well-to-do family. Did you inform your father about my help with your stocks? Yes. Ye Chen began to grasp why Zhang Tingting's father wanted to meet him. By the way, is the Tingyu group connected to your family? Ye Chen suddenly recalled something and couldn't help but inquire. Chapter 71. The World of the Affluent. The Tingyu group. Could it be related to Zhang Tingting's family? Zhang Tingting nodded in response to Ye Chen's astonished gaze. Ye Chen gasped in disbelief. Zhang Tingting was the daughter of the richest man in Jincheng. So, the wealthiest man in Jincheng wishes to invite me to dinner? After his rebirth, Ye Chen's greatest shortcoming was his lack of connections. He was convinced that Zhang Tingting's father was not merely grateful for his assistance in improving her grades. More significantly, he recognized that Ye Chen had predicted the substantial increase in the Tingyu group's market value. This presented an opportunity for Ye Chen. All right, I have time this weekend. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Chen agreed. Wonderful. Zhang Tingting had initially worried that Ye Chen would decline her invitation, leaving her unable to explain to her father. During evening self-study, after using the restroom, Ye Chen returned to the classroom only to find Teacher Li and Class 1's teacher, Zhao, walking toward the classroom in silence. Upon seeing Ye Chen, Teacher Zhao nodded in his direction before entering Class 1. Ye Chen couldn't shake the feeling that Teacher Zhao's gaze was rather peculiar. What was the big deal about having obtained a bit of information? It was hardly something to be secretive about. Teacher Li scoffed and began to vent her frustrations to Ye Chen, who could easily discern her envy. After all, Teacher Li often brought in exam papers from private schools without sharing them with her. Naturally, this left her feeling irate. Once in the classroom, Ye Chen had just settled into his seat when Teacher Li stood at the podium and announced, students in the front and back rows, please close the classroom doors and use your papers to cover the windows. After a flurry of activity, the class looked at Teacher Li in confusion, uncertain of her intentions. Tonight, during self-study, we will continue discussing the exam papers. A chorus of groans erupted from the students. Previously, evening study sessions consisted of doing exercises, which were far more relaxed, allowing for a bit of daydreaming. However, listening to the teacher discuss exam papers was an entirely different matter. One had to pay close attention, as the teacher might call on anyone at any moment. This required unwavering focus. Most importantly, to avoid being singled out, students had to feign understanding, even when they were completely lost, a tiring endeavor indeed. Today, we once again invite Ye Chen to lead the lesson. The previous lamentations transformed instantly into cheers. The students were thrilled. With Ye Chen teaching, they knew they would likely escape being called upon. Teacher Li wore a puzzled expression. So, you feel disheartened when I teach, but elated when Ye Chen takes the lead? Is that polite? She intended to voice her thoughts further, but the expectant looks from her students, clearly urging her to step aside, silenced her. A chill ran through her. After 3 years of teaching, she found herself overshadowed by Ye Chen's single lesson. With a heavy heart, Teacher Li descended from the podium, allowing Ye Chen to take her place. Ahem. Thank you all for your enthusiasm for my lessons. We will forever cherish Teacher Li's guidance. Is that phrasing appropriate? It sounds as if I have passed away. Teacher Li retorted, exasperated, though she begrudgingly accepted the fact that she needed to rely on Ye Chen. I'm truly delighted to receive your recognition. However, if you have any suggestions during my lecture, please feel free to voice them. Ye Chen spoke earnestly. A boy raised his hand. Ye teacher, your lectures are truly exceptional, especially in comparison to Teacher Su. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine upon catching the fierce glint in Teacher Li's eyes. Swallowing hard, he quickly rephrased, could you refrain from showing affection during class? The other students nodded in agreement. While Ye Chen's teaching was superb, the majority of the class consisted of single individuals, and they felt overwhelmed by the abundance of romantic gestures. Ye Chen nodded apologetically. I apologize for not considering everyone's feelings before. I'll be mindful of that in future lessons. The class collectively exhaled in relief upon witnessing Ye Chen's sincere attitude. Actually, have you ever pondered why I display affection? It is to motivate you. Huh? Motivate us? The students leaned in with curiosity. Do you know why I could show affection? Because I have such an amazing girlfriend, Lu Zixuan. And why is she so wonderful? The students perked up, especially the single boys, eager for the answer. Certainly not because of my looks. Well, although I must admit, I do possess a certain charm. Laughter erupted in class too. Consider this. Did I have a girlfriend when my grades were poor? No one even wanted me as a friend. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Liyaki, who wished she could vanish into the floor. The classmates were well aware of Ye Chen's infatuation with her, but now, it seemed Liyaki was no longer worthy of Ye Chen. The students in class 2 seemed to have an epiphany. Good grades indeed lead to having a girlfriend. The better the university, the more attractive the female students. They could imagine themselves at prestigious institutions, encountering beautiful seniors and juniors. The classroom was filled with hopeful glances. Moreover, Gaining admission to a good university would pave the way for a promising career, and with a successful job, one could then attract a beautiful girlfriend. In books, one can find both beauty and wealth. The ancients did not deceive me. Diligent study will yield both romantic and financial rewards. Teacherly could not help but cough. No, it should be career and love. Ye Chen promptly corrected himself, and Teacherly nodded in satisfaction. The students, particularly the boys, gazed at Ye Chen with newfound admiration. It turned out that his displays of affection were meant to inspire them. He truly had their best interests at heart. Instantly, they felt they had misjudged Ye Chen. Of course, I must acknowledge that no matter how hard you all try, you will never find a girlfriend as stunning as Lu Zixuan, for she is truly one of a kind. What motivation? You're merely showing off your relationship. Despite the display, Ye Chen's teaching was genuinely impressive. With the assistance of Lu Zixuan, he elucidated complex concepts, making learning effortless for the students, who absorbed the material with ease. In a corner, Teacherly listened intently. Unlike the students' naivety, she fully understood the depths of Ye Chen's teaching prowess. With each question, he skillfully connected related knowledge, explaining a single problem while effectively covering multiple concepts, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Even Teacherly, with 30 years of teaching experience, found herself thoroughly engaged. As she took notes in her notebook, she contemplated returning to refine her understanding of Ye Chen's teaching techniques. She envisioned a future where, upon Ye Chen's graduation, these methods would become her own. At that moment, she pictured herself as the finest teacher at the school, dismissing the title of excellent homeroom teacher. Her true aspiration was to become the head of the teaching and research group. The thought of one day surpassing teacher Zhao filled her with an inexplicable thrill, causing her pen to dance across the page. Teacher, are you taking notes as well? Teacherly turned to see Sun Chao, peering at her notebook. Curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to ask, Ahem, are you noting any mistakes in Ye Chen's lecture? You should be paying attention. A hint of embarrassment crossed Teacher Li's face as she scolded him. Sun Chao thought to himself, Teacher Li, is there a hint of guilt in your expression? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts. On the weekend, Ye Chen arrived as promised at Zhang Tingting's home. Upon reaching the entrance, he was taken aback. So this was the world of the affluent. Chapter 72. This high school student is extraordinary. Zhang Tingting led Ye Chen into her villa, a 3-story mansion, lavishly decorated. Zhang Tingting, I had no idea you were quite the little heiress. If I were in your position, I wouldn't bother studying. The wealth of my family has been earned by my parents. My efforts are my own responsibility. Ye Chen couldn't help but admire Zhang Tingting. What is most frightening? It is not merely standing on the shoulders of giants, but also being more accomplished than others. As they entered the villa, a striking woman, resembling Zhang Tingting, greeted them. Mom, this is my classmate Ye Chen. Ye Chen, this is my mother, Zhang Tingting introduced. Hello, little Yi. Welcome to our home. Hello, Auntie. I brought some fruits I purchased along the way. Ye Chen handed the fruit to Zhang's mother. He purchased an assortment of exquisite fruits. In households like that of Zhang Tingting, should one buy ordinary fruits, they would likely be discarded without a second thought. Observing the fruits Ye Chen had brought, Zhang's mother couldn't help but chuckle. Oh dear, you've gone to the trouble of buying fruits as well? How considerate. She called out to the study, Old Zhang. Little Yi has arrived. A middle-aged man emerged, his countenance distinguished and exuding an air of authority. Hello, little Yi, he greeted warmly as Ye Chen approached, extending his hand for a shake. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Shan was momentarily taken aback. Though it was a simple gesture, he was surprised by how gracefully Ye Chen conducted himself. His demeanor and tone belied that of a mere high school student, instead suggesting a seasoned businessman well-versed in the intricacies of life. Zhang Shan couldn't help but regard Ye Chen with newfound respect. Little Yi, it's quite generous of you to bring so many fruits as a guest, he remarked. It's merely a token of my appreciation, Ye Chen replied modestly. Please, make yourself comfortable on the sofa. I heard you assisted Tingting with her stock purchases, Zhang Shan continued. Yes, I did buy a few shares, Ye Chen replied. How did you know that Tingyu Group stock would soar? Zhang Shan asked directly. Intuition, Ye Chen answered nonchalantly. Intuition? Zhang Shan frowned slightly upon hearing this. It was evident that Ye Chen was reluctant to elaborate. Nevertheless, Zhang Shan chuckled. It seems your intuition is quite accurate. Ye Chen understood the significance of connections. Whether it was Director Qi, who defied the odds, or Gao Qiqiang, whose fortunes rose with the tide. Both came from humble beginnings and achieved success through sheer effort and networking. Indeed, I've always been rather fortunate, Ye Chen replied with a slight smile. At that moment, the doorbell rang again. Zhang's mother went to answer it, ushering in another middle-aged man. Ye Chen paused, recognizing this individual from the newspapers. It was Zhang Tao, the local official and district secretary. Brother, do you have guests? Zhang Tao inquired, glancing at Ye Chen with a smile. Haha, this is Tingting's classmate, here for a visit. What brings you here? I'm here to discuss a matter with you, Zhang Tao replied. All right, let us talk in the study. Tingting, please entertain your classmate. We'll dine together shortly. Zhang Shan then turned to Ye Chen with an apologetic tone. Little Yi, please chat with Tingting for a moment. I'll be back shortly for dinner. All right, Ye Chen nodded. Ye Chen couldn't help but marvel at Zhang Tingting's impressive background. Her father was the wealthiest man in the city, and her uncle was the district chief. No wonder she was consistently recognized as one of the city's top students. In the study, Zhang Tao asked, who is the young man outside? He asked Tingting's classmate, but this lad is quite remarkable, Zhang Shan replied. Remarkable in what way? Zhang Tao queried, puzzled. Zhang Shan recounted Ye Chen's predictions regarding the company's stock surge. Is that so? Zhang Tao expressed keen curiosity. This young man is humble, composed, and quite extraordinary, Zhang Shan added. Haha, I must meet him. Not many can earn your praise. By the way, what brings you here? Recently, the city's leadership is undergoing a reshuffle, and 3 leaders have a chance. I'm uncertain about my decision. Zhang Shan's demeanor turned serious. This reshuffle could be a pivotal moment for Zhang Tao. A misstep could jeopardize future promotions, while the right choice could lead to rapid advancement. Which candidate do you think is most viable? Zhang Shan asked. Wei and Chen are the most competitive. Tang has the least chance. I'm also torn between Wei and Chen. Zhang Tao replied, taking a deep breath. We must deliberate carefully, as a wrong bet could have significant repercussions. After discussing for some time without reaching a conclusion, Zhang Shan rubbed his temples. How about we ask Ye Chen? Ask a high school student? Brother, are you jesting? Zhang Tao replied incredulously. Yet, Zhang Shan shook his head. You may not know the subway line map, but Ye Chen does. Do you think he is just an ordinary high school student? What if he is simply lucky? Let us do this. During dinner, keep him around and we can gauge his insights. At the dinner table, Zhang Shan introduced Ye Chen to Zhang Tao, merely stating that he was Zhang Tingting's uncle without revealing his official capacity. The family engaged in light conversation. Initially, they discussed mundane topics when Zhang Shan suddenly shifted the focus. Little Yi, what are your thoughts on the future of economic development? Zhang Tingting interjected, Dad. The future economy is an adult matter. Isn't it a bit too much to ask Ye Chen? No worries, I'll share my thoughts. If I err, I hope you 2 uncles won't laugh at me. Ye Chen discerned that this was a challenge set forth by Zhang Shan to evaluate him. As someone with prior knowledge, this question posed no difficulty for him. The future of our city's economy is undoubtedly promising. The development of both light and heavy industries will become focal points. He articulated confidently. He elaborated on the future of industrial growth and the advancements in the internet sector. Ye Chen's insights were profound yet accessible, showcasing his understanding. Zhang Shan was taken aback, and Zhang Tao was equally astonished. They exchanged incredulous glances as Ye Chen spoke with the acumen of an economics professor. His arguments well-founded and devoid of flaws. Most astonishingly, he was merely a high school student. Zhang Shan's perception of Ye Chen began to shift dramatically. Zhang Tao experienced a tumultuous wave of realization. He had mistakenly considered Ye Chen an ordinary student, only to discover his insights transcended those of his peers, perhaps even surpassing his own. They exchanged knowing glances. Little Yi, I had no idea you possessed such profound insights into future economics at such a young age. I have another question I'd like to consult you about, Zhang Tao said. Of course, uncle. Recently, there's an upcoming leadership reshuffle. What are your thoughts? Zhang Tao continued. This year, 3 leaders are vying for the position, Wei, Chen, and Tang. Who do you believe stands the best chance? Ye Chen set down his glass, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Do you truly wish to hear my opinion? Indeed, Zhang Shan smiled. Your analysis of the future economy was enlightening. I would love to hear your thoughts on the reshuffle. Since you trust my judgment, I shall offer my perspective. Currently, Wei and Chen are the frontrunners, both equally matched with significant support. Zhang Tao nodded, increasingly convinced of Zhang Shan's assessment. How could a high school student possess such intricate knowledge of their internal dynamics? Ye Chen continued. However, I believe Tang is the most likely candidate this time around. Zhang Tao and Zhang Shan exchanged surprised looks. How can that be? Tang is the least favored and has the shortest tenure, they both argued. In their circles, Tang was nearly dismissed as a candidate. Young friend, Tang lacks both the experience and reputation of the other 2. How could he possibly be the choice? Zhang Tao voiced his skepticism. Surely you've heard the adage about the clam and the snipe? The 2 frontrunners are evenly matched, and in their fervent battle for the position, they will inevitably expose each other's flaws, allowing the true beneficiary to emerge. Although Ye Chen's tone was unassuming, It concealed a wealth of accomplishments and renown. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Zhang Tao felt a subtle tremor in his heart. As he reflected on Ye Chen's statements, the more profound they seemed to him, Zhang Tao could not help but shudder inwardly. This young man was truly formidable. With such depth of insight, how could he possibly be just a high school student? Zhang Shan was equally astonished. The depth of Ye Chen's analysis was shocking. How had he conceived such a perspective? Dad, Uncle, what is wrong with you? Zhang Tingting inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as she observed her father and uncle, both rendered speechless. Is Ye Chen's assertion incorrect? Zhang Tao shook his head, stating no. After hearing young friend Ye's words, it was as if I had received a sudden enlightenment. I now know how to proceed. Zhang Shan could not help but commend him. Young friend Ye, impressive. None of us had considered this layer of thought, yet you did. Ye Chen humbly replied, Uncles, you flatter me. I merely possess a different vantage point. The one embroiled in the situation is often bewildered, while the observer sees clearly. At this moment, Zhang Tao's perception of Ye Chen had completely transformed. He had encountered countless individuals and events in his career. Yet to find such insight in someone so young was indeed alarming. Zhang Shan also sensed an unusual maturity in Ye Chen that belied his age. This composed demeanor and broad perspective led Zhang Shan to perceive not a mere high school student before him, but rather a person seasoned by life's vicissitudes. Young friend Ye, I still have some business to attend to, so I must take my leave. Next time, I shall treat you, young friend Ye, Zhang Tao declared. Rising to his feet, having made his decision, he needed to return swiftly to strategize. Ye Chen stood and accompanied Zhang Tingting to see Zhang Tao off before returning to the dining table. Tingting, your classmate is truly remarkable. Even your uncle, a man of great pride, is completely convinced by young friend Ye this time, Zhang Shan remarked, increasingly impressed by Ye Chen's vision and insights. Believing he had a boundless future ahead. Dad, if you like Ye Chen, why not adopt him as godson? Zhang Tingting joked with Zhang Shan. Adopt a godson? Ye Chen paused, momentarily taken aback. This plot was familiar to him. Wasn't it reminiscent of certain drama? Zhang Shan turned to Ye Chen. That depends on whether young Ye is willing. Initially regarding this as a jest, Ye Chen noted Zhang Shan's seriousness. For him, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity. To have Zhang Shan, the wealthiest man in Jincheng, as a godfather, along with a powerful uncle, would greatly simplify his future endeavors. Ye Chen smiled and said, If I could truly acknowledge Uncle Zhang as my godfather, it would be my honor. Zhang Shan, unable to contain his excitement, responded, Very well. Then I shall accept you as my godson. Wonderful. From our first meeting, I took a liking to this young man, added Chun Nan, Zhang Tingting's mother. With equal enthusiasm, Ye Chen raised his glass, proclaiming, To my godfather and godmother, I toast to you both, and I shall always honor and respect you. Zhang Shan and Chun Nan raised their glasses in return. From now on, let us become a close-knit family. If there is anything, do not hesitate to tell your godfather. Zhang Shan continued, his happiness evident. He had always desired a son, but his wife had only given him a daughter. Now at this age, having such a capable son brought him great joy. Ye Chen refilled the glasses for Zhang Shan and Chun Nan, who exchanged satisfied glances regarding their new godson. The family enjoyed their meal together in high spirits. After Ye Chen departed, Chun Nan could not help but ask, What made you suddenly decide to adopt a godson? This isn't like you. Zhang Shan pondered for a moment before responding. This young man is extraordinary. Adopting him as a godson is a sound investment. Is he truly that impressive? Chun Nan asked, unable to contain her curiosity. He predicted a significant surge in our company's stock a week in advance, and his analysis of future economic trends today was remarkably insightful. If Wei truly ascends to power, this young man will be formidable. Do you genuinely believe in his words? What if he is just talking nonsense? Chen Nan questioned. No. Although he chose the least likely candidate, after his analysis, both I and my brother felt that he had indeed selected the most viable option. Let's wait and see, Zhang Shan said, inhaling deeply. In my extensive experience in business, I have never encountered someone with such remarkable insight. The most astonishing part is that he is still just a child. Zhang Shan's eyes brimmed with admiration. I believe he is destined for greatness. By adopting him as my godson, regardless of the nature of his relationship with Tingting, he will undoubtedly be a tremendous asset to her. Chun Nan was equally astonished, as it was the first time she had heard her husband speak so highly of someone. Time flew by, and before long, it was Friday morning. Ye Chen noticed that Lu Zixuan had not come to school. Had her uncle's condition worsened? Throughout the day, Ye Chen was distracted in class. After school, he decided to visit Lu Zixuan's home. Upon leaving the school, Ye Chen felt an unsettling sensation of being followed. However, each time he turned around, he saw no one. He entered a narrow alleyway, and beyond it, just across an intersection, lay Lu Zixuan's home. Ye Chen's anxiety grew. Lu Zixuan was never absent from class, and her absence today surely indicated that her uncle's illness had escalated. With these thoughts racing through his mind, he quickened his pace. Suddenly, he noticed several individuals blocking his path ahead. They were adorned with tattoos, unmistakably local ruffians. Ye Chen frowned and halted, only to discover that the way behind him was also obstructed. At that moment, a young man with dragon tattoos approached him, a cold smirk on his face. "You're Ye Chen, aren't you?" Chapter 74, The Beating. Before Ye Chen could react, the assailant slammed a brick against his head. A swarm of thugs then descended upon him, kicking and punching him mercilessly. Though Ye Chen had undergone significant physical enhancement since his rebirth, he was still no match for multiple opponents. All he could do was shield his face and curl up defensively. In an instant, the ground was stained with blood. The leader, a yellow-haired thug, grasped Ye Chen by the hair. "Kid, you've got some nerve. You dare to touch my sister. Who are you?" Ye Chen spat blood from his mouth. The yellow-haired thug crouched down. "I am Zhao Hui's brother. My name is Zhao Gao. You dare to mess with my sister?" Ye Chen finally comprehended that this group had been tailing him from the moment he left school. The yellow-haired thug smacked Ye Chen's face. "Aren't you quite the brave one? You said I wouldn't dare touch you, right? You thought you were so impressive for hitting my sister? Why don't you come and hit me then?" Zhao Gao laughed arrogantly. "You're just a little brat trying to act tough. Do you think you're formidable just because you've gathered a few thugs? Remember this lesson. If they're essay next time, I'll ruin you." Zhao Gao delivered several more kicks to Ye Chen. The pain surged through him, and blood poured from his mouth once more. He felt as though every bone in his body had shattered, blood continuously flowing from his wounds. Ye Chen lay flat on the ground, gazing at the sky. Since his rebirth, he had always sailed smoothly through life. Yet this time, he had truly let his guard down. His vision blurred, and for a moment, fear gripped him. He was terrified of not waking up, afraid that closing his eyes would plunge him into a nightmarish dream. He dreaded losing Lu Zixuan, fearing that when he awoke, she would not be saved, just as in his previous life, permanently leaving him. "No, please, no." Ye Chen desperately tried to open his eyes, but they felt leaden. Just then, he felt himself enveloped in gentle arms. Ye Chen, Ye Chen, a handsome face emerged in his blurred vision. Lu Zixuan connected beside Ye Chen, anxiously calling out to him. "Ye Chen, what is wrong? Please wake up." With great effort, Ye Chen opened his eyes. "Zixuan, don't sleep, Ye Chen. I will take you to the hospital." Lu Zixuan desperately attempted to lift Ye Chen, but her frail form struggled under the weight. Despite her feeble strength, each step she took toward the hospital was a monumental task. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely pressed on. "Ye Chen, I will not let anything happen to you. I cannot bear to lose you." As she sobbed, she stumbled forward. Ye Chen, weak on her back, murmured, "With your speed, by the time we reach the hospital, I will have bled out. You could call an ambulance." Yes, call an ambulance," she replied, panic-stricken. "But I can't leave you. It's all right. I can hold on." At last, Lu Zixuan set Ye Chen down against a wall. "Ye Chen, wait for me. Promise me you won't deceive me," she cried out, wiping her tears before sprinting off to make a call. Ye Chen watched as her figure gradually blurred, and eventually, he lost consciousness. A young girl, tears streaming down her face, ran frantically along the roadside. Suddenly, she stumbled and fell, but disregarding the blood from her scraped knee, she scrambled to her feet and dashed into a phone booth at a nearby supermarket. "Boss, I need to make a call. I need to call an ambulance." Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes, finding himself in a hospital bed. "You're awake?" Lu Zixuan exclaimed excitedly. "Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Both Ye Chen's parents rushed to his side. The excruciating pain coursing through his body made Ye Chen wince. "Zixuan, Dad, Mom, you finally woke up." "Zixuan has been by your side all night without sleeping," his mother said. Ye Chen noticed Zixuan's fatigued face, dark circles under her eyes, and felt a pang of remorse. "I'm fine now. You should rest," he urged. "I'm fine. I'm not tired." Just then, another girl rushed in. "Ye Chen, are you all right?" It was Zhang Tingting, accompanied by two middle-aged men. "Ye mi fine?" Ye Chen was surprised to see her. "I called your home yesterday, and your mother told me you were in trouble." Behind Zhang Tingting stood Zhang Shan and Zhang Tao. "Godfather, uncle, why are you both here?" Zhang Shan gently inquired. "How are you, Xiaoyi? Is it still painful?" "I'm all right." Zhang Tao approached with concern, asking, "Xiao Chen, what happened? Who hurt you? I will make sure justice is served." The presence of Zhang Shan and Zhang Tao was due to Zhang Tao visiting Zhang Shan's home, coinciding with the announcement of the leadership transition. As Ye Chen had predicted, Tang Chao was elected as the leader. Upon receiving this news, Zhang Tao immediately called Zhang Shan, only to learn about Ye Chen's predicament, prompting their hurried arrival. Ye Chen's accurate prediction of the leadership outcome elevated his status in the eyes of Zhang Shan and Zhang Tao. It must be Zhao Hui's brother, Zhao Gao. Ye Chen recounted the events that transpired. Zhang Tao's expression hardened as he addressed his secretary, immediately summoned Director Ma to the hospital. Soon, a middle-aged man arrived, panting heavily. Director Ma, my nephew was beaten to this extent in your jurisdiction. Is this how you maintain public safety? I acknowledge my shortcomings. I assure you I will address this matter, Director Ma replied. You needn't explain anything to me. Just enforce the law. The assailant must be dealt with severely. Furthermore, I want the assailant to come to the hospital and apologize to my nephew. I am quite busy, so do not delay. Yes, yes. Director Ma immediately ordered his subordinates to apprehend the culprit. As for that girl, Xiao Wang, you should have a serious discussion with the principal about her behavior. Bullying classmates and colluding with outsiders cannot be tolerated. By the way, what is that girl's name? Class 5, Senior 3, Zhao Huihui, Ye Chen added. Right? She enjoys associating with delinquents, so she should be expelled. Such children are a menace in school. The secretary nodded in agreement. Indeed, I will handle this matter at the school. Ye Chen's parents were utterly astonished, recognizing the middle-aged man as a local official, while the other had an impressive demeanor that seemed familiar from the newspapers. Goodness, when did our son become acquainted with such prominent figures? Zhang Shan chuckled. Dear brother, dear sister, I have taken the liberty of considering Ye Chen my godson. I hope you do not mind. Not at all. This is a blessing for Xiao Yi. And we are delighted, they replied. Yi Ming felt a surge of excitement upon encountering such dignitaries. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Director Ma leaned in to whisper something to Zhang Tao, who nodded in response. Brother, they have brought him. Ye Chen then suggested, Mom and Dad, you should take Zixuan home to rest. Yi Ming nodded in understanding. Zhang Shan added, Ting Ting, you can rest easy now that Ye Chen is fine. You should head home. After they departed, Director Ma entered the room, followed by a disheveled young man being pushed in by two plainclothes officers. Chapter 75, The Considerate Girlfriend. The young man appeared battered and bruised, clearly having received a severe beating prior to his arrival. Zhang Tao's gaze was icy as he regarded the young man. Thud! Zhao Gao fell to his knees. What happened to your injuries? I fell by myself. Oh, you fell, did you? Do you know why you are here? Zhang Tao's tone was cold. Zhao Gao's pallor turned ashen as he glanced at Ye Chen on the hospital bed. I know. He crawled on his knees to Ye Chen's side. Brother Yi, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your stature. Trembling, Zhao Gao knelt on the ground. The two middle-aged men in the room exuded an aura of cold authority. The assailants had already informed him of the caliber of individuals he had angered. Weren't you boasting about how formidable you are? Claiming you'd beat me whenever you saw me? I am no longer afraid, Zhao Gao lamented. Do you comprehend the severity of your actions? Dominating a street and assaulting whomever you please is utterly unacceptable. You have been engaging in nefarious activities for too long. I wonder if you have any protection behind you. We will investigate immediately. Zhao Gao's legs turned to jelly at the prospect of further inquiry. I truly understand my mistakes. I will never dare again. He was acutely aware that if the investigation continued, not only would he face dire consequences, but even his uncle who had supported him could be implicated. Furthermore, every member of their gang must be scrutinized. An exhaustive investigation into their wrongdoings is imperative to eradicate this malignant tumor entirely. Zhang Tao's expression remained frigid, radiating an aura of dominance. Director Ma nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Zhao Gao felt utterly defeated. If their actions were thoroughly examined, he would likely face a decade or two in prison. The thought of spending his youth behind bars caused him to weep uncontrollably. Zhang Shan remarked coldly, young people must face the consequences of their actions. Crying will not help. Zhao Gao crawled to Ye Chen's bedside, pleading, Brother Yi, please spare me. I deserve this. I failed to recognize your stature. He knelt before Ye Chen, slapping his own face in remorse. Ye Chen remained indifferent. Uncle, our school frequently receives complaints about a group of individuals blocking students from money after classes. If such matters are not strictly punished, they will not suffice to quell public outrage. Rest assured, I will handle it with the utmost seriousness, Zhang Tao replied sternly. Zhao Gao, upon hearing Ye Chen's words, collapsed entirely to the ground. Ye Chen's statement sealed his grim fate. Zhang Tao waved his hand. Director Ma, please take him away. You should know how to handle this matter. Director Ma instructed his subordinates to escort Zhao Gao out. Understood, understood. I will conduct a thorough investigation and deal with it seriously, he assured. Zhang Shan chuckled. Xiao Yi, take care of your injuries. Your second uncle will treat you to a meal soon. Ye Chen, noticing the joyful expression on Zhang Tao's face, remarked, did I make the right bet? Indeed, as you predicted, Tang Chao has become a leader. At that moment, Zhang Tao felt an immense gratitude toward Ye Chen. Had it not been for Ye Chen's guidance, he would have undoubtedly sided with the wrong faction. His recent elevation from acting district head to a permanent position was solely due to his support for Tang Chao. Zhang Shan patted Ye Chen on the shoulder. Rest well, no one can bully my godson. Since he has harmed you, I will ensure he pays for it. Ye Chen nodded in appreciation. Thank you, godfather and second uncle. In the afternoon, just as Ye Chen woke from his slumber, Lu Zixuan arrived. Why are you back so soon? I was worried, she replied, her heart aching at the sight of Ye Chen, wrapped in bandages. It's all my fault. You got hurt so badly because of me. It has nothing to do with you. I slipped while walking. I heard from Zhang Yang that you avenged me and taught Zhao Hui a lesson, which is why her brother sought revenge on you. As she spoke, Lu Zixuan's eyes turned red. I truly am fine, and Zhao Hui and her brother have received their due punishment. But you are injured. I am quite sturdy. This minor injury is nothing. All right, stop crying. It hurts so much. Ye Chen raised his hand to wipe away Lu Zixuan's tears, but the pain in his arm made him grimace and let out a cry. You said it doesn't hurt. Are you all right? Lu Zixuan, alarmed, hurriedly helped Ye Chen sit back on the bed. As long as you don't cry, I want to feel pain. Okay, then I want to cry. Lu Zixuan took an apple from the fruit basket and began to peel it with a knife. Ye Chen watched her, breaking into a smile. Lu Zixuan shot him a playful glare. You've been beaten so badly, yet you can still smile. She then held up a slice of apple. Ah, open your mouth. Ye Chen complied, and she tossed the apple slice into his mouth. Lu Zixuan found it particularly amusing to feed Ye Chen. After finishing the apple, Ye Chen felt a bit embarrassed. What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Ye Chen sheepishly replied, I need to use the restroom. I'll take you. But it's fine. You got hurt for my sake. It's only right that I take care of you. With Lu Zixuan supporting him, Ye Chen got out of bed. She used her petite frame to support his weight. Leaning against her, Ye Chen breathed in the fragrant scent of the girl, momentarily lost in thought. How fortunate he was to have awakened. Realizing this was not a dream, his beloved by his side, even as pain coursed through his body, his heart felt sweet. When they arrived at the restroom, both exchanged awkward glances. With his arm in a cast, Ye Chen found it impossible to unfasten his pants. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zixuan closed her eyes, her delicate fingers unbuckling his belt and pulling his pants down, her cheeks flushing crimson as she turned away. Ye Chen was taken aback. Lu Zixuan had just undressed him, a thrill unlike any he had experienced before. After relieving himself, Ye Chen awkwardly announced, I'm done. Oh, Lu Zixuan, standing behind him, helped him pull up his pants and fasten his belt, then assisted him back to the sickbed. Ye Chen noticed the blush on her ears. Indeed, asking a young girl to do such things felt rather exhilarating. Lu Zixuan stayed by Ye Chen's side until evening, only leaving when he insisted she return home, as she had classes the next day. During Ye Chen's illness, the operations of the milk tea shop had fallen solely upon Lu Zixuan. After school each day, she would come to tutor him and tend to his needs. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang also visited with a fruit basket. According to him, Zhao Hui had been expelled and left the school in tears. Time flew by, and a week later, Ye Chen was finally discharged from the hospital. To his astonishment, he learned that the milk tea shop had turned a profit. Initially, Ye Chen had anticipated losses during the early stages, expecting it would take at least a month or two to break even. How could it be profitable so soon? Puzzled, he rushed to the milk tea shop upon his release. Seeing Lu Zixuan, he inquired, I heard our milk tea shop is doing exceptionally well. Of course. We made over 500 yesterday, Lu Zixuan replied proudly. While it might seem modest, this was the shop's first profitable day after costs were deducted. Naturally, Lu Zixuan was overjoyed. As Ye Chen toured the shop, he noticed numerous changes since his absence. For instance, the milk tea cups now featured charming cartoon designs, and the staff service was exceptionally friendly. Even so, it seemed unlikely they should be turning a profit yet. However, it didn't take long for Ye Chen to uncover the truth. Chapter 76. The milk tea shop is profitable. Zhang Yang, what are you doing here? Ye Chen called out. Zhang Yang, happily sipping his milk tea, waved him over. You're quite inconsiderate. You opened a milk tea shop without telling me. How did you find out? Ye Chen asked curiously. Everyone in class knows now, and all of our classmates come to support your business every day, Zhang Yang said, relishing his drink. Ye Chen noticed several classmates from class 2 at a nearby table, including the last person he wanted to see, Liyaki. With a smug expression, she declared, you should thank me. I encouraged everyone to come support you. Ye Chen was bewildered. What is going on? You tutor us without charging a fee. So we all decided to repay you by coming to your shop every day. It's practically our tuition fees, Liyaki explained cheerfully, feeling quite clever for justifying her visits to the milk tea shop. Zhang Yang added, honestly, the main reason is that your milk tea is incredibly delicious. It's addictive. We not only drink it ourselves, but we also recommend it to students from other classes. I even got my cousin to bring her middle school friends. Ye Chen could only chuckle at the unexpected turn of events. He finally understood why the shop was thriving. Thank you all from now on. Our classmates will receive a 20% discount. Wow, that is amazing. Thank you, Boss Yi. Zhang Yang patted his chest. Our milk tea shop is the best. I'm not just saying that. Our Yi Gu's milk tea is the finest, right? Right? The classmates chorused in agreement. Lu Zixuan stood beside Ye Chen, equally delighted. Watching this scene, Li Yaqi felt a pang of jealousy. While she had to pay for her milk tea if she were the boss, she could drink as much as she wanted. Suddenly, the milk tea didn't taste as sweet to her anymore. Ye Chen calculated in his mind. Despite the support from his classmates, they were only selling about 40 cups daily, and it wasn't feasible for them to come every day. The primary reason for the shop's success was undoubtedly Lu Zixuan's efforts. The charming cartoon designs on the cups and the quality of service made a significant difference. Earlier, a grandmother in her 60s, who had merely been observing from outside, was drawn in by the staff's warm welcome and ended up purchasing a cup of milk tea, promising to return the next day. Lu Zixuan truly possessed a knack for business. Ye Chen gazed at Lu Zixuan, who was bustling about in her work uniform within the store and could easily discern her immense joy. Lu Zixuan's mindset diverged from Ye Chen's. He operated the milk tea shop with an eye on the future, envisioning it as a means to invest in the stock market and generate wealth, thus not relying on immediate profits from the shop. In contrast, Lu Zixuan earnestly desired to earn money. During the evening inventory, they had made over 800 yuan that day. As she walked home, Lu Zixuan was in high spirits, even humming a tune along the way. What could be the source of her elation? Naturally, it was due to her recent discharge from the hospital and the flourishing state of their milk tea shop. Her eyes sparkled with delight. It's mainly because the manager is doing an excellent job, Ye Chen praised. Who is the manager? I'm merely testing my skills. Helping you manage a bit, Lu Zixuan replied, proudly lifting her chin as if to say, come on, compliment me. Ye Chen escorted Lu Zixuan to her doorstep. By the way, how's your father? Upon mentioning her father, Lu Zixuan's expression dimmed slightly. He is doing okay. If there is anything you need, just let me know. Lu Zixuan returned to her room, where she found her father sitting on a small stool, appearing dazed. Blood, I'm so scared. Don't chase us. Don't hurt my Mimi. Don't harm my Xian. Her father trembled on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. Dad, don't be afraid. I'm right here with you. Why you are? Lu Zixuan's father looked at her with confusion. I'm Xian. You're Xian? Hurry and save Mom. The car is going to explode. He suddenly pushed Lu Zixuan away. Bad people. Xian, run. Lu Zixuan clung tightly to her father, tears streaming down her cheeks. The words of the doctor echoed in her mind. Your father's condition is worsening. He requires immediate surgery, or he may further deteriorate and even become a vegetable. Dad, just wait a little longer. I'll save enough money for your treatment. Lu Zixuan wept uncontrollably. The surgery was exorbitantly expensive, and she simply could not afford it. After being discharged, Ye Chen returned to his intense studies. Every evening during self-study sessions, he would teach his classmates. Finally, the long-awaited monthly exam arrived after the midterm. Teacher Li took a deep breath, standing at the podium and surveying the students. After a month of hard work, the time had come to validate their efforts. This time, she was determined to demonstrate that she was indeed a commendable homeroom teacher. Both Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan found themselves in the first examination room, where only the top students from each class were gathered. The supervision was particularly strict, with Zhao Yingying, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, monitoring the proceedings. As Zhao Yingying stood at the podium, her gaze fell upon Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan seated in the front row, and a sense of inexplicable frustration welled up within her. If it weren't for them, the title of excellent homeroom teacher would rightfully belong to her. It was this couple that had given Teacher Li the means to compete with her. Without them, what qualifications did Teacher Li have to act so arrogantly in her presence? However, this time, the exam questions were reportedly crafted by experts from the Examination Institute, and she was confident that she would decisively defeat Teacher Li. Ye Chen couldn't shake the feeling that Zhao Yingying was casting resentful glances in his direction, akin to the gaze of someone enamored yet unable to attain their desire. Fortunately, the top 10 included 4 students from his class, achieving parity with 4 from Zhao Yingying's class. Yet, Ye Chen ranked first, with Lu Zixuan close behind in second place. Their results were astonishingly impressive. What kind of luck had Teacher Li encountered to have 2 such exceptional students? As the exam commenced, the classroom was filled with the sound of pencils scratching against paper. For the high school seniors, each monthly exam held immense significance. Zhao Yingying circled the room before taking her seat at the podium, observing the students as they answered questions. Suddenly, she noticed Ye Chen had set down his pen and ceased writing, propping his chin on his hand, intently gazing at Lu Zixuan. Zhao Yingying glanced at her wristwatch. It had only been a little over half an hour. Why had he stopped? Yet, Ye Chen remained quiet, simply watching Lu Zixuan with unwavering attention. How brazen. To exchange glances during an exam. Yet, Zhao Yingying found herself powerless to intervene, as there were no rules against romance in the examination room. 10 minutes later, Lu Zixuan also set down her pen, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at Ye Chen. The two shared a silent, mutual gaze brimming with affection. Zhao Yingying felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She was witnessing a display of romance in the examination hall. Clearing her throat, she descended from the podium, harboring a rather hopeful thought. Could it be that this couple was so enamored that they had become distracted from the exam? If that were the case, how could they compete with her? Zhao Yingying approached Ye Chen's desk, eagerly lifting his test paper. Chapter 77. JK must pair with black stockings. Zhao Yingying began perusing Ye Chen's paper. The handwriting was neat, and the test was completed. It appeared he had accurately answered the more challenging questions. She let out a sigh of regret, returning the paper to Ye Chen before moving to Lu Zixuan's side. Indeed, Lu Zixuan's answers were equally impressive. With no errors, she sighed again, glancing at her own top students, who were still fervently writing. She picked up a test paper belonging to a student named Zhou Xiang, the top scholar in the class. A quick glance revealed 2 mistakes, a clear disparity. Zhao Yingying's hands trembled with frustration as Zhou Xiang looked up at her, bewildered. Why are you glaring at me? Zhao Yingying fumed internally, wishing he would be more perceptive. I meant for you to double-check. Look at Ye Chen. He finished his paper in half an hour and still had time to flirt. It seemed that once again, the top 2 spots would be claimed by Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan. She could already envision the smug expression on teacher Li's face. In the entire exam room, aside from Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan, all the other students were still answering questions. Zhao Yingying's jealousy grew as she pondered why Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan were not her students. Watching the two exchange glances and send silent signals to each other, Zhao Yingying felt a pang of envy mixed with bitterness. The day after the monthly exam, the results were released. Upon seeing the scores, the office fell into a stunned silence. Class 2 had achieved astonishing results. Out of the top 10 in the grade, 6 were from Class 2. In the top 50 of the school, 25 were from Class 2, and in the top 100, 35 hailed from Class 2. Zhao Yingying was utterly dumbfounded upon receiving the results. Had Class 2 collectively consumed some elixir of immortality? How could they be so formidable? When Liying received the scores, she glanced at the silent Zhao Yingying, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Haven't you always been harping on about average scores? Now you understand what it means to experience the tides of fortune. She relished the thought of Zhao Yingying competing for the title of outstanding teacher with her this time. Today, Zhao Yingying appeared as wilted as a cucumber. This performance had astonished the entire teaching research group. Class 2 was an ordinary class, yet their scores had surpassed those of 2 key classes, not merely surpassing, but utterly dominating. Even Zhao Yingying, who typically clashed with teacher Li, fell silent. What is the foundation of a teacher's confidence? Undoubtedly, it lies in the student's achievements. Other teachers cast envious glances, their hearts filled with bitterness. Liying stood up. Ahem, I'm going to the classroom to check on my adorable little treasures. Observing Liying esa triunfandamano, Zhou Yiying snurta disdainfully. When they performed poorly, they were called little rascals, but when they excelled, they became little treasures. How shameless. Liying emerged from the office, clutching her report card, unable to suppress her laughter, her expression radiating delight as if she were basking in the spring breeze. However, upon reaching the classroom door, her demeanor shifted instantly to one of sternness. Entering the classroom, she found her students engrossed in self-study, their eyes widening at the sight of their teacher's serious countenance, a subtle tension gripping their hearts. Everyone, the results of our monthly exam are out, Liying announced gravely. The students exchanged anxious glances, their apprehension mounting. Had they faltered once more? Class 2 has performed exceptionally well. Liying paused momentarily, finally breaking into a radiant smile. She had held back her joy for too long, and now, before her students, she could laugh freely. Hearing her words, the students' anxiety dissipated. In our class, 6 out of the top 10 are from our group, 25 in the top 50, and 35 in the top 100. You're all remarkable. You make your teacher immensely proud. Liying felt a swell of emotion as her eyes misted with tears of joy. The classroom erupted in cheers, the elation palpable. Meanwhile, Zhao Yingying from the neighboring class, overhearing the jubilant celebration, wore a scowl. How dare you call yourselves an elite class when your results are so lackluster? Starting today, there will be an extra session during evening study and double the homework for you all. Li Ying raised her voice to regain control. Ahem, let us settle down. At that moment, the sounds of clapping and Zhao Ying's anguished shouts echoed from the adjacent classroom, where their teacher was reprimanding her students. Although we have done remarkably well, we must not become complacent. The college entrance examination is still some time away. Those who have excelled should maintain their performance, while those who did not fare well still have opportunities if they apply themselves. Let us reflect on why we performed so well this time. Seeing no one volunteering to speak, Li Ying casually pointed to a boy. This student, who typically ranked around 35th, had surprisingly placed in the top 10. Yang Yi, please share why you did so well this time. The boy scratched his head, hesitating to respond. It's all right. Feel free to speak your mind, Li Ying encouraged gently. I believe my success this time is thanks to someone. Upon hearing this, Li Ying's expression softened with pride. Oh, this child is thoughtful, recognizing the efforts of those who have helped him. I owe my gratitude to Ye Chen, he stated earnestly, casting a grateful glance at his classmate. A wave of nods rippled through the room. Additionally, I must thank another person. Li Ying exhaled, relieved that he had not forgotten her contributions. I want to thank myself. My grades were just as poor as Ye Chen's before, but he told me that with effort, nothing is impossible. Thus, I worked hard and achieved the results I have today. The boy spoke bashfully, as if self-praise were a daunting task. Indeed, Li Ying nodded. Personal effort is crucial in achieving success. Lastly, I wish to thank yet another individual. Li Ying straightened, hopeful that this time it would be her turn to receive recognition. I am grateful to the exam setters, as several questions were ones I had practiced, and I appreciate that they included questions I could answer. Li Ying felt a pang of disappointment. All right, let us move on from the exam discussions. The next topic is that our school will hold a sports day next week. I encourage everyone to sign up enthusiastically. And regarding the opening ceremony, this time, you can choose your attire instead of wearing uniforms. This announcement ignited excitement among the students. We can wear Harry Potter robes? That would be so cool. Someone exclaimed. Harry Potter? I think we should wear Hanfu. It would be unique. Another chimed in. I want to wear a royal costume. I'll dress as an emperor. The classroom buzzed with animated discussions. I believe JK uniforms are most suitable for us, as they embody our class's vibrant spirit, Sun Chao declared, adjusting his glasses earnestly. Ye Chen rolled his eyes. Vibrant spirit? You merely want to see long legs. The boys perked up at this. Sun Chao, you're truly onto something. JK uniforms are the way to go. Just think of those fair long legs. The girls blushed at the mention of JK uniforms, some even showing signs of excitement, like Liyaki. Soon a consensus formed. JK uniforms it would be. At this moment, Ye Chen raised his hand. Teacher, if we wear JK uniforms, won't exposing our legs be an issue with the dean? Who says so? What is wrong with showing legs? Are you not a man, Ye Chen? Sun Chao retorted, his frustration evident as he fought to protect the opportunity he had worked hard to secure. My point is, wearing JK uniforms is fine, but if the girls wear black stockings, the dean will certainly be more amenable, Ye Chen said earnestly. Sun Chao, initially prepared to argue, suddenly brightened at Ye Chen's suggestion. Now that as a true strategist, how did I not think of that? Li Ying shot a glance at Sun Chao. Do you have an issue with that? No. I believe Ye Chen's suggestion is quite reasonable. Black stockings would indeed showcase our girl's elegance and be very appropriate. As he sat down, Sun Chao gave Ye Chen a thumbs up. Lu Zixuan shot a disapproving look at Ye Chen. You're displeased with the idea of black stockings, aren't you? How could I be that kind of person? He replied defensively. You absolutely are. She scoffed. The discussion about sports day attire concluded. That evening, after school, Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan arrived at a bubble tea shop, only to be taken aback. The establishment was packed, with a line extending out the door and even onto the street. The staff were busily attending to customers. Upon entering, they were unable to greet the owner due to the frenzy. Noticing the chaos, they quickly joined in to help. Ye Chen took a freshly prepared bubble tea and delivered it to a small round table occupied by several students in their high school uniforms. Wow! The magic potion has arrived, one of them exclaimed. Ye Chen was momentarily confused. What magic potion? Isn't this just bubble tea? He observed the students gazing at the tea as if it were a treasure. Is this tea really that miraculous? Drinking it guarantees high scores? One girl asked, perplexed but intrigued. Rest assured, I've done my research. I found out why Class 2 did so well this time. It's because they all come to this shop for bubble tea after school, another student chimed in. Ye Chen was speechless. How could such a childish rumor hold any credence? He then noticed that most of the bubble tea drinkers were from the same school, and some even hailed from different institutions. Through their conversations, Ye Chen learned that the reason they frequented this shop was due to a strange rumor. Drinking their bubble tea would lead to good grades. The rumor was so detailed that it claimed the ordinary Class 2 had suddenly excelled after collectively visiting this establishment, outperforming even the elite classes in their exams. Ye Chen recognized the speaker as a student from the neighboring class. Observing their gullible expressions, he shook his head in resignation. It seemed this generation of students was not particularly astute and perhaps lacked a promising future. Indeed, Ye Chen was acutely aware that such childish rumors were hardly credible. It was merely that Class 2 had performed exceptionally well in their exams, prompting others to indulge in the whimsy of trying out a cup of milk tea, which was not particularly expensive. Moreover, some individuals were simply following the trend. Observing their classmates purchasing the drink, they thought, what if it truly enhances my abilities? Thus, they too succumbed to the desire to buy. This phenomenon resembled a marketing strategy akin to the popular notion of the first cup of milk tea in spring. What connection does milk tea have with spring? Yet, paradoxically, many find it romantic and willingly spend their money on it. Due to this rather amusing rumor that left Ye Chen both amused and exasperated, he and his team toiled from dawn till dusk, collapsing from exhaustion by the time they closed the shop. Nevertheless, despite their fatigue, Lu Zixuan radiated joy during the settlement, as her sales had remarkably doubled compared to previous times. Ye Chen glanced at the ledger and noted that the milk tea shop was thriving, consistently turning a profit. He clapped his hands and addressed the staff sprawled across their chairs. During this period since our opening, I commend your hard work. It is due to your unwavering dedication that our shop has transitioned from losses to profitability. Throughout this time, Ye Chen had been attending classes during the day, and it was their enthusiastic service that had retained so many customers and transformed them into loyal patrons. With a smile, Ye Chen declared, hence, today I have decided to distribute bonuses. Each of you shall receive 1,000 yuan. Long live the boss. Ye Chen turned to Lu Zixuan. You have contributed immensely to this establishment. For your efforts, I shall grant you 3,000. Our boss is exceedingly generous. We would not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. The other employees were thrilled at the prospect of bonuses. Lu Zixuan pulled Ye Chen aside. I don't need the money. You've worked the hardest. You've organized our promotional events and trained our staff. It would be inappropriate for you not to accept. Indeed, Lu Zixuan, hearing Ye Chen's words, reluctantly acquiesced. All right. In truth, distributing bonuses now is also an investment in our shop's future. Future? Lu Zixuan paused, contemplating. Look at these seasoned employees. We will undoubtedly need to open branch stores, and new recruits will require their training. Thus, these employees are our greatest asset. Lu Zixuan nodded, acknowledging that Ye Chen truly had a knack for winning hearts. This milk tea shop represented the culmination of Lu Zixuan's efforts. She had poured her heart and soul into it. Previously, when Ye Chen had broached the idea of opening branch stores, she had always deemed it too risky. However, as the shop flourished, Lu Zixuan began to harbor some confidence. The following day was the weekend, and Ye Chen arrived at the milk tea shop early. To his surprise, he found Lu Zixuan already at work, serving as the cashier. Today, she was not in her school uniform, but wore a blue t-shirt and form-fitting jeans. While her attire was quite ordinary, the jeans accentuated her long legs enticingly. Her cascading hair fell gracefully to her waist, and although her delicate face bore no makeup, her crimson lips and elegantly arched brows exuded an innate beauty. Many young men, sipping their milk tea, discreetly stole glances at Lu Zixuan. A university student timidly approached the counter and asked, "Excuse me, could I add you on QQ?" Lu Zixuan furrowed her brows slightly, yet offered a gentle smile. "I'm sorry, but I don't have QQ." In truth, Lu Zixuan genuinely did not possess QQ, but to the boy, it seemed she was rejecting him. Crestfallen, he walked away. At that moment, a tall, robust man sauntered into the shop, standing nearly 6'3", with a broad frame. He deliberately flexed his fists, creating a cacophony of cracking sounds, as if to enhance his own bravado. The man bypassed the queue and approached the counter directly, leaving a slender man behind him seething with indignation. "Hey, little lady, give me a cup of milk tea." Lu Zixuan looked up. "I'm sorry, but please wait in line to purchase milk tea." "Am I not first in line?" The man scoffed dismissively. As he spoke, he deliberately unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the tattoo of a tiger on his chest. However, Lu Zixuan remained unfazed. "But you are cutting in line. I never wait in line when I buy things, and no one dares refuse me." As he spoke, the man leaned over the counter, greedily inhaling the fragrance emanating from Lu Zixuan. "I'm sorry, but we must adhere to the queue." Lu Zixuan stepped back, visibly disapproving. She was a woman of principle, and if customers did not queue, how could the shop be managed? "Are you looking for trouble?" The man snapped angrily, reaching out to grab Lu Zixuan's collar. Startled, she recoiled, but the man had already circumvented the counter, cornering her against the wall. A grown man intimidating a girl. Was that not disgraceful? Ye Chen stepped forward, shielding Lu Zixuan behind him, glaring coldly at the burly man. Chapter 79. I'm a professional at playing the victim. The young man scoffed. Kid, are you looking for a fight? Brother, let me remind you that assaulting another person typically results in detention for 5 to 10 days, and if the circumstances are severe, it might constitute intentional injury, leading to criminal detention. You are still a student, and such an incident could lead to expulsion, which would adversely affect your future job prospects. Ye Chen remained unfazed, his tone calm. Kid, do you think I'm easily intimidated? Although Ye Chen's words struck a chord of caution in him, the man still raised his fist, intending to intimidate. He aimed to showcase his muscles before Lu Zixuan. Hitting someone? He wasn't foolish. Observing the man raise his fist, Ye Chen deliberately took 2 steps back, positioning himself just out of the view of the surveillance camera. Are you sure you won't back down? I'll only back down if that girl lets me kiss her. Ye Chen sighed. Since he refused to heed my warning, I'll just fall over. The man's fist hung in midair as Ye Chen collapsed to the ground. What was happening? The man was taken aback. Had he inadvertently developed internal strength? He hadn't even struck his opponent yet. What are you doing? The man asked, bewildered. Ye Chen lay on the ground and called out to a nearby staff member. Call the police, I've been assaulted. Playing the victim was Ye Chen's expertise. The staff member's eyes lit up, impressed by their boss's cleverness. One of the employees swiftly retrieved a phone and dialed 110. Hello, is this 110? This is the Chen Milk Tea Shop. There's a fight here. Our boss was assaulted while trying to mediate. The man was instantly dumbfounded. Wait, I didn't tea. Lu Zixuan was also taken aback. She felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The young man, named Chao Shuang, was a student from a sports university. From a moment he first laid eyes on Lu Zixuan, he had been smitten with her beauty. His brash demeanor was merely an attempt to impress Lu Zixuan and attract her attention. The earlier fist swinging was but a scare tactic against Ye Chen. Yet, before he could showcase his muscles, Ye Chen had already collapsed and called the police. At that moment, Chao Shuang felt a twinge of fear. Lu Zixuan rushed over, crouching beside Ye Chen. Ye Chen, are you alright? Seizing the opportunity, Ye Chen leaned against Lu Zixuan, winking at her. My head hurts. I think I might have injured my brain. At that moment, Lu Zixuan was genuinely panicked. Having witnessed Ye Chen fall, she truly believed he was hurt and disregarded any discomfort caused by his closeness, embracing him tightly. 10 minutes later, a police officer in his 40s, accompanied by 2 younger officers, arrived at the shop. The senior officer quickly assessed the situation and then called Ye Chen aside. Young man, this is not a significant matter. I shall simply ask him to apologize, and that will suffice. Ye Chen clutched his head, saying, suffice? How could it possibly be enough? You may review the surveillance footage. This individual harassed the staff at our tea shop, and when I attempted to intervene, he resorted to violence against me. Moreover, I struck my head and now feel dizzy and nauseous. How can this be dismissed as a trivial issue? Typically, when the police encounter such incidents, they tend to downplay the severity. However, Ye Chen's mention of dizziness and nausea suggested the possibility of a concussion. Chao Shuang, standing nearby, exclaimed excitedly, Officer, I did not strike him. He fell to the ground on his own. I did not lay a finger on him. You dare to frame me? I know you are from #1 high school. Do you believe I will let this go? I do believe you will face at least a reprimand. If I am in a foul mood, I could even ensure your expulsion. The bravado of Chao Shuang belied his ignorance of the gravity of the situation. At that moment, another officer had finished reviewing the footage. Captain Zhang, that young man indeed struck him. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhang's demeanor shifted noticeably. Your name is Chao Shuang, correct? You have caused him a concussion. We will head to the hospital to assess his injuries. Please contact your parents to come to the station. What? Officer, I truly did not hit him. Can't you see that in the footage? The young officer coldly replied, I only witnessed you throwing punches. The subsequent events occurred outside the surveillance area. All right, young man, please accompany me to the station to file a report. Do we need to call an ambulance? Officer Wei inquired. No need, I can manage to walk. Zixuan, please assist me. Lu Zixuan helped Ye Chen to the police car, wanting to accompany him. The officer responded, That's enough. You have no further involvement. We will take care of him. Having seen Ye Chen fall, she was genuinely concerned that he might have sustained a concussion. Zixuan, please look after the shop. I will check on my injuries and return. Meanwhile, Chao Shuang was escorted into the police vehicle by 2 young officers, still in a daze. What is going on? I was merely showing off. And now I find myself at the police station. As the police departed, Lu Zixuan watched the car drive away and turned to a staff member, Xiaoli. May I borrow your bicycle? She pedaled furiously, chasing after the police vehicle. Ye Chen, seated inside, caught sight of a girl desperately pedaling behind them in the rearview mirror. Captain Zhang also noticed the girl chasing the police car and sighed. Xiao Wang, slow down. He then commented, Young man, your girlfriend seems quite concerned for you. She certainly is. Chao Shuang's expression soured. Had he known Lu Zixuan had a boyfriend, he would have spared himself the effort. Upon arriving at the police station, Ye Chen and Chao Shuang each provided their statements. After completing his report, Ye Chen exited to find Lu Zixuan waiting for him, drenched in sweat, her white t-shirt thoroughly soaked. Yet, her beautiful eyes sparkled with determination. Seeing Ye Chen, Lu Zixuan's eyes reddened. Ye Chen, are you all right? It's all my fault for dragging you into this. Ye Chen gently brushed the damp strands of her hair. Silly girl, didn't I say I'm fine? At that moment, Captain Zhang emerged. Young man, we will take you to the hospital for an injury assessment. Ye Chen nodded. Zixuan, you should return. I want tea. Lu Zixuan stubbornly insisted. Very well, you may accompany us, Captain Zhang conceded. At the hospital, the injury assessment concluded swiftly. As expected, Ye Chen was unharmed. Captain Zhang held the examination report. Young man, you've caused your girlfriend enough distress. It's time to put an end to this. You're preparing for the college entrance examination, and since you're fine, Chao Shuang won't be detained. Wouldn't it be better to return to your studies? That is not the point. I don't want him to be detained. I want a guarantee. If he is let off easily, what will prevent him from harassing my friends at the tea shop again? Once you complete your procedures, if he disrupts us again, I can take this to his school, and I'm certain they will at least impose some disciplinary action. Captain Zhang had anticipated this young man as foresight. All right, young man, you're quite astute. Are you taking the college entrance examination this year? Have you considered applying to the police academy and joining us upon graduation? Ye Chen chuckled. Officer, I ranked first in the last mock examination. I have the capability to aim for Tsinghua or Peking University. Becoming a police officer would be absurd. Captain Zhang's expression darkened. He found it increasingly difficult to relate to this high school student who seemed so mature beyond his years. After returning to the police station, Chao Shuang's mother arrived, dressed in a designer LV dress and carrying a Chanel bag. Her affluent background was evident. Upon entering, she began to raise her voice. My son hit someone? Impossible. He is such a good boy. He just told me he's being falsely accused. Captain Zhang frowned. It was evident that such behavior stemmed from parental indulgence. Your son harassed the staff at the tea shop and assaulted the owner, who intervened. This is a fact. Fortunately, there was no severe harm caused, so we suggest mediation. If that fails, we will have to pursue legal action. Captain Zhang paused, adding, being prosecuted for fighting may adversely affect his academic pursuits. Hearing this, Chao Shuang's mother furrowed her brow. Isn't it just a young person causing a bit of trouble? Why the fuss? She then pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Old Chao, your son is being falsely accused. Didn't you say you were familiar with Deputy Director Wei of the Xiqing Police Station? Hurry and give him a call. They said they would proceed with formalities, and your son might be expelled from school. Her tone dripped with sarcasm, as if her son were the victim. After hanging up, Chao Shuang's mother turned to Ye Chen. Young man, you appear to be relatively unscathed. We will cover your hospital expenses. You attend number 1 high school, correct? I have a good relationship with your principal, Chen. Ye Chen scoffed inwardly. First, the deputy director, then the principal. Chao's mother was clearly attempting to leverage her connections. My son, Chao Shuang, is a good boy. There is no way he would hit anyone. As for what happened, I want to pursue it further. So, how about we leave it at that? With a few words, Chao's mother had tried to absolve her son of any wrongdoing. Ye Chen could not help but laugh. So, should I apologize to your son then? What? Chao Shuang's mother frowned. Are you dissatisfied with this arrangement? Young man, I am merely trying to minimize the situation. If it escalates, neither of us will benefit. Her voice held a thinly veiled threat. Since you wish for your son to be expelled, then I shall see this through to the end. Ye Chen replied calmly. Unfazed by intimidation, he continued. Your son must write a letter of assurance promising not to cause any further disturbances at the tea shop, and he must apologize to me and my friends. At that moment, the door to the mediation room swung open, and a man in his 50s wearing a uniform entered. Director Wei, what brings you here? Captain Zhang hurried over. Chao Shuang's mother smiled at Wei. Xiao Shuang, why aren't you greeting Uncle Wei? Wei Jun frowned slightly. He was tempted to reprimand Chao's mother for her lack of discretion. While it was one thing to use connections privately, it was inappropriate to do so in front of the parties involved. Wei Jun nodded slightly. What is the situation? Captain Zhang explained the circumstances to Director Wei. Wei Jun nodded and approached Ye Chen, noting that he was merely a high school student in a uniform, which somewhat eased his tension. Such students are easily manageable. A mere scare can suffice to brush things over. Young man, you've already been examined for your injuries, and, thankfully, nothing serious has transpired. If this escalates, it would not benefit you in any way. Heed your uncle's advice. Better to avoid trouble than to invite it. It's getting late. You should hasten home. Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Did they truly believe they could treat him like a child? Writing a letter of guarantee and apologizing is my bottom line. If you choose to ignore me, I shall resort to exposing the video to the press. I'm not afraid of making a scene. With his legs crossed nonchalantly, Ye Chen responded without an ounce of intimidation. Wei Jun felt a throbbing headache. He anticipated that this young man would be so obstinate. Director Wei, my son will not write a letter of guarantee. He has harmed anyone, so what grounds does he have to write one? Apologize. Wei Jun was further troubled by Chao Shuang's mother, who was completely in the wrong yet acted so arrogantly. Were it not for the fact that Chao Shuang's father was an old classmate, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved. Young man, the video does not depict Chao Shuang assaulting you. Our investigation adheres to the principle of presuming innocence until proven guilty. Continuing this will yield no fruitful outcome. Is that so? Are you attempting to shield him? Ye Chen retorted coldly. The icy glint in his eyes made Wei Jun's heart shudder slightly. He could not fathom how a mere high school senior could exude such an aura. Classmate, please refrain from making baseless accusations. I am conducting official business. Director Zhang will conclude the matter as per my instructions. Wei Jun, unwilling to prolong the argument, issued a directive. Chao Shuang smirked smugly. Kid, didn't you say you'd have me expelled? Let us see you try. His mother, even more brazen, derided, you haven't even grown up yet, and you think you can challenge me? Ye Chen frowned slightly, but at that moment, Lu Zixuan, beside him, tugged at his sleeve. You just let it go. Let go. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed. Is it just about finding someone? Who doesn't he have a few influential acquaintances? A police car pulled up at the entrance, and a distinguished middle-aged man in casual attire entered the precinct. Initially just passing by, he suddenly halted upon recognizing a familiar face. What is he doing here? Ma Jia's expression shifted, and he hurriedly walked in. As Wei Jun prepared to leave, he noticed Director Ma Jia rushing through the door. Director Ma. Wei Jun was taken aback, unable to comprehend why the director had come to the mediation room. Ma Jia nodded briefly and approached Ye Chen directly. Kadas Mateye. What brings you here? Ye Chen observed a smile playing on Ma Jia's lips. He had intended to seek assistance from Zhang Tao, but it seemed unnecessary now. Director Ma, I was just assaulted, and this Director Wei is attempting to shield the perpetrator, trying to downplay the incident. What? Is this true? Ma Jia's brows furrowed. He was acutely aware of Ye Chen's connections. Zhang Tao was currently a favored figure among city leaders, and Ye Chen appeared to be his nephew. Should a complaint be lodged, it could lead to severe consequences for Wei Jun. What transpired? Ma Jia inquired coldly. Wei Yun is condensated. As the deputy director, he recognized the disparity in their ranks. It was evident that Ye Chen and Ma Jia shared a close rapport, and Ma Jia even seemed somewhat apprehensive of this young man. I'm at a loss here, Wei Jun stammered. Zhang Hua, you handle this case. Explain the situation. Zhang Hua promptly recounted the events. This is absurd. There is clear video evidence, and the victim was indeed injured. How can it be presumed innocent? In the bustling city center, harassing young women and assaulting civilians must be met with stringent penalties. Chao Ma, who had already begun to leave with her son, was intercepted by Zhang Hua. I'm sorry, your son cannot leave. What? Wasn't he it stated that the case was closed? Zhang Hua snorted derisively. Your son is implicated in the harassment of a young woman and assaulting civilians, violating public order regulations. He is now officially detained. Wait, Director Wei, didn't you say my son was fine? Wei Jun finally reached his breaking point. Aren't you so tough? Just a moment ago, I suggested an apology, and you refused to listen. Now look where we are. I'm washing my hands of this. With that, Wei Jun stormed off. Having offended a superior for the sake of an old classmate, Wei Jun was well aware of the precariousness of his position. As he departed, Chao Ma stood frozen, witnessing her son being escorted away by 2 officers. With a thud, she knelt before Ye Chen. Classmate Yi, I beg you, please let my son go. He cannot be detained. If he gets a criminal record, his life will be ruined. Tears streamed down her face, and her earlier arrogance was now replaced by utter humiliation. Chao Shuang, too, was terrified, struggling desperately. Mom, I want to go home. Classmate Yi, I realize I was wrong. I will certainly speak to him when we return. Please, I implore you, spare my son. He cannot have a criminal record. Otherwise, he will be expelled from school. Just have him sign a letter of understanding. I'll offer you 10,000 or even 20,000, if that works. Gao ma polita fu lu li. Yet, to Ye Chen, these were merely crocodile tears. Director Ma, I trust you will uphold justice, but I will not sign a letter of understanding. In truth, a simple letter of guarantee would have sufficed earlier. But now the nature of the case had changed. Unless Ye Chen signed the letter, Chao Shuang's detention was a certainty. Rest assured, we will handle this fairly and deliver justice. Ye Chen nodded, taking Lu Zixuan's hand. Let us go. Little brat, it's just a trivial matter. Why must you ruin my son's life? The anguished cries of Chao Ma echoed behind them, but Ye Chen paid her no heed. Chao Shuang's current predicament was largely due to his mother's influence. Ye Chen was merely doing a good deed. Otherwise, the consequences for her son would have been far more severe than mere imprisonment. Lu Zixuan gazed at Ye Chen with curiosity. Why do you look at me like that? I was pondering how you managed to resolve everything with such ease. Of course, I must become formidable to protect you, to help you vanquish all the monstrous bullies that dare to cross your path. Ye Chen replied with a light smile. Lu Zixuan nestled closer to him, giggling, yes. You are my hero. She felt an overwhelming sense of security. In recent times, she had experienced far too much, being locked in a materials room, nearly pushed off a cliff, and now bullied. Ye Chen always appeared beside her, guarding her, aiding her through every trial. Under the streetlight, their shadows almost merged into one. The journey home was indeed lengthy, yet Lu Zixuan felt as though they arrived at her doorstep in the blink of an eye. I'm home. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Lu Zixuan waved goodbye, entering her building. Ye Chen observed as the door light in Lu Zixuan's home illuminated before he departed. Upon returning home, Ye Chen sensed an unusual atmosphere. His sister, who usually watched television in the living room, was nowhere to be found. His mother's expression was also off. Mom, what is wrong? Did Dad upset you again? It's not your father. It's your unruly sister. Today I was called to school because of her. When I confronted her about it, she became upset, saying she is a horse and you're a monkey. What does that even mean? Ye Chen was utterly bewildered. What horse, what monkey? The teacher called us in today, stating her grades have plummeted recently, and she often fails her exams. When I mentioned it to her, she accused me of favoritism, saying I don't allow her classmates to come over for tutoring. I can help her with primary school material. Does she really need a male classmate to come over for tutoring? What is she trying to do? Does she think I'm unaware of her mischief at such a young age? Ye Chen, Mom, I'm not referring to you. You are studying hard. But your sister is different. His mother glanced at him. Ye Chen realized the root of the issue seemed to lie with him. Indeed, academic performance was the most significant leverage in front of their parents. Mom, leave it to me. I'll have a word with her. Ye Chen approached his sister's bedroom door and knocked gently. From inside, he heard his sister's sobs. Leave me alone. I'm not your real monkey. I must have been picked up off the street like some cow or horse. Ye Chen cleared his throat and said, Sister, I am a monkey. No, I am your brother. The door swung open, revealing his sister with eyes swollen from tears. Oh dear, is it really worth getting upset over such trivial matters? Ye Chen remarked, somewhat exasperated. You're a monkey, so of course, you cannot comprehend my feelings of despair, Ye Lin retorted, wiping her tears with indignation. But what gives you the right to call me a monkey? Look at how handsome I am. I bear no resemblance to one. He protested. Indeed, just like how a farmer enlists a monkey to pick peaches, only for the Animal Protection Agency to claim the farmer is abusing animals and forbids the monkey from working. Yet, the oxen and horses, being animals too, are expected to toil without question. What on earth are you rambling about? Monkeys and oxen. Ye Chen was soon enlightened to his sister's intentions. Are you implying that mother invited Zixuan to our home instead of the boy you fancy to tutor you? Ye Lin corrected him earnestly. We share a pure friendship. Ye Chen awkwardly coughed twice. Pure? Huh. We are both seasoned foxes. There's no need to weave tales of morality with me. Sister, your recent poor grades. Are you perhaps hoping the boy will come to our house to tutor you? Absolutely not. I simply struggle with the material, she insisted. Sister, you are merely following in my footsteps, but you have made a mistake. What mistake? Ye Lin dabbed at her tears. The age-old adage, a man chases a woman through a veil, while a woman chases a man over mountains. Do you understand that? Ye Lin shook her head, bewildered. Ye Chen sighed, realizing his sister was only familiar with monkeys and oxen. Do you know why your brother has succeeded? Ye Lin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Brother, I don't understand why mother would allow you and sister Xian to have children, but not me. Mother permitting me and sister Xian to have children is not the point. We share a pure friendship. Ha! A disdainful smile crept across Ye Lin's face. You are both seasoned foxes. What tales of morality can you spin with me? Ye Chen opened his mouth, but found himself unable to refute her. Sister, consider this. You are the precious cabbage nurtured by our parents. Would they ever allow a boy to come to our home and uproot you? That would be a loss. Ye Lin pondered his words. I see. So you mean Sister Xian is also a cabbage, and thus you, a pig, have taken advantage of her, which makes mother feel she has gained something. Clever. Wait. How can you liken your handsome brother to a pig? Never mind. Let's get to the point. You are still young. You must strive to be as excellent as Sister Xian, excel in your studies, and then when you reach high school, you can visit the boy you like to tutor him. Ye Lin's eyes brightened. Brother, I understand. I must study diligently to become a splendid cabbage like Sister Xian. And I wish to be courted by a handsome pig. Ye Chen scratched his head. All right then. if that's your resolution. Ye Lin joyfully dashed out. Mother, I'm hungry. After dinner, I must study hard. Ye Mother paused, pulling Ye Chen aside. How did you manage to advise your sister? I certainly appealed to both her emotions and reason. The tail of the cabbage and the pig must never reach their mother, or he would be in trouble. Well, good job. Consider it an accomplishment. That night, Ye Lin dedicated herself to her studies, burning the midnight oil, even as Ye Chen prepared for bed. The next day in class 2, Sun Chao watched as Lu Zixuan nestled against Ye Chen's shoulder, enjoying breakfast filled with envy and resentment. Ye Chen, you rascal, forcing me to consume dog food daily. With the cooler weather, Teacher Gung donned long trousers, robbing Sun Chao of the joy of teasing, while still enduring Ye Chen's daily servings of dog food. The tune of a song occasionally wafted through the air, snowflakes fluttering Sun Chao. May I borrow your shoulder for a moment? Class monitor Su Wei gazed at Sun Chao with affection. He was taken aback. Although Su Wei was not as beautiful as Lu Zixuan, she was still a striking young lady. Could it be that the class monitor had harbored a secret crush on him? He cast a smug glance at Ye Chen, thinking, you think only your shoulder is worthy of a girl's affection? My springtime has arrived. Sun Chao patted the dust off his shoulder. You may use it, class monitor. Really? Su Wei exclaimed with excitement. Our JK class uniforms have arrived. They're downstairs in the reception area. Could you help me carry them up? Sun Chao was left speechless. Chapter 82. JK classmate Xian, simply stunning. As the uniforms for the sports meet were delivered, the event was fast approaching. Teacher Li smiled and announced, our class needs a student to hold the sign. Liyaki was the first to raise her hand, having enjoyed that spotlight in past sports meets. She relished the attention. However, Teacher Li seemed to overlook Liyaki and directly pointed to Lu Zixuan. Xian, you will hold the sign for our class this time. It's our final year, and I hope everyone can showcase our class's spirit. Liyaki was taken aback. Teacher, did you not see my hand raised so high? I believe the decision should be made collectively rather than assigned. Teacher Li calmly asked, does anyone have an objection to Lu Zixuan holding the sign? No objections. The boys in the class chimed in unison. Liyaki's expression darkened. Ever since Lu Zixuan had transformed from an ugly duckling into a beautiful swan, Liyaki felt overshadowed by her radiance. It's all because of her that I lost Ye Chen. It's all because of her that no one likes me anymore. A flicker of resentment toward Lu Zixuan began to blossom within Liyaki. The sign-up sheet for the sports meet was also posted on the wall for everyone to see. Ye Chen yawned. This registration had nothing to do with him. He had no interest in participating in such a tedious event and had not signed up at all. Zhang Yang returned after reviewing the sign-up sheet. Yiga, you're amazing. You signed up for so many events. Events? I didn't sign up. 3,000 meters, 100 meters, long jump, high jump. Shot put Ye Chen was utterly bewildered. You must be mistaken. When Ye Chen reached the sign-up sheet, he was dumbfounded. I didn't sign up. Who registered me? He sought out Teacher Li. Teacher, I didn't sign up for the sports meet. There must be a mistake. Teacher Li smiled lightly. No, you have remarkable basketball skills. It's clear you possess athletic talent, so I took the liberty of signing you up. Is it possible to opt out? Of course. But we will be rearranging seats. Next week, Teacher Li wore a proud expression, believing it was his duty to bring glory to the class. Teacher Chen scoffed from the sidelines. Huh. Do you really think with Ye Chen, your class can outshine ours? Dreams are fine to have. Who knows, they might come true. Teacher Li chuckled. Our class has Zhang Yilin. He is a professional athlete. There is no way we can lose. Ever since Class 2 staged a comeback in the last monthly exam, Teacher Chen had been feeling quite glum. The sports meet was her opportunity to shine. Zhang Yilin from their class was a national-level athlete, making participation in the sports meet akin to a one-sided battle. Xian, eat more, Ye Mother insisted, continuously serving Lu Zixuan at the dinner table, while showing little regard for her own son. Ye Chen had grown accustomed to it. After school, he would study alongside Lu Zixuan and then accompany her home. Zhang Yang would visit once a week, and without fail, each time he came, he would leave well-fed on dog food. Sister Xian, I'll have a big chicken leg. You take one too. What about me? Ye Chen protested. Ye Mother shot him a disdainful glance. Have you ever seen a chicken with 3 legs? Lu Zixuan blushed and said, Andy, let him have it. I don't want it. You can't have it. He has been gaining weight lately. He needs to lose some. Ye Chen, you should eat more vegetables, his companion suggested. However, Ye Chen soon realized that he was not merely a bystander. He was, in fact, the true embodiment of diligence, deserving of such sustenance. He noticed that his sister had been attempting to bond with Lu Zixuan all day. Sister Xian, could you share how you and my brother became close? She inquired earnestly. Well, there was a day when I brought meat buns because he skipped breakfast, Lu Zixuan replied. The younger sibling listened intently. After finishing their meal, Ye Chen escorted Lu Zixuan back home. Upon arriving at her doorstep, she asked, "Will you come and pick me up for the sports meet tomorrow?" "Of course," Ye Chen replied, his face alight with anticipation, curious about how Lu Zixuan would look in her JK uniform paired with black stockings. "I must be the first to see it." Bright and early the next day, Ye Chen stood at Lu Zixuan's door. Before long, a young lady emerged from the corridor. His eyes widened in astonishment. Clad in a JK uniform, her fair legs adorned with black stockings, she radiated innocence laced with a hint of allure, captivating all who beheld her. As Lu Zixuan walked in the morning light, it seemed as though the very sun paused to admire her beauty. Approaching him with a rosy blush, she exclaimed, "Have you seen enough? How could I ever tire of such beauty?" Ye Chen responded, enchanted by her charm. "Let us go," Lu Zixuan said, her head lowered as she hurried ahead. Throughout their journey, Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan drew many admiring glances, particularly from the boys who were captivated by her presence. Ye Chen understood well why Lu Zixuan had requested his company. Without him by her side, countless boys would have undoubtedly sought her contact information. Upon reaching a dumpling shop, Ye Chen halted. "Wait here a moment, I'll buy us some meat buns." "All right." Lu Zixuan nodded obediently. As Ye Chen stood in line, he noticed all the boys staring intently at Lu Zixuan. It was no wonder his girlfriend, donning a JK uniform with black stockings, was simply breathtaking. "Ye Chen, long time no see," a voice called from ahead. It was Chun Xiang, his classmate from middle school. "Come over here, I'll help you buy some," he said, visibly delighted to see Ye Chen. Their friendship had been strong in middle school, but they had lost touch after Ye Chen transferred to a different school. With a long queue ahead, Chun Xiang stood 5 or 6 people from the front, allowing them to save some time. Ye Chen joined him. "Ye Chen, does that girl at the entrance with the same outfit as you? Do you know her?" "Yes. We attend the same school," he replied. "Wow, she is stunning. I fell for her at first sight," Chun Xiang exclaimed. "Don't get your hopes up. She is a top student and doesn't date," Ye Chen warned. "Are you close with her?" "Not really," he admitted. "It's your turn. Stop staring at the beauty and buy me 6 buns," Ye Chen instructed, handing Chun Xiang some money. "If she were at our school, I would have already asked her out. I regret not having gone to the first middle school," Chun Xiang lamented as he paid. "By the way, could you get her QQ? She seems not to use QQ, so I don't have it," Ye Chen replied. Just then, a boy timidly approached Lu Zixuan. "Excuse me, could I have your QQ to be friends?" "I don't have QQ," she replied, shaking her head. The boy, crestfallen, returned to his friends. "I told you it wouldn't work." As they reached the entrance, Chun Xiang cast one last glance at Lu Zixuan and said to Ye Chen, "I'm off. Let's keep in touch." "Goodbye," Ye Chen responded. At that moment, Lu Zixuan walked toward Ye Chen. Chun Xiang, watching her approach, nearly stumbled. "Hey, watch where you're going," Ye Chen exclaimed as he caught Chun Xiang just in time. "Wow, did you see that? She is coming over to us. She is smiling at me." Chun Xiang stammered in disbelief. Ye Chen turned to see Lu Zixuan smiling sweetly as she approached. The gentle breeze lifted her JK skirt, and the black stockings accentuated her graceful silhouette. As she drew closer, Chun Xiang was left speechless. "Ye Chen, is she coming to find me?" "You're thinking too much." Ye Chen chuckled as he walked toward Lu Zixuan. "The buns are ready. Let us go." Chun Xiang stood watching Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan, who were laughing and chatting as they left, utterly dumbfounded. What happened to our brotherhood? What happened to our trust? Were we just saying we weren't close? In the next instant, Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan's hands intertwined. Chun Xiang felt a pang in his chest. "You sly dog, Ye Chen." The venue for the sports meet was the school playground. As Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan arrived, Class 2 was already lining up. The moment Lu Zixuan stepped onto the field, all eyes were drawn to the enchanting young lady before them. "Wow, she is stunning," Sun Chao exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Liyaki, who had just felt beautiful in her own JK uniform, now felt overshadowed by Lu Zixuan's radiance. The other boys were equally captivated. Ever since Lu Zixuan and Ye Chen began their relationship, her beauty had become apparent, yet she typically dressed modestly in school uniforms. So everyone had grown accustomed to that. However, today, dressed in a JK uniform, she unleashed her hidden allure, becoming the most striking sight on the playground. The first event of the sports meet was the parade of classes, each sporting distinct uniforms, from nurse outfits to royal garb. Ye Chen found it rather amusing that Class 2 was adorned in gourd baby costumes. Their uniform of JK attire appeared somewhat lackluster in comparison. Mr. Li frowned slightly, realizing their class lacked uniqueness. Sun Chao's gaze lingered beneath the skirts of the girls, but his hopes were dashed as some wore less than appealing black stockings, while Lu Zixuan's long legs were a sight to behold. Turning his head, he found Ye Chen blocking his view. "You sly dog, this must be intentional." With his view obstructed, Sun Chao's attention shifted to the lovely legs of Teacher Geng. Lu Zixuan stood at the forefront of Class 2's lineup. Mr. Lee instructed, "Today, district leaders are present. Let us showcase our Class S spirit." He turned to Lu Zixuan, noticing her trembling hands. "What's wrong, Zixuan? I'm a bit nervous." She admitted. "Relax, it's just a parade. You're the face of our class," he encouraged. "Okay." Lu Zixuan nodded, though Mr. Lee observed her hands shaking even more. This parade is under the scrutiny of district leaders. It cannot falter. Zixuan, if it becomes too overwhelming. "She can do it," Ye Chen interjected, positioning himself beside Lu Zixuan. "Zixuan, this is a trial of our youth. I believe you can conquer your nerves." Upon hearing his encouraging words, Lu Zixuan nodded firmly. Her hands steadied, and her resolve strengthened. Ye Chen nodded in approval and turned to leave, only to find Lu Zixuan gripping the hem of his shirt. Zixuan, there are only girls ahead. I should move to the back." Mr. Lee felt a headache coming on. He recognized that as long as Ye Chen was near, Lu Zixuan would remain composed. "You stay here at the front of the line," he instructed. Ye Chen looked into Lu Zixuan's hopeful eyes. "All right, I will accompany you for this youthful trial. This is rather inappropriate, isn't it? The front row is filled with girls, and a lone boy standing in front. What does that even signify?" Li Yaqi expressed her dissatisfaction with a hint of sarcasm. Moments ago, Teacher Li nearly assigned the task of holding the sign to her, but it was all ruined by that rascal Ye Chen. "If I say it's appropriate, then it is," Teacher Li replied with a commanding tone. Li Yaqi furrowed her brow, exasperated, and stamped her foot in frustration. Accompanied by a rousing entrance symphony, the ceremony commenced. "Cheer up. I'm right here beside you." Lu Zixuan nodded vigorously. The first class made their entrance, chanting their class motto as they proceeded. "Class 1, a class like no other. If we don't secure first place, what a shame it would be." The spirited students of Class 1 strode confidently into the arena. Following them was Class 2, where nearly everyone's gaze fell upon the first girl in the front row. Clad in a pristine white JK uniform and a deep blue pleated skirt, Lu Zixuan, tall and graceful, exuded an enchanting presence that transformed the otherwise unremarkable Class 2 formation into a spectacle of brilliance. The atmosphere seemed to fall into a hush, as all eyes were drawn to the girl holding the sign, whose beauty seemed to have stepped straight out of a fairy tale. Whispers began to circulate. "That girl from Class 2 is stunning. Isn't she Lu Zixuan, the one who spoke during the flag-raising ceremony? And beside her is Ye Chen. That lad must feel incredibly fortunate. Ye Chen, you scoundrel, you've stolen my first love. We are sworn enemies." As more and more gazes converged on Lu Zixuan, her breath quickened. Although the boy beside her provided ample courage and comfort, the weight of so many stares began to overwhelm her. Noticing Lu Zixuan's trembling hands, Ye Chen stepped forward as they reached the podium. The students began chanting, Class 2, unparalleled and unique, galloping towards excellence for Class 2. After they finished their chant, the Class 2 formation was supposed to march onward, but Ye Chen realized that Lu Zixuan was frozen in place, paralyzed by anxiety. Thinking quickly, he stepped forward and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect toward the podium. What is Ye Chen up to? Teacher Li wondered, perplexed. The previous plans had not included any performances. With Ye Chen's posture, was he attempting to showcase martial arts? The principal squinted, recognizing Ye Chen from the flag-raising ceremony, where he had once been caught off guard. "Director Zhang, this is Ye Chen, the top student from our senior year. Not only is he academically exceptional, but he is also quite talented. He must be preparing to demonstrate Chinese martial arts," Zhang Tao remarked with a smile. Regarding Ye Chen as a stroke of fortune, it was precisely because he stood in the right place that Zhang's career had experienced a significant boost. He could hardly believe that Ye Chen was merely a high school student. Ye Chen successfully captured everyone's attention, and Lu Zixuan felt a substantial alleviation of her pressure. The next moment, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Ye Chen grounded himself, preparing his stance. Is he practicing Tai Chi? Someone speculated. No, this resembles the Hong Zhang technique. This momentum is distinctly that of military boxing. However, in the next instant, Ye Chen began to sway rhythmically and launched into a dance from his previous life, the viral sensation known as Subject 3. Ye Chen had no intention of performing such an awkward dance, but alas, it was the only one he had mastered that could be deemed presentable. Chapter 84, Encountering Love. Teacher Li buried her face in her hands, having hoped for Ye Chen to perform a martial arts routine that would bring pride to the class. Instead, what was this embarrassing display? The principal gaped, his mouth agape, initially ready to explain to Director Zhang, but ultimately he could only cover his face in disbelief. The entire playground fell silent. All present were stunned by Ye Chen's captivating dance. Lu Zixuan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. the immense pressure that had weighed upon her dissipating in the wake of Ye Chen's comedic performance. She understood his intentions and felt warmth in her heart. After finishing, Ye Chen maintained a composed demeanor as he strode confidently off the field. If I am not embarrassed, then it is others who should feel awkward. Lu Zixuan had regained her composure, proudly holding the sign as she marched past the podium. The principal's expression darkened. What was Ye Chen thinking? Without the district leaders present, it would have been one thing, but how would the district leaders perceive their students now? Suddenly, Zhang Tao erupted into applause, laughing. This dance is quite entertaining. To him, Ye Chen had never seemed like an ordinary high school student. However, this dance made him believe that Ye Chen was indeed just a child. Entertaining? The principal felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. Yes, indeed, entertaining. He led the applause, and soon other officials joined in, clapping along. As the procession concluded, Teacher Li clenched her jaw and rolled up her sleeves. Ye Chen, I have tolerated you for long enough. Teacher, my next event is the 3,000 meters. Class 2's honor depends on me. The 3,000 meters. Teacher Li patted Ye Chen on the shoulder. Give it your all. I believe in you. Although she wore a smile, her expression clearly conveyed, once you finish, we shall settle the score. Mr. Chen from Class 1 was exceedingly arrogant. Earlier, when the classes lined up, she had boldly declared that during this sports meet, all first places would belong to Class 1. What if Class 2 has a Zhang Yilin? What if he's a national athlete? In truth, Teacher Li held little hope for Ye Chen, as long as he didn't lose too badly. She would consider it a success. After all, Class 1 and Class 2 had always been rivals, and even in a sports meet, she did not wish to be defeated. The animosity of a rival is not easily forgotten. With some time left before the 3,000 meters race, Lu Zixuan jogged to the school's convenience store. After running 3,000 meters, Ye Chen must be exhausted and in need of water. She thought to buy him a bottle of cold water to present at the finish line. The store owner, in his 20s and a recent university graduate, had yet to find a job, so he helped his mother manage the shop. At that moment, he was seated at the cash register, engrossed in a campus idol drama, dreaming of romance. As Lu Zixuan stepped into the store, the owner rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Wow, this girl is even more stunning than the heroine in that drama. Instantly, he straightened his posture and adjusted his hairstyle. Lu Zixuan picked up a bottle of mineral water and handed the owner a 1 yuan note. Excuse me, I would like to buy a bottle of water. That bottle costs 3 yuan. I remember it being just 1 yuan yesterday. Lu Zixuan gazed at the owner with her beautiful eyes. His heart raced as he wondered if his feeling was love. Could you give me a discount? I only have 1 yuan. All right, 1 yuan it is. The owner shyly accepted the 1 yuan note. If Lu Zixuan had wished, he would have gladly given her an extra 10 yuan. Satisfied, she left the store with her water. At that moment, another girl entered, also holding a 1 yuan note. Excuse me, I would like to buy a bottle of water. 3 yuan. The girl before me only paid 1 yuan. The owner looked at the plump girl with disdain. If you had her looks, I could sell you one for a yuan too. But during the sports meet, prices have gone up. It's 3 yuan. Take it or leave it. Meanwhile, Ye Chen stood at the starting line. Beside him was a tall and sturdy boy from Class 1, Zhang Yilin. He seemed quite popular among the girls, with many from both Class 1 and other classes excitedly calling out his name. Zhang Yilin cast a triumphant glance at Ye Chen. Envious, are you? Ye Chen regarded Zhang Yilin as if he were a simpleton. A few girls cheering him on caught Ye Chen's eye, but he dismissed them without a second thought. Why would I envy you? So many girls adore me. Alas, you, a mere loser, could never comprehend the allure of being the campus heartthrob. By the way, do you know about the confession during the flag-raising ceremony at our school? Ye Chen continued to look at Zhang Yilin as if he were foolish. What confession? I was participating in a competition at that time and had taken a leave of absence. Oh, that explains it. Ye Chen nodded. As the boyfriend of the most beautiful girl in the first high school, why would I envy others? Ridiculous. The girls in your class holding up signs are quite lovely. I have my eye on one. Oh, Ye Chen replied nonchalantly while warming up. Any girl I fancy will inevitably fall into my grasp. Ye Chen gave Zhang Yilin a thumbs up. Impressive. Zhang Yilin seemed to revel in the flattery. You too. With such beautiful girls in your class, how could you not pursue them? But then again, it's only someone as exceptional as me who deserves them. Ye Chen ignored the narcissistic boy, scanning the surroundings. What did that girl, Lu Zixuan, run off to? Just then, the sound of the referee's gun echoed. As Ye Chen prepared to run, Zhang Yilin seized him. Zhang Yilin, brimming with excitement, pointed into the distance. My goddess is coming. Come on, dude. The referee just fired the gun. What do you mean by holding me back? Ye Chen struggled to break free from Zhang Yilin's grip, but the latter was entranced. His gaze fixed on Lu Zixuan, who was smiling and waving at him. Wow, my goddess is waving at me. I see love. Ye Chen turned to Lu Zixuan and shared a knowing smile. However, Zhang Yilin was utterly elated. She's smiling at me. She must be cheering for me. You too. Are you going to run or not? If you don't hurry, you'll miss the race. The other competitors had already sprinted 100 meters, while Ye Chen and Zhang Yilin remained at the starting line. The referee could no longer contain himself. I will undoubtedly be the champion. Zhang Yilin finally released Ye Chen, launching himself forward as if fueled by adrenaline. Ye Chen, speechless, waved at Lu Zixuan. Running 3,000 meters is exhausting. Remember to meet me at the finish line. Yes. I'll get you some water. Wait for you at the finish. Go for it. Ye Chen, this is a competition. Stop showing off your affection. If you embarrass me by finishing last, we'll settle old scores together. Ye Chen glanced at the furious teacher, who looked ready to charge in and beat him up, then took off running. At that moment, Zhang Yilin had caught up with the main group. What does it matter if you're half a lap ahead? In my eyes, you're all but ants. Zhang Yilin wore a smug expression. Unfortunately, that guy might end up finishing last because of me. That boy seemed rather nice. For the sake of the goddess, I must secure the championship. With that thought, Zhang Yilin pushed his speed to the limit, quickly distancing himself from the other athletes by over 100 meters. Bro, you're really inconsiderate, leaving me behind to run on your own. Of course. I must win the championship for the goddess, Zhang Yilin casually replied. Suddenly, Zhang Yilin looked at Ye Chen as if he had seen a ghost. How did you catch up to me? Chapter 85. The clown is myself. Ye Chen had caught up with Zhang Yilin, and as they ran, they continued their conversation. How did you catch up to me? Zhang Yilin asked in disbelief. Obviously, by running. You're incredible. I had to give it my all just to keep up with you. Oh, I see. But brother, you can't run like that. Sprinting from the start will leave you out of breath later. The two had completed a lap, and Zhang Yilin noticed Lu Zixuan waving and smiling at him. His face flushed instantly. Did you see that? The school bell is waving at me. Ye Chen nodded in agreement with Lu Zixuan. As Zhang Yilin passed by Lu Zixuan, he instinctively quickened his pace, soon overtaking Ye Chen. Ye Chen, however, slowed down slightly, stopping before Lu Zixuan. Would you like some water? Yes, I could use a drink. Ye Chen took a couple of sips from the water Lu Zixuan offered. I'm off. Good luck. Lu Zixuan waved enthusiastically. All right. At this moment, Zhang Yilin was pushing himself to run harder, convinced that the school bell was watching his every move. Soon, Ye Chen caught up with Zhang Yilin once more. Bro, how did you run so fast just now? Didn't you see the school bell waving at me? Bro, that's the charm of being a man. Impressive. You seem like a good guy. Let me share a secret about chasing girls. Always showcase yourself. For instance, when the school bell looked at you, you should VE run harder. It will show her you value her and let her feel your masculine charm. Truly a master, very impressive. Ye Chen couldn't help but praise Zhang Yilin again. Kids need encouragement after all. In the blink of an eye, they had completed 4 laps. And Zhang Yilin began to feel something was off. How can you still keep up with me? Well, actually I still have a smidgen of energy left. Oh, just a smidgen? All right then. Zhang Yilin wasn't too worried. After all, they had only run half the 3,000 meters. He believed that after 2 more laps, Ye Chen would be out of energy. By the 6th lap, Zhang Yilin was too exhausted to chat because he had been trying to shake Ye Chen off. Yet Ye Chen clung to him like a leech. Zhang Yilin's expression was grim, sweat pouring down his face, while Ye Chen remained composed, not even breathing heavily. Bro, I can't chat with you anymore. I need to sprint. Otherwise, the teacher will punish me. Ye Chen declared, taking long strides ahead. No way. Seeing Ye Chen not only maintain his speed, but actually accelerate left Zhang Yilin dumbfounded. By now, they had completed 6 laps, 2,400 meters. Almost out of stamina, yet Ye Chen was sprinting as if he were a machine. What on earth? Zhang Yilin was utterly bewildered. How could that guy have such endurance? Oh no, if I don't come in first, will the goddess be disappointed? Zhang Yilin tried to speed up to catch Ye Chen. But Ye Chen was already a lap ahead of him, and Zhang Yilin had no energy left to pursue him. Moments later, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Bro, we meet again. Zhang Yilin's heart sank. He did not want to see Ye Chen right now. This meant Ye Chen had lapped him. He still had a lap to run while Ye Chen was nearing the finish line. The finish line was in sight, and Ye Chen had surpassed Zhang Yilin by a lap, overtaking the second group by nearly 2 laps. The physical education teacher, watching the stopwatch, was visibly excited. Ye Chen had broken the school record. Teacher Li glanced at the grim-faced teacher Chen beside him and mockingly said, ISNT, they're a national-level athlete in your class. Teacher Chen, how is it that they seem to have been lapped by our Ye Chen? At that moment, Zhang Yilin watched in despair as Ye Chen crossed the finish line. His spirit shattered. Is that guy even human? He can sprint at the end. Ye Chen crossed the finish line, and all the students in class 2 erupted in cheers. Zhang Yilin looked toward the goddess, only to find she wasn't even looking at him. Instead, she ran over to Ye Chen with a bottle of water, helping him as he appeared weary. And she shyly fed him water. He-s just pretending. He-s definitely pretending. Zhang Yilin knew very well that Ye Chen could sprint across the finish line without needing support. He was clearly taking advantage of the goddess. Zhang Yilin, why are you dazed? They've crossed the finish line, and you still have a lap to go. Teacher Chen scolded him, exasperated. Zhang Yilin gritted his teeth as he ran, mentally comforting Ye Chen's entire family in his thoughts. He was consumed with regret. If he had been the first, it would have been him lying in the embrace of the goddess, being fed water. Ye Chen, the scoundrel, robbed me of my goddess and snatched my championship. I shall not rest until I make him pay. As he recalled the boastful words exchanged with Ye Chen moments earlier, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide himself. Fueled by resentment, Zhang Yilin finally completed his run. Suddenly, a plump girl rushed over. The male god is drinking water, glancing over at Ye Chen, who was being fed water by the goddess, and then at the girl before him. He thought, I'm not thirsty. I wish to be left alone. Sighing, he pondered, what is that girl's name, and what is her relationship with Ye Chen? He grabbed Zhang Yang and inquired. Zhang Yang chuckled, what relationship? That girl goes to Ye Chen's house every day for meals and studies together. What do you think? It dawned on Zhang Yilin that the goddess was indeed waving and smiling at Ye Chen. It turned out the fool was none other than himself. Li Yaqi held an ice-cold cola in her hand, a drink she had purchased for Ye Chen. However, seeing Ye Chen laughing and chatting with Lu Zixuan, she hesitated. Sun Chao had just completed a 3,000-meter run and assumed the cola was for him. Thank you, Yaqi, for the cola, he said, deeply touched. No need to thank me. Li Yaqi replied as she handed the drink to him and walked away without a backward glance. Sun Chao wished Li Yaqi would feed him like Lu Zixuan did, but he noticed tears glistening in her eyes as she ran. Suddenly, the cola in his hand felt less sweet than Ye Chen's mineral water. Next up is your event, Ye Chen said, taking a sip of water. Yes, the 100-meter relay. You must cheer for me. Lu Zixuan playfully remarked. Rest assured, I'll be waiting for you at the finish line. The girls' 100-meter relay featured Li Yaqi, Lu Zixuan, Zhang Tingting, and Xiao Li from Class 2. Zhang Tingting would run the first leg, followed by Xiao Li, Li Yaqi, and finally Lu Zixuan. The girls' 100 meters was a highlight, especially with the trio of beauties from Class 2. All eyes were on the relay track. Ye Chen stood at the sidelines and spotted Zhang Yilin, offering him a friendly smile. Yet, Zhang Yilin ignored him, leaving Ye Chen puzzled by the resentful gaze directed at him. Today, Li Yaqi was running the fourth leg. Her mind was clouded with images of Ye Chen being intimate with Lu Zixuan. Ye Chen should have been hers. It was that wretched girl who stole him away. The bitterness within Li Yaqi deepened. Chapter 86. You are clearly taking advantage of me. As a referee's gun fired, the first leg runners dashed off. Class 1 and Class 2 were neck and neck, with both cheerleading squads fervently encouraging their teams. Zhang Tingting from Class 1 had a slight lead, followed by Xiao Li, who quickly extended the advantage to a full body length. The championship for Class 2 seemed within reach. Students from all classes leaped to their feet. And it was time for the third leg, Li Yaqi. Her speed appeared slower than that of the average girl. Soon, the lead was narrowing, and Lu Zixuan was poised to receive the baton. At the moment of the handoff, Li Yaqi suddenly loosened her grip, dropping the baton just a few centimeters from Lu Zixuan, who had already taken off. Turning back, she saw the baton fall and hurried to retrieve it. But in the process, Li Yaqi collided with her due to inertia. Bang! They both fell to the ground. Other competitors rushed past them. Lu Zixuan, what are you doing? Li Yaqi yelled angrily. At that moment, a figure rushed over, pushing Li Yaqi aside. She fell to the ground, and tears of grievance finally streamed down her face. Ye Chen, you've gone too far. Ye Chen glared coldly at Li Yaqi. You're the one who has gone too far. You know exactly what you did. He had witnessed her little stunt. She had intentionally dropped the baton, and when Lu Zixuan turned to pick it up, Li Yaqi had feigned instability to crash into her. Li Yaqi wanted to argue, but Ye Chen had already turned his attention to Lu Zixuan. Are you all right? Lu Zixuan winced, clutching her ankle. I think I twisted my foot. Teacher Li rushed over, asking what happened. Li Yaqi, feeling wronged, explained I passed the baton, but Lu Zixuan didn't catch it, and I accidentally bumped into her. Ye Chen coldly replied, you know the truth of the situation. Zixuan, I'll carry you to the nurse's office. Tears streamed down Li Yaqi's face. I didn't do it on purpose. Is it really necessary? Ye Chen ignored her, addressing Lu Zixuan, come on, with a flushed face. Lu Zixuan stared blankly at Ye Chen's back, aware that so many classmates were watching. Ye Chen turned back. Hurry up, your ankle is swollen. We need to get you treated. Biting her lip, Lu Zixuan blushed and opened her arms, resting on Ye Chen's back. At that moment, Ye Chen's expression of anger softened slightly. He felt a profound sense of elevation. He finally understood what it meant to have a gentle girl. Concerned that Lu Zixuan might slip off, he supported her legs firmly. The sensation was utterly delightful, and he finally grasped the essence of youthful happiness. "It's my fault for letting our class lose the championship," he said. "The championship isn't important. What matters is your foot. Does it hurt?" "Not really," Lu Zixuan insisted. But her pale face told a different story. This girl was clearly in pain, yet stubbornly denying it. Ye Chen carried her to the nurse's office, carefully placing her on the bed. "Doctor." Ye Chen called out twice, but there was no response. The school nurse was absent. He squatted down, gazing intently at Lu Zixuan. Her cheeks flushed, and she nervously asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm trying to see if your ankle is sprained or fractured, but you're clearly just looking up." Ye Chen's face turned red. "I merely glanced. Can you really tell?" Ye Chen replied earnestly, "Of course. I always treat my dog, De Huang, when she gets injured." "Who is De Huang?" "She asked the little female dog we have at home." Lu Zixuan's cheeks flushed as she playfully punched Ye Chen's shoulder. He chuckled, then took hold of Lu Zixuan's injured right foot, noting that the sports shoes he had bought for her were well kept and almost spotless. He untied the shoelaces and removed her shoe, revealing a pair of slightly yellowed white socks, likely due to frequent washing. As he peeled off the socks, Lu Zixuan sat on the bed, shyly biting her lip, seemingly worried he might peek, tightly clenching her legs together. Ye Chen couldn't help but admire her delicate little feet. So fair and tender, he was tempted to bring them to his nose. "What are you doing?" Lu Zixuan exclaimed, unable to contain herself as she watched Ye Chen sniff her foot. "Haven't you ever heard of observation and diagnosis? Do you really think I'm foolish?" Although Lu Zixuan was innocent, she wasn't naive. She certainly didn't believe Ye Chen's earnest nonsense. She realized she had been tricked. This guy clearly didn't know how to treat injuries and was simply taking advantage of her. She wished to retract her little foot, but Ye Chen domineeringly grasped it, saying, "Stay still, be obedient." Lu Zixuan glared at Ye Chen in indignation, yet she soon realized that his expression was remarkably serious. He gently caressed her swollen foot, prompting a muffled whimper from Lu Zixuan as a wave of pain surged through her. "Does it hurt a lot?" Ye Chen inquired, to which Lu Zixuan bashfully nodded. "Then I'll be gentler." He carefully pressed on her ankle, assessing the condition of the bones. "It's nothing serious, just a sprain. The bone isn't injured. A bit of safflower oil will suffice." After speaking, Ye Chen approached the medicine cabinet and indeed found a bottle of safflower oil. After all, it's quite normal for students to get injured due to their mischievous antics at school. Typically, the school nurse would simply apply some safflower oil, and in more severe cases, they would be directly sent to the hospital. Ye Chen fetched a small stool and sat opposite Lu Zixuan, placing her right foot in front of him. Lu Zixuan shyly attempted to resist, saying, "I can apply it myself." "Oh, you and your stubbornness. Your foot is this swollen. How can you treat yourself? Do you truly wish for it to worsen and end up in the hospital?" After being scolded by Ye Chen, Lu Zixuan fell silent. "I'm not going to do anything to you," Ye Chen reassured, beginning to apply the ointment to her ankle. Suddenly, Lu Zixuan noticed a discrepancy. "I injured my ankle. Why'd you take off my entire sock?" "A thorough examination is necessary." "But what is your other hand doing?" Ye Chen's right hand was applying the ointment, while his left was gently stroking her little foot. "I'm massaging it to alleviate the pain," he replied with a serious demeanor. Lu Zixuan was not convinced, withdrawing her foot shyly to reclaim her sock and redress her foot. After putting on her shoes, Ye Chen offered to assist, but she refused outright. "Zixuan, let me explain," he pleaded, but Lu Zixuan ignored him, angrily limping out of the infirmary. Once they departed, a male school nurse in his 30s emerged from the corner. He had arrived earlier but couldn't bear to interrupt the two. "Young people today really know how to have fun. Perhaps I could learn a thing or two from my girlfriend." Ye Chen returned to the stands, where Lu Zixuan, now injured, could only watch as a spectator. However, he still had several events to participate in. He approached Liyaki. "Come here for a moment. I need to speak with you." After saying this, he turned and walked towards a secluded corner of the stands without looking back. Chapter 87, The Malnourished Sister. Ye Chen and Liyaki arrived at a corner of the podium. Liyaki felt a surge of joy. Ye Chen had taken the initiative to invite her over. Could it be that he wanted to reconcile? Yet, inexplicably, she also felt a twinge of anxiety. Ye Chen halted, his tone icy as he said, "Liyaki, this is my final warning. Do not provoke Lu Zixuan again. This is both the first and last time I'll say this." Liyaki, who had hoped for reconciliation, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. "What do you mean, Ye Chen? I don't understand." "You don't understand? During the relay race, that was deliberate, wasn't it?" Finally, Liyaki grasped the purpose of Ye Chen summoning her. It wasn't for reconciliation, but rather to confront her. She simply dropped the baton and fell. "Is that worth making a fuss over?" "I fell too, didn't I?" "Worth making a fuss?" Liaki, do not presume that your heart is the same as others. I've examined Lu Zixuan, and her ankle is already swollen. Liaki scoffed, regardless. It was not intentional. Do you really think of me as that kind of person? Do you know me at all? Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her words. How could he not know Liaki? In his past life, he had been completely ensnared by her. He was well aware of her character. Liaki, I once had feelings for you, but that is no longer the case. There will be nothing between us in the future. Whether or not you intended to harm Lu Zixuan, I hope there won't be a next time. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. You, Ye Chen, are such a jerk. Liaki fumed, stamping her foot before running away in tears. Ye Chen sighed in relief as he returned to the stands. The competition resumed, and the men's 100 meters was about to begin. Standing on the starting line, he encountered an old acquaintance, Zhang Yilin. Having just claimed victory in the high jump due to Ye Chen's abandonment of his event to treat Lu Zixuan, he felt quite accomplished. Ah, here we meet again, Ye Chen greeted amiably. Zhang Yilin glared at him, gritting his teeth. Are we familiar? Of course. We had quite the delightful chat during the 3,000 meters, did we not? Delightful? Zhang Yilin was on the verge of exploding. Ye Chen, this time the 100 meters championship is mine. Oh, it doesn't matter to me. I'm merely participating to fulfill our teacher's assignment. After all, I already have a girlfriend and don't need to strive for the championship to prove myself like some others. Zhang Yilin nearly choked on his frustration from Ye Chen's words. Bang! The starting gun fired. While Zhang Yilin was still seething, Ye Chen had already surged ahead. What the hell? How can he be so fast? Is he even human? At the awards ceremony, Zhang Yilin's expression was grim. In the 100 meters, Ye Chen claimed first place while he secured second. In the long jump, Ye Chen again took first, and he was second. In shot put, Ye Chen was first, and he was second once more. In every event Ye Chen participated in, he was perpetually the eternal second. Zhang Yilin couldn't help but sigh dramatically. Why must we coexist in this world? After the sports meet concluded, Ye Chen escorted Lu Zixuan home. She kept her gaze averted, refusing to acknowledge him, and stubbornly maintained a distance of 2 steps away, not allowing him to assist her. I tell you, my hand has a mind of its own sometimes, and it doesn't always obey me. Do you believe that? Ye Chen attempted to explain, wearing a sincere expression in an effort to placate Lu Zixuan. Really? Lu Zixuan asked softly, was it comfortable? Very comfortable, Ye Chen replied, immediately smacking his own mouth for his honesty. Why did you have to be so truthful? Lu Zixuan shot him a sidelong glance, huffing. After spending so much time together, she believed everything Ye Chen said, except for matters of integrity. She held no trust in him regarding that. Still trying to quibble? Not intentional, huh? Your true nature has been revealed. When Ye Chen attempted to engage her in conversation, Lu Zixuan completely ignored him. Upon reaching her doorstep, Lu Zixuan suddenly halted. With her head bowed, she traced circles on the ground with her toes. We're home. Aren't you going in? Ye Chen inquired, puzzled. Lu Zixuan hesitated, then remained silent for a moment before saying, please don't blame Liaki. She didn't mean it. Ye Chen was at a loss for words. This foolish girl was always so kind-hearted. Even when someone intended to harm her, she would still defend them. Oh, he replied. After a brief silence, Lu Zixuan suddenly rose onto her tiptoes, closed her eyes, and leaned into Ye Chen's embrace. Thank you, Ye Chen, for always being by my side. Beneath the streetlight, their shadows drew closer until they merged into one. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Zixuan released Ye Chen, breathing heavily. I'm only doing this because you helped me. I haven't forgiven you yet. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she dared not look at Ye Chen and dashed into the hallway. Ye Chen watched her retreating figure, unable to suppress a triumphant smile. The days of her senior year flew by swiftly. Following the conclusion of the sports meet, the students' previously restless hearts settled down. The classroom had descended into a profound silence, a consequence of the impending final examinations. After classes, students lay their heads upon their desks, surrendering to the lure of slumber, even too lethargic to visit the restroom. In the upper right corner of the blackboard, a countdown to the college entrance examination was displayed, updated daily by the designated monitor. With each passing day, the atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly tense. Upon returning home, Ye Chen discovered that his parents were absent. What could be the reason? A note from his mother revealed that his younger sister was unwell, receiving intravenous treatment at the hospital, and he was advised to fend for himself when it came to meals. How could his sister fall ill? Ye Chen had noticed that she had not been in good spirits over the past couple of days. The nearest hospital, the first central hospital, was his immediate destination. Concerned for his sister, he hurried to the facility. In the pediatric ward, he found his sister undergoing treatment, with their parents vigilantly stationed by her bedside. What is wrong with my sister? Ye Chen inquired anxiously. Your sister is suffering from malnutrition. She fainted at school, came the reply. Malnutrition? Ye Chen was taken aback. If anyone were to be malnourished, it would be Lu Zixuan. His sister, on the other hand, indulged in an abundance of snacks daily and enjoyed decent meals at home. How could she be malnourished? Their mother, visibly upset, exclaimed, "I don't understand what goes through that girl's mind. She didn't touch a bite of the breakfast I brought her, insisting to her classmates that we are too poor to afford breakfast." Ye Chen paused, realizing that this was reminiscent of Lu Zixuan's own narrative. He suddenly recalled how his sister had been persistently sharing stories about their acquaintance. It dawned on him where the root of the problem lay. Children truly are children. However, understanding the cause brought him some relief. Malnutrition was manageable. A few nutrient infusions and a proper diet at home would suffice. "I'll go fetch some food. You keep an eye on your sister," their mother said as she left the ward. Ye Chen glanced at his sister resting on the hospital bed and couldn't help but chuckle. "What is so funny? Are you reveling in her misfortune?" Yi Lin snapped. "Do you know what attracts me to Sister Xin Yuan?" He replied. "What?" Yi Lin asked, puzzled. "Her aloofness. In truth, the more distant a girl appears, the more she captivates boys." "Ah, now I see where I went wrong. I failed to grasp the crux of the matter." Yi Lin retorted. "All right, from now on, eat and drink as you please. Just maintain that cool demeanor. Boys will swarm around you like flies." "Ye Chen, are you trying to get me killed? I'm not a piece of dung. Why would I attract a swarm of flies?" At that moment, their mother returned with food. Upon entering, she remarked, "I think I just saw Lu Zixuan." "What? Where?" Ye Chen asked eagerly. "In the neurology department, but she vanished before I could catch up." "Neurology? Could it be that her father's condition had worsened?" "Mom, I need to step out for a moment." "Hey, aren't you going to eat?" Yi Lin interjected, her gaze fixed on the food container. "Mom, since my brother isn't eating, can I have his share? I feel like I'm starving to death." Chapter 88. Without power or influence, one must endure bullying. Ye Chen dashed toward the neurology department. As he traversed a corridor, he suddenly overheard a conversation. "Dr. Wu, please think of something. My father's condition cannot be delayed." "I'm truly sorry. The beds are all occupied," replied the doctor, peering through a gap in the door. Ye Chen witnessed a family member passing a thick envelope to Dr. Wu. "Please, Dr. Wu, how about this? There's a girl who brought her father in for treatment. She seems to lack any connections. I'll see if I can arrange a bed for you." "Thank you so much, doctor. We'll be sure to express our gratitude." Ye Chen frowned. A girl bringing her father in for treatment. Could that be Lu Zixuan? This is only because of old Wu's goodwill. You know how it goes. If other patients' families find out, I'll be in trouble. Rest assured, this will remain between us. No one else will know. "Very well. I'll speak to the girl. You prepare the admission paperwork." Ye Chen discreetly took out his phone and recorded the conversation that followed. The neurology department was bustling with patients. Due to a lack of beds, many were set up in the corridors, waiting for availability. Ye Chen searched from room to room until he finally spotted Lu Zixuan and her father on a makeshift bed in the hallway. Lu Zixuan was feeding her father when she noticed Ye Chen's presence and froze. "Ye Chen, what are you doing here? You silly girl. I told you to inform me if anything happened. I didn't want to trouble you. Is this even a matter of trouble? It's hard enough for a girl like you to manage your father's hospitalization. I can handle it," Lu Zixuan asserted with determination. Ye Chen, exasperated, playfully flicked her forehead. "Have you forgotten who you are? You're my girlfriend." Lu Zixuan pouted, rubbing her forehead, which stung, but her heart felt warm. Just then, a middle-aged doctor in a white coat approached, a familiar face to Ye Chen, the very doctor who had sold Lu Zixuan's father's bed to another patient. "Dr. Wu, can you arrange a bed for my father?" Lu Zixuan asked. "I'm truly sorry, Miss Lu. A patient who is supposed to be discharged today has had a deterioration in their condition and will need to stay longer. Please wait a few more days. I'll notify you as soon as a bed becomes available." "But the doctor said my father's condition cannot be delayed." "I am equally helpless," Dr. Wu replied. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed slightly at Dr. Wu's words. "Are you certain there are no beds available?" "None at all. I'm anxious too. But there's simply too many patients. Just look at the crowded corridors." "That cannot be. There must be a bed available. And you receive a kickback for arranging someone else's admission," Ye Chen said coldly, locking his gaze on Dr. Wu. "That's impossible. We admit patients strictly in order." "Don't speak nonsense." Dr. Wu's expression shifted upon hearing Ye Chen's accusation. "Nonsense? Dr. Wu, some matters should not be made too explicit for your own good." Dr. Wu appeared uneasy at Ye Chen's words. "I don't understand what you're implying. In any case, there are no available beds, so you'll have to wait for news." With that, Dr. Wu hurriedly attempted to leave, but Ye Chen blocked his path. "Are you certain you want to proceed this way? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me pass." "Fine. Don't say I didn't warn you." Ye Chen replied coldly. "Regret?" Dr. Wu scoffed, seeing Ye Chen and Lu Zixuan in their high school uniforms, dismissively regarding them as mere students. What could they do? Even if they uncovered the truth, Ye Chen dialed Zhang Tao's number. Hey, Xiao Yi, I was just about to call you. I've been meaning to thank you for that last incident. I'm hosting a gathering this Saturday. You're free, right? I have no classes on Saturday. So that works. Great. I'll make the arrangements. By the way, what is up? You called for a reason? Ye Chen recounted the events to Zhang Tao, who furrowed his brow. Xiao Yi, I have a meeting shortly and can't break away. I'll send my secretary over. I happen to be an old classmate of the hospital director at the First Central Hospital. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. At that moment, Lu Zixuan was gathering her things, preparing to leave with her father. Zixuan, wait. We don't need to leave. The hospital will arrange a bed for your father shortly. Really? Lu Zixuan exclaimed in surprise. Ye Chen gently tapped her forehead. See, you can't leave me. Moments later, Dr. Wu passed by again, noticing Lu Zixuan still there. Furrowing his brow. Didn't I tell you to go home? Doctor, we want to wait and see if a bed becomes available, Lu Zixuan said timidly, glancing at Ye Chen. No need to wait. There won't be any today. Just go home. Dr. Wu dismissed them with an impatient wave. Rest assured, today my friend's father will definitely be admitted, so you need not worry. You should focus on yourself first. Ye Chen remarked coldly from the side. Dr. Wu furrowed his brow as he regarded Ye Chen. Upon leaving just now, he had felt a nagging unease. Ye Chen's words were evidently laden with implications. Had the young man overheard his conversation with the patient's family member? Regardless, as long as he feigned ignorance, the other party would be powerless. Dr. Wu, still frowning, stated, if you are willing to wait, then wait. Even until tomorrow morning, there will be no available beds. At that moment, a well-dressed young man in his 30s approached, accompanied by a man in his 60s clad in a white coat. Upon recognizing them, Dr. Wu's expression subtly shifted, and he hurried forward. Director Chen, what brings you here? Director Chen nodded in acknowledgement and, alongside the young man, approached Ye Chen. Mr. Yi, I am Secretary Zhou of District Chief Zhang, and this is Director Chen of the First Hospital. Hello, Director Chen, Secretary Zhou, Ye Chen said politely as he shook hands with the two. Dr. Wu stood by, utterly astounded. What was happening? Wasn't he this just an ordinary high school student? How could he possibly know such prominent figures as the District Chief as Secretary and the Hospital Director? Director Chen addressed Ye Chen. Mr. Yi, I understand that your friend's father requires hospitalization for surgery, correct? Ye Chen nodded. Indeed. However, Dr. Wu has informed me that there are no available beds. Director Chen glanced at Dr. Wu. Is that so? Dr. Wu appeared awkward. Director Chen, there's been a surge in patients recently. We truly have no beds available. In that case, surely there must be an available bed in the VIP ward. Arrange for Mr. Lu to be admitted there, and refer this patient to Professor Wang of the Neurology Department. Very well. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Dr. Wu was taken aback by Director Chen's words. VIP wards were not typically designated for the ordinary folk. Such accommodations were often reserved for high-profile individuals, and it dawned on him that this young man might possess connections. Realizing this possibility, Dr. Wu's demeanor toward Ye Chen transformed to one of deference. Mr. Yi, my apologies for any offense caused earlier. I shall make the arrangements at once. Director Chen, I actually wouldn't have needed to trouble you. My classmate has a bed available, but Dr. Wu sold it. Despite Dr. Wu's overtures of goodwill, Ye Chen had no intention of letting him off the hook. Why should the impoverished be bullied? And why should those without power or influence yield to the affluent and powerful? There are many injustices in the world that he could not confront, but having encountered one, he was determined to seek justice for Lu Zixuan. Chapter 89. The Cabbage of Other Families. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Dr. Wu's face turned pale. Director Chen frowned. What is the matter? It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. Dr. Wu hastily pleaded. Mr. Yi, I was at fault earlier. Please forgive my indiscretions. Forgive you? If I hadn't had connections, my classmate's father would have been expelled from hospital, and perhaps his life would have been lost. Ye Chen retrieved his phone and, under Dr. Wu's desperate gaze, showed the video he had recorded to Director Chen. After watching it, Director Chen's expression darkened. Wu Cheng, you have a lot of nerve. The hospital has strict prohibitions against accepting bribes, yet you dared to contravene this directive. You are to be suspended immediately, pending investigation. Dr. Wu's face turned ashen. After graduating from university, he had leveraged numerous connections to secure his position at the First Hospital. If he were to lose his job over this incident, his life would be irrevocably altered. He deeply regretted his momentary greed, though he had engaged in such dealings before. This was the first time he had encountered serious repercussions. Director Chen promptly arranged for Mr. Lu to be admitted to a VIP room. The room was divided into two sections, one with a hospital bed and the other featuring a caregiver's bed, a sofa, and a television, vastly superior to an ordinary ward. Director Chun had also arranged for the most esteemed neurologist in the hospital to perform the surgery on Mr. Lu. Just as everything was being settled, Zhang Tao arrived at the hospital with a basket of fruit. Uncle Zhang, what brings you here? I heard from Secretary Zhou about the situation. Rest assured, Director Chun has promised to handle this matter with the utmost seriousness, and I came to see the patient. Ye Chen felt immensely grateful. He was merely a high school student, yet the district chief had taken time out of his busy schedule to visit the hospital. Such consideration was truly a boon for him. Uncle Zhang approached the bedside and offered a few words of comfort to Lu Zixuan. When he laid eyes on the man in the bed, Zhang Tao was taken aback. Old Lu, is that you? Ye Chen paused for a moment. Uncle Zhang, you know Uncle Lu? Indeed, he'd been a dear friend of mine. He was once quite well known in Jinhai as the chairman of the Xianlang Group. However, he was betrayed, leading to the company's bankruptcy, followed by a car accident that claimed his wife's life, leaving him a shell of his former self, with only a daughter remaining. Observing the vacant expression of Lu Shan in the bed, Zhang Tao's expression turned complex. How the mighty had fallen. Who could have predicted that the once illustrious Lu Shan would end up in such dire straits? Oh, I see, Ye Chen remarked, hearing for the first time about Mr. Lu's prior circumstances. Is the Xianlang company still operational? Yes, but it has since been renamed Wantian Group. Wantian Group? Ye Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. A company's bankruptcy, a car accident, and in his previous life, Lu Zixuan had also been killed in a car crash. Everything seemed too coincidental. Was it truly the case that misfortune sought out the vulnerable, or was this all part of a grand conspiracy? Zhang Tao offered a few more words of reassurance to Lu Zixuan before taking his leave. Lu Zixuan, feeling grateful, said, Ye Chen, thank you so much. Without you, my father. Enough with the formalities. Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively. By the way, you must be thirsty. Let me get you some water. Ye Chen turned to Lu Shan. Lu Shan clapped his hands. Pig hero, play with me. Oh, Uncle Lu, please get well soon. Zixuan is too pitiful. Suddenly, Lu Shan's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Feng Kuei, I can give you anything. Please do not harm my daughter, I beg you. What did you just say, uncle? Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback. Lu Shan had seemed to regain his senses for a brief moment. Had he truly recovered? Yet the next second, Lu Shan chuckled and reverted to his previous daft demeanor. Pig hero, shall we play clapping hands? Uncle Lu, just now you clap hands. Ye Chen pondered Lu Shan's earlier words. Why had he suddenly uttered such a statement? Perhaps it held significant meaning for him, which was why it had remained etched in his memory. It was possible that a fragment of his memory had been activated in that fleeting moment. Ye Chen, what is wrong? Lu Zixuan approached, handing Ye Chen a glass of water. I never knew your uncle was so remarkable. Why didn't you tell me before? That was all in the past. I now realize that a simple, unadorned life is the best. I particularly envy the way your uncle, aunt, and Shaolin's family are together. That is your family too now, Ye Chen said with a smile. Family. Lu Zixuan was momentarily stunned. Yes, from now on. That is your family. Hey, why are you crying? I'm not. Just got some sand in my eyes. Ah, sand in your eyes? Let me take a look. Ye Chen leaned closer to Lu Zixuan, intending to blow the sand out of her eyes. Lu Zixuan found it amusing. This fellow was quite naive, thinking she had tears from emotion rather than sand in her eyes. At that moment, a small head peeked out. From her perspective, it appeared as though Ye Chen was kissing Lu Zixuan. The little one quickly covered her eyes. Inappropriate for children. Inappropriate for children. Came the voice of Yi Ming from behind. Why not go in? Yi Lin extended her hands. Brother and sister are having a baby. We can't go in. Having a baby? Yi Dad and Yi Mom exchanged glances. Ye Chen emerged upon hearing voices from outside, playfully tugging at Yi Lin's ear. What nonsense are you spouting? You little rascal? I'm not spouting nonsense. You were just kissing your sister. Lu Zixuan's ears flushed crimson upon hearing this. I wasn't. Just now. Sand got into Zixuan's eyes, and I helped her blow it out. Ye Chen glanced towards Yi Dad and Yi Mom. Surely, you don't genuinely believe this mischievous girl, do you? You must trust me. Yi Dad and Yi Mom chuckled lightly. Sand gets in your eyes inside the house. You must be joking. This kid, caught red-handed by his sister, still refuses to admit it. From their expressions, Ye Chen had already discerned the answer. Exhausted, he pondered. Why is it that both he and Lu Zixuan, clearly innocent, are perpetually misunderstood? Uncle and Auntie, you've arrived. Lu Zixuan hurriedly greeted them. Yi Dad placed a basket of fruit on the table. I heard from Ye Chen that your father is ill, so we came to check in. Ah, I'm so sorry to trouble you. Lu Zixuan replied bashfully. Not at all. It just so happens that Yi Lin is also unwell and receiving treatment at the hospital. Unwell? What happened? Lu Zixuan curiously observed the lively Yi Lin, who hardly seemed sick. It's no wonder she is in the hospital. She hasn't eaten a proper meal in days. You mean you, Sister Zixuan, didn't eat breakfast? Can I bring you some? Who said I didn't? That day. Dodo even gave me a piece of chocolate, but I couldn't bring myself to eat it. Lu Zixuan appeared utterly bewildered, not comprehending the exchange between the two. Lu Shan had already dozed off, as Mom remarked, "Little Yi Uncle Lu is a man, and it's inconvenient for Zixuan to care for a patient alone in the hospital. Why don't you stay and help her out?" "Sure, no problem." Ye Chen's face lit up. He had been meaning to propose this to his mother. "Annie, I feel so bad about this," Lu Zixuan shyly admitted. "Why feel bad? You've even been helping her with her studies. It's about time she contributes a little." After a few more exchanges, Yi Dad and Yi Mom took Yi Lin away. Just before they left, Yi Lin was still grumbling. "Mom favors him. Why can my brother and sister have children and I cannot? Is it because Sister Zixuan is someone else's prized cabbage?" Lu Zixuan looked puzzled at Ye Chen. "What does prized cabbage mean?" "Ahem. Prized cabbage is just a kind of delicious vegetable. You know, my mom's pork stew with vermicelli is Yi Lin's favorite." Ye Chen awkwardly explained. Lu Zixuan nodded in confusion, as if she understood, yet felt something was amiss. Once Yi Dad and Yi Mom departed with Yi Lin, Lu Zixuan stared at the bed and inquired, "Which is one bed? How are we supposed to sleep?" Ye Chen, filled with anticipation, suggested, "How about we squeeze together?" Chapter 90. A cozy hospital room. Meanwhile, Lu Shan had fallen asleep. Lu Zixuan was seated at the desk, working on practice problems. After a while, Ye Chen set his book aside and began playing on his phone. Just as he was engrossed in a game, Lu Zixuan approached the bedside. "It's late. Let us rest." Ye Chen nodded. "Yes, let us sleep." He shifted over slightly. Unfortunately, due to the high number of patients, there were no spare beds available. So we had no choice but to squeeze together. Or I could just stay at the desk and lie down for the night. That won't do. How can you sleep on the desk? Gazing at the small bed, Lu Zixuan recalled Yi Lin's words about having children. Instantly, her cheeks flushed. "I'll just lie on the desk," Lu Zixuan declared, turning to leave. Ye Chen grasped her hand. He decided to make one last effort. If Lu Zixuan truly disagreed, he would rent another bed. "We've shared a bed before. If you refuse, I'll sleep on that sofa over there. That would be so uncomfortable. You know it's uncomfortable, right? Come on, we'll squeeze together, and we won't be undressing. Nothing will happen." At that moment, Ye Chen resembled a wolf-charming Little Red Riding Hood. Lu Zixuan took a deep breath and lay down beside Ye Chen. The bed was quite small, and their bodies barely fit without any space left, even though both were fully clothed. Having such a stunning beauty lying next to him made it difficult for Ye Chen to fall asleep. However, Lu Zixuan had already drifted off. Ye Chen was taken aback. She fell asleep in an instant. How could she sleep so quickly? He too wished to sleep, but sensing the warmth beside him made it impossible. Ye Chen got up to play on his phone for a while. Suddenly, he noticed Lu Zixuan peeking at him with her eyes half closed. "Ah, so you were pretending to be asleep." Caught in the act, Lu Zixuan's cheeks tinged red. "Were you pretending to sleep the whole time?" Ye Chen asked, astonished that she had feigned sleep for an entire hour. Their eyes met, and Lu Zixuan appeared slightly flustered yet stubbornly replied, "I was actually asleep. I just woke up suddenly." Ye Chen lay back down. "Let me help you sleep." He gently patted Lu Zixuan and softly sang, "Sleep tight, my little treasure. In dreams, I will accompany you. Through laughter and weariness, you'll find me by your side." As Lu Zixuan listened to Ye Chen's lullaby, she felt as though she had returned to her childhood, cradled by her mother, who sang her a similar melody. A warm sensation enveloped her. She blinked at the stars above. "Don't worry, Mom. I found someone to take care of me. He's wonderful and even sings Little Treasure." Unbeknownst to her, Lu Zixuan truly fell asleep to Ye Chen's soothing voice. After calming Lu Zixuan to sleep, weariness overtook Ye Chen, and he too succumbed to slumber. Time passed, and Ye Chen was awakened by an urgent need to relieve himself. To his surprise, he found Lu Zixuan had snuggled against him in her sleep. Even in slumber, she remained enchantingly beautiful. Ye Chen carefully extricated himself from her embrace and made his way to the bathroom. As he unfastened his pants, Lu Zixuan sleepily wandered in, rubbing her eyes and yawning as she approached the bathroom door. Ye Chen froze, and Lu Zixuan finally opened her eyes. She had also been awakened by the urgency of nature and had come directly to the bathroom. Upon seeing Ye Chen, she quickly covered her eyes, realizing that he should have been in bed. "Why didn't you lock the door while using the bathroom? How come you walked in here without making a sound?" Lu Zixuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she fled the bathroom. Ye Chen was speechless. Clearly, he was the one at a disadvantage. Little did he expect Lu Zixuan to be that kind of person, peeking at him. "I can't let this slide. I'll definitely seek my chance to sneak a look back." The following morning, Ye Chen went to school and requested a leave of absence for Lu Zixuan. Without her, he felt particularly listless. After school, Ye Chen returned to the hospital, bringing Lu Zixuan the notes from that day. Lu Zixuan stared at the thick stack of notes in astonishment. You take notes so seriously? Ye Chen yawned. When you're here, I can refer to you. When you're not around, I have nothing to do but pay close attention in class. Lu Zixuan was speechless. So it turns out my lack of focus in class was all my fault. After finishing their meals, Lu Zixuan began massaging Lu Shan. He lay in bed, appearing to relish the attention. Ye Chen watched, feeling envious. Before long, Lu Shan began to snore. Suddenly, Ye Chen exclaimed, ouch. What's wrong? Lu Zixuan looked at Ye Chen, who was clutching his waist in apparent discomfort, her expression filled with concern. I think I twisted my waist. It's fine. It'll hurt for a bit, but it'll pass. How about I help you with a massage? Really, it's not necessary. Just lie down obediently. Reluctantly, Ye Chen lay down on the bed. Lu Zixuan's delicate hand began to massage Ye Chen's waist. He couldn't help but admit that her touch was incredibly soothing. How does it feel? Is it still hurting? Much better, Ye Chen replied with his eyes half closed, savoring the moment. At that instant, a stealthy figure dashed into the room. Upon entering, Yilin promptly shielded her eyes. Inappropriate for children, indeed. Lu Zixuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hastily withdrew her hand. Ye Chen, infuriated, sprang from the bed, grasping Yilin by the ear. You mischievous girl. Always sabotaging your brother's affairs. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He turned to find Lu Zixuan gazing at him with a wistful expression. Did you just mention a sore back? His earlier leap from the bed had betrayed him. Ouch, it hurts again. Don't believe him, sister. My brother is cunning and often feigns illness to deceive our mother. Yilin, do you believe I wouldn't inform Mom about your last 0 on a test? What 0? Just then, Yima entered carrying a thermos. Annie, what brings you here? Zixuan, this is the chicken soup I made for your father. He has surgery tomorrow, so he needs nourishment. And this is the 8 treasure porridge I prepared for you. Make sure to have some and don't overexert yourself. Thank you, Andy. Lu Zixuan felt warmth in her heart. Is this what it feels like to be home? Contemplating the surgery schedule for the following day, a sense of anxiety crept in. Ye Chen noticed the concern etched on Lu Zixuan's face. Don't worry. Director Chun has enlisted the best doctors. Everything will be fine. Yima offered some comforting words before departing with Yilin. By the way, what was that 0 your brother mentioned? Yima's voice echoed from outside. Mom, it was my fault. I shouldn't have hidden it from you. My brother scored 0 on his last math exam. He had the test paper. Yilin, just as Ye Chen was about to go out to explain to their mother, Lu Zixuan called him back. She placed the 8 treasure porridge in front of him. You enjoyed bullying me earlier, didn't you? Well, it was okay. Actually, I just wanted to relish the sensation of being pampered by my girlfriend. Is that so? Well, now I too enjoy being fed by my boyfriend. Ah, Ye Chen exclaimed. The wheel of karma. Who can escape its grasp? Lu Zixuan opened her mouth wide, resembling a fledgling bird awaiting nourishment. Ye Chen fed her a spoonful, only for her to open her cherry-like lips once more. Balancing the bowl in one hand and the spoon in the other is truly exhausting. One must pay for their own misdeeds. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Ye Chen set down the bowl and opened the door to reveal a middle-aged man in a suit, around 50 years of age, who entered with a welcoming smile upon seeing Lu Zixuan. Xiaoxian, do you remember Uncle Feng? As Lu Zixuan laid her eyes on the man, her smile vanished, replaced by a look of disdain. I don't know any Uncle Feng. Please leave. Feng Kuei maintained his smile. How could you not remember? I held you in my arms when you were little. I am an old friend of your father's, and I just heard about his surgery, so I came to check on my old friend. My father does not want to see you. Lu Zixuan angrily blocked Feng Kuei's path. Feng Kuei's secretary approached. Miss Ru, Chairman Feng is willing to cover all of Mr. Ru's medical expenses. That is not necessary. Lu Zixuan retorted angrily. Xiaoxian, I did have some disagreements with your father, but we have a good personal relationship. Please let me see him. Sorry. Zixuan just expressed her desire for you not to meet her father. As for the medical expenses, you need not worry. I will handle them. Ye Chen stepped beside Lu Zixuan, gently grasping her trembling hand. Feng Kuei frowned. Who are you? I am Zixuan's boyfriend, Mr. Feng. My girlfriend does not welcome you. I ask that you leave at once, or I shall summon security. A glint of coldness flickered in Feng Kuei's eyes, yet he retained his smile. Very well, Zixuan. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding between us. I shall seek another opportunity to meet your father. With that, he shot a menacing glare at Ye Chen before departing. Once Feng Kuei left, Lu Zixuan slumped against Ye Chen, appearing utterly drained. Ye Chen supported her as she sat on the bed. Are you all right? Lu Zixuan shook her head. Who is he? Recalling that Ru Shan had mentioned Feng Kuei's name earlier, Ye Chen replied. He is my father's business partner. However, he betrayed my father, leading to the company's downfall. If it weren't for him, perhaps the accident wouldn't have occurred, my mother wouldn't have died, and my father wouldn't have become this way. As she spoke, tears streamed down Lu Zixuan's cheeks while nestled in Ye Chen's embrace. He could sense the profound impact this incident had on her. At that time, Lu Zixuan had just started elementary school. With her mother gone and her father descending into madness, Ye Chen could scarcely fathom the hardship she had endured. Zixuan, no matter who he is, I will not allow him to harm you or your father. I promise. Lu Zixuan wiped her tears. Yes, I must protect my father. I will not permit anyone to hurt him again. The following day, Lu Shan was wheeled into the operating room. The surgery was to be performed by Director Zhao of the neurosurgery department, a figure of great renown in the field across the nation. Lu Zixuan felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, tightly grasping Ye Chen's hand. After 5 long hours, the surgery concluded. Director Zhao emerged, stating the operation was successful. Now we await the patient's gradual recovery. Will my father return to normal? Lu Zixuan inquired hopefully. Director Zhao shook his head. The surgery merely ensures that the patient's condition does not worsen. Whether he can return to normal depends on his individual circumstances. This type of neurological condition may respond positively to a stimulus, or it may. Lu Zixuan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. The doctors had told her the same thing before, yet after all these years, her father remained unchanged. With the surgery complete, the next step was recovery in the hospital. On Saturday, Ye Chen arrived punctually at a private dining establishment. At noon, he followed the address provided by Zhang Tao, arriving at a place called Imperial Feast. This private restaurant was housed within a quaint, vintage manor. To possess such a property in the heart of Jin City suggested that its owner was of notable stature. Hello, do you have a reservation? Upon reaching the entrance, a waiter inquired. The Imperial Feast only serves acquainted guests. Even with wealth, one cannot dine here without prior connections. Yes, I am here with Mr. Zhang. Ye Chen responded with a smile. Before arriving, Zhang Tao had briefed him on what to say to the waiter. Oh, you're Mr. Zhang's guest. Please follow me. A waitress clad in a Chong Sam guided Ye Chen into the manor, leading him to a room named Qingyang Pavilion. Mr. Zhang, your guest has arrived, she announced respectfully after knocking on the door. Ye Chen, you made it, Zhang Tingting exclaimed, rushing towards him with a smile. Zhang Shan and Zhang Tao also stood up, grinning. Little Yi, Tingting has been praising you nonstop. What is their praise? After Ye Chen took his seat, Zhang Shan chuckled. Let us have some tea first. This is premium Westlake Longjing. The service here is a bit slow. Sure. Tingting poured Ye Chen a cup, and upon tasting it, the rich aroma burst in his mouth, a delightful sweetness enveloping his palate. Excellent tea. Ye Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Enjoy it, have more. Zhang Shan encouraged with a smile. Little Yi, this gathering is specifically to express my gratitude for your guidance. Without you, I might have been relegated to the People's Congress. Zhang Tao remarked with heartfelt appreciation. Uncle Zhang, it was the least I could do. I feel bad for troubling you so often. We're family. How can be a bother? That would be too polite. As the dishes were served, several individuals engaged in lively conversation while dining. Zhang Shan, smiling, remarked, I heard from Tingting that you possess remarkable skills in stock trading. Do you have any promising stocks at the moment? Indeed, there's a stock I am considering investing in, came the reply. Which stock is it? Zhang Shan inquired with curiosity. Tianqing Cobalt Nickel. Zhang Shan was momentarily taken aback, for he had previously monitored this stock. However, it had been rather unremarkable of late, with performance that was quite ordinary. What prompts you to invest in this stock? Zhang Shan couldn't help but ask. In half a month, cobalt and nickel prices on the international market are set to rise, which will likely lead to a surge in cobalt and nickel stocks, was the explanation. I see. Zhang Shan nodded. Were it anyone else who had spoken such words, he might not have believed it, but coming from Ye Chen, it felt highly credible. Cobalt and nickel. Recently, due to the economic crisis, companies have faced developmental bottlenecks. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Zhang Tao chuckled. Little Yi, I didn't realize you had such insight into finance. I am impressed. Ye Chen, smiling, inquired Uncle Zhang, what aspects of work are you currently overseeing? Zhang Tao had recently reaped profits from making the right calls during adjustments and had become the deputy mayor. I handle finance, banking, taxation, statistics, and safety production. Safety production? Ye Chen suddenly recalled a significant event from his previous life. In that lifetime, a major safety incident occurred, resulting in the dismissal of numerous leaders. Zhang Tao was in charge of safety production. Should any issues arise, he would undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt. Chapter 92. He is my father. Noticing the change in Ye Chen's expression, Zhang Tao asked, Little Yi, is there something troubling you? Uncle Zhang, I see shadows gathering on your brow. Your position may be unstable, Ye Chen warned. What? Zhang Tao's expression shifted slightly. He had just been promoted and was basking in the glory of his success. Yet Ye Chen suggested his position might be precarious. Had it been someone else, Zhang Tao would have been displeased. However, Ye Chen's words caused him to feel a twinge of concern. Little Yi, you are knowledgeable in physiognomy? Zhang Shan asked, intrigued. I know a bit, Ye Chen replied. Is there a way to counteract it? Zhang Tao's demeanor grew serious. Ye Chen dipped his finger in a drop of tea and inscribed 2 characters. Honda Group? Zhang Tao was momentarily stunned. Ye Chen nodded. The source affecting your official fortune likely relates to them. Could it be a safety issue? Zhang Tao's brow furrowed. Honda Group was a local chemical enterprise. Should problems arise there, it would undoubtedly be grave enough to impact his career. Uncle Zhang, please keep a close watch on their raw material storage for any issues. Honda Group was an enterprise that had recently relocated to the development zone after being restructured from an old chemical plant. Ye Chen vividly recalled the disaster from his previous life, as both his parents worked in a chemical factory. That day, they happened to be on leave. But many in their community lost family members due to the calamity, the air filled with sorrowful wails. Among those affected were numerous neighbors of Ye Chen's, and with an opportunity to save them at hand, he felt compelled to act. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and Secretary Bao entered, whispering a few words to Zhang Tao. Let them in. Shortly after, a plump middle-aged man entered with several others. Leader, I am Hu Yong, the general manager of Honda Group. I happen to see you, so I came to offer you a toast. As he spoke, Hu Yong instructed those behind him, Old Yi, don't you pour drinks for the leader and esteemed guests? Yi Ming, holding a bottle of wine, was just about to pour when Ye Chen snatched the bottle away. Hu Yong, unabashedly, remarked, Little brother, it's fine. Let him pour. You are a distinguished guest of the leader. He is my father. Little Chen, what are you doing here? Yi Ming exclaimed, feeling a bit awkward upon seeing his son. Everyone was taken aback. What is going on? Dad, I came to pour wine. You sit. Zhang Tao and Zhang Shan were equally astonished. So, it is Brother Yi. How can we let you pour wine? Please take a seat. Hu Yong and the vice presidents behind him were left dumbfounded. Ye Chen, whose position was the lowest, had been asked to pour wine, and yet, it turned out he was the esteemed son of Yi Ming. Hu Yong quickly snatched the wine bottle from Ye Chen's grasp, exclaiming, How can we let you pour? I'll do it. Zhang Tao calmly stated, Little Yi, let him pour. You take a seat. Ye Chen handed the bottle to Hu Yong, who respectfully poured a glass, also filling one for Yi Ming. Old brother, you have raised a fine son. This toast is for my brother and me. Zhang Shan and Zhang Tao raised their glasses simultaneously. At this moment, Yi Ming was still in a state of disbelief. The general manager and vice presidents who had come with him stood behind, yet he found himself drinking alongside high-ranking officials. Yi Ming hastily lifted his glass, saying, Thank you. Leaders, I hope my son hasn't caused you any trouble. Zhang Tao chuckled. Not only has he not caused trouble, but he has also been a tremendous help. Little Yi is my benefactor. A heavy silence fell over the room. Hu Yong and the vice presidents from Honda Group were taken aback. What? Ye Chen is actually a benefactor of the leader? That is quite a statement. At this moment, everyone's gaze toward Yi Ming shifted significantly. Yi Ming and Hu Yong did not linger, finishing their toast before departing. Back in the private room, Hu Yong quickly beckoned Yi Ming over. Old Yi, come sit next to me. President Wang quickly filled Old Ye's glass. Yi Ming suddenly felt overwhelmed by the unexpected attention. Just moments ago, he had been serving drinks. Unable to contain himself, Hu Yong remarked, Old Yi, why didn't you mention your relationship with the leader earlier? Yi Ming appeared rather embarrassed. Though he had known his son was acquainted with the leader, he had not anticipated their relationship to be so close. Manager, Hu, I had no idea my son had such a close relationship with the leader. Hu Yong chuckled. Old Yi, you've been with our factory for quite some time, and coincidentally, the position of office director is still vacant. I believe you would be quite suitable for it. Yi Ming was utterly flabbergasted. He had never expected that a single dinner would lead to his promotion to office director. This had always been his dream, and he had never imagined it would come to fruition through his son's connections. After a few more rounds of drinks, Ye Chen took his leave. Zhang Tao observed Ye Chen's departing figure and turned to Zhang Shan, saying, Brother, do you think what he said is credible? Zhang Shan replied, Second brother, if it were anyone else, it might be nonsense, but since Ye Chen said it, you must take it seriously. Zhang Tao nodded and instructed the secretary beside him. Immediately summon Hu Yong. Hu Yong arrived at the private room. Zhang Tao fixed his gaze on Hu Yong and asked, Manager Hu, has Honda Group recently received a batch of raw materials that were improperly stored in the warehouse? Upon hearing Zhang Tao's words, Hu Yong was startled. Mayor Zhang, I was wrong. We do have a batch of nitrocellulose. We just wanted to store it temporarily before transporting away. The expressions on Zhang Tao and Zhang Shan's faces were akin to witnessing a ghost, though they had chosen to trust Ye Chen. The confirmation of this news left them both utterly astonished. Ye Chen had once again been right. Who exactly was this young man? Could he truly possess supernatural abilities? Zhang Tao slammed his hand on the table. Hu Yong, how dare you? Do you understand the consequences if this batch of raw materials causes an accident? Hu Yong broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Immediately relocate this batch to a safe location. I will personally oversee it. Zhang Tao inhaled sharply. Nitrocellulose is an exceedingly flammable material. Should an accident occur, it would be no trifling matter. Just as Ye Chen had stated, he had only just taken office. His position might not be secure for long. After Ye Chen departed, he made his way to a shopping mall. He entered a mobile phone store, where the attendant greeted him warmly, saying, "Are you looking to buy a phone, student?" Ye Chen nodded yes. "Take a look at this model. It's reasonably priced and highly practical." The waiter, upon noticing that Ye Chen was a student, promptly introduced a budget smartphone. Ye Chen shook his head and inquired, "Which model is the latest and most expensive?" Since he intended to gift Lu Zixuan a phone, he naturally wished to procure the finest available. "Ah, the latest and most expensive?" The waiter was momentarily taken aback. Typically, students opted for more economical choices when purchasing phones. It appeared this young man was not lacking in funds. "Well, how about this one?" The salesperson produced the newest model. Ye Chen examined it briefly. This phone was considerably bulkier and offered fewer features compared to those from his previous life. "I'll take 4, please." After a moment's contemplation, he realized that aside from Lu Zixuan, his parents also needed new phones. Business at the milk tea shop had been flourishing lately, and Ye Chen's bank account had swelled to over 500,000. Buying 4 phones was merely a trifle. The waiter was utterly dumbfounded. "Are you sure you want to purchase 4 smartphones? The latest model costs more than 5,000 each, totaling over 20,000. It was the first time the waiter had encountered such an extravagant student. As Ye Chen exited the phone store, he spotted Zhang Tingting standing at the entrance. "Aren't you returning with your uncle?" Ye Chen asked, puzzled. "I felt like taking a walk and happened to run into you," she replied. "Coincidence?" Ye Chen found it hard to believe. Zhang Tingting's home was to the north, and she was heading south, so it seemed rather contradictory. "Oh, that is indeed quite a coincidence," Ye Chen thought, but refrained from voicing his skepticism. "Ye Chen, would you accompany me for a stroll?" "Of course," he replied, placing his newly acquired phone in the bicycle's basket. As they pushed the bike forward, an air of tension enveloped them. Zhang Tingting was truly stunning. Hailing from a prestigious family, being with her would afford Ye Chen a life of ease. However, his heart was already captured by Lu Zixuan, leaving no room for others. "Ye Chen, I actually like you quite a bit," Zhang Tingting confessed. Ye Chen's greatest fear had come to fruition. Was she about to confess her feelings? He forced a smile. "I'm rather charming, especially to the girls in our class. I've heard many have secret crushes on me." "How vain." Zhang Tingting laughed at his playful demeanor. "I know you like Lu Zixuan. You two really make a lovely couple," she sighed, her countenance tinged with disappointment. Ye Chen remained silent, unsure of how to respond. "Actually, I've thought about it. You are my big brother, and I am your little sister, right?" Ye Chen paused, then nodded yes. "So, could you spare me just a little time to keep me company?" Zhang Tingting pleaded, her fingers drawing an inconspicuous gap in the air. Ye Chen felt somewhat disoriented. In his past life, Zhang Tingting had been an unattainable presence. He never imagined that this young lady from a wealthy family would now be asking for a sliver of his time. Seeing her pitiful expression, Ye Chen found it hard to refuse. "You are my sister, so of course I can." Zhang Tingting beamed with delight. She glanced at Ye Chen's bicycle and shyly asked, "May I ride on your bike?" She fidgeted with her clothing, appearing somewhat bashful. "Hop on." Ye Chen mounted the bicycle, and Zhang Tingting joyfully settled onto the back seat. She clutched Ye Chen's shirt tightly, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Although she was accustomed to riding in her family's Rolls-Royce, sitting on Ye Chen's bike felt infinitely more gratifying. She could sense his warmth and the unique aura that surrounded him. Alas, this treasure of a boy already had a girlfriend, otherwise. Zhang Tingting's heart sank further with this thought. Just then, a red light appeared, prompting Ye Chen to halt. Once they cleared the intersection, a left turn would lead to Zhang Tingting's home. Suddenly, a luxury sports car screeched to a stop beside Ye Chen. He was riding his bicycle in the bike lane, next to a Lamborghini. Behind the wheel sat a flamboyant young man wearing sunglasses, with an attractive girl in the passenger seat. Clearly, he was a wealthy heir, out flaunting his status with his girlfriend. Ye Chen paid him no mind, confident that, thanks to his rebirth, owning a Lamborghini was merely a matter of time. As for girlfriends, Lu Zixuan surpassed the girl in the passenger seat by leaps and bounds. "Hey, it's rather embarrassing for a beauty to be on a bicycle. Why not come sit in my passenger seat and experience the allure of a Lamborghini? The wealthy heir removed his sunglasses and whistled at Zhang Tingting. Such rich young men, flaunting their wealth, were often smooth-talking charmers. Spotting Zhang Tingting's beauty stirred his interest. He had encountered many attractive women, but someone with Zhang Tingting's goddess-like aura was a rare find. At that moment, he silently vowed to win her over. As for Ye Chen, the heir chose to disregard him entirely, viewing the bicycle-riding boy as beneath his notice. The girl in the passenger seat, hearing her boyfriend flirt with another girl, felt a twinge of discomfort but dare not speak up. After all, she had worked hard to secure her affluent partner and wasn't he keen on jeopardizing her luxurious lifestyle. What a joke, flaunting a base-model Lamborghini. You should go home and drink milk with your mother, you poor boy, Zhang Tingting retorted, raising her middle finger in mockery. She had encountered too many rich heirs like him. Those driving the most basic Lamborghinis were mere fringe figures in the social elite, hardly worth her consideration. Her family owned several top-tier cars, but she simply preferred not to drive them. Ye Chen watched in astonishment. Wow, he never knew Zhang Tingting had such a bold side. This was the first time he'd seen her so assertive. However, he had to admit, her demeanor was incredibly impressive. He couldn't help but think Zhang Tingting was truly a remarkable girl, possessing both sweetness and strength. In his past life, he had been blind to the treasures around him, choosing instead someone like Li Yaqi. The wealthy heir, taken aback by the scornful words of someone he deemed beneath him, was left speechless. He anticipated that the girl on the bicycle would retaliate so fiercely, and she was exceptionally skilled at provoking him. Just as he was about to respond, his gaze fell upon Zhang Tingting's designer handbag. That LV bag, if he was not mistaken, was a newly released limited edition. Valued at over $1 million, only 10 existed worldwide. Even the wealthy could not acquire it without the means. This wealthy heir possessed a keen eye. He immediately recognized the bag as genuine. It had been a birthday gift from Zhang Shan to his daughter and was certainly not inexpensive. Upon seeing the limited edition LV handbag, the heir's mouth snapped shut. A girl who could afford such an item was not someone he could toy with. How could a highborn lady like her develop feelings for a poor boy? The realization struck him hard. He couldn't fathom where he had gone wrong or why he lacked such fortune. At that moment, the light turned green. Goodbye, poor boy. Ye Chen waved to the wealthy heir before pedaling away. The heir's composure crumbled as he realized he had just been mocked by a bicycle-riding youth. Unable to contain himself, he revved the engine, determined to chase after Ye Chen. Just as he turned the corner, a traffic officer stopped him. You have violated the rules. This street is a one-way. The wealthy heir, watching Ye Chen grow increasingly distant, seethed and shouted, Bastard, you're as good as dead. The traffic officer furrowed his brow. What did you say? Turn off your engine and pull over. How dare you insult a police officer? I believe it is you who is in grave danger. Only then did the heir regain his composure. Officer, I didn't insult you. I was referring to that poor loser. Very well, today this so-called poor loser, shall teach you a lesson. Turn off your engine, hand over your driver's license and ID, and get out of the car. Chapter 94, the first QQ number. Was I a bit too rude just now? Do you think I'm no longer a good girl in your eyes? Zhang Tingting anxiously asked, clutching the hem of Ye Chen's shirt. She truly couldn't hold back earlier. That arrogant heir had been insufferable. Calling brother Ye a poor loser, Zhang Tingting felt she had to retaliate to ease her frustration. Not all. I think you were quite impressive. Ye Chen, having encountered numerous foolish rich heirs before, had wanted to retort himself, but Zhang Tingting hadn't given him a chance. Brother Ye, you're so wonderful. As they neared home, Zhang Tingting felt a twinge of reluctance. Thank you for bringing me home. No need for such formality. I'll be heading back now. Upon returning home, Ye Chen was greeted by a delightful aroma. Mom, Dad, why have you prepared so many delicious dishes? Ye Chen inquired curiously. Your father got promoted. Of course we can indulge. Yi Lin bounded over, sniffing around Ye Chen like a puppy. Bro, which woman did you hang out with today? It definitely wasn't T's sister Xian. The scent is different. Ye Chen lifted Yi Lin and tossed her onto the couch. Speak no more nonsense, or I'll give you a beating. Ye Chen, come to my study. Yi Ming emerged, casting a meaningful glance at Ye Chen. Entering the study, Yi Ming gestured toward the sofa. Sit. In the past, whenever Ye Chen entered the study, his father would wield a drying rack to discipline him. Seeing that his father was empty-handed brought Ye Chen a sense of relief. Xiao Yi, are you quite familiar with Mayor Zhang? I suppose. He is the uncle of a classmate. We met a few times before. Oh, I see. Your father must thank you for that. Yi Ming sighed. I've toiled my entire life, always working while others receive promotions. Who would have thought that I would become office director thanks to my son's connections? Ye Chen chuckled at this. Dad, honestly, whether you become the director or not doesn't matter. In the latter half of your life, you have a son. I will ensure you and Mom enjoy a life of ease. By the way, I brought you gifts. Ye Chen went to the living room and retrieved a phone from inside. Mom, Dad, this is a gift for you. A phone? Ye Dad and Ye Mom exchanged glances. Ye Dad couldn't help but comment. This phone must be quite expensive. Our manager Zhang just bought one for over 5,000. Ah, so expensive. Xiao Yi, you should return it. We can't bear to use such a fine phone. Dad, Mom, as long as you like it and find it comfortable to use. No price is too high. Besides, once bought, it can't be returned. Where did you get the money to buy this phone? Ye Mom asked, puzzled. I made some money selling fried buns and then did well in stocks. Luck was on my side. At that moment, Yi Lin pulled a phone out of her bag. Bro, you're so nice. This phone is for me, right? Ye Chen snatched the phone back. You little brat. What do you need a phone for? This one is for Sister Xian. Yi Lin pouted, such is the fate of a brother once married. Sob sob. My brother doesn't love me anymore. Everyone has gifts except for me. How could there be no gift? Yi Chen grinned at Yi Lin. Her eyes lit up. Yi Chen pulled out a small bag. This is a special gift from your brother. Yi Lin excitedly accepted the bag, feeling its weight. Thank you, brother. However, when Yi Lin opened the bag, her expression fell. Yi Chen, I swear I'll kill you. Inside the bag was the latest edition of the 53 Daily Practice. Mom, this 53 Daily Practice is said to be excellent. Doing one lesson a day will ensure my sister never scores 0 again. As Yi Lin lunged at him, Yi Chen laughed triumphantly. Letting you be the first to complain about me? You dare to say I scored 0? Brother will teach you what the world is truly like. After dinner, Yi Chen took the phone to the hospital. Lu Zixuan had just finished feeding Lu Shan. Yi Chen handed the phone to Lu Zixuan, who was momentarily taken aback. I don't want it. It's not a gift for you. It's an employee benefit. Employee benefit? Yes, our milk tea shop has been doing exceptionally well lately, so I'm distributing employee benefits. Besides, as the manager, how can you manage without a phone? With a phone, we can contact each other anytime. The prospect of being able to contact Yi Chen anytime lit up Lu Zixuan's face. Carefully, she opened the packaging. Let us go get a phone card. After the phone card was set up, Yi Chen inserted it into the phone. Do you know how to use it? Lu Zixuan shook her head. I played with a Big Brother phone when I was little, but I've never used a smartphone. All right. Yi Chen understood that the prestige of a Big Brother phone far exceeded that of a smartphone. Those who could use a Big Brother phone were no ordinary people. Yi Chen explained to Lu Zixuan, dial the number and press this green button to make call. Lu Zixuan attempted to call, and indeed, Yi Chen's phone rang. In the future, if you miss me, just give me a call. Okay. Lu Zixuan nodded. By the way, do you really not have QQ? Yi Chen had heard many boys ask Lu Zixuan for a QQ number, but her answer had always been no. I truly don't have one. No worries. I'll help you create a QQ account. After some operations, Yi Chen successfully created the QQ account. From now on, this QQ number is yours. Be sure to remember it. Lu Zixuan nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I have my own QQ number now. In the past, when boys had asked for her QQ number, they thought she was aloof, but in truth, she felt a sense of loss. After all, they were all teenagers. Who wouldn't want to experience new things? Looking at her freshly minted QQ number, Lu Zixuan's gaze was filled with wonder. She recalled how, at the end of middle school, everyone exchanged QQ numbers to form class groups. The class monitor had asked if she had QQ, and she had shaken her head. The monitor had assumed she was aloof and reluctant to connect with others. Lu Zixuan took out a pen and diligently wrote down the QQ number in a pink notebook. This was her first QQ number, and she cherished it immensely, especially since it was given to her by Yi Chen. The QQ number was 18598. Lu Zixuan carefully noted down the digits and double-checked them. She remembered how, after graduation, everyone had said they would keep in touch, but after graduation, she lost all contact with them. With this string of numbers, she could reach out to her friends. Most importantly, whenever she missed Yi Chen, she could chat with him anytime. Yi Chen unlocked his phone. Here is my number. Add me as a friend. And by the way, you need to choose a nickname. What should we call you?